Chapter 1. The Interweaving of Fate. Oh, how this world brims with marvelous surprises. Our protagonist, Lin Yanin, was leading an utterly mundane existence, when in a twist of fate that felt like a mischievous prank, she was thrust into a monumental journey through time and space. Lin Yanin was leisurely strolling down the street, contemplating whether to indulge in spicy hot pot or fried chicken for dinner that evening. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, rendering her unable to open her eyes. When she finally managed to blink, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar room. Goodness, where am I? Lin Yanin rubbed her eyes, utterly bewildered. Before she could grasp her situation, her mind was inundated with a chaotic rush of memories that did not belong to her. It turned out that the owner of this body was also named Lin Yanin, but the fate of this namesake was rather tragic. In the Lin family, she had endured relentless torment, neglected and bullied by her relatives, a pitiable soul bereft of love and care. To make matters worse, this original owner was suffering from terminal stomach cancer, her life seemingly on borrowed time. Heaven above, what cruel jest is this? Lin Yanin could not help but let out a wail of despair. Just as she was on the brink of tears, a mysterious voice echoed in her ear. Congratulations, you have successfully bound to the mysterious system. Lin Yanin jumped in shock at this sudden proclamation, nearly leaping from the bed. What? A system? What on earth is that? The enigmatic voice replied with calm assurance. Dear Lin Yanin, this system will assist you in altering your destiny and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Lin Yanin rolled her eyes in skepticism. Sounds grand, but I'm in the late stages of stomach cancer. How can I possibly ascend to greatness? The system chuckled softly. Fear not. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the system, you shall have the chance to receive miraculous rewards, perhaps even a cure for your ailment. Lin Yanin remained doubtful. Is this for real? Don't you dare deceive me. The system vowed earnestly. This system is honest and reliable, beyond reproach. Lin Yanin pondered for a moment, thinking that given her current predicament, she might as well embrace this gamble for survival. With a resolute nod, she declared, all right, I shall trust you this once. Thus began Lin Yanin's journey into the unknown, fraught with challenges. She had to contend with her ailing body while deciphering the tasks the system would present her. On this day, the system issued its first task: locate the Lin family's secret ledger. Lin Yanin's eyes widened in disbelief. What? A secret ledger? I don't even know where the Lin family kitchen is. How am I supposed to find that? The system encouraged her. Come on, employ your wit and intelligence. You will surely locate it. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yanin steeled herself and commenced her search throughout the Lin household. She crept about like a thief, cautiously rummaging through drawers, only to accidentally knock over a vase, the sound echoing like a thunderclap, causing her heart to nearly stop. Oh no, I'm going to be discovered. Lin Yanin quickly hid beneath the table. At that moment, the Lin family's steward entered, his eyes widening in fury at the sight of the shattered fragments. What on earth happened here? Who did this? Lin Yanin, stifling her breath beneath the table, dared not make a sound. After a thorough search yielded no culprit, the steward mumbled to himself as he exited. Lin Yanin exhaled in relief, emerging from her hiding place to continue her quest for the ledger. After a lengthy search, she finally unearthed the mysterious ledger in a concealed drawer. Ha! At last I've found it! Lin Yanin exclaimed, nearly leaping for joy. She promptly presented the ledger to the system, which fulfilled its promise by providing her with a vial of miraculous potion, reputed to alleviate her condition. Upon drinking the potion, Lin Yanin felt a genuine sense of relief wash over her. It appears this system possesses some genuine merit. Lin Yanin's heart brimmed with newfound hope for the future. Chapter 2. The Shadows of the Lin Family. Seated by the bedside, Lin Yanin's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the original owner's harrowing days within the Lin family. In those times, the original owner endured a life of utter misery. The Lin household resembled a dark abyss, and the original owner was but a captive soul, tormented within its confines. To begin with, mealtimes were a source of torment while others feasted on lavish spreads, The original owner often went without a warm meal, left to languish in hunger. The heartless Lin family watched as she grew gaunt and hollow-eyed, without a flicker of compassion. What's a few missed meals? She won't starve. This was a common refrain among the Lin family's callous members. The original owner could only gaze enviously as others indulged, her stomach growling incessantly. On one occasion, driven by hunger, she stealthily ventured into the kitchen in search of food, only to be caught, resulting in a brutal beating that was truly unbearable. "You little wretch, how dare you steal food? It'll teach you a lesson." A cruel matron from the Lin family brandished a rolling pin, chasing the original owner around the yard. As she fled, tears streamed down her face. "I was just so hungry, woe is me." Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears within the Lin family. Her voice was akin to leaves scattered by the wind, utterly disregarded. As for her illness, upon being diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer, the original owner had hoped for some semblance of humanity from the Lin family, that they might seek treatment for her. Instead, they shunned her like a plague. "Treating you? That'll cost a fortune. You're on your own." This cold-hearted proclamation came from the patriarch of the Lin family. Lying in her hospital bed, weaker by the day, the original owner was consumed by despair and resentment. "How did I end up in such a heartless family?" she thought bitterly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Yanen's thoughts ignited a fire within her, and she felt compelled to voice her outrage. "What kind of people are these? They are utterly devoid of humanity," she exclaimed indignantly. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in her ear. "Do not let anger consume you. We are here to change all of this." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanen declared, "Yes, I shall ensure they pay for their deeds." Thus, Lin Yanen resolved to improve her standing within the Lin family. No longer would she cower like the original owner, she would stand tall and unwavering. One day, during a meal, Lin Yanen boldly approached the dining table and sat down with confidence. The Lin family members stared in astonishment. "You little girl, who gave you permission to sit here?" Lin Yanen shot them a defiant glare. "I am also a member of the Lin family. Why shouldn't I sit?" The Lin family was momentarily rendered speechless by her audacity. Without hesitation, Lin Yanen picked up her chopsticks and began to eat heartily. "I will no longer be bullied by you." From that day forward, Lin Yanen gradually fought for her rights. Though she encountered numerous obstacles along the way, she refused to yield. On one occasion, the Lin family was distributing household supplies, a process from which the original owner had always been excluded. But this time, Lin Yanen would not stand idly by. She stepped forward assertively, proclaiming, "I deserve a share too." The Lin family attempted to push her aside. "Go away, this doesn't concern you." With hands on her hips, Lin Yanen retorted, "Why not? I am also a part of this family." Her unwavering resolve compelled the Lin family to relent and allocate her a portion. Lin Yanen grinned triumphantly. "See? As long as I bravely claim what is rightfully mine, you cannot do anything to me." Thus, Lin Yanen grew ever more resolute on her path to alter her fate. "Just wait and see. The shadows of the Lin family will be dispelled by my hand," Lin Yanen proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Chapter 3. The resolve of awakening. Lin Yanen stood before the expansive windows of her luxurious yet frigid villa, gazing out at the vibrant nightscape of the bustling city. In her heart, she silently vowed to alter her wretched fate, seek vengeance for the original owner, and bring the Lin family to its knees. She resolved to commence her endeavors with those malicious servants and individuals who had tormented the original owner. Her first target was the ever-bossy housekeeper, Sister Zhang, who had taken to bullying the original owner, relying on her long-standing tenure in the Lin household. On this particular day, Lin Yanen deliberately leaped into a dance in the living room, while Sister Zhang was tidying up, cranking the music to a thunderous volume. Enraged, Sister Zhang rushed over and exclaimed, "Oh dear, you mad girl, can't you be a little quieter?" Lin Yanen halted her dance, grinning cheerfully. "Sister Zhang, I'm just so happy. There's no need to be so fierce." Sister Zhang glared at her and retorted, "Happy? What on earth do you have to be happy about? Don't create chaos here." Lin Yanen blinked innocently. "Sister Zhang, I noticed you were working so hard. I just wanted to lift your spirits." Sister Zhang huffed in disdain, "Spare me your nonsense. Hurry back to your room." Yet Lin Yanen plopped herself onto the sofa defiantly, I won't. This isn't even your house. Sister Zhang was left speechless in her fury. Next on her list was the secretary, Xiao Li, who perpetually spoke ill of the original owner behind her back. Lin Yanin encountered her in the elevator at the company. Upon seeing Lin Yanin, Xiao Li rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "What bad luck." Lin Yanin pretended not to hear and greeted her enthusiastically. "Secretary Li, good morning." Xiao Li merely grunted in response. Lin Yanin leaned closer, conspiratorially whispering, "Secretary Li, I've heard some juicy gossip." Xiao Li, unable to resist her curiosity, inquired, "What gossip?" Lin Yanin teased, "Oh, I'll tell you later." As the elevator reached their floor, Lin Yanin dashed away, leaving Xiao Li anxiously behind. Then there was Miss Wang, the wealthy heiress who always mocked the original owner for her lack of fashion sense at social gatherings, the ATA stylish party. Lin Yanin intentionally donned an eccentric outfit. Upon spotting her, Miss Wang covered her mouth with laughter. "Oh my, what on earth are you wearing? Is that rural chic?" Lin Yanin feigned indignation. "Miss Wang, this is a meticulously crafted ensemble. Don't you like it?" Miss Wang laughed even louder. "Your taste is abysmal. It's simply a joke." Lin Yanin suddenly raised her voice. "Miss Wang, that's rather unfair. This is the latest fashion trend that if you don't understand, please refrain from commenting." Curious gazes from the crowd turned toward them, causing Miss Wang to feel a tad embarrassed. Thus, Lin Yanin employed her clever schemes to bewilder those who had once tormented the original owner. Other members of the Lin family began to take note of her transformation. "What is with this girl? Why has she suddenly become so difficult to deal with?" Lin Yanin, overhearing their comments, felt a surge of satisfaction. This is just the beginning. Wait and see. She understood that to dismantle the Lin family was merely the first step, yet she brimmed with confidence. One day, Lin Yanin encountered the eldest son of the Lin family in the conference room of their family business. He frowned at her. "What nonsense are you up to lately?" Lin Yanin smiled faintly. "Brother, I'm merely reclaiming my dignity." The eldest son scoffed. "You don't overestimate yourself." Lin Yanin stood tall. "Just you wait. I will make you regret this." On the path of vengeance, Lin Yanin was infused with fighting spirit, convinced that one day, the Lin family would face the dire consequences of their actions. Chapter 4. Enhancing personal abilities while contemplating how to enhance our own abilities. The mysterious system appeared once more. "Ding! Dear host, a new task has arrived. Enhance your personal abilities. Good luck." The system's voice echoed in Lin Yanin's mind. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "This task sounds easy in theory, but is quite challenging in practice." However, having accepted the task, she resolved to take action. Lin Yanin decided to start with learning, for knowledge is indeed power. She rushed to the library, borrowing a hefty stack of books on business management, psychology, fashion design, and much more. With her arms laden with these tomes, she felt akin to a walking tower of literature. "Oh dear, these books are so heavy. I feel as if I might be squashed flat." Lin Yanin complained as she struggled to navigate her way home. Upon arriving, she tossed the books onto the table and collapsed onto the sofa. "I can't go on. I need a break first, or I might faint before I even start studying," she reasoned, seeking an excuse to procrastinate. After a considerable while, she slowly sat up and opened the first book. Yet, after only a few pages, her eyelids began to droop. "Why do these words look like little ants dancing before my eyes? It's making me dizzy." Lin Yanin rubbed her eyes, forcing herself to stay alert. Just as she was on the verge of dozing off, her phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello," she answered groggily. "Lin Yanin, what are you up to?" "There's a party tonight. Join us," her best friend, Yang Peifong, chimed in. Instantly alert, Lin Yanin exclaimed, "A party? Absolutely." Setting down the phone, she thought, "I can put studying on hold for now. Perhaps attending the party will also enhance my social skills." At the party, Lin Yanin dazzled in a beautiful little dress, instantly becoming the center of attention. "Wow, Lin Yanin, you look stunning tonight," Yang Peifong praised. Lin Yanin twirled with pride. "Of course, when I show up, how could I not astonish the crowd?" The atmosphere was electric with flashing lights and pulsating music. Groups of people mingled, laughing and chatting. Lin Yanin and Yang Peifong linked arms. Weaving through the throng at that moment, a dashing young man approached. "Miss, may I request the honor of a dance?" he asked gallantly, extending his hand. Lin Yanin's heart soared, though she maintained an air of modesty. Responding, "Well, all right." They stepped onto the dance floor, swaying gracefully to the rhythm. The young man's light-footed movements encouraged Lin Yanin to keep up, and she chuckled at her occasional missteps. When the song concluded, the young man found himself quite taken with her and sought her contact information. Lin Yanin mischievously winked. "You want my number?" "First, you must answer a question correctly." The young man, intrigued, inquired. "What question?" Lin Yanin grinned. "Do you know how many wishes a panda has?" The young man looked bewildered. "I have no idea." Lin Yanin burst into laughter. "A panda has 2 wishes: to eliminate its dark circles and to take a colorful photograph." "Haha." The young man laughed along, finding her delightful and entertaining. Just then, a few other young men gathered around. "Miss, may we also have the pleasure of dancing with you?" Lin Yanin glanced at them playfully. "Well, that depends on who has better dance moves." The party atmosphere became even more vibrant as Lin Yanin reveled in the joyous moments. After the festivities concluded, Lin Yanin returned home, suddenly recalling that her task remained unfinished. "Oh dear, I had so much fun that I completely forgot about my responsibilities." She tapped her head in realization. Thus, she settled back at her desk, determined to tackle the hefty volumes once more. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. "Host, remember to stay focused. Time waits for no one." Lin Yanin gritted her teeth. "I know. Stop pushing me." To further enhance her abilities, Lin Yanin enrolled in various training courses. In yoga class, she consistently fumbled through the poses, eliciting laughter from her peers. "Oh dear, my flexibility is abysmal. I'm like a stiff robot." She self-deprecatingly remarked. In cooking class, she turned the kitchen into a chaotic mess, and the dishes she produced were nothing short of disastrous. "Can this even be eaten? I wouldn't dare take a bite myself." Lin Yanin lamented as she surveyed her culinary catastrophe, caught between laughter and tears. Nonetheless, Lin Yanin refused to give up easily. She firmly believed that with persistence, she would ultimately accomplish her tasks and grow stronger. Along this journey, she encountered numerous intriguing people and experiences, enriching her life in vibrant ways. Though the path to self-improvement was fraught with challenges, Lin Yanin resolutely pressed on, encouraging herself to forge ahead with unwavering determination. Chapter 5. Exploration and Adaptation. Carrying the enormous stack of books she had transported from the library, Lin Yanin trudged through the door, panting heavily. "Oh my goodness, this pile of books is going to flatten me into a pancake." She grumbled, unceremoniously dumping the books onto the floor, causing a resounding thud. Gazing at the mountain of texts, Lin Yanin shook her head in resignation. "At this rate, I might not get through these until the next lunar year." However, despite her complaints, she dutifully settled at her desk, preparing to tackle the challenging knowledge ahead. She randomly picked up a book on business management, flipping to the first page, where the dense text resembled a swarm of ants scurrying before her eyes. "What in the world is this? It's giving me a headache." Lin Yanin frowned, striving to concentrate. Just as she was on the brink of succumbing to the hypnotic power of the words, her phone rang again. "Hello?" Lin Yanin answered, her voice lacking vitality. "Yanin, it's Yang Peifong. There's an incredibly fun event tonight. Would you like to join?" The excited voice of her best friend resonated through the phone, causing Lin Yanin's eyes to brighten with instant vitality. "Absolutely. I was just lamenting the monotony of reading." Placing the phone down, Lin Yanin tossed her book aside and began to meticulously prepare herself. She rummaged through her wardrobe, trying on one outfit after another. "This one is too ordinary, and that one is far too extravagant. Oh dear. Which one should I wear?" She fretted, stamping her foot in frustration. Ultimately, she settled on a stunning dress, twirling before the mirror, satisfied as she declared, "Ah, I am indeed a natural beauty. Anything I wear looks splendid." Upon arriving at the event venue, Lin Yanin and Yang Peifong entered hand in hand. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with laughter and joy. "Wow, this place is amazing," Lin Yanin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, a young man accidentally bumped into her, spilling her drink. "Hey, can't you watch where you're going?" Lin Yanin glared at him. The young man quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, beautiful. It was unintentional." Seeing his earnest expression softened Lin Yanin's ire. "All right, just be more careful next time." Tio make amends. The young man bought her a new drink, and they began to chat. "My name is Chin Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said with a smile. "I'm Lin Yanin." "It's nice to meet you too," she replied playfully, winking at him. Yang Peifong, observing from the side, teased, "Oh, look at you two hitting it off." Lin Yanin's cheeks flushed. "Stop it." As the event progressed, a game segment emerged that required male-female pairs to participate. Chin Yu eagerly invited Lin Yanin. "Yanin, let's join together." He looked at her expectantly. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yanin nodded. All right. In the game, they exhibited remarkable teamwork, emerging victorious. Fantastic. We won, Lin Yanin exclaimed, jumping with joy. Chen Yu, watching her delight, felt warmth in his heart. After the event concluded, Chen Yu escorted Lin Yanin home. Today was truly enjoyable. Thank you, Lin Yanin said, that I had a wonderful time too. Can we meet again sometime? Chen Yu asked cautiously. Lin Yanin blushed and replied, well, it depends on the circumstances. Back home, Lin Yanin lay on her bed, reflecting on the day's experiences, feeling a delightful thrill that, oh my, this is far more interesting than reading, she mused to herself. Yet, she was aware that she could not indulge in playfulness forever. Diligent study was still essential. The following day, Lin Yanin sat at her desk once more, battling with her books to become even better. I must persevere, she encouraged herself. Thus, Lin Yanin, in her quest to explore the world, continually adapted to new environments and challenges, reaping unexpected surprises and joys along the way. That on a fortuitous occasion, she attended an entrepreneurial seminar where a successful female entrepreneur shared her journey. Lin Yanin listened intently, captivated by the realization that entrepreneurship could be so engaging and a pathway to realizing one's dreams. After the seminar, she approached the entrepreneur. Sister, I admire you greatly. I wish to start my own business. Could you offer me some advice? She asked earnestly. The entrepreneur smiled and replied, of course, young lady. Entrepreneurship requires courage and a clear goal and plan. Lin Yanin nodded seriously. I will remember that. Thank you, sister. From that moment on, she began contemplating her entrepreneurial direction, discovering her keen interest in the fashion industry. What if I open a trendy boutique? She pondered. Forming a preliminary idea, to achieve this goal, Lin Yanin devoted herself to learning relevant knowledge and participating in various fashion events to gain experience. Chapter 6. The original owner's memories. Lin Yanin's fashion boutique flourished, and her relationship with Chen Yu blossomed sweetly. However, beneath the facade of tranquility, she never forgot her mission of seeking vengeance. One day, while organizing the store's storage, she stumbled upon an old box. Curiosity piqued. She opened it to find it filled with the original owner's old belongings. Perhaps there is something I need within, Lin Yanin mused. Her gaze fell upon a yellow diary, and as she opened it, the first page revealed a scrawled entry. Today was truly unfortunate. I was bullied by that annoying brat. Lin Yanin couldn't help but chuckle. The original owner's handwriting is quite atrocious. As she flipped through the pages, the past of the original owner gradually unfolded. It turned out she had been a timid child, often bullied by classmates. Oh dear, how pitiful. I must seek justice for her, Lin Yanin remarked with a frown. Next, she discovered a photograph of the original owner with a woman who appeared to be her mother. This must be her mother. She is rather lovely, Lin Yanin observed, studying the picture closely. Suddenly, she noticed a note on the back. Darling, Mommy will always protect you. Lin Yanin felt a pang in her heart, realizing the original owner's mother loved her deeply. Continuing her search within the box, Lin Yanin found an unsent love letter addressed to a boy. Haha, so the original owner had a crush too. Lin Yanin laughed. The letter brimmed with youthful shyness and anticipation, and she could almost feel the original owner's emotions, just when she thought there were no useful clues left. She uncovered a small notebook in the corner, densely filled with names and events. Could this be the revenge clues I've been seeking? Lin Yanin's eyes widened with excitement. Upon closer examination, she recognized that the names belonged to individuals who had once wronged the original owner, and the events detailed the injustices she had suffered. Humph, none of them will escape. Lin Yanin clenched her fists. She resolved to start investigating the first name, Wang Chong, who had led the ostracism against the original owner at school. Utilizing various channels, Lin Yanin finally learned that he was currently employed at a small company. Let's see how I deal with you, she smirked mischievously. Dressed to the nines, she visited Wang Chong's workplace. Deliberately strutting in front of him, at first he failed to recognize her, merely noting her beauty. Hey beautiful, who are you looking for? Wang Chong inquired, leaning closer. Lin Yanin shot him a disdainful glance. You don't remember me? I'm Lin Yanin. Upon hearing her name, his expression shifted dramatically. Why you? How Lin Yanin smiled, surprised to see me. You certainly didn't expect this when you bullied me back then. Wang Chong stammered. That was all in the past. Please don't hold it against me. Lin Yanin scoffed. If you think I'll let it slide, you're mistaken. You owe me an apology. With no option left, Wang Chong reluctantly apologized. I'm sorry. I was wrong back then. Satisfied, Lin Yanin replied, fine, I'll let you off this time, but if their essay next time, it won't be so simple. After leaving Wang Chong, Lin Yanin felt elated. This taste of vengeance is rather delightful. She mused. Upon returning home, she shared her day's events with Chun Yu. Concerned, he said, Yanin, isn't this a bit too risky? Lin Yanin reassured him, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. In the days that followed, Lin Yanin continued to track down each person from her notebook, seeking retribution for the original owner's suffering. While she encountered minor obstacles along the way, she skillfully navigated through them. Her quest for vengeance began to attract attention. One day, she received a mysterious letter warning her. Don't think your little antics go unnoticed. Be careful. Reading the letter, Lin Yanin felt a twinge of anxiety. Who could this be from? Has someone powerful caught wind of my revenge? Yet she refused to be easily intimidated. Whoever it is, I'm not afraid. Lin Yanin gritted her teeth, determined to expedite her retribution and ensure that those who had wronged the original owner faced their due consequences. Chapter 7. Enhancement of Abilities. Lin Yanin had been extraordinarily busy lately, as she needed to complete a series of peculiar tasks assigned by the system to enhance her abilities. One day, the system issued her a challenge to learn to cook 10 distinct signature dishes within a single day. Lin Yanin stared at the task in disbelief, unable to suppress her complaint. Is the system trying to turn me into a chef? However, complaints aside, she knew she had to complete the task with fervor. She dashed to the market, muttering to herself, grocery shopping, grocery shopping. This is quite the challenge. Upon arriving, she was dazzled by the array of vibrant ingredients. This eggplant looks peculiar, resembling a little chubby fellow. And this tomato is as red as a lantern. Truly stunning. As she meticulously selected vegetables, she began to mutter to herself, eliciting suppressed laughter from the surrounding vendors. After a hard-fought endeavor, she returned home with her groceries, and Lin Yanin tied on her apron, ready to showcase her culinary prowess. However, just as she finished chopping the vegetables, she realized she had inadvertently added too much salt. Oh dear. What to do now? Could it possibly turn into pickled vegetables? In her agitation, she stomped her feet. After considerable effort, she finally completed the stir-fry, only to take a taste that made her grimace. The flavor was truly indescribable. Nevertheless, she persevered, resolutely thinking, I am determined to grow stronger. After a fierce battle in the kitchen, Lin Yanin accomplished her task. Although the dish lacked flavor, the system still acknowledged her efforts. Before she could catch her breath, the system issued a new challenge: to participate in a dance competition and secure a spot among the top 3. Lin Yanin nearly fainted. With her lack of coordination, simply dancing would be a feat, let alone finishing in the top 3. Yet she gritted her teeth and signed up. In the dance studio, Lin Yanin's movements were consistently a beat behind her peers, provoking hearty laughter from her fellow students. What are you laughing at? I'm merely creating my own unique dance steps, she retorted defiantly. To practice her dancing, Lin Yanin endured daily exhaustion, her back aching and her waist sore. Chun Yu watched her with concern, urging her to quit, but she stubbornly replied, no way, I must complete the task and become stronger. On the day of the competition, Lin Yanin's palms were slick with sweat from nervousness. As the music began, she took a deep breath and started to move. To her surprise, she performed beyond her expectations. Although her movements were not the most precise, her vibrant and confident smile captivated both the judges and the audience. Ultimately, she miraculously secured second place. Wow, I did it! Lin Yanin exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Subsequently, the system's tasks became increasingly daunting, such as mastering a foreign language within a week and completing a marathon. Despite her complaints, Lin Yanin consistently accomplished each challenge through sheer willpower and courage. Throughout this process, her abilities flourished and her confidence grew. Chun Yu observed her transformation with immense pride. One day, after Lin Yanin completed a particularly difficult task, she triumphantly declared to Chun Yu, so, what do you think? Am I not incredibly impressive now? Chun Yu chuckled and nodded. Indeed, indeed. You are my superheroine. Lin Yanin mischievously winked. Of course, from now on, I'll protect you. Thus, Lin Yanin ventured further down the path of completing system tasks, growing ever stronger. She firmly believed that no matter the obstacles she faced in the future, she would handle them with ease. Chapter 8. The Secret of the Lin Family. Recently, Lin Yanin felt an unsettling aura within her home. Each time she returned, it seemed as though a pair of eyes were watching her from behind. Yet upon turning, she found nothing. One day, Lin Yanin resolved to investigate this eerie phenomenon thoroughly. Like a little detective, she rummaged through the house. She first entered the study, observing the shelves lined with books, and mused aloud. Perhaps something astonishing lies hidden among these. She flipped through the volumes. A yellowed photograph tumbled out of one book. The image depicted an unfamiliar man with a shadowy gaze. "Who is this? He looks rather frightening," Lin Yanin murmured. Next, she ventured into the basement, which was dark and damp, exuding a peculiar odor. "Why does this place feel so ominous?" she complained while carefully navigating the space. Suddenly, a series of squeaks startled her, nearly making her jump. Could it be a rat? Summoning her courage, she pressed on and discovered an old chest. Upon opening it, she found a collection of strange documents filled with incomprehensible numbers and symbols. What on earth is this? Could it be a code? Lin Yanin furrowed her brow, trying to decipher the meaning. Just then, she heard footsteps, causing her heart to race. Oh no, someone's coming. She hastily returned everything to its place and hid in a corner. The newcomer was Lin's father, who appeared anxious, muttering to himself. Lin Yanin observed him stealthily, her mind swirling with questions. Once her father left, she quietly slipped out of the basement, determined to uncover the Lin family's undisclosed secrets. The following day, while the house was empty, Lin Yanin resumed her detective mission. This time entering her mother's room, in a corner of the wardrobe, she discovered a small box. Upon opening it, she found a necklace adorned with a gemstone that radiated a mysterious glow. Wow, this looks incredibly valuable. Could this be the secret? Just as she pondered this, she heard movement at the door. It was her parents returning. In a flurry, she returned the necklace to its original spot and hid beneath the bed. As soon as they entered the room, an argument erupted. Lin's mother exclaimed, "This matter can no longer be concealed. It will eventually be discovered." Lin's father shouted back, "If you dare speak of it, we will all suffer the consequences." Lin Yanin, listening from her hiding spot, was utterly bewildered. Her curiosity piqued even further. Once they left, she crawled out from under the bed, brushing off the dust and muttering, "What on earth is going on? This is driving me crazy." During dinner that evening, Lin Yanin scrutinized her parents, contemplating their hidden secret, and could not resist asking, "Mom, Dad, are you hiding something from me?" Her parents exchanged anxious glances. Lin's father cleared his throat and replied, "Little one, don't pry into matters that don't concern you." Unwilling to accept this, Lin Yanin set down her chopsticks and declared, "If you want to tell me, I'll figure it out myself." In the days that followed, Lin Yanin continued her search for clues. She noticed that the household staff regarded her with peculiar expressions, as if they were aware of something but dared not speak. Finally, one day, Lin Yanin discovered a photograph in an old album, depicting a young Lin father alongside an unfamiliar woman. Who is this woman? Could she be connected to the Lin family's secret? As she pondered this, Chun Yu arrived. She shared her findings with him, and he frowned, saying, "This situation seems complicated. You must be cautious." Lin Yanin patted her chest confidently. "Don't worry, I, Lin Yanin, am no coward." Little did she realize as she drew closer to the truth. Danger was stealthily approaching. Chapter 9. The first action. Lin Yanin resolved to take action rather than remain passive, intending to launch a small counteroffensive against the Lin family's shadowy secrets, with a plan forming in her mind. She felt like a young lion preparing to pounce, still somewhat inexperienced, yet commendably courageous. She began by examining the family finances, secretly perusing the household accounts. She scanned the dense array of figures. Lin Yanin's eyes nearly glazed over. "Oh dear, these numbers are more challenging than my math homework." Nevertheless, she pressed on, wielding a small calculator and muttering, "This expenditure seems off, and that income is rather peculiar." Lin's parents noticed that the household accounts had been frequently disturbed lately, igniting their suspicions. Lin Yanin feigned nonchalance, intentionally flaunting her curiosity before them. "Hey, Mom and Dad, are we about to strike it rich?" This left her parents thoroughly perplexed. Next, Lin Yanin set her sights on the family's antiques. Aware that the Lin family possessed several valuable collectibles carefully stored away, she seized an opportunity when no one was around to display the antiques prominently in the house, even leaving a little note beside them that read, "Come admire these treasures." Upon seeing this, Lin's father fumed. "This girl is just causing chaos." Lin Yanin also broached subjects regarding family secrets at the dinner table, remarking, I've heard that some families appear prosperous on the outside, yet harbor countless untold secrets. Her parents' expressions darkened at her words, while Lin Yanin secretly reveled in their discomfort to gather more information. Lin Yanin decided to follow her father when he left the house. The moment he stepped out, she stealthily trailed behind. That Lin's father walked with purposeful strides, and Lin Yanin struggled to keep up. Panting, "Oh, Dad, could you slow down a bit? My little legs can barely keep up." Suddenly, Lin's father halted at a corner, and Lin Yanin, unable to stop in time, collided with the wall. "Ouch, my nose!" she exclaimed, nearly in tears. Lin's father glanced back, prompting Lin Yanin to quickly hide behind a nearby trash can, only to inadvertently step on a banana peel and slip to the ground with a loud thud. Her father approached, puzzled, and Lin Yanin promptly squeezed her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep, snoring for effect. That Lin's father chuckled. "What on earth is this girl doing sleeping here?" Lin Yanin abruptly opened her eyes, leaping up and declaring, "Dad, I was sleepwalking." He stared at her incredulously. "You can sleepwalk all the way here?" Lin Yanin scratched her head with a grin. "Dad, it's fate. It shows we share a special bond." With a resigned shake of his head, Lin's father continued onward, and Lin Yanin hurried to follow, encountering one mishap after another, whether getting caught on a branch or nearly falling into a puddle. At last, Lin's father finally caught sight of her, and Lin Yanin waved her hands. "Dad, I just wanted to take a stroll with you." Lin's father was both exasperated and amused. "You, my dear girl, truly know how to give one a headache." Throughout this series of retaliatory actions, Chenyu consistently stood by Lin Yanin's side. Whenever Lin Yanin conceived a new idea, she would eagerly share it with Chenyu, who would always respond with a smile, saying, "You, my little rascal, are quite the character." Although Lin Yanin's initial endeavors were somewhat naive and comical, her courage and determination were undeniable. She firmly believed that as long as she persevered, she would surely unveil the hidden dark sides of the Lin family. Chapter 10. The bank's super VIP customer. After much effort, Lin Yanin finally accomplished what seemed like impossible tasks. The system, true to its word, rewarded her generously, bestowing upon her both wealth and connections in abundance. One day, as Lin Yanin lay in bed lost in dreams, she was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of her phone. Who could that be at such an early hour? She mumbled groggily as she answered the call. "Miss Lin, congratulations on becoming a super VIP customer at our bank. A substantial amount has just been credited to your account," exclaimed an excited voice on the other end. In an instant, Lin Yanin was wide awake, exclaiming, "What? I must be hearing things." She leaped out of bed, nearly tumbling over in her haste. Quickly, she opened her mobile banking app and, upon seeing a long string of numbers, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, this system is truly impressive." With newfound wealth, Lin Yanin decided to treat herself at the mall. Dressed in flamboyant attire, she entered a luxury boutique. Upon seeing her outlandish outfit, a staff member displayed a hint of disdain. Unfazed, Lin Yanin pointed at the most expensive bags in the store, declaring, "I'll take this one, and this one." The staff member's shock quickly transformed into admiration as she exclaimed, "Miss, you truly have an eye for quality." Lin Yanin, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, I can afford to be extravagant now." After a shopping spree, she headed to a beauty salon. Lying on the treatment bed, she instructed the beautician, "Transform me into a celestial beauty." The beautician chuckled, "Miss, you are already quite beautiful." Lin Yanin huffed, "That won't do. I want to be even more stunning, so that everyone is envious." In addition to wealth, the system also brought Lin Yanin a network of connections. One day, she received a mysterious invitation to an exclusive social gathering. After meticulously preparing herself, she arrived at the event. As soon as she entered, a well-dressed man approached her, saying, "Miss Lin, it's an honor to finally meet you." Lin Yanin, taken aback, asked, "And you are?" The man smiled. "I am the president of a certain group. I have long heard of your esteemed name and wish to befriend you." Lin Yanin's heart soared. "Ah, so you're a big boss. We must have a proper conversation." After the party concluded, Lin Yanin invited her best friend for a coffee. Upon seeing her, her friend exclaimed, "Wow, did you win the lottery?" Lin Yanin grinned. "Even better. I completed tasks and received rewards from the system." Her friend, curious, asked, "What system? Tell me all about it." Lin Yanin replied mysteriously, "I can't divulge that easily. What if you decide to get a system of your own? That would diminish my advantage." Her friend rolled her eyes. "I'm stingy. Now that you're so wealthy, You should treat me to a lavish meal. Lin Yanin patted her chest confidently. No problem. Order whatever you wish. I'm not short on cash. Her friend laughed. Then I'm having lobster and abalone. Let's see if you can afford it. Lin Yanin feigned fear. Oh no, save some money for my retirement. They both burst into laughter. However, this newfound fortune also brought some minor troubles. Countless calls and messages flooded in daily, seeking her collaboration, nearly overwhelming her phone. Goodness, I'm just too popular. This is getting hectic. Lin Yanin complained, all the while grinning from ear to ear. Qin Yu, observing her delight, couldn't help but tease, you should be careful not to let this wealth and these connections cloud your judgment. Lin Yanin retorted, I want tea. I plan to leverage these to advance my career. With wealth and connections backing her, Lin Yanin's future brimmed with infinite possibilities. She was confident she would carve out her own niche in this modern society. Chapter 11. The arrangement of a business marriage. The news of the Ruan family and the Lin family arranging a marriage between Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin spread like wildfire through both families. When Lin Yanin heard this news while sipping her coffee, she nearly spat it out. What? A marriage? What century is this? Are we really doing this? She widened her eyes in disbelief. Her best friend, laughing uncontrollably at her reaction, teased, perhaps this is your destined Prince Charming. Lin Yanin shot her a glare. Please, spare me. I don't even know what Ruan Jinan looks like. Meanwhile, Ruan Jinan was equally troubled by this sudden marriage arrangement. Dad, this is utterly absurd. I don't even know that Lin Yanin. Ruan's father replied sternly, this is for the benefit of the family. You must comply. Ruan Jinan sighed helplessly at last under the insistence of their parents. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were set to meet. Lin Yanin dressed meticulously, thinking to herself, even if it's a marriage, I want to lose face. Ruan Jinan, on the other hand, arrived at the designated restaurant with visible reluctance. Upon their meeting, Lin Yanin scrutinized Ruan Jinan from head to toe, then pouted, not that impressive, not as handsome as I imagined. Ruan Jinan, undeterred, shot back, you're not exactly a sight for sore eyes either. Lin Yanin's temper flared. What did you say? Just as their tension escalated, a waiter approached timidly, asking, would you like to order? Lin Yanin snapped, whatever, this guy has ruined my mood. Ruan Jinan retorted, same goes for you. The waiter, looking exasperated, walked away. After a moment, Lin Yanin declared, since we're getting married, you must agree to a few conditions. Ruan Jinan raised an eyebrow. Let us hear them. Lin Yanin counted on her fingers. First, you cannot interfere with my freedom after marriage. Second, the family finances must be under my control. Third, you must treat me well and not bully me. Ruan Jinan chuckled. Those are quite the demands. Lin Yanin glared. What? You can't meet them? After pondering, Ruan Jinan replied, fine, I agree, but you must promise me not to cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Yanin huffed, we'll see how you perform. Their meal concluded amidst their banter. Back home, Lin Yanin lay in bed, muttering, Ruan Jinan, that unbearable. Perhaps we could get along well. Meanwhile, Ruan Jinan thought to himself, Lin Yanin may have a fiery temper, but she is rather entertaining. The saga of their business marriage was just beginning. Subsequently, to foster their relationship, their families arranged for them to attend a charity gala together. Lin Yanin donned an exquisite evening gown, while Ruan Jinan looked dapper in a sharp suit. During the gala, Lin Yanin accidentally stepped on her gown, nearly falling, but Ruan Jinan quickly caught her. Flushed, Lin Yanin thanked him. Thank you. Ruan Jinan smiled. Be careful, or you'll end up looking like a little kitten. Lin Yanin shot him a glare. You read the little kitten? As they danced, Lin Yanin kept stepping on Ruan Jinan's feet. He sighed, are you doing this on purpose? Lin Yanin mischievously replied, you laughed at me earlier. There was another instance when Lin Yanin, in a spur of the moment, decided to learn to cook, resulting in a kitchen disaster that nearly sparked a fire. Ruan Jinan rushed into the kitchen to find chaos everywhere, laughing and saying, are you trying to demolish the house? Lin Yanin pouted, I just wanted to make you a meal. Ruan Jinan's heart warmed. Then let me teach you. Chapter 12. Reluctant acceptance despite their mutual reluctance regarding this union of convenience. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan ultimately chose to comply under the weight of familial pressure and responsibility. Lin Yanin sat in her room, gazing out the window, muttering, what a sacrifice for the family. Her friend comforted her, saying, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Ruan Jinan may turn out to be your Prince Charming. Lin Yanin rolled her eyes and More like a donkey prince. Meanwhile, Ruan Jinan was equally disheartened. Speaking to his reflection, my youth is about to be shackled by this marriage. What bad luck. His friend clapped him on the shoulder. Don't be so pessimistic. Lin Yanin might be a gentle and charming girl. Ruan Jinan scoffed. Gentle? More like fiery. To expedite their emotional connection, their families arranged for them to watch a movie together. Lin Yanin deliberately arrived half an hour late, leaving Ruan Jinan waiting outside the cinema. His expression darkening. Upon Lin Yanin's arrival, she feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I was caught in traffic. You cannot blame me for that." Ruan Jinan gritted his teeth and retorted, "Could you not leave a bit earlier?" Lin Yanin shrugged nonchalantly. "I did my utmost." Once they entered the cinema, Lin Yanin insisted on purchasing an enormous bucket of popcorn and a sizable cup of cola. Ruan Jinan could not help but scoff. "Do you think you can finish that?" Lin Yanin shot him a glare. "What is it to you?" Before long, the movie had scarcely begun when Lin Yanin, having consumed too much cola, frequently darted to the restroom. Ruan Jinan shook his head in resignation. "What a troublesome creature you are." After the film, they ventured out for a meal, where Lin Yanin unhesitatingly ordered the most expensive items, declaring, "After all, your family is wealthy." "What does this matter?" Ruan Jinan, nearly slamming the table in frustration, retorted, "Could you exhibit a modicum of restraint?" Yet Lin Yanin, with a playful grin, replied, "This is the price you ought to pay. One day." Lin Yanin whimsically decided that they should go hiking together. Ruan Jinan, initially reluctant, felt compelled to acquiesce. Halfway up the mountain, exhausted, Lin Yanin insisted that Ruan Jinan carry her. With evident reluctance, he replied, "You should walk on your own." Lin Yanin, in a spoiled tone, exclaimed, "If you don't carry me, I refuse to move." With no other option, Ruan Jinan hoisted her onto his back, muttering, "You are truly heavy." Lin Yanin playfully pinched and hit him. "Who are you calling heavy?" On another occasion, Lin Yanin dragged Ruan Jinan shopping, where she spotted a stunning dress and insisted he purchase it for her. Ruan Jinan, glancing at the price, frowned. "It's too expensive. Choose something else." Lin Yanin, unyielding, insisted, "I want this one. If you don't buy it, you don't love me." Ruan Jinan, exasperated, pulled out his wallet. "Fine, I'll buy it." By chance, Lin Yanin accidentally locked herself out of her house without her phone. In desperation, she called Ruan Jinan for help. Though he grumbled, he arrived promptly. Seeing her pitiful state, Ruan Jinan could not help but chuckle. "How could you be so foolish?" Lin Yanin pouted. "I sent it because you didn't come to keep me company." On another occasion, when Ruan Jinan fell ill with a fever, Lin Yanin, despite scolding him for neglecting his health, meticulously cared for him, cooking congee and administering medication. Observing her diligent efforts, Ruan Jinan felt a pang of warmth in his heart. As time passed, they experienced many such playful quarrels and moments of mutual care. Lin Yanin discovered that Ruan Jinan was indeed quite attentive, tending to her wounds whenever she accidentally hurt herself. Meanwhile, Ruan Jinan recognized that despite Lin Yanin's capriciousness, she possessed a kind heart, often feeding stray cats by the roadside. Perhaps this reluctant union was not as dreadful as they had initially imagined. Chapter 13. A shift in impression through their interactions. Their perceptions of each other began to subtly transform as life continued in its usual bumpy manner. One day, Lin Yanin whimsically resolved to cook a meal for Ruan Jinan. Clad in an apron, she floundered in the kitchen, mistakenly substituting salt for sugar and splattering oil on her face. When Ruan Jinan entered the kitchen, he could not suppress a laugh at her disheveled appearance. Lin Yanin glared at him, her face dusted with flour, and exclaimed angrily, "What are you laughing at?" "No laughing aloud." Ruan Jinan quickly covered his mouth, though the mirth still danced in his eyes, after much effort. The meal was finally presented at the table. Lin Yanin eagerly watched Ruan Jinan as he hesitantly picked up a piece of the charred concoction, his face contorting in surprise. Lin Yanin, anxious, inquired, "So, how is it?" "Delicious." Ruan Jinan swallowed with difficulty, forcing a smile. "Yes, quite tasty, albeit a bit unique." Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Then you must eat more." With that, she served him another large helping done on another weekend. Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin to a friend's gathering, where they played a game of truth or dare. When it was Lin Yanin's turn, she opted for a dare. Amidst the teasing of friends, she was prompted to kiss Ruan Jinan. Her face flushed crimson as she stole a glance at him. only to find him smirking mischievously. With gritted teeth, she closed her eyes and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek before dashing away, leaving Ruan Jinan smiling at her retreating figure. One evening, while they were seated on the couch watching television, Lin Yanin suddenly leaned against Ruan Jinan's shoulder, but he stiffened momentarily, while she continued nonchalantly, "Oh, come on, just let me lean." With a resigned sigh, Ruan Jinan allowed her to rest against him. During a shopping trip, Lin Yanin spotted a stall selling cotton candy, and her eyes sparkling, dragged Ruan Jinan over. With a large cotton candy in hand, she indulged and playfully attempted to feed him a bite. But Ruan Jinan evaded, chuckling, "No, thank you. You enjoy it yourself." Lin Yanin, dissatisfied, chased after him, insisting he try some on another occasion. After experiencing a setback at work, Lin Yanin returned home and collapsed into Ruan Jinan's arms. Sobbing, Ruan Jinan gently patted her back, comforting her, "Don't cry. I'm here for you." Lin Yanin looked up with tear-filled eyes, asking, "Are you really?" Ruan Jinan nodded earnestly, "Of course, I am." Gradually, their interactions became increasingly natural and warm. One time, as Ruan Jinan prepared for a business trip, Lin Yanin helped him pack, reminding him, "Don't forget to eat on time, no staying up late, and call me often." Watching her bustling about, Ruan Jinan felt a warm sensation in his heart. During his trip, Ruan Jinan made a point to video call Lin Yanin daily, sharing his experiences with her, while she regaled him with amusing tales from home. That on the day of his return, Lin Yanin eagerly awaited him at the airport. Spotting his figure, she rushed over and leaped into his embrace. Ruan Jinan held her tightly, smiling, "I'm back." Through these shared moments, their impressions of one another underwent a profound transformation. What had once been a reluctant marriage seemed to blossom into a beautiful fate. Chapter 14. The crisis of the Lin family and joint effort. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan as they nestled together on the sofa, reveling in a fleeting moment of tranquility and happiness. However, this serenity was soon shattered. Lin Yanin's phone rang abruptly, disrupting the cozy atmosphere. She answered, and as she listened to the news on the other end, her previously blissful expression shifted to one of seriousness. After hanging up, a slight smile crept onto her lips, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Ruan Jinan noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with concern, "Yanin, what's wrong?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin replied, "Jinan, the Lin family is in crisis. The company's financial chain is broken, and they are facing bankruptcy." Ruan Jinan furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, Lin Yanin continued, "Jin, I want to bring down the Lin family." Her gaze was resolute, as if ablaze with the fire of vengeance. Ruan Jinan, taken aback by her determination, nodded in agreement. "All right, I will support you." Lin Yanin stood up, pacing the room with clenched fists. For years, they had mercilessly tormented the original owner, never offering a shred of warmth. Now it was time for them to pay the price. She spoke through gritted teeth. Ruan Jinan moved closer, gently taking her hand in an attempt to calm her down. "Yanin, let us not act impulsively. We need to plan carefully." Lin Yanin paused, meeting his gaze, and nodded. "Yes, we cannot engage in battle unprepared." That I end the days that followed, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan began secretly investigating the Lin family's financial status and business partnerships. They resembled two leopards lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. One day, at a CF, Lin Yanin, dressed in a sleek black suit, appeared both competent and cold. She sat in a corner, her gaze fixed intently on the Lin family's corporate building across the street. "Jinan, I have reached out to some small companies that were previously suppressed by the Lin family. They are willing to collaborate with us to deliver a fatal blow to them." Lin Yanin whispered, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. Ruan Jinan sipped his coffee, nodding slightly. "Indeed, but we must be cautious. The Lin family has deep roots in the business world, and we cannot be careless." Lin Yanin scoffed. "Humph. Even with their deep roots, they cannot escape this calamity." That moment, Lin Yanin's phone rang. It was her informant. "Hello? What? The Lin family is seeking a bank loan? Excellent. We must find a way to thwart them." After hanging up, a triumphant smile graced Lin Yanin's face. "Jinan, the opportunity has arrived." Ruan Jinan grasped her hand, offering an encouraging look. To go for it, Yanin." Without delay, they sprang into action, leveraging all their connections and resources to prevent the Lin family from securing the loan. Simultaneously, they spread negative news about the Lin family, causing their stock prices to plummet. That I in the Lin family's conference room. Chaos reigned that Lin's father and mother wore grim expressions, unleashing their fury upon their subordinates. What on earth are you all doing? You can't even handle this minor issue. Lin's father bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. That Lin's mother sobbed beside him. What are we to do? Is the Lin family destined for ruin? At this moment, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan were concealed in the shadows, observing the turmoil engulfing the Lin family, their hearts brimming with the exhilarating thrill of revenge. Jianan, look at their disheveled state. It is truly gratifying, Lin Yanin remarked with a smile, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Ruan Jianan gently pulled her into his embrace, whispering, Yanin, everything is nearing its conclusion. However, their endeavor was not proceeding as smoothly as anticipated. The Lin family had sensed that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes and began to retaliate. The city's night was ablaze with lights, yet the office of Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan remained illuminated. The desk was cluttered with documents and materials, both of them furrowing their brows, deeply engrossed in their thoughts. Lin Yanin rubbed her temples and sighed. This is indeed a thorny issue. It feels like searching for a thread in a tangled mess. Ruan Jianan looked up and offered her an encouraging smile. Don't lose heart. We will certainly find a solution. They began to burn the midnight oil, drafting their plans. Lin Yanin scribbled notes on paper, occasionally biting the end of her pen in contemplation, and at other times swiftly jotting down bursts of inspiration. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan perused through thick volumes of materials, occasionally engaging Lin Yanin in brief discussions. Jianan, do you think this will work? Lin Yanin inquired, pointing at a section of her notes, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ruan Jianan leaned in for a closer look, shaking his head slightly. It may still lack refinement. Let us reconsider. Lin Yanin pouted, exclaiming, Oh dear, this is truly taxing. As time ticked by, the sky outside began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Lin Yanin yawned and stretched widely, lamenting, I feel as though I'm turning into a panda. Ruan Jianan chuckled. Even if you were a panda, you'd be the cutest one. Lin Yanin shot him a glance, saying, At a time like this, you still have the leisure to joke. Once their initial plan was drafted, they promptly began negotiations with their partners in the conference room. Lin Yanin donned a sharp business attire and wore a smile, though her tightly clasped hands betrayed her anxiety. Ruan Jianan appeared composed and confident, his gaze resolute and his words sincere. Mr. Li, this collaboration will greatly benefit both parties. Ruan Jianan stated earnestly. I stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. But I still need to think it over. Lin Yanin felt a tightening in her chest and hastily interjected. Mr. Li, we genuinely mean it, and this plan will undoubtedly lead to a win-win situation. I studied their expressions, all right? I'll consider it further. Upon exiting the conference room, Lin Yanin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. What should we do now? She lamented. Ruan Jianan reassured her, Don't worry, this is just one partner. We still have opportunities ahead. In the days that followed, they tirelessly traversed from one meeting room to another, facing a myriad of doubts and challenges. Occasionally, they encountered some stringent conditions, prompting Lin Yanin to exclaim, This is akin to taking advantage of a disaster. Ruan Jianan patted her shoulder, encouraging her, Endure it. It's worth it for our goal. During one negotiation, the opposing party presented an almost impossible demand. Lin Yanin was so enraged that she nearly slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, This is outrageous. Ruan Jianan quickly grasped her arm, smiling at the other party. This demand is indeed quite challenging for us, but we can discuss alternative solutions. After countless discussions and negotiations, their efforts finally bore fruit. One by one, partners were moved by their sincerity and proposals, willing to extend a helping hand. Throughout this process, the bond between Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan deepened significantly. They supported and encouraged one another. When Lin Yanin grew weary, Ruan Jianan would prepare her a cup of coffee. And when Ruan Jianan encountered difficulties, Lin Yanin would brainstorm solutions alongside him. Ultimately, after much arduous effort, the crisis surrounding the Lin family was resolved. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan embraced each other in exhilaration. We did it, Lin Yanin exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. Ruan Jianan held her tightly, affirming, Yes, we truly did. They stood atop the company's building, overlooking the bustling cityscape below. The sunlight bathed them in warmth and beauty. This journey has been anything but easy, Lin Yanin reflected. Ruan Jinan grasped her hand, speaking earnestly, as long as we are together, no challenge is insurmountable. Lin Yanin nodded with a smile. Indeed. Moving forward, let us continue to advance hand in hand. Chapter 15. An unexpected discovery amidst addressing the Lin family's crisis. Lin Yanin fortuitously uncovered the truth behind her time travel. It turned out that all of this was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Seated in her study, Lin Yanin gripped the crucial document she had just discovered, her complexion pale as parchment, her eyes fixated on the text, each word piercing her heart like a sharp blade. How could this be? Who is behind this? She murmured, her brow furrowed in a deep furrow, her lips trembling involuntarily. She rose, pacing in her study like a wild beast trapped in a cage. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden beams, yet she felt no warmth. Lin Yanin halted, arms crossed over her chest, gazing vacantly out the window. Could it be an enemy of the Lin family, or perhaps a mysterious force connected to my time travel? Various conjectures flashed through her mind, her thoughts entangled like a ball of yarn. At that moment, Ruan Jinan entered the study. Noticing Lin Yanin's disoriented demeanor, he felt a pang of concern and quickly approached her, gently grasping her shoulders. Yanin, what's wrong? What happened? He inquired with genuine worry in his eyes. Lin Yanin turned to him, her gaze filled with confusion and helplessness. Jinan, I've discovered a terrifying secret that my arrival here was not a coincidence. Someone has been manipulating events from the shadows. Her voice quivered slightly. Ruan Jinan's brow furrowed as well. What? Such a thing exists. Have you found any clues as to who is behind this? Lin Yanin shook her head. Not yet, but I feel this matter is far from simple. It's as though invisible hands have been pushing me forward. She sighed, weariness flickering in her eyes. Ruan Jinan enveloped Lin Yanin in his arms. Offering comfort, don't worry, Yanin. We will gradually investigate together and surely uncover the truth. Leaning against Ruan Jinan, she felt his warmth and strength, her heart settling somewhat, though she understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. The following day, Lin Yanin resolved to begin her investigation through the original owner's social connections. Together with Ruan Jinan, they visited the original owner's friends and classmates. INACAF. Lin Yanin met with the original owner's best friend. Su Yao. Yao was fashionably dressed and impeccably made up, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of evasiveness. Yao, I know you must know something. Are you hiding anything about my time travel? Lin Yanin fixed her gaze on Su Yao, scrutinizing every subtle expression on her face. Su Yao bit her lip, lowering her head, unable to meet Lin Yanin's eyes. Yanin, I truly don't know. Lin Yanin let out a cold laugh. Su Yao, you are the original owner's closest friend. Do you think I would believe that you know nothing? Su Yao lifted her head, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Yanin, I have only heard some rumors, but I don't know if they are true. What rumors? Speak quickly, Lin Yanin urged, her voice filled with urgency. Su Yao took a deep breath, saying, there are whispers that the original owner's death is related to a mysterious figure within the Lin family. But who exactly, I cannot say. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan exchanged glances, their doubts deepening. After leaving the safe, Lin Yanin's mood grew increasingly heavy. Jinan, who do you think this mysterious figure could be? Could it be some elder of the Lin family? Ruan Jinan took her hand, firmly asserting, whoever it is, we will not let them off the hook. In the days that followed, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan relentlessly searched for clues, investigating every individual who might be connected to the matter. They were like travelers groping in the dark, yearning for the faintest glimmer of dawn. Finally, through a serendipitous opportunity, Lin Yanin uncovered a deeply concealed document. The contents left her astounded. It revealed that the puppeteer behind everything was Chapter 16. The truth revealed. Lin Yanin resolved to unveil the truth behind this conspiracy through the joint efforts of her and Ruan Jinan. They ultimately identified the mastermind behind the scenes. It turned out to be a rival of the Lin family, who had orchestrated this series of events to bring about the downfall of the Lin family. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan stood in a dimly lit office, the sunlight outside obscured by heavy curtains, allowing only a few rays to struggle through the gaps. Humph, it's them. Lin Yanin crossed her arms, her brow furrowed, her face etched with fury. Ruan Jinan gently patted her shoulder, attempting to soothe her emotions. Yanin, Don't be too upset. At least now we know who the enemy is. Lin Yanin bit her lip. Her gaze resolute. They think they can topple the Lin family with this. It's simply a delusion. Ruan Jinan slightly nodded, his attention drawn to a pile of documents on the desk. These pieces of evidence are sufficient to ensure they cannot escape the consequences. Lin Yanin approached the window, forcefully drawing back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood into the room, illuminating their weary, yet resolute faces. Jianan. We must meticulously devise a plan to deliver a decisive blow to them. Lin Yanin's voice resonated crisply in the sunlight. Ruan Jianan positioned himself beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder. Rest assured, Yanin, I am here. They exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with trust and determination. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Yanin convened the core members of the family in the spacious and brightly lit conference room, where she unveiled the truth one revelation at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine? It is that seemingly virtuous individual who has been orchestrating this behind our backs. There was a hint of derision in Lin Yanin's words. The crowd murmured among themselves, their faces displaying disbelief and anger. Lin Yanin leaned forward, her hands planted firmly on the conference table. They presume that these despicable tactics can dismantle the Lin family. They underestimate us gravely. At that moment, an elder inquired, Yanin, what shall we do next? Lin Yanin surveyed the room, her tone resolute. We shall return their treachery in kind. They relish playing dirty, and we will confront them openly. Ruan Jianan interjected. We must seize their weaknesses, leaving them with no avenue for escape. The assembly nodded in agreement, an atmosphere of united defiance permeating the room that in the ensuing days. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan were as busy as whirling dervishes. They scoured for evidence and navigated through various factions. One day, in a CF, they strategized. Jianan, I believe we need to hasten our pace, lest they become suspicious, Lin Yanin remarked while stirring her coffee. Ruan Jianan grimaced after sipping his drink. This coffee is too bitter, much like our current predicament. But fear not, Yanin, sweetness will eventually follow the bitterness. Lin Yanin chuckled at his jest. That moment, her phone rang. After a moment of listening, her expression turned grave. What is it? Ruan Jianan inquired. Lin Yanin set down her phone. Inhaling deeply, it seems they are taking action. Ruan Jianan slammed his hand on the table. They appear restless. Lin Yanin bit her lip. We must not lose our composure. We will adhere to the original plan. After a flurry of tense preparations, the moment for retaliation finally arrived. At a grand business gala, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan made their elegant entrance. Lin Yanin donned a magnificent evening gown, exuding an air of regal elegance akin to a princess. Ruan Jianan, clad in a sharply tailored suit, was the epitome of charm. They navigated through the crowd, exchanging pleasantries with various dignitaries. Suddenly, Lin Yanin spotted the mastermind behind the schemes. A subtle smirk graced her lips as she approached him. Isn't this Mr. Li? Long time no see. Lin Yanin's voice rang out, crisp and clear. Mr. Li's face momentarily reflected a flicker of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Miss Lin, what a coincidence, he replied. Lin Yanin smiled sweetly. Mr. Li, I have a grand gift for you today. She gestured discreetly to Ruan Jianan. He stepped forward, presenting a document to M.R.Li. Mr. Li, do take a good look. As M.R.Li flipped through the pages, his complexion drained of color. How is this possible? He stammered. Lin Yanin crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her features. Mr. Li, this is what is known as reaping what one sows. Curious glances from onlookers converged upon Mr. Li, who stood humiliated under their scrutiny. This gathering turned into a triumphant declaration of the Lin family's resurgence, restoring their reputation while leaving their competitor ensnared in turmoil. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan exchanged satisfied glances amidst the celebration. It's finally over, Lin Yanin reflected. Ruan Jianan grasped her hand. Indeed, but this is merely the beginning. We have a longer road ahead of us. Chapter 17. A blissful future with the conspiracy unveiled. The lives of Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan finally returned to tranquility. They felt as if they were nestled in a serene harbor, far removed from the tempests of your. On a radiant weekend morning, sunlight filtered through the delicate sheer curtains, gently illuminating their bedroom. Lin Yanin stirred from her slumber, turning her head slightly to gaze at Ruan Jianan, who still slept beside her, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. She extended her hand, tracing the chiseled contours of his face, savoring the rhythm of his steady breathing. Seemingly sensing her gentle touch, Ruan Jianan furrowed his brow slightly before grasping her mischievous hand and pulling her into his embrace. Mumbling, "Stop teasing, let us sleep a little longer." Lin Yanan chuckled softly at this childlike gesture, surrendering to his warmth. After a while, Ruan Jianan finally opened his eyes, still a bit drowsy, but when he met Lin Yanan's twinkling gaze, he instantly awoke. He placed a tender kiss on her forehead and said, "Good morning, my darling." Once they rose, they headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast together. Lin Yanan expertly cracked eggs while Ruan Jianan sliced fruits with perfect harmony. "Oh dear, your fruit cutting is quite artistic, with such varied sizes," Lin Yanan teased playfully. Ruan Jianan shrugged nonchalantly. "I thought I'd add a little fun for you." After breakfast, they decided to take a stroll in the park. The park was lush with greenery and fragrant blossoms. Lin Yanan linked her arm with Ruan Jianan's, their steps light and buoyant that a gentle breeze tousled her hair, prompting Ruan Jianan to tenderly tuck it behind her ear. His touch is gentle, as if handling a precious gem. "Look, there's a child flying a kite over there," Lin Yanan exclaimed with excitement, pointing ahead. Ruan Jianan followed her gaze to see a little boy joyfully sprinting, his kite soaring high in the sky. "Just like our love, free and soaring higher," Lin Yanan mused, resting her head on his shoulder. They meandered to a lakeside bench, where the water glittered under the sun like scattered gold. Lin Yanan gazed into the shimmering lake, lost in thought. Ruan Jianan, noticing her pensive demeanor, inquired with concern, "What's on your mind?" Lin Yanan turned to him, smiling softly. "I was just thinking how wonderful it would be if we could remain this happy forever." Ruan Jianan grasped her hand, his gaze unwavering. "We certainly will. Trust me." As midday approached, they dined at a restaurant filled with the aroma of delectable dishes, accompanied by soft melodies wafting through the air. Ruan Jianan attentively pulled out a chair for Lin Yanan, who playfully winked. "Thank you, darling. You are such a gentleman," he responded with a smile. "Serving my lady is my honor." During their meal, Lin Yanan accidentally smeared sauce on the corner of her mouth, prompting Ruan Jianan to lovingly wipe it away with a napkin, his eyes brimming with affection. "Oh dear, I'm so clumsy at my age," Lin Yanan said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Ruan Jianan chuckled. "To me, you will always be the little girl who needs my care." In the afternoon, they ventured to the mall for shopping. Lin Yanan spotted a dress in a boutique and twirled in front of the mirror, asking, "Jianan, does it look good?" Ruan Jianan nodded fervently. "It looks stunning. My wife can pull off anything." Lin Yanan smiled. "You sure know how to flatter me." After leaving the mall, a light rain began to fall. Ruan Jianan swiftly removed his coat to shield Lin Yanan from the rain. They ran through the downpour, their laughter echoing in the streets. "Doesn't this feel like a scene from a romantic drama?" Lin Yanan chuckled. Ruan Jianan replied, "Even if it is, we are the happiest protagonists." Upon returning home, fatigue settled in. Lin Yanan reclined on the sofa while Ruan Jianan prepared a cup of hot tea for her. "Here, drink some tea to warm yourself," he offered, handing her the cup. Lin Yanan took a sip, sighing contentedly. "Ah, this feels so comforting." As night fell, the stars twinkled above. Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan stepped onto the balcony, side by side, gazing at the enchanting night sky. Ruan Jianan gently embraced Lin Yanan from behind, whispering in her ear, "Yanan, with you by my side, my world feels whole." Lin Yanan nestled into his embrace, feeling his heartbeat. "Jianan, we will remain this happy forever." Chapter 18. The flame of revenge ignited standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Yanan gazed out at the bustling cityscape beneath the night sky, her heart shrouded in the dark clouds of vengeance. Her eyes conveyed unwavering determination, as if a flame within her would never extinguish. The room was perfumed with the subtle scent of lilies, carefully arranged to evoke joy, yet the fragrance could not dispel the darkness enveloping her heart. Clenching her fists, she felt her nails dig into her palms without a trace of pain. "Lin family, you have inflicted upon me great suffering, and I shall repay it tenfold," she murmured through clenched teeth. That moment, Ruan Jianan entered quietly, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the stillness of the room. Lin Yanan did not look back. Her silhouette appeared somewhat solitary and resolute under the moonlight. Ruan Jianan approached her from behind and gently placed his hand on her shoulder, inquiring with concern. "Yanan, are you thinking about those unhappy matters again?" Lin Yanan shivered slightly, turned her head, and with tears glistening in her eyes, asked Jinan, "Do you think I can succeed? Can I truly make the Lin family pay for their transgressions?" Ruan Jinan gazed into her eyes, filled with anguish and confusion, his heart aching, but he steadied her shoulders with both hands and earnestly replied, "Yanin, as long as you are determined, I will always stand by your side. We will surely prevail." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin endeavored to compose herself. Her gaze regained its firmness as she expressed, "Jinan, thank you. However, this is my revenge, and I do not wish to involve you." Ruan Jinan furrowed his brow, saying, "Yanin, what nonsense are you speaking? We are husband and wife. Your affairs are my affairs." Lin Yanin lowered her head slightly, a hint of a bitter smile gracing her lips. "Yet the Lin family's power is immense, and this will undoubtedly be a challenging battle that I fear it may implicate you." Ruan Jinan gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Yanin, do not underestimate me. Moreover, for your sake, I fear nothing." That a warm surge of emotion welled up within Lin Yanin, and she could not restrain herself from throwing herself into Ruan Jinan's embrace. Weeping freely, Ruan Jinan held her tightly, softly comforting her. "Let it out. Crying will ease your heart." After a considerable time, Lin Yanin finally ceased her sobs. She raised her head from Ruan Jinan's embrace, her face still marked with tear streaks. Yet her eyes sparkled with determination. "Jinan, starting today, I shall formally embark on my revenge plan." Ruan Jinan nodded, affirming, "Very well, I support you." The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. Lin Yanin arose early, sitting before the vanity to meticulously prepare herself. Gazing at her reflection, she silently encouraged herself. "Lin Yanin, you must be strong." Ruan Jinan entered the room, witnessing Lin Yanin ready to embrace the new day, and smiled. "Yanin, you look exceptionally beautiful today, radiating strength." Lin Yanin stood, adjusting her attire. "Of course, I must present myself at my best to confront those adversaries." They exited their home together, taking a car through the bustling city streets. As Lin Yanin gazed out at the retreating scenery, her resolve for vengeance intensified. Arriving at a CF, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were set to meet a mysterious figure. This individual was once Lin Yanin's close friend, now a seasoned private investigator. "Yanin, it's been a long time," the investigator greeted with a smile. Lin Yanin nodded, expressing gratitude for their assistance. The investigator produced a thick dossier, placing it on the table. "This contains the information I've gathered about the Lin family. However, exercise caution, for they are not to be trifled with." Lin Yanin perused the documents rapidly, her expression growing increasingly grim. "These scoundrels have committed so many vile acts," she exclaimed indignantly. Ruan Jinan placed a reassuring hand on hers, signaling her to remain calm. Lin Yanin inhaled deeply, stating, "I will not act impulsively. I will proceed step by step, ensuring they pay for their deeds." Upon exiting the CF, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan walked through the thrumming streets, her steps resolute and purposeful, each stride a step closer to her vengeful goal. "Jinan, regardless of the obstacles we encounter, I shall not waver," Lin Yanin declared with determination. Ruan Jinan clasped her hand tightly, affirming, "I believe in you." At that moment, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the previously brilliant sunlight. Yet within Lin Yanin's heart, the flames of vengeance blazed ever brighter. Nothing could impede her forward momentum. Chapter 19. A glimpse into the Lin family's secrets. Lin Yanin sat in her study, surrounded by a mountain of documents pertaining to the Lin family. Her brow furrowed, her gaze sharp and focused, as if she were attempting to pierce through the papers to unveil the secrets concealed behind the Lin family. Sfa. Ruan Jinan gently pushed the door open, carrying a steaming cup of coffee, and carefully approached Lin Yanin's side. "My dear, take a break and enjoy a cup of coffee to invigorate yourself," he said tenderly. Lin Yanin lifted her head, offering him a weary smile as she accepted the coffee and took a sip. "Thank you, Jinan." "I feel as though I am groping in the dark, uncertain of when I will uncover truly useful clues." Ruan Jinan tenderly caressed her hair, comforting her. "Do not rush. We shall take our time. I believe that if we persist, we will surely reap rewards." Lin Yanin inhaled deeply, redirecting her focus to the documents. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she discovered an unassuming file that IT mentioned a place called the Lin family old residence, rumored to harbor some of the family's hidden past. "Jinan, look at this," Lin Yanin exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the file. Ruan Jinan leaned closer, scrutinizing it. This may be a breakthrough. We should go investigate. The pair decided to head to the Lin family old residence immediately. Situated on the outskirts of the city, the old house was surrounded by desolate grasslands, exuding an eerie atmosphere. As they entered the dilapidated mansion, a musty scent enveloped them. The hall was shrouded in dust, and the paintings on the walls had faded. Lin Yanin treaded carefully, the wooden floorboards creaking beneath her feet. This place feels like a haunted house, Ruan Jinan remarked, unable to suppress his commentary. Lin Yanin shot him a glare, admonishing, "Stop talking nonsense and focus." They ventured into a study filled with old books and documents. Lin Yanin diligently searched through the clutter until she stumbled upon a yellow diary tucked away in a drawer's corner. She opened it, the handwriting barely legible, yet she strained to decipher it. Jinan, this appears to be a diary of an elder from the Lin family. It might contain crucial information. Just then, an odd sound echoed from outside, resembling the wind rustling against the window, or perhaps whispers of conversation. What was that sound? Ruan Jinan asked, a note of tension in his voice. Lin Yanin swallowed nervously, replying, "I don't know. Don't scare yourself." They continued to sift through the diary, discovering accounts of the Lin family's fierce disputes and schemes over wealth. "I had no idea the Lin family was involved in such sordid affairs," Lin Yanin said, her anger simmering. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past them. "Ah!" Lin Yanin let out a startled scream. Ruan Jinan quickly shielded her, assuring, "Don't be afraid. It might just be a cat." They cautiously pursued the shadow, only to find nothing there. "This is absurd," Ruan Jinan muttered. As they prepared to leave the study, Lin Yanin accidentally knocked over a vase, which shattered with a resounding crash. "Oh no, this is bad," she said, her face contorted in dismay. "Quick, let us go." "Forget it," Ruan Jinan urged, grasping her hand as they dashed outside. Once they emerged from the old residence, the sunlight warmed their skin, alleviating some of the fear that had gripped their hearts. Though this was somewhat perilous, it was also fruitful, Lin Yanin remarked. Ruan Jinan nodded, "Indeed, but let us try not to be so reckless next time." Upon returning home, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan meticulously examined the diary and materials they had retrieved from the old residence. They realized that the Lin family's secrets were far more intricate and nefarious than they had anticipated. "It seems we are up against a formidable battle," Lin Yanin mused, her brow furrowed. Ruan Jinan took her hand, reassuringly stating, "Do not fear. I will always be by your side." Lin Yanin looked at him gratefully. "With you here, I am unafraid." Chapter 20. The beginning of married life. Sunlight filtered through the delicate sheer curtains, softly illuminating the spacious bedroom. Lin Yanin rubbed her sleepy eyes, stretched languorously, and turned to see Ruan Jinan still peacefully slumbering beside her. She gently traced the contours of his face with her fingers, her heart brimming with sweetness and happiness. Ruan Jinan seemed to sense her touch, slightly furrowing his brow, mumbling a few words in his dreams, then turned over to continue his slumber. Lin Yanin could not help but chuckle softly at this big sleepyhead. She quietly slipped out of bed and made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air as Lin Yanin skillfully fried eggs, humming a cheerful tune. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the dining table. "Darling, it's time to wake up and eat," Lin Yanin called as she approached the bedside, gently nudging Ruan Jinan. Ruan Jinan, still groggy, opened his eyes to see Lin Yanin's beaming face, instantly feeling more awake. "Wow, wife, it smells amazing." He sat up and pulled Lin Yanin into his embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek. They sat down at the dining table, and Ruan Jinan devoured his breakfast, continuously praising Lin Yanin's culinary skills. "Wife, your breakfast is simply the best in the world." Lin Yanin rolled her eyes playfully. "Slow down. No one is competing with you." After breakfast, Ruan Jinan took the initiative to wash the dishes while Lin Yanin settled on the living room sofa, perusing a fashion magazine. "Wife, I've finished washing the dishes," Ruan Jinan announced, drying his hands as he joined Lin Yanin on the sofa. Lin Yanin set aside the magazine and leaned against Ruan Jinan's shoulder. "Darling, let us go out and explore today." Ruan Jinan readily agreed, and the two walked hand in hand out of the door. Outside, the sun shone brightly and warmly, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces, uplifting their spirits. They arrived at a shopping mall, where Lin Yanin excitedly tugged Ruan Jinan along to explore various stores. "Darling, what do you think of this dress?" Lin Yanin held up a beautiful gown in front of her. Ruan Jinan smiled and replied, "It looks lovely. Everything looks good on you." Lin Yanin playfully shot him a glance. "You just know how to flatter me." After wandering for a while, Lin Yanin grew tired. Without hesitation, Ruan Jinan squatted down, saying, "Come on, my dear, I'll carry you." Though feeling a bit shy, Lin Yanin climbed onto Ruan Jinan's back. He carried her steadily, occasionally teasing her. "Oh dear, you really need to lose some weight." Ruan Jinan pretended to struggle. "Are you complaining about me?" Lin Yanin gently swatted his shoulder. Passing by an ice cream shop, Lin Yanin insisted on having some ice cream. Ruan Jinan bought 2 cones and handed one to Lin Yanin. She eagerly took a bite, only to grimace from the cold. Ruan Jinan burst into laughter. "Look at you, acting like a child." Lin Yanin retorted, "I just love ice cream." "What's wrong with that?" As evening fell, they arrived at a park. Sitting on a bench by the lake, they watched the sun slowly set. "Darling, this life is truly wonderful." Lin Yanin leaned into Ruan Jinan's embrace and whispered. Ruan Jinan held her tightly. "Indeed, as long as you are by my side, every day is a blessing." Later that night, upon returning home, Lin Yanin indulged in a soothing hot bath and emerged in a loose-fitting nightgown. Ruan Jinan was already lying in bed, engrossed in a book. "Wife, come to bed." He patted the spot beside him. Lin Yanin snuggled under the covers, and Ruan Jinan set aside his book, turned off the light, and embraced her closely. "Good night, my dear," Lin Yanin said softly. "Good night, sweet dreams." Ruan Jinan kissed her forehead. Then on this warm night, they drifted off to sleep in each other's arms. Chapter 21. The trials of daily life. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtain seams, lazily spilling onto the bed. Lin Yanin stretched widely, gradually awakening from her slumber. Turning to her side, she noticed Ruan Jinan's spot was already empty. "That guy, up so early again," Lin Yanin mumbled as she got up and walked into the bathroom. When she entered the living room, she found Ruan Jinan seated on the sofa, intently focused on his computer, his brow furrowed. "Darling, so busy this early." Lin Yanin approached and sat beside him. Ruan Jinan lifted his head, rubbed his forehead. "There's an urgent matter at the company that needs my attention." Lin Yanin sighed softly. "But you need to take care of yourself too." Ruan Jinan nodded absently and returned to his screen. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Lin Yanin had hoped for a warm morning, only to have it disrupted by work. At noon, Lin Yanin prepared a lavish lunch, only for Ruan Jinan to be unable to return on time due to an urgent meeting. "It's always like this," she complained as she stored the food in the refrigerator. In the evening, Ruan Jinan finally returned, looking utterly exhausted. Unable to contain her frustration, Lin Yanin said, "You only know work all day. You don't care about home at all." Ruan Jinan, equally irritable, retorted, "I work hard for this family." The two exchanged heated words, and Lin Yanin, with tears brimming in her eyes, turned and stormed into the bedroom. Slamming the door behind her, Ruan Jinan sat on the sofa, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. After a moment, he calmed down. Realizing his demeanor had been inappropriate, he approached the bedroom door and gently knocked. "Yanin, I was wrong. Please don't be angry." There was no response from within, and Ruan Jinan sighed in resignation. That evening, Lin Yanin remained in her room, refusing to come out for dinner. Ruan Jinan brought a plate of food to her door. "Darling, come eat something." "I'm sorry." The door finally opened, and Lin Yanin emerged with reddened eyes. "Don't be mad. It's all my fault." Ruan Jinan grasped her hand. Lin Yanin turned her head away. "You say that every time, yet nothing ever changes." Ruan Jinan looked remorseful. "I promise I'll make more time for you in the future." Seeing his sincerity, Lin Yanin's heart softened. "All right, I'll forgive you this time." In the following days, Ruan Jinan endeavored to minimize his work hours, spending more time with Lin Yanin. However, having grown accustomed to his busy lifestyle, he often appeared somewhat distracted. One day, Lin Yanin suggested they go to the movies together. In the cinema, Ruan Jinan's phone incessantly buzzed, prompting him to check it. Lin Yanin, irritated, exclaimed, "Can you please focus?" Ruan Jinan quickly silenced his phone. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again." Nonetheless, after the film, Lin Yanin remained in a somber mood. "Oh dear, please don't be like this. I'm genuinely trying to change." Ruan Jinan carefully coaxed her. Lin Yanin halted, looking at him. "I understand you're busy, but I just wish we could spend more time together." Ruan Jinan nodded. "I understand," and I will strive to do better. That on their way home, silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall, and Ruan Jinan hurriedly took off his jacket, placing it over Lin Yanen's head. "Don't get wet. Be careful not to catch a cold," he urged. Lin Yanen felt warmth in her heart. "You take care not to catch a chill, either." The gentle rain seemed to lighten both their spirits. Upon returning home, Ruan Jinan embraced Lin Yanen tightly. "My dear, trust me, we will be all right." Lin Yanen nestled against him, softly nodding. Although their daily interactions were not without their bumps, they both endeavored to adapt. For each other and for their home. Chapter 22. Facing family matters together. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled patterns on the living room floor. Lin Yanen sat on the sofa, holding a magazine but flipping through its pages absent-mindedly. Ruan Jinan emerged from the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee, placing them on the coffee table before sitting beside her. "Darling, still troubled by family matters?" Ruan Jinan gently grasped Lin Yanen's hand. Lin Yanen furrowed her brow and sighed. "Why are there so many trivial matters within the family, and they never seem to end?" Ruan Jinan chuckled lightly, reassuring her, "Don't frown. Let us think of ways to address them together." At that moment, Lin Yanen's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her expression grew even more troubled. "It's my aunt calling. It can't be anything good." Ruan Jinan patted her shoulder, urging her to answer. Reluctantly, Lin Yanen picked up the phone, and her aunt's sharp voice came through the receiver. "Yanen, how is the family gathering planning going? Don't mess it up." Lin Yanen held back her irritation and replied, "Aunt, I'm in the midst of preparations. Please don't worry." After hanging up, she tossed her phone aside, complaining, "It's always like this. Everything falls on me." Ruan Jinan handed her a cup of coffee, saying, "Don't be upset. Getting anxious won't help. Let us discuss the gathering." The two began to deliberate the details of the gathering. Lin Yanen bit her lip and frowned frequently, appearing quite anxious. Ruan Jinan calmly analyzed the situation, occasionally offering suggestions that "I think we could choose that newly opened hotel. It has a lovely ambience and good service," Ruan Jinan suggested. Lin Yanen shook her head. "No way. It is too expensive. The elders will surely criticize us for being wasteful." Ruan Jinan pondered for a moment before proposing, "Then how about hosting it at home? We can decorate ourselves, making it cozier." Lin Yanen's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea, but it will require a lot of time and effort." Ruan Jinan confidently declared, "Don't worry. I'll be right here with you. We'll do it together." In the following days, Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan were busily occupied. They shopped for decorations, selected ingredients, and arranged the house. Lin Yanen, feeling fatigued, plopped down on the sofa, groaning, "This is more exhausting than working." Ruan Jinan chuckled as he handed her a glass of water. "Perseverance leads to victory, my dear." Finally, the day of the gathering arrived. Family members began arriving one by one, and Lin Yanen nervously greeted them at the door, while Ruan Jinan busied himself attending to the guests inside. "Ah, Yanen, this gathering is quite well done," an elder praised. Lin Yanen felt a wave of relief wash over her, smiling as she replied, "Thank you for the compliment, uncle." Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the lights suddenly went out. The room was plunged into darkness, and panic ensued. "What is going on? Someone get help!" Lin Yanen fretted, pacing anxiously. Ruan Jinan quickly reassured her, "Stay calm. I'll take a look." Armed with a flashlight, Ruan Jinan investigated and discovered that a fuse had blown. He swiftly found the necessary tools and replaced the fuse, restoring power. The guests erupted into applause, praising Ruan Jinan for his resourcefulness. Lin Yanen gazed at the perspiring Ruan Jinan, her heart brimming with gratitude and affection. After the gathering concluded, Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan slumped onto the sofa. "Finally, it's over. I am utterly exhausted," Lin Yanen remarked. Ruan Jinan chuckled, wrapping his arms around her. Though weary, witnessing everyone's joy makes it worthwhile. Leaning against him, Lin Yanen replied, "With you by my side, I feel I can surmount any challenge." The moonlight cascaded through the window, enveloping them in warmth and tranquility. Chapter 23. Gradually discovering each other's merits, the morning sun filtered through the wispy clouds, gently illuminating the streets of the city. Lin Yanen stirred from her slumber, stretching languidly before turning her gaze to the still-sleeping Ruan Jinan, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She quietly slipped out of bed and ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The clattering of pots and pans echoed through the kitchen, and soon, delightful aromas wafted through the air. The enticing scent roused Ruan Jianan, who rubbed his eyes and yawned as he emerged from the bedroom. Observing Lin Yanan bustling about in the kitchen, a wave of warmth surged within him. "Darling, you woke up so early to make breakfast for me. You've worked so hard," he said, gently embracing her from behind. Lin Yanan smiled and turned her head. "It's no trouble at all, as long as you enjoy it." After breakfast, the couple decided to take a stroll in the park. The park was a verdant oasis, with birds cheerfully singing among the branches. Lin Yanan linked her arm with Ruan Jinan's, her face radiant with happiness that as they walked, they noticed a child's kite caught in a tree. The child was crying in distress. And without hesitation, Ruan Jinan climbed the tree to retrieve the kite. "Uncle, you're amazing," the child exclaimed, breaking into a smile. Lin Yanan watched Ruan Jinan with admiration in her eyes. "You're always so kind-hearted." Ruan Jinan scratched his head modestly. "It's nothing. It makes me happy to help a child." At noon, they dined at a restaurant where Lin Yanan attentively selected dishes that Ruan Jinan favored, even reminding the waiter of his preferences. Ruan Jinan was deeply touched by Lin Yanan's thoughtfulness. "Yanan, you are truly considerate." Lin Yanan smiled and replied, "Because I care about you." In the afternoon, they attended a friend's gathering, where Lin Yanan's humor and exceptional social skills left Ruan Jinan pleasantly surprised. "How come I never noticed how eloquent you are before?" he teased. Lin Yanan winked back. "That's because you didn't pay enough attention." Upon returning home that evening, the couple settled on the sofa to watch television. Moved by an emotional scene, Lin Yanan couldn't help but shed tears, prompting Ruan Jinan to hand her tissues while comforting her. "You were just too sentimental." Lin Yanan sniffled. "That just shows I am rich in emotions." Throughout their time together, Lin Yanan discovered that Ruan Jinan was not only kind-hearted, but also possessed a strong sense of responsibility and decisiveness in his work. Meanwhile, Ruan Jinan recognized Lin Yanan's tenderness, attentiveness, and strength. One day, Lin Yanan fell ill, and Ruan Jinan diligently cared for her, fetching water, medicine, and preparing congee and soup. "You don't have to go through all this trouble. I will get better," Lin Yanan weakly protested. Ruan Jinan clasped her hand. "I'm not tired. I just want you to recover quickly." Seeing the weariness etched on his face filled Lin Yanan's heart with appreciation. "With you by my side, I fear nothing." After this episode, their bond grew even stronger than on the weekend. They ventured out for a hike. As they reached the halfway point, Lin Yanan panted, "I can't go on. Shall we turn back?" Ruan Jinan encouraged her. "Come on, we're almost at the summit. I'll pull you up." With his support, Lin Yanan finally reached the peak. Gazing at the breathtaking view from the top, she exclaimed, "Thanks to you, I can behold such beauty." Ruan Jinan smiled. "As long as we strive together, nothing is unattainable." Chapter 24. The subtle changes in their relationship. The sun's rays filtered through the sheer curtains, casting dappled light in Lin Yanan and Ruan Jinan's bedroom. Lin Yanan lazily turned over, instinctively reaching out her arm, only to find it empty. Slightly opening her eyes, she realized Ruan Jinan was no longer beside her. She got up, donned a loose robe, and stepped out of the bedroom. In the living room, Ruan Jinan stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully outside, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Yanan stealthily approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head against his back. Startled, Ruan Jinan's body tensed for a moment before relaxing as he held her hands. "What are you pondering so intently?" Lin Yanan asked softly. Ruan Jinan remained silent for a moment before replying. "The company has a significant project recently. The pressure is quite immense." Lin Yanan stepped in front of him, gazing into his eyes as she gently smoothed the furrow between his brows. "Don't worry too much. I believe you can handle it well." The warmth in her tender gaze melted Ruan Jinan's heart, prompting him to embrace her tightly. On the weekend, the couple decided to escape to the countryside. Along the way, Lin Yanan excitedly admired the scenery outside, chattering like a child. "Look at that sea of flowers. It's so beautiful," she exclaimed, pointing out the window. Ruan Jinan glanced at her with a smile. "You are even more beautiful than that sea of flowers." Lin Yanan playfully punched his arm. "You flatterer." Upon arriving in the countryside, the fresh air enveloped them. Lin Yanan inhaled deeply, spreading her arms wide to embrace the gentle breeze. Ruan Jinan watched her in delight, a smile gracing his lips. They strolled along a narrow path, the soft grass beneath their feet resembling a green carpet. Lin Yanan stumbled into a small hole and nearly fell. But Ruan Jinan swiftly caught her. That, oh dear, I almost embarrassed myself, Lin Yanin said, sticking out her tongue. Ruan Jinan chuckled. With me around, U1T Fall.as. They continued walking. They reached a small creek, the crystal clear water revealing the stones and darting fish beneath. Lin Yanin crouched down, eager to catch a fish, but Ruan Jinan stopped her. Be careful not to get your clothes wet. Lin Yanin mischievously winked. I just want to give it a try. Ultimately, she failed to catch any fish and ended up wetting her skirt. Ruan Jinan shook his head in resignation, helping her wring out the water from her garment. At noon, they enjoyed a picnic beneath a large tree. Lin Yanin laid out the prepared food meticulously. Try my homemade sandwiches. I made them just for you, she said eagerly. Watching Ruan Jinan, Duddy took a bite and gave her a thumbs up. Delicious. Even better than what you'd find outside. Lin Yanin beamed with pride. Of course. As they ate, a leaf fluttered down, landing perfectly on Lin Yanin's head. Ruan Jinan gently removed it, his fingers brushing against her cheek, causing her face to flush instantly. In the afternoon, they rode a tandem bicycle together. Lin Yanin steering while Ruan Jinan pedaled vigorously behind her. Faster, faster. Lin Yanin cheered excitedly. Ruan Jinan, breathless, replied, You have it easy. I'm about to collapse. Lin Yanin laughed heartily. What did you expect? You're the man. By the time they returned home, night had fallen. Lin Yanin collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted, while Ruan Jinan poured her a glass of water. Did you have fun today? He asked. Lin Yanin nodded. Absolutely. As long as I'm with you, anything is enjoyable. Ruan Jinan sat beside her, gently holding her hand. Their gazes locked, and a subtle atmosphere enveloped them. Just then, Lin Yanin's phone rang. It was her best friend calling. Darling, you want to believe it? I saw a particularly handsome guy today. Her friend exclaimed excitedly. As Lin Yanin listened, she discreetly observed Ruan Jinan's expression, the feigned indifference, yet a hint of tension flickered in his eyes. After ending the call, she couldn't help but chuckle at Ruan Jinan's demeanor. What is wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Ruan Jinan stubbornly replied, Not at all. Lin Yanin nestled closer to him. Don't be jealous. In my heart, you are the most handsome. Ruan Jinan embraced her tightly. You are the only treasure in my heart. Chapter 25. The provocation of rivals in the bustling metropolis. Towering skyscrapers loomed, and the streets thrummed with the hurried footsteps of people. Amidst the opportunities and challenges of this city, the company jointly managed by Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan was gradually making its mark. However, beneath the calm surface, tumultuous currents brewed. One day, as Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan arrived at the office, their secretary rushed in, clutching a document. Ms. Lin, Mr. Wan, we have just received a provocation letter from a competitor. She reported, her expression grave. Lin Yanin took the document, swiftly scanning its contents with a furrowed brow. How audacious, she exclaimed indignantly. Ruan Jinan took the document and read it carefully. The letter was filled with fierce language, claiming that they would drive their company to bankruptcy within a month. Humph, how arrogant. Ruan Jinan let out a cold laugh, tossing the document onto the table. That moment, the phone rang and Ruan Jinan answered it, only to be met with a mocking voice on the other end. Ruan Jinan, just wait and see. This time you are bound to lose. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Ruan Jian's face darkened with anger. These scoundrels believed such tactics could intimidate them. Lin Yanin took a deep breath, moved to the window, gazing out at the urban landscape, and remarked, This is going to be a tough battle, but we must not lose our composure. In response to their competitor's provocation, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan began to work diligently. They convened a meeting with the company's senior management to devise a strategy. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone voiced their opinions, engaging in heated debate. Lin Yanin, seated at the head of the table, listened intently with her hands clasped firmly on the table, her expression serious. I believe we should take the initiative. We cannot afford to sit idly by, proposed one department manager. But that carries too much risk. If we fail, the losses will be catastrophic, countered another manager. Lin Yanin surveyed the group and stated, Let's not rush. We need to calmly analyze our opponent's weaknesses and identify our breakthrough points. Ruan Jinan nodded, agreeing with Yanin's assessment. They could not act blindly. After an intense discussion, they ultimately formulated a preliminary response plan. Exiting the conference room, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan walked side by side. Ruan Jinan's steps appeared heavy, prompting Lin Yanin to gently pat his shoulder, assuring him, Do not worry too much. We will surely overcome this challenge. Ruan Jinin met her steadfast gaze, feeling somewhat reassured to end the days that followed. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin devoted themselves entirely to their work, rising early and returning late, consumed by their tasks. One day, while Lin Yanin was poring over documents in her office, her eyes grew heavy with fatigue. Ruan Jinin entered, noticing her weary demeanor, and said with concern, "Yanin, please take a break. Do not wear yourself out." Lin Yanin rubbed her temples and replied, "I cannot. Time is pressing, and we must not let up for a moment." Ruan Jinin sighed helplessly and poured her a cup of coffee, just as they were diligently addressing the challenges ahead. Their competitors employed new tactics. They spread rumors in the market claiming that Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin's company products had quality issues. This news instantly caused an uproar, and customers began calling to inquire about the situation. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin worked tirelessly to reassure their clients while preparing for a press conference to clarify the facts. At the press conference, Lin Yanin stood confidently at the podium, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, facing the multitude of media cameras. "Dear media friends, regarding the recent rumors, I can unequivocally state that they are entirely baseless. Our company has always maintained strict control over product quality, and such issues would never arise," Lin Yanin declared, her voice resolute and powerful. Ruan Jinin, seated in the audience, clenched his fists, silently cheering her on. After the conference concluded, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin exited the venue, exhaling a sigh of relief. "For now, we have stabilized the situation, but we must remain vigilant," Lin Yanin remarked. Ruan Jinin nodded. "Indeed, let us keep pushing forward." Chapter 26. A Crisis in Cooperation in the Bustling City at Night. Neon lights flickered, and the streets buzzed with activity. Inside a towering office building at the city's heart, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin faced a daunting challenge. Lin Yanin sat at the head of the conference table, gripping a document tightly, her expression grave. Her gaze swept over each attendee before settling on Ruan Jinin across from her. Ruan Jinin frowned slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table as he appeared deep in thought. Though the collaboration with the Wang Group appeared seamless on the surface, hidden perils lurked beneath. Lin Yanin broke the silence in the conference room, stating, "While their proposed partnership seems beneficial for us, a closer examination reveals numerous traps concealed within." Ruan Jinin lifted his head, looking at Lin Yanin, and nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiments. Their enticing conditions make me feel uneasy." Lin Yanin stood and approached the large screen, pointing to the data displayed. "As you can see, based on our investigation, the Wang Group's recent financial status is rather bleak. They are eager to find partners to alleviate their financial strain, and we might very well become their lifeline." The room buzzed with murmurs as attendees exchanged glances. Lin Yanin folded her arms, watching them quietly, waiting for their input. That moment, a department manager stood and said, "Ms. Lin, I believe we should not hastily dismiss this opportunity. Although it carries risks, if executed properly, it could yield significant benefits for the company." Lin Yanin narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, "I understand your perspective, but we cannot solely focus on immediate gains while overlooking potential risks. Should we fall into their trap, the consequences could be dire." Ruan Jinin also stood, asserting, "Yanin is correct. We must approach this with caution." He moved beside Lin Yanin, gently patting her shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance. Gratefully, Lin Yanin looked at him and continued, "We need to reassess this collaboration proposal, identify its vulnerabilities, and develop appropriate countermeasures that in the following days." Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin worked tirelessly, engaging in in-depth discussions with department heads, meticulously analyzing every detail and scrutinizing potential red flags. During one discussion, Lin Yanin, fatigued from sleepless nights, leaned back in her chair and sighed, "I feel as though my head might explode." Ruan Jinin handed her a cup of coffee with a smile, saying, "Hang in there, my dear. Once we resolve this issue, I'll take you out to relax." Lin Yanin accepted the coffee, took a sip, and joked, "This coffee is almost more bitter than my life." After considerable effort, they finally uncovered a critical flaw in the collaboration proposal. It turned out that the Wang Group had included vague clauses in the contract that, if overlooked, could lead to legal disputes. "These scoundrels are truly cunning," Lin Yanin exclaimed in exasperation. Ruan Jinin reassured her, "Do not be upset. Now that we have identified the problem, we can find a solution." Lin Yanin took a deep breath, stating, "Yes, we must not allow them to succeed." Thus, they commenced arduous negotiations with the Wang Group. The atmosphere at the negotiation table was charged with tension. The representative from the Wong Group arrogantly declared, "Our collaboration proposal is already perfect. You have no reason to refuse." Lin Yanin smirked and challenged, "Oh really? Then please explain the meaning of these clauses." She slammed the document onto the table, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized the opposing party. The representative's expression faltered slightly, and he began to stammer through his explanations. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan observed silently, strategically posing incisive questions that put the other party on the defensive. After several rounds of intense exchanges, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan successfully revised the collaboration proposal. Safeguarding the company's interests, upon exiting the negotiation room, Lin Yanin sighed in relief. She turned to Ruan Jianan and said, "Thanks to you, we made it through this." Ruan Jianan smiled. "We are partners. We must face challenges together." Chapter 27. Lin Yanin's business acumen begins to shine in the vibrant city. Towering skyscrapers stood like giants, sunlight glinting off the glass facades. Lin Yanin, clad in a well-tailored professional suit and stepping confidently in high heels, entered the company's conference room. The atmosphere was grave, as senior management debated an important business project with fervor. Lin Yanin quietly took a seat, attentively listening to all sides, her gaze focused and her demeanor calm, her fingers gently tapping on the table. "The risks associated with this proposal are too great. We cannot afford to take such a leap," objected one executive, furrowing his brow. "However, if we do not take risks, we might lose this exceptional opportunity," countered another. Lin Yanin narrowed her eyes slightly, cleared her throat, and said, "Let us not rush. Allow me to share my thoughts." Instantly, all eyes turned to her. She stood and approached the large screen, pointing to the data and charts displayed, beginning to articulate her perspective. "We must not only focus on the risks, but also recognize the potential rewards that IT is akin to searching for treasure in the dark. Although the path ahead is uncertain, with an accurate map and unwavering determination, we can return laden with wealth." Her voice rang clear and strong, each word imbued with confidence and resolve. Her gestures complemented her words, enhancing the persuasiveness of her argument that we can adopt a phased approach, initiating with a small-scale pilot that, if successful, we can then proceed with a full rollout. This strategy minimizes risk while seizing opportunity, Lin Yanin elaborated, her eyes gleaming with insight. At that moment, Ruan Jianan, seated nearby, smiled subtly, his eyes filled with admiration and support. He nodded gently and remarked, "I find Yanin's proposal to be quite feasible." Lin Yanin cast a grateful glance at him and continued, "Moreover, we must fully leverage our advantages to forge closer ties with our partners and jointly explore new markets." Throughout the discussion, Lin Yanin maintained her composure and focus. When someone raised doubts, she patiently elucidated. When a better suggestion was proposed, she graciously accepted it, her face ever adorned with a smile and confidence. After a fervent debate, the team ultimately embraced Lin Yanin's proposal. As the meeting concluded, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan exited the conference room together. "This was all thanks to you, Yanin," Ruan Jianan remarked with a smile. Lin Yanin shrugged lightly, acknowledging, "This is the result of everyone's collective effort." Upon returning to the office, Lin Yanin sank in her chair and let out a long sigh. She massaged her temples, revealing a hint of fatigue. Ruan Jianan entered, handing her a cup of coffee. "You've worked hard, dear." Lin Yanin accepted the coffee and took a sip. It tastes delightful." Ruan Jianan gazed at her and jested. "You were like a warrior goddess in the conference room just now." Lin Yanin shot him a playful glare. "Less banter, please." However, just as they were ready to implement the new plan, they encountered unforeseen difficulties. The suppliers suddenly raised prices, and the partners exhibited hesitance. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yanin furrowed her brow. She immediately picked up the phone to communicate with the supplier that, "Mr. Li, our collaboration has always been pleasant, but your sudden price hike has put us in a difficult position." Though her tone was polite, her stance was unwavering. The supplier on the other end stammered through an explanation. Lin Yanin interrupted. "Mr. Li, I understand the market fluctuates, but we are long-term partners. I hope you can reconsider." After hanging up, Lin Yanin fell into deep thought. Ruan Jianan approached, patting her shoulder. "Don't worry too much. We'll find a solution together." Lin Yanin lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes resolute. "I won't give up easily." In the ensuing days, Lin Yanin tirelessly negotiated with various parties. Her steps never faltered, though fatigue marked her face. An indomitable flame burned in her eyes that at last. Through her relentless efforts, the supplier agreed to maintain the original price, and the partners regained their confidence. During the project's advancement, Lin Yanin exhibited extraordinary business acumen and unwavering tenacity. She not only resolved one challenge after another, but also earned the respect and trust of her colleagues. With General Lin here, we have confidence, the employees remarked. Hearing these words filled Lin Yanin with a sense of accomplishment. Chapter 28. Ruan Jinan's decisive decision. The city's clamor did not cease even under the cloak of night. Neon lights flickered, and the bustling streets bore witness to the hurried footsteps of its inhabitants. In the company building where Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan worked, several windows still shone with bright lights. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was so tense one could almost wring water from it. Lin Yanin sat at one end of the table, her brow furrowed, gripping the documents tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Ruan Jinan stood before the large screen, his expression grave, his gaze resolutely sweeping over each attendee. This crisis is far more severe than we anticipated, that if we do not swiftly make a decision, the company may suffer tremendous losses. Ruan Jinan's voice was low yet powerful, shattering the silence of the room. He leaned slightly forward, his hands braced on the table, his eyes radiating undeniable determination. Our market share is plummeting, and competitors are closing in. We cannot afford to be passive. Lin Yanin raised her head to meet Ruan Jinan's gaze, her eyes brimming with concern. But Jinan, such a risky decision. If it fails, her voice trembled slightly. Ruan Jinan strode over to Lin Yanin, grasping her hand and offering her a reassuring look. Yanin, I know this is risky. But if we do not take the plunge, we won't even have a chance to turn things around. He surveyed the room. Addressing everyone, I have decided to invest all our funds into developing new products to seize the market opportunity. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs swept through the conference room. Some wore troubled expressions, while others whispered in hushed tones, skepticism echoing around that Mr. Ruan, this is too risky. One executive dared to interject. Ruan Jinan abruptly raised his hand, cutting him off. There is no what if. We have no retreat. His voice resonated like thunder, silencing the crowd instantly. At that moment, Lin Yanin took a deep breath and stood up. That I support Jinan's decision, though her voice was soft. It bore an extraordinary conviction. Ruan Jinan cast a grateful glance her way before turning back to the group. Rest assured, I am confident in leading everyone through this crisis. His eyes burned with fighting spirit, reminiscent of a general charging into battle. After the meeting, Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin walked side by side down the corridor. Yanin, thank you for always believing in me, Ruan Jinan said softly. Lin Yanin smiled slightly. We are partners in both life and work. We must stand together. In the days that followed, Ruan Jinan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the development of the new product that he arrived at the office early each day, collaborating with the research team on plans, often staying late into the night. One day, Lin Yanin visited the R&D department and found Ruan Jinan deep in thought over a design blueprint. His brow was tightly furrowed, and his pen danced ceaselessly on the paper. Lin Yanin gently approached and embraced him from behind. Don't overexert yourself, Jinan. Ruan Jinan set down his pen, turning to envelop Lin Yanin in his arms. I cannot let anyone down, he replied, fatigue lacing his tone. Lin Yanin gazed into his eyes. I believe you can do it. During the development process, they encountered a technical dilemma. The research team attempted various methods, but to no avail. Upon learning of this, Ruan Jinan promptly summoned the relevant personnel for a meeting. This issue must be resolved swiftly. We cannot allow it to hinder the entire project's progress. Ruan Jinan crossed his arms, his expression serious. The team members voiced their opinions, and discussions filled the room. Ruan Jinan listened intently, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Let us proceed as I suggested. Go and try it immediately. His voice was resolute and decisive. After several days of effort, the technical challenge was finally overcome. When the research team brought the good news to Ruan Jinan, a long-lost smile broke across his face. Wonderful. Thank you all for your hard work. He patted the shoulders of the team members. With the new product soon to be launched, Ruan Jinan personally oversaw every aspect of the market promotion, that he collaborated with the marketing team to devise strategies and communicated creative ideas with the advertising agency. Busily engaged in his work, Lin Yanin observed his tireless figure, feeling both a pang of concern and immense pride. This guy is truly giving his all for the company, she thought to herself. At last, the new product hit the market. Initially, sales figures were underwhelming, and Ruan Jinan felt a lump rise in his throat. Is this truly going to end in failure? He silently questioned himself. However, just as despair loomed, circumstances took a sudden turn. Owing to the product's uniqueness and superior performance, word of mouth spread rapidly, and sales soared. The company erupted in jubilation as Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with joy and relief. It seems we placed our bets wisely, Ruan Jinan chuckled. Lin Yanin nodded in agreement. This is all the fruit of your decisive leadership. Chapter 29. Facing adversity together as night fell. The city's neon lights flickered like a dazzling tapestry. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of their company, gazing at the vibrant scene outside. Yet their hearts were heavy with worry. The company had recently encountered an unprecedented crisis, with serious issues arising in collaborative projects, a fractured financial chain, and employees gripped by anxiety. Lin Yanin furrowed her brow, her arms crossed, her gaze resolute and unyielding. Ruan Jun gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Yanin, do not worry too much. We will certainly find a solution. Lin Yanin turned to him, managing a strained smile. Jinan, this challenge is no trivial matter. Ruan Jinan clasped her hand, his gaze unwavering. As long as we stand together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains into the room. Lin Yanin rose early, quickly washing up before preparing documents. Clad in a sharp business outfit, her hair neatly tied back, she exuded vitality. Ruan Jinan entered the room, observing Lin Yanin's bustling figure with concern. Yanin, please have some breakfast before you dive into work. Lin Yanin, not lifting her head, replied, There's no time. I need to organize these materials first. Ruan Jinan shook his head helplessly, placing breakfast on the table before heading off to the company to the office. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Employees whispered among themselves, chattering anxiously. When Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan entered the conference room, all eyes turned to them. Lin Yanin stood at the head of the table, clearing her throat before addressing the group. Everyone, please be quiet. Although this crisis is serious, I firmly believe that as long as we work together, we can overcome it. Amidst the murmurs from the audience, someone quietly remarked, It's easy to say, but how are we to resolve this? Ruan Jinan declared loudly, Everyone, do not lose heart. We have already devised a preliminary plan. In the days that followed, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were busily engaged. Akin to spinning tops, they traversed various locales, seeking investments and negotiating with partners. During a crucial negotiation, the opposing party adopted a rigid stance. Lin Yanin argued with conviction, her gaze resolute and her voice clear and powerful. Our proposal is the most viable. I trust you will recognize its inherent value. The other party remained unmoved, while Ruan Jinan, observant, strategically presented a detailed report, smiling as he urged, Please take another look. We have prepared this meticulously after several arduous hours of negotiation. The opposing party finally relented. Exiting the conference room, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan let out a sigh of relief. Lin Yanin smiled. That was truly challenging. Ruan Jinan wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, but at least we have made progress. That night, upon returning home, it was already late. Lin Yanin, exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa, while Ruan Jun gently massaged her shoulders. Yanin, you've worked hard, he said tenderly. Lin Yanin grasped his hand. With you by my side, I don't feel the strain. Through their tireless efforts, the company's situation gradually improved. The financial issues were resolved, and new collaborative projects began to unfold. One day, the company held a celebratory event. The employees were filled with laughter and joy, the atmosphere vibrant. Standing on stage, Lin Yanin excitedly expressed, Thank you all for your hard work and dedication during this time. We have weathered the storm together. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, and Ruan Jinan affectionately wrapped an arm around Lin Yanin's shoulders. That moment, a playful employee shouted, Boss and the boss lady must continue to be this loving. Laughter filled the room as Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with happiness and sweetness. Chapter 30. Collecting evidence against the Lin family in the illuminated city at night. The brilliance of lights could not obscure the gloom within Lin Yanin's heart. She sat by the window, gazing at the bustling traffic outside, her thoughts drifting back to the Lin family, laden with painful memories. Clenching her fists, her gaze revealed determination and resolve. It was time for them to pay the price for their misdeeds. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating her face. Lin Yanin rose early, meticulously preparing herself, donning a simple yet professional outfit, ready to commence her quest for evidence against the Lin family. She first arrived near the Lin family's old residence, settling into an inconspicuous CAF. Ordering a cup of coffee, her eyes remained fixed on the entrance of the Lin family's estate. Before long, a luxury car drove into the premises. Lin Yanin's heart raced as she recognized it to be the vehicle of Lin Jinghao, the head of the Lin family. The mastermind behind it all, Lin Yanin muttered under her breath, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Pretending to be on a phone call, she discreetly captured an image of Lin Jinghao disembarking and entering the estate. Around noon, Lin Yanin visited a company that had business dealings with the Lin family. Under the guise of conducting market research, she engaged the employees in casual conversation that I hear you have quite a bit of collaboration with the Lin family. How are they? Lin Yanin casually inquired. One employee scoffed. The Lin family. They appear glamorous on the surface, but behind the scenes, there are countless unsavory dealings. Lin Yanin's heart leaped with excitement, and she pressed on. Could you elaborate? The employee eyed her warily, hesitating to speak. Lin Yanin quickly reassured, Don't worry, I'm just curious. I won't disclose anything. The employee hesitated before lowering their voice. I've heard they cut corners on a project, raking in a considerable amount of ill-gotten gains. Lin Yanin silently committed this information to memory. In the afternoon, she attended a business gathering, weaving through the crowd, keenly observing anyone associated with the Lin family. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Jinghao's son, Lin Yu, engaged in lively conversation with the group. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin approached with a glass in hand. Lin Xiao, long time no see. Lin Yu paused momentarily, then smirked condescendingly. Oh, I see this Lin Yanin. Suppressing her distaste, Lin Yanin engaged in small talk. After a few drinks, Lin Yu became more talkative. Let me tell you, the Lin family is a force to be reckoned with in this city. He boasted, seizing the opportunity. Lin Yanin probed, Surely you have your methods? Lin Yu, caught off guard, replied, Of course. We've suppressed quite a few competitors through various means. Lin Yanin's heart swelled with delight as she continued to extract more information from him. That evening, Lin Yanin returned home, her body weary. Ruan Jinan had been waiting in the living room. So, did you gather anything today? He inquired with concern. Lin Yanin smiled wearily. Some, but not enough. Ruan Jinan gently embraced her. Don't rush. We will take our time. In the days that followed, Lin Yanin became like a vigilant hound, seizing every opportunity to collect evidence. She disguised herself, infiltrating various settings and mingling with diverse individuals. On one occasion, to obtain a crucial document, she masqueraded as a janitor, stealthily searching within the Lin family's company. Just as she feared being discovered, she cleverly concealed herself in a storage room. That was close. Lin Yanin sighed, her heart racing. After considerable effort, she eventually amassed some valuable incriminating video evidence, but she knew it was far from sufficient. Lin family, your reckoning is nigh, she vowed while gazing at the evidence in her hands. Chapter 31. Exposing the Lin family's dark side as sunlight pierced through the dense clouds, illuminating every corner of the bustling metropolis. The warm rays could not penetrate the fury and resolve within Lin Yanin's heart. Clutching the evidence she had gathered against the Lin family, those documents felt like sharp swords, ready to pierce through the Lin family's hypocritical facade. Seated in a quiet CAF, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan discussed their forthcoming action plan. Lin Yanin's fingers lightly drummed on the table, her brow furrowed. Jinan, I think it is time to reveal their true nature. Ruan Jinan grasped her hand, providing her with unwavering support. Yanin, no matter what, I will stand by your side. They decided to first tackle the Lin family's fraudulent business practices. Lin Yanin reached out to a seasoned journalist, arranging to meet in a secluded park. The journalist arrived as scheduled, and Lin Yanin handed over a thick stack of documents. This is evidence against the Lin family. I hope you can help unveil the truth. The journalist perused the materials, shock spread across his face. This is indeed a sensational story. Soon after, an expose detailing the Lin family's commercial fraud circulated rapidly across major media outlets. The Lin family's stock plummeted, and the company was besieged by furious investors and partners demanding explanations. Lin Jinghao raged in his office. Who is behind this sabotage? Meanwhile, Lin Yu fretted nearby. Dad, what are we to do? At that moment, Lin Yanin observed the chaos from the shadows, feeling a twinge of satisfaction. However, the Lin family did not remain passive. They convened a press conference in an attempt to salvage their reputation. During the conference, Lin Jinghao, appearing innocent, faced a multitude of cameras, declaring, "This is a malicious accusation by our competitors. The Lin family has always operated legally." Lin Yanin scoffed at this display. How shameless! Determined to take matters in her own hands, she posted a video on social media, detailing the torment and injustices she had endured at the hands of the Lin family, as well as their unspeakable secrets. The video ignited a firestorm, with netizens expressing their outrage and support. The Lin family is despicable. We stand with Lin Yanin in revealing the truth. The Lin family's reputation plummeted, and its members were engulfed in panic. Lin Jinghao's wife wept uncontrollably at home. "We can't continue living like this." Lin Yu sought help everywhere, only to be met with closed doors. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan watched the Lin family's disarray without a shred of sympathy. One day, Lin Yanin encountered Lin Yu on the street, but he glared at her. "Lin Yanin, don't get too complacent." Lin Yanin fearlessly retorted, "Just wait. Your crimes will be exposed one by one." As the investigation deepened, more scandals about the Lin family came to light. Tax evasion, bribery, and oppression of employees. The Lin family's true nature was laid bare before the public. Lin Jinghao was taken away by the police for questioning, and the family's enterprises fell into disarray. Lin Yanin stood before the Lin family's old residence, once a source of her agony, reflecting on the momentous turn of events that at last they have received their just deserts. Ruan Jinan embraced her from behind. "It's all behind us. The future will be brighter." The sunlight cascades upon them, illuminating their resolute figures, as if proclaiming to the world that justice may be delayed, yet it shall never be absent. Chapter 32. Turmoil within the Lin family. As nightfall envelopes the Lin family's opulent yet foreboding mansion, the moonlight casts a cold glow upon the intricately carved window frames. Inside, the cacophony of the Lin family's quarrel shatters the tranquility of the evening. Lin Jinghao, the family patriarch who is usually unyielding in his authority, now glares furiously at several of his children. "Look at the mess you've created. The company's stock price is plummeting, and you still have the audacity to squabble for power." His voice booms like thunder, reverberating throughout the spacious living room. Standing beside him, his eldest son Lin Yu clenches his fists, a dark expression clouding his face. "Dad, can you blame us? It's that Lin Yanin who has been scheming behind our backs." Lin Jinghao scoffs. "You lack capability and still dare to shift the blame onto others." Lin Yu's sister, Lin Xian, weeps softly beside them. "Dad, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for our doom." Irritated, Lin Jinghao paces the room. "Silence. Think of a way to resolve this crisis." Meanwhile, Lin Yanin hides behind a large tree outside the mansion, observing the commotion within. Her eyes reflect determination and a hint of vengeful glee. Ruan Jinan quietly approaches her, gently grasping her hand. "Yanin, be careful. Don't get caught." Lin Yanin nods slightly. "Don't worry. I'm eager to see them unravel." Inside, Lin Jinghao's wife, Lu Mei, cannot contain her complaints any longer. "This is all your fault. You've spoiled the children too much. Look at the mess we're in now." Lin Jinghao whirls around, glaring at her. "And you have the nerve to speak. If you weren't so busy shopping and playing cards, would the family be in such disarray?" Startled by his outburst, Lu Mei falls silent, sitting on the sofa while wiping her tears. Lin Yu, frustrated, rakes his fingers through his hair. "Dad, why don't we seek some connections to see if we can suppress this situation?" Lin Jinghao pauses, contemplating. "I suppose we have no other choice but to try." Yet Lin Xian expresses her concerns. "But everyone is avoiding us now. Who would be willing to help? There must be a way." Lin Jinghao grits his teeth at that moment. A servant rushes in, panic-stricken. "Sir, it's bad news. The bank is demanding repayment." Lin Jinghao's face darkens further. "Those vultures." Hearing this, Lin Yanin can't help but chuckle softly. It seems their days are numbered. Ruan Jinan gazes at her, filled with concern. "Yanin, don't get too carried away. Be cautious of potential dangers." Lin Yanin dismisses his worries. "What else there to fear? They're too preoccupied to care about me." The atmosphere within the Lin household grows increasingly tense, each member akin to ants on a hot skillet, frantically scurrying about. The following day, Lin Jinghao ventures out personally to seek assistance, only to be met with a series of refusals. Boss Lin, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this situation has escalated too dramatically. I am powerless to assist, laments a former friend. Fuming with indignation, Lin Jinghao retorts, how unreliable. You were all brotherly when times were good. Upon returning home, Lin Jinghao isolates himself in his study, not emerging for the rest of the day. Lin Yu and Lin Xian anxiously await in the living room, while Lu Mei incessantly frets. What are we going to do? Are we facing bankruptcy? She cries. Lin Yu, exasperated, shouts, can you be quiet for once? Lin Xian adds her grievances. This is all you're doing. You've brought this upon us. From a distance, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan observe the unfolding chaos, filled with mixed emotions. Jinan, seeing them like this fills me with both satisfaction and reflection, Lin Yanin remarks. Ruan Jinan gently embraces her. They deserve this. Do not let your heart soften. Lin Yanin nods resolutely. I will not falter. They shall pay for their past misdeeds. Just then, Lin Yu spots Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan, charging out to confront them. Lin Yanin, you treacherous ingrate. How dare you revel in our misfortune? Lin Yanin meets his gaze unflinchingly. This is the consequence of your own actions. Lin Yu lunges forward to strike, but Ruan Jinan intervenes. Don't act rashly. Fuming with rage, Lin Yu grits his teeth. You'll regret this. Lin Yanin sneers, oh, I eagerly await to see how long you can endure it. As time progresses, the Lin family's plight worsens, and internal conflicts become increasingly pronounced. Lin Yanin's revenge scheme continues to unfold. Chapter 33, advancing the revenge plan. Under the vibrant night sky of the bustling city, the neon lights flicker, yet they fail to illuminate the darkened corners of Lin Yanin's heart. Shrouded in hatred, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazes down at the throngs of vehicles below, her eyes brimming with resolve and determination. Ruan Jian gently wraps his arms around her from behind. Yanin, don't overexert yourself. I will always be by your side. Lin Yanin turns slightly, offering him a reassuring smile. Jinan, I am fine. The path of vengeance has led me this far. I cannot turn back now. The following day, Lin Yanin arrives at the office early. Dressed in a sharp business suit, she strides confidently into the conference room. The employees straighten up at her presence. Everyone, the Lin family, is currently in dire straits. But that is not enough, Lin Yanin declares, resting her hands on the conference table, her gaze sweeping across each individual, though we must intensify the pressure, ensuring they remain unable to recover. The marketing manager nods. President Lin, we have followed your directives and increased our competitive efforts against Lin family products. Their sales continue to decline. Lin Yanin smiles with satisfaction. Excellent, maintain this momentum. Simultaneously, Lin Yanin discreetly contacts several suppliers associated with the Lin family, persuading them to cease their partnerships in an upscale restaurant. Lin Yanin sits across from a supplier, who wears a conflicted expression. Miss Lin, I've been working with the Lin family for years. This doesn't seem right. Lin Yanin takes a delicate sip of her coffee. You must understand the Lin family's current predicament, by collaborating with us. You stand to gain far more. After a moment's hesitation, the supplier eventually nods in agreement. A subtle smile graces Lin Yanin's lips as she returns home, where Ruan Jinan has prepared dinner. How did everything go today? He inquires. Lin Yanin removes her coat and sits down. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Ruan Jinan takes her hand. Yanin, regardless of what happens, I hope you'll take care of yourself. Lin Yanin feels warmth in her heart. I understand that in the days that follow, Lin Yanin becomes increasingly busy. She diligently gathers negative information about the Lin family, amplifying its impact through various media and online platforms. The Lin family's reputation plummets, and conflicts among family members intensify. During a family meeting, Lin Jinghao erupts in fury. You are all useless. You can't even manage a crisis. Lin Yu lowers his head, too afraid to speak. Lin Xian, in tears, protests, Dad, can you blame us? Lin Yanin observes the scene, devoid of any pity. One day, she unexpectedly encounters Lin Yu on the street. Lin Yu glares at her menacingly. Lin Yanin, don't get too cocky. Lin Yanin responds with a cold laugh. This is merely the beginning. Lin Yu lunges forward, intent on striking her. Lin Yanin deftly evades him. What's wrong? Are you flustered? She mocks. Lin Yu grits his teeth. You will regret this. Watching him retreat, Lin Yanin silently vows to ensure they pay dearly for their actions. As the revenge plan unfolds, Lin Yanin bears immense internal pressure. Yet she understands that retreat is not an option that on a stormy night. Lin Yanin sits alone in her study, contemplating her next move. Ruan Jinan enters, draping a coat over her shoulders. Yanin, don't tire yourself out. Lin Yanin grips his hand firmly. I will make sure they receive the punishment they deserve. Ruan Jinan nods. I believe in you. At this moment, the Lin family finds itself in utter disarray, while Lin Yanin's plan for vengeance continues unabated. Chapter 34. Unexpected obstacles and revenge. The sun lazily filters through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow across the city's streets. Lin Yanin sits in her office, clutching the latest report, her brow furrowed, revealing a hint of anxiety. Ruan Jinan enters, sensing her distress. Yanin, what is wrong? Lin Yanin looks up, letting out a deep sigh. Jinan, our revenge plan has hit a snag. Ruan Jinan approaches her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. Take your time and explain. Lin Yanin stands and walks to the window, gazing out at the bustling streets below. Originally, we aimed to sever the Lin family's financial lifeline, plunging them into despair. However, they seem to have found new investors from somewhere, temporarily alleviating their crisis. Ruan Jinan furrows his brow. That is indeed unexpected. What should we do next? Lin Yanin turns, her gaze resolute that we cannot abandon our efforts. We must seek a new breakthrough. That moment, Lin Yanin's phone suddenly rings, and upon answering, her expression darkens further. After hanging up the phone, she weakly leaned against the table, having just received the disheartening news that an important collaborator we had previously courted had suddenly reneged on our agreement, opting instead to continue their partnership with the Lin family. Ruan Jinan clenched his fists in disbelief. How could this happen? We had clearly reached an understanding. Lin Yanin sighed with a bitter smile, shaking her head. It must be the Lin family pulling strings behind the scenes, offering them greater incentives. The two fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere in the office turning palpably tense. After a moment, Lin Yanin took a deep breath, rallying herself to Jinan. We cannot let these setbacks defeat us. We must re-examine the Lin family's operations. There must be new vulnerabilities we can exploit. Ruan Jinan nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. They began diligently gathering information and analyzing the Lin family's various businesses. However, during this process, they encountered a series of minor complications. For instance, while investigating, they discovered that some crucial documents had been mysteriously altered, breaking their trail. Some individuals who had previously been willing to provide intelligence suddenly changed their tune or vanished without a trace. Lin Yanin stomped her foot in frustration. The Lin family is truly cunning, employing an array of underhanded tactics. Ruan Jinan attempted to console her. Do not let anger consume you. It will not resolve our issues. Let us devise another plan. One day, while Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were strategizing in a CAF, an unfamiliar man approached and took a seat across from them. The man, wearing sunglasses that obscured his features, addressed them with a smirk. Miss Lin, Mr. Ruan, how delightful to see you both. Lin Yanin regarded him warily. Who are you? The man smiled faintly, removing his sunglasses. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in overcoming your current predicament. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan exchanged skeptical glances. The man seemed to sense their doubts that Dio not be incredulous. I am well aware of the Lin family's methods, that if you are willing to collaborate, I can ensure the success of your revenge plan. Lin Yanin furrowed her brow. Why would you help us? The man shrugged. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have my own grievances with the Lin family. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yanin inquired, then please share your plan. The man leaned in, whispering his ideas that as Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan listened, they exchanged glances filled with hesitation, just as they were on the verge of indecision. The man received a phone call, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly departed. Lin Yanin watched his retreating figure to Jinan. Can we trust this person? Ruan Jinan shook his head that it's hard to say, but at this point, we have no better options. Chapter 35. The arrival of an admirer. As the city's clamor gradually subsided beneath the shroud of night, the moonlight cascaded like water over the garden of the apartment complex where Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan resided. Lin Yanin linked her arm with Ruan Jianan's, strolling down the path and savoring this moment of tranquility. Jianan, The recent events have truly been a headache. She sighed softly, her brow furrowed. Ruan Jianan patted her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. We will face this together, and we will find a solution. At that moment, a stranger appeared before them, that a stylishly dressed, handsome man smiled at Lin Yanan, his gaze unabashedly admiring. Miss Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. His voice was rich and magnetic. Lin Yanan looked puzzled. May I ask who you are? The man inclined slightly. That my name is Cheng Yi. I encountered you at a business event and was captivated by your charm. Ruan Jianan's expression darkened instantly as he pulled Lin Yanan closer to him. Lin Yanan chuckled awkwardly. That Mr. Cheng, I appreciate your kind words. Cheng Yi seemed oblivious to Ruan Jianan's displeasure as he continued. Miss Lin, I have been seeking an opportunity to approach you. Today, my wish has been fulfilled. Ruan Jianan interjected. That I'm afraid, Mr. Cheng, she is already in a relationship. Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. That Mr. Ruan, love is a matter of fair competition. Is it not? Lin Yanan, feeling exasperated, stated. Mr. Cheng, I truly love my boyfriend. Please do not pursue this. Cheng Yi, however, appeared unfazed. Miss Lin, emotions can change. Perhaps I could offer you something better. He then handed her a business card. This is my contact information. I hope you will consider it. Ruan Jianan snatched the card from Cheng Yi's hand. And no need for that. You may leave now. Cheng Yi smiled and turned away, casting one last glance back at Lin Yanan as he departed. Upon returning home, Ruan Jianan sat on the sofa, visibly irritated. Lin Yanan approached and sat beside him. That he not be upset. I truly did not take him seriously. Ruan Jianan huffed. That guy is far too arrogant. Lin Yanan wrapped her arms around his. Darling, my heart belongs only to you. The following day, Lin Yanan was busy at the office when suddenly, her secretary entered with news that someone had sent her flowers. Lin Yanan opened the card to find the message. May each of your days be as radiant as flowers. Cheng Yi. She shook her head in exasperation, placing the flowers aside. When she finished work, Cheng Yi unexpectedly appeared at the company entrance. Miss Lin, how about joining me for dinner? He proposed with a smile. Just as Lin Yanan was about to decline, Ruan Jianan intervened. That I'm sorry, but she is coming home with me. Ruan Jianan took Lin Yanan by the hand and walked away. Cheng Yi called after them. Miss Lin, I shall not give up. In the days that followed, Cheng Yi persistently intruded into Lin Yanan's life, showering her with gifts and invitations to meals. Much to her annoyance, one day, while dining with Ruan Jianan at a restaurant, Cheng Yi approached once more. What a coincidence. Would you mind if I joined you? He seated himself without waiting for an invitation. Ruan Jianan glared at him. What exactly do you want? Cheng Yi shrugged. To pursue the woman I like. Lin Yanan couldn't help but interject. Cheng Yi, your behavior is truly bothersome. Cheng Yi feigned innocence. That I am merely expressing my feelings. That at that moment, other patrons began to take notice, prompting Ruan Jianan to stand up in anger. Let us change venues. Back at home, Ruan Jianan paced the room. This Cheng Yi is relentless, he complained. Lin Yanan reassured him. Do not be angry. I will not give him the opportunity. Ruan Jianan halted, gazing at Lin Yanan. Yanan, I believe in you, but that guy is insufferably annoying. Just then, Lin Yanan's phone chimed. It was a message from Cheng. Miss Lin, I will wait for you indefinitely. Lin Yanan handed her phone to Ruan Jianan. See? I am ignoring him. Ruan Jianan frowned. How long will this fellow persist in his pursuit? Chapter 36. The unfolding of sabotage. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled patterns across Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan's bedroom. Lin Yanan rubbed her eyes, awakening from slumber, while Ruan Jianan remained fast asleep beside her. She quietly rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the cityscape, a sense of unease settling within her. The recent incessant attention from Cheng Yi was increasingly disruptive to their lives, and she had a foreboding feeling that this matter would not conclude easily. Sure enough, on this day, as soon as Lin Yanan arrived at the office, she noticed her colleagues casting her peculiar glances. Confused, she entered her office, where her secretary, Xiao Lu, hurriedly approached her. Oh, Lin, it's bad news. It seems that crucial project documents have been leaked. Lin Yanan's heart sank. What happened? Investigated immediately. Just then, her phone rang. It was Cheng Yi calling. Miss Lin, are you surprised? Cheng Yi's voice carried a hint of triumph. Lin Yanan seethed with anger. Was it you? Cheng Yi chuckled. As long as you agree to be with me, I can help you resolve this predicament. Lin Yanan slammed the phone down in fury. How shameless. Upon learning of the situation, Ruan Jianan rushed to the office. He looked at Lin Yanan's weary and enraged expression, his heart aching as he clasped her hand. Yanan, do not worry. We will uncover the mastermind behind this. The two began their investigation, discovering that the company's computer system had been hacked and several key files had been copied. This method is highly professional. It seems they were well prepared, Ruan Jianan analyzed, furrowing his brow. Lin Yanan bit her lip. It must be Chang'e. He is resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. Meanwhile, Chang'e continued his campaign of sabotage. He maliciously spread negative rumors about Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan's company in social circles, significantly damaging their reputation. Clients began calling with inquiries, and partners started to waver. Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan found themselves overwhelmed, juggling client concerns while striving to restore the company's image. One day, while Lin Yanan was discussing a partnership with a key client, Chang'e suddenly appeared, addressing the client. You should be cautious. This company is in disarray and may collapse at any moment. The client's expression soured as Lin Yanan stood up in fury. Chang'e, do not go too far. Chang'e merely shrugged. I am simply stating the truth. The client hesitated and left, leaving Lin Yanan with tears of frustration welling in her eyes. Ruan Jianan rushed to her side, enveloping her in his arms. Do not pay him any mind. We will weather this storm. However, troubles continued to pile up. The company's suppliers suddenly demanded higher prices, threatening to halt deliveries otherwise. Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan were well aware that Chang'e was scheming behind the scenes. This scoundrel truly believes that we would fear him? Ruan Jianan slammed his fist on the table. Lin Yanan took a deep breath, reminding herself that they must not lose their composure. They needed to devise a strategy to confront the situation. They tirelessly scoured for new suppliers while simultaneously striving to stabilize the morale of the company's employees. Throughout this ordeal, the relationship between Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan was also put to the test. Under pressure, they occasionally found themselves quarreling over trivial matters. That it's all my fault for bringing so much trouble to the company, Lin Yanan lamented, filled with self-reproach. Ruan Jianan grasped her shoulder, reassuring her, this is not your fault. We are in this together, and we will pull through. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, a turning point emerged. Chapter 37. Unease and vigilance. The night enveloped the city like ink, thickly shrouding the towering buildings. Lin Yanan stood on her balcony, gazing at the brilliantly illuminated streets in the distance, her unease as profound as the darkness itself. That a gentle breeze caressed her face, stirring her hair. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself, as if seeking to fortify her sense of security. Ruan Jianan approached from behind and gently draped a coat over her shoulders. Yanan, do not overthink. Everything will be resolved, he said, his voice soft yet resolute. Lin Yanan turned to face him, her eyes filled with concern. Jianan, I can't shake the feeling that Chang'e will not relent. I fear he may perpetrate even more outrageous acts. Ruan Jianan took her hand, attempting to impart strength. Regardless of what happens, I will always be by your side, that we will face this together. Lin Yanan nodded slightly, yet the furrow between her brows remained unyielding. The following day, as Lin Yanan made her way to work, an unsettling sensation crept over her, as if someone were tailing her. She glanced back intermittently, yet saw no suspicious figures. This feeling gnawed at her, quickening her pace involuntarily. Upon arriving at the office, she sat at her desk, her mind restless. Each time footsteps echoed outside her door, she would anxiously lift her head. General Manager Lin, is everything all right? You seem quite uneasy today, her secretary, Xiao Li, inquired with concern. Lin Yanan forced a smile. It's nothing. Perhaps I've just been exhausted lately. At noon, Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan lunched together in the cafeteria. She held her chopsticks, yet made no move to eat, her gaze wandering. Ruan Jianan noticed her unusual demeanor. Yanan, what is troubling you? You've been distracted since this morning. Lin Yanan set down her chopsticks and lowered her voice. That I can't shake the feeling that Chang'e is secretly monitoring our every move. It's terrifying. Ruan Jianan grasped her hand. Do not frighten yourself. Perhaps it's merely an illusion born of your anxiety. Lin Yanan shook her head. That no, my intuition is rarely mistaken. That I end the afternoon. Lin Yanan received a bouquet of anonymous flowers. The card bore no signature, yet she was certain it was from Chang Wai. In a fit of anger, she tossed the flowers into the trash. That lunatic! Her colleagues were startled by her outburst. And realizing her loss of composure, Lin Yanin took a deep breath. Striving to regain her calm, that as she left the office, a shadow suddenly darted past her. Startled, she let out a scream, prompting Ruan Jianan to rush over. Yanin, what's wrong? I saw a shadow. It looked like Cheng Yi, Lin Yanin stammered, her voice trembling. Ruan Jianan scanned the area, but saw no one. That it may have been a mistake. Don't be afraid that I'll escort you home. Throughout the journey, Lin Yanin clutched Ruan Jinan's arm tightly, her eyes darting around, vigilant of her surroundings. Upon returning home, Lin Yanin sank onto the sofa, her body still quivering. Ruan Jinan poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. Drink some water, relax. Lin Yanin accepted the glass and took a sip. Jinan, I am truly frightened. I don't know what to do. Ruan Jinan sat beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. Do not worry. We will find a way to rid ourselves of him. Sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting its glow upon the bustling streets of the metropolis. Ruan Jinan sat in his office, his brow furrowed. Chapter 38. Ruan Jinan's resolute stance. Sunlight streamed through the delicate clouds, illuminating the vibrant city streets. Ruan Jinan sat in his office, deep in thought, the mountain of documents before him entirely neglected. The anxiety and fear that Lin Yanin had been experiencing weighed heavily upon his heart like a burdensome stone. He rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing out at the throngs of people below, silently vowing, no matter what, I will protect Yanin and ensure that Cheng Yi can no longer harass her. At that moment, the phone rang. It was a call from Cheng Yi. Ruan Jinan, I advise you to give up on Lin Yanin. She will inevitably be mine. Cheng Yi's voice dripped with provocation. Ruan Jinan gritted his teeth, retorting with anger, you can forget it. Yanin is mine, and I will not allow you to succeed. With that, he slammed the phone down, his hands trembling slightly with rage. After work, Ruan Jinan hurried to Lin Yanin's company. Upon seeing him, Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, though worry quickly replaced it. Ruan Jinan took her hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. Yanin, do not fear. I will always be by your side. Lin Yanin nodded faintly, and hand in hand, they walked home together. Suddenly, a luxury car halted before them, and the window rolled down to reveal Cheng Yi's face. Yanin, come with me. I can offer you a better life. Cheng Yi said. Ruan Jinan positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yanin, glaring at Cheng Yi. Don't be ridiculous. Yanin will not go with you. Cheng Yi scoffed. Ruan Jinan, what makes you think you can compete with me? Ruan Jinan stood tall, resolutely declaring, because I love Yanin, and I can provide her with true happiness. Cheng Yi's expression darkened. Then we shall see. With that, he drove away. Back at home, Lin Yanin looked at Ruan Jinan with concern. Jinan, Cheng Yi will not give up. I fear he may bring you trouble. Ruan Jinan gently stroked her hair. Yanin, do not worry. I am not afraid of trouble. For you, I am willing to face anything. The next day, Ruan Jinan began investigating Cheng Yi's background and weaknesses that he tirelessly sought assistance from friends, leaving no stone unturned. Along the way, he encountered numerous obstacles that on one occasion, he visited an informant only to be met with a closed door. This guy is indeed difficult to deal with, Ruan Jinan murmured in frustration. Yet he did not relent, persistently searching for a breakthrough. At last, he uncovered some of Cheng Yi's unethical business practices. Now, let's see how you flaunt your arrogance. Ruan Jinan thought, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, that he approached Cheng Yi with the evidence in hand. Cheng, if you do not cease your actions, I will make this information public. Cheng Yi's expression darkened. Ruan Jinan, you are quite ruthless. From that point on, although Cheng Yi was begrudgingly unwilling, he dared not openly harass Lin Yanin any longer. However, the matter was far from resolved. One day, while shopping at the mall, Lin Yanin unexpectedly encountered Cheng Yi, and he glared at her ominously. Lin Yanin, do not think that Ruan Jinan can protect you forever. Lin Yanin stood her ground. Cheng Yi, give up. I will never have feelings for you. Cheng Yi scoffed and turned away. Lin Yanin quickly called Ruan Jinan to inform him of the incident. Ruan Jinan reassured her, Yanin, do not be afraid. I will be there shortly. Upon arriving at the mall, Ruan Jinan enveloped Lin Yanin in a tight embrace. It's all right. I'm here. I end the days that followed. Ruan Jinan grew increasingly cautious, ever watchful over Lin Yanin. Friends urged him, you are exhausting yourself. Perhaps you should consider letting go. Ruan Jinan firmly replied, Yanin is my one true love. I will never give up. Under Ruan Jinan's steadfast protection, Lin Yanin gradually regained her tranquility and joy. One starry night, Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin sat on a park bench. Lin Yanin leaned against Ruan Jinan's shoulder. Jinan, thank you for your unwavering companionship and protection. Ruan Jinan tenderly kissed her forehead. Yanin, as long as you are by my side, everything is worthwhile. Chapter 39. Trials and intensifying affection. Sunlight filtered through the window, lazily spreading across the bedroom of Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan. Lin Yanin stretched languidly, sitting up in bed and glancing at Ruan Jinan, who was still in a deep slumber, a smile naturally curving her lips. She gently nudged him. Darling, it's time to wake up. Ruan Jinan mumbled something incoherent, turning over to continue his slumber. Lin Yanin chuckled softly, rising to prepare breakfast. Did I in the kitchen? The sounds of clattering filled the air. And soon, the aroma wafted throughout the room. Ruan Jinan was finally roused by the enticing scent, rubbing his eyes as he ambled into the kitchen and wrapped his arms around Lin Yanin from behind. Wow, darling, it smells amazing, he murmured in her ear. Lin Yanin playfully swatted his hand away. Go wash up. Breakfast is ready. The two sat at the dining table, savoring the warmth of their breakfast together. At that moment, Lin Yanin's phone suddenly rang. It was an urgent call from the company regarding a significant project that had encountered a problem, necessitating her immediate return. Lin Yanin's expression instantly turned grave. To Jianin, there's an issue at the company. I must leave at once. Ruan Jianin nodded. Go ahead, take care of yourself. Lin Yanin hurried back to the company and toiled throughout the day, only returning home that evening, utterly exhausted. Ruan Jianin had prepared dinner, waiting for her. Darling, you've worked hard, he said as he pulled out a chair for her. Lin Yanin sighed. Today has truly worn me out. Ruan Jianin took her hand. Don't overexert yourself. It pains me to see you this way. Just then, Ruan Jianin's phone rang as well. It was a call from his partner, informing him of an urgent business trip he needed to undertake. Ruan Jianin looked at Lin Yanin with a sense of helplessness. Yanin, I may have to be away for a few days. Although a tinge of sadness filled her heart, she smiled and replied, work is important. You should go to in the days that followed. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin could only connect via phone and video calls, their longing for each other deepening with each passing moment. One day, while working late at the office, a sudden downpour caught her off guard. Standing at the entrance, gazing at the torrential rain, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Just then, a car pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down to reveal Ruan Jianin. Darling, I'm back, he exclaimed with a smile. Lin Yanin, filled with surprise, jumped into the car. Aren't you supposed to be on a business trip? Ruan Jianin replied. I wrapped things up early and rushed back to be with you. Tears welled in Lin Yanin's eyes, touched by his thoughtfulness. However, their relationship was still to face trials ahead. Lin Yanin's parents were dissatisfied with Ruan Jianin's family background, believing he was unworthy of their daughter. During a family gathering, they openly expressed their opinions. Yanin, you should seek someone more suitable, her mother remarked. Lin Yanin retorted angrily, Mom, I love Jianin, and it has nothing to do with his family. Ruan Jianin, sitting beside her, wore an awkward expression. After the gathering, Lin Yanin looked at Ruan Jianin with concern. Jianin, please don't take my parents' words to heart. Ruan Jianin took a deep breath. Yanin, I will work hard to earn their approval. From that moment on, he dedicated himself even more to his work, striving to prove his capabilities. Eventually, by chance, Ruan Jianin successfully resolved a significant issue for Lin Yanin's father's company, which earned him newfound respect from her parents. It seems we underestimated you, Lin Yanin's father remarked. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin exchanged knowing smiles, their bond growing stronger through these challenges. One tranquil evening, hand in hand, they strolled along the riverbank. Suddenly, Ruan Jianin knelt on one knee and presented a ring. Yanin, will you marry me? Overcome with emotion, Lin Yanin covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. I will. Chapter 40. The discontent of elders. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin were enveloped in the joy of their engagement. Unaware that a storm from their elders was brewing. One day, they decided to visit Lin Yanin's relatives together. As soon as they entered the house, Lin Yanin sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. In the living room, her parents sat on the couch, their expressions grim. Father, mother, we're back, Lin Yanin said cautiously. Her father glanced at them and snorted. So you finally decided to come home. A sense of foreboding gripped Lin Yanin as she exchanged worried glances with Ruan Jianin, who offered her a reassuring look. Her mother spoke up. Yanin, look at the kind of person you've chosen. His family background is mediocre, and his career is just beginning. What happiness can he provide you? Lin Yanin quickly defended him. Mom, Jinan works very hard and treats me well. We are genuinely in love. Her father slammed his hand on the table. Can love fill your stomach? Life is about the mundane realities, not just sweet nothings. Ruan Jinan took a deep breath and spoke respectfully. Uncle, Annie, I understand my current circumstances are lacking, but I will strive to ensure Yanin has a happy life. Her father dismissed him disdainfully. Effort? That's easy to say. There are many who work hard, but how many succeed? Unable to hold back, Lin Yanin exclaimed, Dad, how can you say that about Jianan? Her mother shot her a glare. You silly girl. You re-siding with him before you're even married. At that moment, Ruan Jianan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up again. Uncle, Annie, I understand your concerns, but please give me a chance to prove myself. Her father stood up, pointing towards the door. Fine, prove it to me. Until you achieve something, don't come looking for Yanin. Lin Yanin's eyes brimmed with tears. Dad, you're being unreasonable. Grabbing Ruan Jianan's hand, she stormed out. Outside, Lin Yanin collapsed into Ruan Jianan's embrace, weeping softly. Ruan Jianan gently patted her back. Yanin, don't cry. I want to let you down to end the days that followed. He worked even harder, rising early and returning late. Like a spinning top. Lin Yanin watched with a heavy heart. One day, she brought lunch to Ruan Jianan at the office. Seeing him fatigued, with bloodshot eyes, her heart ached at Jianan. Don't overexert yourself. Your health is more important. She urged. Ruan Jianan smiled. I'm fine. I can handle it. Yet, despite his tireless efforts, Lin Yanin's relatives continued to create trouble for him. During a family gathering, her uncle deliberately mocked Ruan Jianan's business, scoffing. What can he achieve with that small venture of his? Ruan Jianan clenched his fist, suppressing his anger, maintaining a smile. Lin Yanin couldn't bear it any longer. Uncle, please don't say that. Jianan is doing his best. Her uncle scoffed. What good is effort? Without connections or resources. What future can he have? Lin Yanin stood up, furious. Uncle, you cannot belittle him like this. The gathering ended on a sour note, with both Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan walking home feeling heavy-hearted. Ruan Jianan paused. Looking at Lin Yanin, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Lin Yanin shook her head. It's not your fault. They're being unreasonable. Ruan Jianan grasped her hand. Don't worry. I will make them recognize me. In pursuit of career advancement, Ruan Jianan tirelessly sought collaboration opportunities. However, during a crucial business negotiation, Lin Yanin's uncle covertly sabotaged him, resulting in failure. Upon learning the truth, Ruan Jianan was filled with rage. How could they do this? Lin Yanin comforted him. Don't be upset. We can try again. Chapter 41. The family meetings dispute hand in hand. Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin entered the spacious and opulent meeting hall of the Lin family. The bright lights illuminating the room, but failing to dispel the gloom in their hearts. The family members were already seated, their gazes piercing like arrows directed at the young couple. Lin Yanin's uncle was the first to speak. Arms crossed and a serious expression on his face. Yanin, how can you be so thoughtless? What benefits can this poor boy bring to our family? Lin Yanin bit her lip, retorting, Uncle, love cannot be measured in wealth or benefits. Ruan Jianan slightly bowed, speaking politely yet firmly. Uncle, I will work hard to prove my worth. Just then, Lin Yanin's aunt interjected sarcastically. Effort. There are countless who strive. How many succeed? Don't waste our Yanin's youth. Ruan Jianan's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Lin Yanin, infuriated, stomped her feet. Aunt, how can you say such things? Jianan treats me well. And that is enough. The meeting hall erupted into chaos, voices clashing. Lin Yanin's parents sat silently on the side, their faces grim. Ruan Jianan took a deep breath, raising his voice. Dear elders, I understand your dissatisfaction, but Yanin and I are genuinely in love. I will demonstrate through my actions that I am capable of providing her happiness. Lin Yanin's cousin scoffed. Oh, how eloquently you speak. What can you prove? With that meager business of yours. Ruan Jianan's gaze sharpened. Cousin, do not underestimate a young man's ambition, that I believe that with hard work, my future is boundless. The atmosphere in the meeting hall grew tense, as if a single match could ignite the entire space. Lin Yanin tightly grasped Ruan Jianan's hand, conveying her support. Her eyes shone with determination and defiance. Suddenly, Lin Yanen's grandfather rapped his cane on the floor, commanding attention. Enough of the noise. The hall fell silent. All eyes fixed on the grandfather, and he surveyed Lin Yanen and Ruan Jianan before speaking slowly. The youth have their perspectives, and we as elders should not simply suppress them. However, Ruan Jianan, if you wish to be with Yanen, you must demonstrate your true abilities. Ruan Jianan nodded earnestly. Grandfather, I understand. The family meeting ended on a sour note as Lin Yanen and Ruan Jianan exited the conference hall. The sunlight outside strikingly bright. Lin Yanen gazed at Ruan Jianan, her eyes filled with remorse. Jianan, I am truly sorry for the distress I caused you. Ruan Jianan gently brushed her nose with his fingers. Silly girl. What does it matter? For you, this little hardship is nothing. Unbeknownst to them, this conflict was merely the beginning. Upon returning home, Lin Yanen's parents summoned her to their room. Her mother spoke earnestly. Yanen, heed your mother's advice and part ways with Ruan Jianan. I wish for your well-being. Lin Yanen's eyes widened in disbelief. Mom, how can you say that? I will never separate from Jianan. Her father sighed heavily. Yanen, why must you be so stubborn? We have been through this ourselves and do not wish for you to suffer in the future. Lin Yanen retorted angrily. I fear no hardship. As long as I am with Jianan, I am unafraid of anything. With that, she stormed back to her room and slammed the door shut. Ruan Jianan faced his own challenges. Upon hearing of the family meeting, his friends urged him to give up. Brother, the Lin family is a prestigious clan. We cannot afford to reach for such heights. One friend said, patting his shoulder. Ruan Jianan shook his head. Love cannot be measured by wealth or status. I will not give up, his friend shrugged helplessly. You are just too stubborn. Chapter 42. The difficulty of persuading elders in the aftermath of the family meeting's turmoil. Lin Yanen and Ruan Jianan understood that to truly gain the elders' approval, they must exert greater effort. One weekend afternoon, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting patches of golden light on the ground. Lin Yanen and Ruan Jianan resolved to visit the Lin family's elders once more, striving to persuade them to accept their love. They first arrived at Lin Yanen's uncle's house. Her uncle was trimming the flowers in the yard, and upon seeing them, a frown appeared on his face. Uncle, we came to see you. Lin Yanen managed to smile weakly. Her uncle put down his shears, his expression stern. What do you want? I have no pleasant disposition for you. Lin Yanen stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and said sweetly, Uncle, please don't be like this. We sincerely hope for your blessing. Her uncle shook her off dismissively, snorting, Blessing? What does he deserve that for? He said, pointing at Ruan Jianan. Ruan Jianan took a deep breath and respectfully replied, Uncle, I know I am not yet worthy, but I am striving to improve. My feelings for Yanen are genuine, and I will prove through my actions that I can bring her happiness. Her uncle shot him a sidelong glance. Words alone are meaningless. Show me something tangible. Lin Yanen quickly interjected. Uncle, Jianan has made significant progress at work. His project has garnered recognition from the leaders. Her uncle remained unmoved. And so? That hardly meets my expectations. Emerging from her uncle's house, both Lin Yanen and Ruan Jianan felt a heavy weight on their hearts. Yet they did not surrender and proceeded to visit Lin Yanen's aunt. Her aunt sat in the living room, engrossed in television, not even glancing their way. Aunt, we came to talk to you, Lin Yanen said cautiously. Her aunt replied impatiently. What is there to discuss? I have no interest in your meaningless chatter. Lin Yanen sat beside her aunt, speaking softly. Aunt, please just listen. Jianan is truly working hard. He is striving for our future. Her aunt scoffed. Striving? Who isn't? There are countless people working hard in this world. How many actually succeed? Ruan Jianan earnestly stated. Aunt, I understand that success is not easily attained, but I will not give up. I will ensure Yanen lives a good life. Her aunt rolled her eyes. Once you achieve something, then we can talk. After leaving her aunt's house, Lin Yanen and Ruan Jianan felt utterly dejected. This is so difficult. Why are they so resistant? Lin Yanen couldn't help but vent. Ruan Jianan grasped her hand. Reassuringly, don't lose heart. We still have opportunities. In the days that followed, they continued visiting other elders, but each encounter ended in disappointment. Once at Lin Yanen's uncle's home, he even outright expelled them, declaring, Do not bother me again. I will never agree. Lin Yanen's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to comprehend her uncle's harshness. Ruan Jianan enveloped her in his arms. It's all right. We will think of another way. despite facing repeated rejections and setbacks. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's love only grew stronger. They supported and encouraged one another, vowing to overcome these numerous obstacles. One evening, they sat on a park bench, gazing at the stars above. Lin Yanin leaned against Ruan Jinan's shoulder and softly declared, "Jinan, no matter how difficult it gets, I will never give up." Ruan Jinan kissed her forehead. "Neither will I, Yanin. I will ensure our elders recognize us." Chapter 43. The redistribution of family interests. As the gentle morning sun bathed the Lin family's old residence garden, the dew on the flowers sparkled like tiny diamonds. However, at this moment, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were too preoccupied to admire the beauty, for the family meeting was about to discuss the redistribution of family interests, a war without weapons. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white dress, Lin Yanin appeared tense, yet her gaze exuded determination. Ruan Jinan wore a dark suit, exuding composure and gravitas, but he gently held Lin Yanin's hand, offering her silent support. Entering the conference hall, family members were already seated, each face reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The arrival of Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan stirred a ripple of unrest, with envious glances cast in their direction and some displaying disdain. Sitting at the head of the table, the patriarch, Old Master Lin, regarded them with a stern and scrutinizing gaze. "Today, we gather to discuss the redistribution of family interests." Lin Yanin's cousin, Lin Yu, was the first to speak. "I believe Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan have no right to partake in this distribution. After all, they are outsiders." That he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yanin, a smirk of ridicule playing on his lips. Unable to restrain herself, Lin Yanin retorted, "We have contributed so much to the family. Why are we deemed unworthy?" Her voice trembled slightly, betraying her inner fury. Old Master Lin coughed. "Silence. Let us hear everyone's opinions first." At this moment, Lin Yanin's aunt, who had remained silent thus far, stood up. "I believe we should adhere to family traditions for the distribution. They should not receive special treatment simply because they are newcomers." Her cold gaze suggested that Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were inconsequential strangers. Lin Yanin bit her lip, feeling overwhelmed by injustice. Ruan Jinan patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. The discussion escalated, the hall filled with clamor and accusations. Lin Yanin felt a throbbing headache. She glanced out at the blue sky, wishing to escape this place of strife. Suddenly, Ruan Jinan stood up, his voice firm and resolute. "Everyone, let us calm down. We are not here to claim what does not belong to us, but to seek a fair and reasonable distribution that will benefit the family as a whole." His words brought an abrupt silence to the hall, all eyes turning in surprise towards him. Old Master Lin nodded slightly. "Jinan makes a valid point." After intense debate and negotiation, a preliminary distribution plan was finally agreed upon. Although Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan did not receive as much as they had hoped, they had achieved some measure of success. Exiting the conference hall, Lin Yanin sighed deeply. What a hard-fought battle this has been. She smiled wryly. Ruan Jinan comforted her. "At least we have taken the first step. Things will get better from here." Clouds began to drift across the sky, and the wind picked up, suggesting that the road ahead would not be smooth. Lin Yanin looked up at the sky, her brow furrowed, uncertain whether the wind would disperse their troubles or bring more complications. Ruan Jinan wrapped his arms around her. "Do not worry, no matter what. I will stay by your side and face it all together." Lin Yanin nestled against him, feeling a measure of warmth and reassurance. Nevertheless, the family members were indeed a headache, each one seemingly preoccupied with their own interests. Lin Yanin couldn't help but complain that do not dwell on it too much. "We just need to focus on ourselves." Ruan Jinan gently patted her back. Chapter 44. Temporary compromise and turning point. As night descended, the city lights twinkled like a myriad of stars. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan sat on their balcony, gazing at the distant nightscape, their hearts heavy with concern. "Jinan, I find the outcome of this distribution utterly unsatisfactory." Lin Yanin's voice bore a hint of resignation and fatigue as her gaze lingered on the towering buildings in the distance, her expression somewhat distant. Ruan Jinan tenderly grasped Lin Yanin's hand, offering solace. "Yanin, this is merely temporary. We still have opportunities ahead." His eyes shone with determination, reflecting an indomitable spirit. At that moment, Lin Yanin's phone rang, shattering the tranquility of the night. She glanced at the caller ID, her brow furrowing slightly. It was Lin Yu calling. What could he want at this hour? Lin Yanin gazed at Ruan Jianan in confusion. Ruan Jianan shrugged, gesturing for her to answer the call. Lin Yanin pressed the answer button. And on the other end, Lin Yu's arrogant voice rang out. Lin Yanin, this time you're out of luck, but don't think this is the end of it. Lin Yanin bit her lip, struggling to contain her anger, and replied, Lin Yu, don't be too pleased with yourself. We shall see. With that, she slammed the phone down furiously. That Lin Yu truly was insufferable, and Lin Yanin stomped her foot in frustration. Ruan Jianan patted her shoulder and said, don't let him get to you. He is not worth it. Do we need to think about our next steps? The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on the bed. Upon waking, Lin Yanin's first sight was Ruan Jianan, already seated at the desk, engrossed in documents. She rose and walked over to him, softly inquiring, what are you working on? Ruan Jianan lifted his head and handed her a document, saying, I'm examining some vulnerabilities in the family business. Perhaps we can find an opportunity within. Lin Yanin took the document and began to read intently. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Jianan, look here. If we seize this chance, we might be able to turn the tide. Ruan Jianan leaned closer to examine the point she was indicating, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it makes sense. However, it will require considerable effort on our part. In the days that followed, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan began to secretly prepare their plan. They traversed various locations, negotiating with different partners, and were perpetually busy. During an important business negotiation, Lin Yanin, clad in a sharp professional outfit, entered the conference room. Her face bore a confident smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. The opposing representative was a seasoned negotiator, sharp-tongued, and the discussions quickly reached an impasse. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Lin Yanin stated, Gentlemen, I firmly believe our collaboration will yield mutual benefits. Her voice was clear and resolute as she signaled Ruan Jianan to present their prepared proposal. Ruan Jianan, understanding her cue, seamlessly handed over the proposal and elaborated on it in detail. After several hours of arduous negotiations, the opposing side finally relented, expressing their willingness to consider a partnership. Exiting the conference room, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with hope. However, just as they believed everything was progressing favorably, an unforeseen setback occurred. The partner who had initially agreed to collaborate suddenly reneged, citing threats from other members of the Lin family. Upon learning this news, Lin Yanin was so enraged that tears nearly spilled from her eyes. How could they do this? It's utterly outrageous. Ruan Jianan held her tightly, offering comfort to don't lose heart. We will find another way. As despair enveloped them, a mysterious figure emerged. This individual was a formidable business mogul, dissatisfied with the Lin family's conduct. He expressed his willingness to assist Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan, provided they agreed to certain future collaboration terms. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan ultimately decided to accept his help. With the mogul's support, their plan progressed smoothly. The other members of the Lin family began to feel the pressure and were compelled to re-evaluate their relationship with Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan. Eventually, during a family gathering, the elder Lin announced a reallocation of family interests, granting Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan their rightful shares. Standing under the spotlight, Lin Yanin was so overwhelmed with emotion that words escaped her. Ruan Jianan held her hand tightly, their eyes sparkling with happiness and pride. I can't believe we actually did it, Lin Yanin exclaimed, to which Ruan Jianan replied with a smile, as long as we don't give up. Nothing is impossible. Chapter 45. The support of a best friend's sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gently cascading onto the earth. It was a splendid weekend afternoon, and Lin Yanin reclined languidly on the sofa, contemplating the subsequent arrangements following the family interest distribution. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Yanin opened the door to find her best friend, Yang Peifong, bursting with energy at the entrance. Yanin, I finally made it, Yang Peifong exclaimed, striding into the house with an array of bags in hand. Lin Yanin looked at her in surprise and asked, Peifong, what are you up to? Yang Peifong dropped the items onto the floor, hands on her hips, declaring, I heard about the recent troubles in your family, so I came to brainstorm some strategies. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she winked. Lin Yanin chuckled helplessly, pulling Yang Peifong down onto the sofa beside her. You always so fiery. Yang Peifong rolled her eyes and retorted, Can you blame me? With your timid nature, you need to be a bit tougher to handle those people. Lin Yanin sighed, I wish I could be more assertive. But the family dynamics are too intricate that don't fret. With me around, what is there to fear? Yang Peifong thumped her chest confidently. Let me analyze the situation. That Lin Yu is just a self-righteous fool. And your aunt is simply an old stick-in-mud. Lin Yanin laughed at her candor. You certainly don't mince words. Yang Peifong shrugged. I call it being straightforward. We need to devise a plan to show them your capabilities. Saying this, Yang Peifong pulled out a notebook filled with her battle plans. First, we need to gather evidence against them. As she spoke, she pointed to various notes in her book. Lin Yanin furrowed her brow. That won't be easy, don't be so pessimistic. Yang Peifong shot her a glare. I've already found out that Lin Yu has been involved in some shady business dealings lately. Lin Yanin gasped in surprise. Really? Yang Peifong smirked. Of course, when I'm on the case, I'm twice as effective. Over the next few days, Yang Peifong dragged Lin Yanin around to investigate, resulting in a series of chaotic situations. On one occasion, they stealthily followed Lin Yu only to accidentally collide with him, nearly getting caught and forced to hide behind a trash bin, emerging in a disheveled state. What a mess, Lin Yanin complained. Yang Peifong laughed. This is what it takes to succeed. Eventually, they amassed sufficient evidence. During another family meeting, encouraged by Yang Peifong, Lin Yanin stood up. Everyone, I have something important to say. Her voice was steady and powerful. The attendees looked at her in astonishment, with Lin Yu wearing a disdainful expression. Lin Yanin presented the evidence methodically, causing Lin Yu's demeanor to darken progressively. Lin Yu, what do you have to say for yourself? Lin Yanin challenged him directly. Lin Yu stammered, attempting to defend himself, but his arguments crumbled under the weight of the evidence. Ultimately, the family reassessed the distribution of interests, and Lin Yanin secured a larger share. Peifong, I owe you big time, Lin Yanin exclaimed gratefully, embracing Yang Peifong. Yang Peifong chuckled. What are friends for? In the future, I'll always have your back. Sunlight enveloped them, illuminating their hopeful future. Chapter 46. The recurrence of stomach cancer on a tranquil evening. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Yanin's slightly pale face. Recently, she had been feeling unusually fatigued, with intermittent pangs of discomfort in her stomach. When Ruan Jianin returned home from work, he found Lin Yanin resting on the sofa, her brows furrowed in worry, stirring a sense of unease within him. Yanin, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? Ruan Jianin hurried to her side, concern etched on his face. Lin Yanin managed a faint smile. That I might just be a bit worn out. My stomach has been bothering me. Ruan Jianin's eyes filled with worry. This one do. We need to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. The following day, the diagnosis struck like a bolt from the blue. Signs of stomach cancer recurrence. Lin Yanin held the diagnosis paper, her hands trembling uncontrollably as tears welled in her eyes. Ruan Jianin embraced her tightly, whispering, Yanin, don't be afraid. We will conquer this together. Upon returning home, Lin Yanin sank into a profound despondency. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she noticed her hair beginning to fall out due to chemotherapy. Her once radiant beauty fading. Ruan Jianin watched her, his heart aching. One day, after Lin Yanin awoke from her afternoon nap, she discovered Ruan Jianin was missing. It wasn't until evening that he returned home, wearing a hat as he entered. Lin Yanin inquired in confusion, Jianin, what with the hat? Ruan Jianin smiled mysteriously before removing it, revealing a completely shaved head. Darling, from now on, I'll go bald with you, he declared with a grin. Lin Yanin was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh that you're so adorably silly. Their friends and family learned of Ruan Jianin's gesture and teased him mercilessly. At one family gathering, Lin Yu sarcastically remarked, Ruan Jianin, are you trying to attract attention with that bald look, thinking you can set a trend? Ruan Jianin shot him a glare and retorted, I do it because I want to, and it's between me and Yanin. You wouldn't understand. Ruan Jianin's friend, Li Chong, chimed in jest, Jianin, that bald look is quite a departure. I almost didn't recognize you on the street. Ruan Jianin laughed and scolded. Oh, come on. Stop teasing me. This is a manifestation of love. Despite being the subject of much teasing, Ruan Jianin remained unfazed, declaring, as long as I can bring joy to Yanin, I am willing to do anything. As the days passed, Lin Yanin's condition fluctuated between good and bad. Ruan Jianin steadfastly remained by her side, providing meticulous care. That on one occasion, overwhelmed by pain, Lin Yanin lost her temper and smashed a bowl on the floor. Instead of reacting with anger, Ruan Jinan silently cleaned up the mess and gently took her hand, saying, Yanin, if it hurts, let it out. Don't hold it in. Lin Yanin looked at him, feeling guilty, and apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper. Ruan Jinan shook his head, replying, There's no need to say that. I understand your pain. To uplift Lin Yanin's spirits, Ruan Jinan frequently hosted small gatherings at home, inviting friends and family to bring some liveliness. Although many initially cast unusual glances at his bald head, they gradually became moved by the profound bond between the two. One day, Lin Yanin's close friend Yang Peifong secretly remarked, Yanin, you are truly fortunate to have encountered such a good man as Jianin, but he disregards everything for you. Touched to tears, Lin Yanin recognized her immense luck. With Ruan Jian's support and encouragement, Lin Yanin grew stronger, actively participating in her treatment, which gradually stabilized her condition. One sunny day, Ruan Jian took Lin Yanin for a walk in the park. Today, as Lin Yanin gazed at his bald head, she playfully remarked, When my hair grows back, yours should too. Ruan Jian nodded. Of course, we will both become beautiful and handsome again. Hand in hand, their shadows stretched long under the sun, filled with hope for the future. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrance of flowers, as if blessing their love. Chapter 47. Ruan Jian's awareness and concern. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled light on the bedroom floor. Lin Yanin slowly awoke, instinctively reaching for her side, only to find the bed already cool. Ruan Jian had risen early. After a quick wash, she descended the stairs that in the living room. Ruan Jian sat on the sofa, perusing the financial newspaper, his brow slightly furrowed. Good morning, Lin Yanin said softly, her voice still laced with sleepiness. Ruan Jian looked up, warmth in his gaze. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Lin Yanin settled beside him, nodding. Pretty well, but it feels like something is missing when you're not around. Ruan Jian smiled, pulling her into his embrace. Silly girl, I'm just busy with work. At that moment, the housekeeper, Wang Ma, approached with a smile. Young master, young mistress, breakfast is ready. They moved to the dining table, where Ruan Jian thoughtfully pulled out a chair for Lin Yanin. Once she was seated, he sat across from her. Eat more. I've noticed you've lost weight lately, he said while serving her a piece of fried egg. Lin Yanin playfully scolded, I isn't it because you're always busy working and don't spend time with me. Ruan Jian chuckled helplessly. I am doing this for our future. Just as they were enjoying breakfast, Ruan Jian's phone rang. That he glanced at the caller ID, his expression changing slightly, yet he answered. Hello, President Li. What can I do for you? Ruan Jian's tone turned serious. Lin Yanin watched him intently, curiosity stirring within her. After ending the call, Ruan Jian's brow furrowed deeper. What is wrong? Lin Yanin asked with concern. After a moment's hesitation, he replied. There is a minor issue at the company that I need to take care of. Lin Yanin took his hand, reassuringly saying, Don't worry too much. I believe you can handle it. Ruan Jian nodded and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Lin Yanin called, stepping forward to adjust his tie. Take care of yourself. Don't overwork. Ruan Jian felt warmth in his heart and gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry. After he left, Lin Yanin found herself a bit bored at home. She decided to go out for a stroll and buy a gift for Ruan Jian. Down at the mall, she carefully selected an item when she unexpectedly ran into her friend Yang Peifong. Yanin, why are you here alone? Yang Peifong asked, surprised. Lin Yanin smiled. Jian is busy with work, so I thought I'd take a walk. Yang Peifong scoffed. He only knows work and doesn't spend enough time with you. Lin Yanin quickly defended. He is doing it for our future. Yang Peifong shook her head in resignation. You're just too kind, dash-hearted. By the way, how have you two been lately? Lin Yanin's face lit up with a happy smile. Pretty good, though he has been very busy. The two chatted while shopping, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Upon returning home, Lin Yanin discovered Ruan Jian had yet to come back. She felt a touch of worry and called him. Jian, when will you be back? Lin Yanin inquired. That on the other end, Ruan Jian's weary voice responded. It'll be a while. Things are a bit tricky. Lin Yanin said with concern. Don't tire yourself too much. Make sure to rest. After hanging up, Lin Yanin sat on the sofa waiting for Ruan Jian. After an unknown duration, the sound of a car outside caught her attention, prompting her to rush to the door. As Ruan Jian entered, he immediately noticed Lin Yanin's anxious expression. That I'm back, he said. Lin Yanin rushed into his embrace. I was so worried. Ruan Jian held her tightly. I'm sorry to have made you worry. My dear. They walked into the living room, where Lin Yanin presented the gift she had bought for him. This is for you, she said with a smile. Ruan Jianan opened it to find a fine tie. Thank you, my dear, he replied, that as long as you like it, Lin Yanin said. That night, they lay in bed. Lin Yanin nestled in Ruan Jianan's arms that no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. She declared. Ruan Jianan, feeling moved, replied, Yanin, having you is truly wonderful. The moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping them in warmth and sweetness. Chapter 48. The search sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gently illuminating the city streets. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan sat in the car, both appearing somewhat weary, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. Yanin, don't worry too much. We will surely find a doctor who can heal you, Ruan Jianan said, driving while gently holding Lin Yanin's hand. Lin Yanin nodded slightly, forcing a smile. With you by my side, I'm not afraid. They arrived at a renowned traditional Chinese medicine hospital, where the waiting area was bustling with people. How long will this take? Lin Yanin murmured, unable to contain her impatience. Ruan Jianan comforted her. Don't rush. For you, waiting is worth it. Finally, it was their turn as they entered the consultation room. The elderly physician meticulously examined Lin Yanin's pulse and scrutinized her complexion, his brow furrowing with concern. Lin Yanin anxiously gazed at him. Doctor, what about my illness? The old physician shook his head. Speaking slowly, my dear, your condition is quite complex that I can only prescribe some remedies for adjustment. But I cannot guarantee their effectiveness. Lin Yanin's eyes dimmed instantly, prompting Ruan Jianan to urgently interject. Doctor, please, we are counting on you. After receiving the prescription for traditional medicine, they hurriedly proceeded to the pharmacy. The pharmacist worked quickly, measuring and packaging the medicine, while Ruan Jianan watched closely, anxious to avoid any mistakes. After leaving the traditional hospital, they heard of a Western medical expert renowned in this field. So they drove there next. Inside the expert's office, advanced medical equipment dazzled the eyes. The specialist carefully reviewed Lin Yanin's previous medical records and test results, his expression grave. Given the current situation, the risks of surgery are significant. However, if we opt for conservative treatment, the results might be less than satisfactory. The expert's words left Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan in a state of dilemma. Lin Yanin clutched Ruan Jianan's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Jianan, what should I do? Ruan Jianan embraced her firmly. Don't be afraid, Yanin. We will decide together. At that moment, Ruan Jianan's phone rang. It was his friend Li Hao calling. Jianan, I heard you've been searching for doctors everywhere. How is it going? Li Hao inquired with concern. Ruan Jianan sighed in resignation. No good news yet, but we want to give up. Li Hao encouraged. If you need help, just let me know. Don't hesitate. After hanging up, Ruan Jianan turned to Lin Yanin. Yanin, no matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Lin Yanin felt tears welling up. Jianan, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. That evening, they returned home, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa. After such a day, my legs feel like they might break, Ruan Jianan groaned, rubbing his legs with a wry smile. Lin Yanin shot him a playful glare. You read just full of complaints. Ruan Jianan pulled Lin Yanin into his arms. I'm just trying to make you laugh. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was Lin Yanin's friend Yang Peifong, arriving with a basket of fruit. I heard you two were running around hospitals all day. I came to check on you, she said. Lin Yanin looked at her gratefully. Peifong, you're so thoughtful. Yang Peifong looked at the two of them and said, You two don't wear such gloomy expressions. Who knows, a miracle might just happen. I hope so. Lin Yanin replied, That I end the days that followed. Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin continued their arduous journey in search of medical treatment. Though weary, the companionship they offered each other filled them with courage and hope. One day, they encountered a small boy in a hospital corridor. The boy held a flower in his hand, ran over, and handed it to Lin Yanin, saying, Sister, you must get better soon. Lin Yanin accepted the flower, tears welling in her eyes as she replied, Thank you, little friend. Ruan Jianan watched the scene unfold, silently swearing to himself that he would find a way to cure Lin Yanin. Chapter 49. Hope and despair in treatment. The morning light filtered through the curtains, gently caressing Lin Yanin's face. She slowly opened her eyes, noticing that Ruan Jianan was still asleep beside her, his brow slightly furrowed, as though even in his dreams he was worried about her illness. Lin Yanin gently reached out her hand, intending to smooth his brow, but hesitated, fearing to wake him. Just then, Ruan Jianan seemed to sense her movement. abruptly opening his eyes and grasping her hand. Yanin, you're awake. How do you feel? His voice carried a touch of urgency and concern. Lin Yanin smiled and reassured him. I feel much better. There's no need to be so anxious. Ruan Jianan sat up, enveloping Lin Yanin in his embrace. How can I not be anxious? Your illness weighs heavily on my heart. After they had freshened up, they arrived at the hospital, in the doctor's office. The physician held the latest examination report, his expression grave. The situation is not very optimistic. The previous treatment did not achieve the desired results. The doctor's words fell like a heavy stone, crashing down on Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's hearts. Lin Yanin's complexion instantly turned pale, while Ruan Jinan tightly grasped her hand, offering her strength. Doctor, are there any other options available? Ruan Jinan inquired urgently. The doctor pondered for a moment before responding. Currently, there is a new clinical trial treatment, but it carries significant risks. You must consider this carefully. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan exchanged glances, both filled with hesitation and inner turmoil. Stepping out of the doctor's office, they encountered an elderly couple in the corridor. Noticing the couple's concerned expressions, the elderly woman kindly asked, "Children, have you encountered some difficulties?" Lin Yanin managed a bittersweet smile as she explained their situation. The elderly man patted Ruan Jinan's shoulder and said, "Young man, whatever decision you make, as long as it is for your beloved's good, be brave and pursue it." Ruan Jinan nodded gratefully. Returning to the hospital room, Lin Yanin leaned against the bed, her gaze somewhat vacant. Ruan Jinan sat beside her, softly saying, "Yanin, no matter what, I will face this alongside you." Lin Yanin lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "Jinan, I'm scared. I fear I won't be able to endure." Ruan Jinan held her tightly, assuring her, "Don't speak like that. You will surely recover." That moment, Lin Yanin's best friend, Yang Peifong, burst in with exuberance. "Yanin, I've heard the news. Don't be afraid. We will think of a way together." Yang Peifong's voice brimmed with vitality. Lin Yanin couldn't help but smile at her spirited demeanor. "Peifong, you're always so full of energy." Yang Peifong shot her a playful glance. "At a time like this, you're still able to laugh. You truly are carefree." In the following days, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan deliberated on whether to participate in the clinical trial treatment. Ruan Jinan sought information from various sources while Lin Yanin silently prayed from her hospital bed. One night, Lin Yanin experienced a nightmare, dreaming that her condition worsened and ultimately led her to leave this world. She awoke with a start, screaming. Ruan Jinan, startled by her cry, quickly turned on the light and saw Lin Yanin's tear-streaked face, his heart aching for her. "Yanin, don't be afraid. It was just a dream, just a dream." He comforted her repeatedly. Lin Yanin buried her face in his embrace, sobbing, "Jinan, I don't want to die. I want to be with you forever." Ruan Jinan declared firmly, "Yanin, we will certainly triumph over this illness." Ultimately, they resolved to participate in the clinical trial treatment. Throughout the process, Lin Yanin endured immense suffering, yet every time she felt like giving up, she found the strength to persevere upon seeing Ruan Jianan's encouraging gaze. However, following the first treatment, Lin Yanin experienced severe adverse reactions, and her condition appeared to worsen. "Why is this happening? Why?" Ruan Jianan shouted angrily at the doctor. The doctor, feeling helpless, replied, "This is one of the treatment's risks. We will do our utmost to adjust the plan." Lin Yanin lay weakly on the bed, gently telling Ruan Jianan, "Jianan, don't make things difficult for the doctor. Perhaps this is just my fate." Ruan Jianan grasped her hand, asserting, "No, I will not allow you to resign to fate. We will surely find hope." Chapter 50. The difficult task in the hospital room. An oppressive atmosphere hung in the air. Lin Yanin lay weakly on the bed, her complexion as pale as paper, while Ruan Jianan sat by her side, tightly holding her hand, his eyes filled with worry and tenderness. "Jianan, am I a burden to you?" Lin Yanin's voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Ruan Jianan immediately shook his head. "Don't say that, Yanin. You are the most important person in my life. I will never give up on you." Just then, a mysterious light suddenly flickered in the room, and a spectral figure gradually materialized. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "Greetings, I am a messenger from a mystical realm that I can offer Lin Yanin a chance for healing. But you must complete a formidable task." The messenger's voice was ethereal and distant. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan exchanged glances. their eyes igniting with sparks of hope. What task? I will do anything to save Yanin, Ruan Jinan replied eagerly. The messenger smiled slightly. This task requires you to journey to a mysterious island and seek a herb known as the Flower of Life. This herb grows deep within the island, surrounded by various dangers and challenges. Lin Yanin frowned. That sounds exceedingly difficult. Ruan Jinan took her hand, saying, no matter how difficult, we must try. The messenger nodded. Very well, I will now transport you to the edge of the island. Remember, you have only 7 days. If you do not find the Flower of Life within this time, the task will fail. With a flash of light, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan found themselves at the edge of an unfamiliar island, surrounded by dense jungles, with the occasional roar of wild beasts echoing in the distance. Yanin, don't be afraid. I'm here, Ruan Jinan reassured her, picking up a thick branch as a makeshift weapon. Lin Yanin took a deep breath. All right, let's go. They cautiously entered the jungle, the underbrush and thorns making their progress arduous. Suddenly, a gigantic spider descended from a tree, lunging toward Lin Yanin. Lin Yanin screamed in fright. Ruan Jinan reacted swiftly, swatting the spider away with the branch. It's all right, Yanin. Lin Yanin patted her chest. You scared me to death. Continuing onward, they encountered a raging river, the murky water obscuring its depth. What do we do now? Lin Yanin looked at the river, her face clouded with worry. Ruan Jinan scanned the surroundings and spotted a fallen tree. Yanin, we can use this tree to cross the river. After considerable effort, they finally managed to cross. As evening fell, they found a relatively safe spot to rest. Ruan Jinan lit a fire, and Lin Yanin leaned against his shoulder. John, what if we can't find the Flower of Life? Lin Yanin expressed her concern. Ruan Jinan comforted her. Don't think about that too much. We will surely find it. Just then a voice emerged from the darkness. Haha, do you really think it will be that easy to find the Flower of Life? Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan stood alert, watching as a shadow emerged from the trees. Who are you? Ruan Jinan demanded. The shadow sneered. I am the guardian of this island. You will never complete your task. Ruan Jinan stood firm. We will complete the task. You cannot stop us. The guardian laughed heartily. Then let us see about that. And with that, vanished into the darkness. Lin Yanin tightly grasped Ruan Jinan's hand. Jinan, I'm a bit scared. Ruan Jinan embraced her. Don't be afraid. I am here on this island filled with uncertainty and danger. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's quest had only just begun. Chapter 51. The struggle to complete the task. The night shrouded the island, and Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan sat by the campfire, their faces etched with fatigue and worry. Jinan, the appearance of that guardian sends chills down my spine, Lin Yanin said, leaning closer to Ruan Jinan. Her voice trembling slightly, Ruan Jinan gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't be afraid, Yanin. He is merely posturing. We will surely find the Flower of Life. His gaze was resolute, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner tension. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, and Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan resumed their quest for the Flower of Life. Ouch! Lin Yanin suddenly called out, and Ruan Jinan hurriedly turned around, only to see her foot ensnared by a vine, nearly causing her to stumble. Be careful, my dear. Ruan Jinan promptly supported her and brushed the dust off her clothes. Lin Yanin pouted and murmured, This path is far too treacherous. Ruan Jinan chuckled as he playfully tapped her nose. Just consider it an adventure. As they continued walking, they arrived at a valley shrouded in thick mist, obscuring the path ahead. The fog is so dense. How are we supposed to get through? Lin Yanin frowned, her expression troubled. Ruan Jinan pondered for a moment before saying, Yanin, hold my hand, and we'll proceed slowly. Hand in hand, they cautiously ventured into the mist. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing Lin Yanin to scream in fright. Don't be afraid. It's just the wind, Ruan Jinan reassured her, pulling her tightly into his embrace. After a strenuous effort, they finally emerged from the valley, only to encounter a steep slope. This incline is so steep. How can we possibly climb it? Lin Yanin sighed, gazing at the slope. Ruan Jinan surveyed the surroundings and spotted some vines. Yanin, we can use these vines to ascend. Without hesitation, Ruan Jinan began to climb, subsequently pulling Lin Yanin up. Just as they were nearing the top, Lin Yanin's foot slipped. She exclaimed. Ruan Jinan reacted swiftly, grasping her hand. Hold on tight, Yanin. After a strenuous struggle, They finally reached the summit. Exhausted, Lin Yanin collapsed onto the ground. This task is too arduous. I feel like I'm falling apart, she gasped. Ruan Jinan sat beside her, offering her his water bottle. Drink some water and rest. We've come so far. We cannot give up. That moment, a little monkey appeared before them, holding a fruit and winking at them. Lin Yanin chuckled at the adorable creature. Little fellow, are you here to cheer us on? The monkey tossed the fruit to them before scampering away. Perhaps this is a good omen, Ruan Jinan smiled. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. As evening descended, rain suddenly began to pour. This rain couldn't have come at a worse time. Lin Yanin complained. Ruan Jinan took her hand and led her to shelter beneath a large tree that will wait until the rain stops before continuing. As the rain continued to fall, Lin Yanin's spirits sank further. Jinan, what if we can't find the flower of life? Her voice quivered with a hint of desperation. Ruan Jinan embraced her tightly, resolutely stating, we will find it, trust me. Once the rain finally ceased, they set out again on their quest. Throughout this arduous journey, their bond deepened, and their reliance on each other grew ever stronger. Chapter 52, Perils of the Task, as the rain gave way to clear skies. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan continued their search for the flower of life on the mysterious island. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, yet it could not dispel the gloom that lingered in their hearts. Yanin, are you all right? Ruan Jinan turned to look at her, concern etched on his face. She appeared disheveled, with red marks on her face from branches and several cuts from thorns, oozing with blood. Lin Yanin bit her lip, determination gleaming in her eyes. I can do this, Jinan. Let us keep moving. They traversed a rugged path, strange noises echoing around them, as if the island itself was whispering warnings. Lin Yanin's heartbeat quickened involuntarily as she clutched Ruan Jinan's clothing tightly. Don't be afraid, Yanin. I'm here, Ruan Jinan reassured her, sensing her tension as he grasped her hand, hoping to instill strength in her. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the bushes ahead, and a massive python lunged out with lightning speed, blocking their path. The serpent was as thick as a barrel, its eyes gleaming with malice as it flicked its crimson tongue. Lin Yanin screamed in terror, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ruan Jinan swiftly shielded her with his body, his gaze fixed on the python, his heart racing. Yanin, slowly back away. The python opened its gaping maw, hissing menacingly, and lunged toward them. Ruan Jinan raised a branch, desperately swinging it to fend off the serpent. Get away! Get away! He yelled, his voice trembling with fear. However, the python was undeterred, becoming even more aggressive as it coiled around Ruan Jinan's leg. He felt an overwhelming force dragging him down, as if it aimed to pull him into the depths of despair. Jinan, Lin Yanin cried out, frantic as she searched for something to help to end her panic. She picked up a stone and hurled it at the python's head. The serpent recoiled in pain, loosening its grip on Ruan Jinan. Yet in the struggle, his arm was scraped by the python's scales, blood streaming from the wound. Seizing the moment, Ruan Jinan mustered all his strength, breaking free from the python's coils and pulled Lin Yanin as they ran for their lives. Run! Don't look back! Ruan Jinan shouted as they fled. They ran for what felt like an eternity until they could no longer hear the serpent's movements. Finally collapsing to the ground, breathless, we finally escaped, Ruan Jinan gasped, sitting on the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, pain radiating from his injured arm. Lin Yanin, equally exhausted, slumped beside him, her heart aching at the sight of Ruan Jinan's bleeding arm. Jinan, you're hurt. Does it hurt? Ruan Jinan forced a smile despite the pain. I'm fine. It's just a scratch. After resting for a moment, they pressed on. Before long, they encountered yet another trap. Ruan Jinan accidentally fell into a pit. Be careful, Lin Yanin exclaimed. The pit was filled with sharp bamboo stakes, piercing Ruan Jinan's legs and back, blood staining his clothes. Lin Yanin quickly grabbed a thick branch and handed it to Ruan Jinan. Grab this. Ruan Jinan clung tightly to the branch as Lin Yanin exerted every ounce of strength to pull him up. That I nearly met my end here, Ruan Jinan said, his heart racing as he gazed at the pit, now covered in mud and blood. This journey is fraught with danger, Lin Yanin sighed, weariness evident in her gaze. But as long as we're together, we can overcome anything, Ruan Jinan said, taking her hand as they continued onward. At that moment, they spotted a small wooden cabin. Perhaps someone inside can assist us, Ruan Jianan suggested. They cautiously approached the cabin and knocked on the door. Who is there? Came a feeble voice from within. Ruan Jianan replied, We are seekers of the flower of life and hope to gain your assistance. The door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with white hair. Come in, he said. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan entered the cabin, where the old man poured them a glass of water. Why are you searching for the flower of life? He asked. Lin Yanin shared her affliction with the old man. After a moment of silence, he replied, The flower of life is not easily found. It lies deep within the island, guarded by ferocious beasts and intricate traps. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan exchanged determined glances, devoid of any hint of retreat. No matter how difficult it is, we must try, Ruan Jianan declared resolutely. The old man nodded. Very well, I will show you the way, but it is fraught with unknown dangers. After exiting the cabin, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan followed the old man's directions. However, along the way, they encountered a raging river, its waters tumultuous and crashing against the boulders along the shore. How are we supposed to cross this? Lin Yanin frowned, gazing at the churning water. Ruan Jianan searched the area and spotted a fallen tree. Though it was still some distance from the opposite bank, Yanin, we can push the tree across and then take the leap, Ruan Jianan suggested. Lin Yanin hesitated. I'm afraid I won't make the jump. Ruan Jianan reassured her. Don't worry. I'll jump first and then pull you over. With great effort, they managed to push the tree to the river's edge. Ruan Jianan took a deep breath, leaping with all his might, landing successfully on the other side. But he stumbled upon landing, twisting his ankle. Yanin, jump now. Ruan Jianan extended his hand toward Lin Yanin. Closing her eyes, she gathered her courage and leaped. Just as she was about to fall into the water, Ruan Jianan grasped her hand tightly, pulling her safely to shore, but the force caused his arm wound to reopen, blood flowing freely. Chapter 53. The Joy of Rich Rewards After Enduring Numerous Hardships. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan finally discovered the flower of life that it blossomed with resplendent radiance, as if narrating their perseverance and courage. Yanin, we did it! Ruan Jianan exclaimed, embracing Lin Yanin, his eyes glistening with joyful tears. Lin Yanin's face beamed with happiness. Indeed, Jianan, this journey has been anything but easy. Just then, a round of applause erupted nearby. They turned to see the elderly man who had guided them, accompanied by a group of villagers. Young ones, you truly are remarkable. The elderly man smiled, his face radiating admiration. Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin exchanged shy smiles, feeling somewhat bashful. This flower of life is truly a treasure of our island. Since you have so passionately sought it out, it must be your destiny, the elder continued. The villagers gathered around, curiously assessing the couple. This young pair shares a remarkable bond. They fear nothing for one another. A young villager teased, eliciting a slight blush from Lin Yanin. Ruan Jianan, with a generous gesture, wrapped his arm around her shoulder and declared, Of course, Yanin is the love of my life. His words brought laughter to the group, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, just as they basked in their joy, danger stealthily approached. The herd of wild boars burst forth from the woods, charging ferociously. Run! Everyone quick! Ruan Jianan shouted, pulling Lin Yanin aside for cover. Chaos ensued as people scattered in all directions. Lin Yanin's heart raced. Jianan, what should we do? Ruan Jianan grasped her hand tightly, reassuring her, Don't be afraid. I am here. He scanned the surroundings and spotted a large rock. Yanin, let us hide behind that stone. They swiftly dashed to the rock, holding their breath. The wild boars circled nearby, their noses sniffing incessantly as if searching for their scent. Ruan Jianan peered through the crevice of the rock, contemplating a strategy. Yanin, I will draw the boars away. You take the chance to run. He whispered that no, if we leave together. Lin Yanin insisted resolutely, her eyes brimming with determination. Ruan Jianan chuckled helplessly. Silly girl, just listen. At that moment, the wild boars seemed to have detected their presence and advanced toward the rock. Ruan Jianan inhaled deeply and dashed out, shouting, Come here, you foolish pigs. The boars, drawn by his call, turned to pursue him. Lin Yanin's heart raced with worry. Jianan, be careful. As Ruan Jianan ran and glanced back, he tripped over a branch. The wild boars capitalized on the moment, lunging at him, their jaws poised to bite in a split second. Lin Yanin seized a sturdy stick from somewhere and charged at the boars, striking one fiercely. "You dare harm my Jinan? I will not back down," she roared, her eyes ablaze with fury. The boars hesitated. Startled by her fierce spirit, seizing the opportunity, Ruan Jinan scrambled to his feet, joining Lin Yanin in confronting the boars. "Yanin, do not fear. We shall defeat them," he declared, his gaze filled with courage. Lin Yanin nodded. Yes. Just as they prepared for a fierce battle with the boars, the elder and several villagers arrived, armed and ready. "Everyone, let us unite and drive away these wild boars," the elder shouted. The villagers surged forward. And sensing the shift in momentum, the boars turned to flee. "Wonderful. We finally drove them away." Lin Yanin sighed in relief, collapsing into Ruan Jianin's embrace, but he gently stroked her hair. "Yanin, you were remarkable." After this harrowing encounter, the mood among the villagers remained tense. "Young couple, this flower of life is now yours. May it bring you good fortune," the elder said. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin were overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you." With the flower of life in hand, they set off on their journey home. Along the way, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin chatted and laughed. "Jianin, what do you think our lives will be like when we return?" Lin Yanin asked curiously. Ruan Jianin replied with a smile, "No matter what, as long as you are by my side, everything will only get better." Lin Yanin playfully chided, "You are quite the charmer." Ruan Jianin lightly tapped her nose. "I speak nothing but heartfelt truths." Upon returning home, they presented the flower of life to the doctor. After treatment, Lin Yanin's condition gradually improved, and on a sunlit day, Ruan Jianin took Lin Yanin to the seaside. "Yanin, look how beautiful the ocean is," he remarked. Lin Yanin closed her eyes, feeling the sea breeze. "Indeed, it mirrors our love. Vast and magnificent." Chapter 54. System Upgrade and New Opportunities. Hand in hand, Ruan Jianin and Lin Yanin strolled through the bustling streets. Sunlight bathed them, casting two intimate shadows. "Yanin, what surprises do you think this system upgrade will bring us?" Ruan Jianin inquired, glancing at Lin Yanin with eager anticipation. Lin Yanin smiled playfully, winking. "Who knows? Perhaps it will make our lives even more exciting." At that moment, a little girl selling flowers dashed over. "Brother, sister, buy a bouquet. May your love be as beautiful as these flowers," she chirped. Ruan Jianin smiled and patted the girl's head, purchasing a vibrant bouquet of roses for Lin Yanin. "Darling, these flowers suit you perfectly." Lin Yanin accepted the bouquet, inhaling its fragrance, her face aglow with happiness. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd as a thief desperately fled, with a woman shouting behind him. "Catch the thief!" Without hesitation, Ruan Jianin released Lin Yanin's hand and sprinted in pursuit of the thief. Lin Yanin called out anxiously, "Jianin, be careful." Ruan Jianin dashed like an arrow, swiftly closing in on the thief. The thief, sensing danger, fled into a narrow alley. Ruan Jianin followed, but soon found the path cluttered with debris, slowing his pace. The thief turned back, glaring menacingly at Ruan Jianin, brandishing a dagger and threatening. "Mind your own business, or you'll regret it." Ruan Jianin's heart raced, yet his face remained fearless. He clenched his fists and replied coldly, "You cannot escape. Surrender now." Just then, Lin Yanin arrived with several passers-by. The thief, realizing the odds were against him, attempted to flee again, but Ruan Jianin lunged forward, seizing his wrist. "Ouch! That hurts!" the thief yelped, dropping the dagger. Bystanders gathered, applauding Ruan Jianin. Lin Yanin rushed over, scanning Ruan Jianin with concern. "Are you all right? You scared me to death." Ruan Jianin reassured her, "I'm fine. A minor skirmish like this is nothing for me." After resolving the theft, they resumed their leisurely walk. Lin Yanin scolded playfully, "You are always so impulsive. What if you got hurt?" Ruan Jianin chuckled, "I couldn't just stand by. Besides, I have confidence in my abilities." As they walked, they stumbled upon a newly opened restaurant. Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled. "Jianin, let us go in and try it out." Ruan Jianin nodded, and they entered the restaurant. As soon as they sat down, the server eagerly presented the menu. "Darling, what would you like to eat?" Ruan Jianin asked. Lin Yanin tilted her head in thought. "I would like steak and pasta." "All right, let us order both," Ruan Jianin replied readily. Moments later, the delicious dishes arrived. Lin Yanin tasted a piece of steak, her eyes closing in satisfaction. This tastes wonderful." Ruan Jianin couldn't help but laugh at her adorable expression. "Eat slowly. Don't choke." Just as they relished their meal, a disturbance erupted at a nearby table that a couple was arguing over their order. The girl exclaimed, "I told you I didn't want this." "You don't understand me at all." The boy retorted, "Why are you so difficult? I'm just trying to do something nice for you." Lin Yanin whispered to Ruan Jianin, "They are quite amusing. They re-arguing over something so trivial." Ruan Jianin lowered his voice. "Let us ignore them. We have our meal to enjoy." After finishing their meal, they stepped outside. Night had fallen, and the streetlights twinkled like countless stars. "Yanin, today has been fulfilling," Ruan Jianin reflected. Lin Yanin leaned against the shoulder, softly replied, "Yes, as long as you are by my side. Every day is beautiful." Just then, Ruan Jianin's phone rang that he answered, and after a moment, his face lit up with excitement. "Yanin, great news! The system upgrade is complete. There are many new features and opportunities waiting for us." Lin Yanin jumped with joy. "That is wonderful. Let us hurry home to check it out." Chapter 55. New Challenges. Ruan Jianin and Lin Yanin hurried home, eager to explore the changes brought by the system upgrade. "Wow, the interface looks completely different," Lin Yanin exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the screen. Sparkling with curiosity, Ruan Jianin sat beside her, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he discovered new functionalities. "Yanin, this upgrade seems to have introduced many powerful tools and resources." Just as they reveled in the excitement of the new system, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. "Did I wonder who that could be?" Lin Yanin glanced at Ruan Jianin, puzzled. Ruan Jianin stood to answer the door and found a stranger standing outside, dressed in a sharp suit, wearing a professional smile. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ruan Jianin?" the gentleman politely inquired, to which Ruan Jianin nodded and replied, "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" "I am a representative of XX Company, and we are greatly interested in your research on the system. We hope to collaborate with you." The man presented a business card, which Ruan Jianin accepted, feeling a rush of excitement within, though he maintained an outward composure. "This is truly wonderful. However, I must confer with my partner first." The man smiled and said, "Of course, I look forward to your response." With that, he turned and departed. Once the door was closed, Ruan Jianin eagerly rushed back to his room to share the news with Lin Yanin. "Yanin, this is a rare opportunity." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, while Lin Yanin furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. "But we know nothing about this company. Could there be risks involved?" Ruan Jianin took her hand and reassured her. "Do not worry. We can conduct some research first that I end the following days." Ruan Jianin and Lin Yanin busied themselves gathering information about this company. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous challenges and amusing mishaps. On one occasion, while Lin Yanin was searching online for information, she inadvertently clicked on a peculiar website, which bombarded her with a flurry of chaotic advertisements, causing her to scream in fright. "What on earth is this?" she exclaimed, covering her eyes in terror. Hearing her, Ruan Jianin rushed over and, upon seeing the screen, couldn't help but chuckle. "You really need to be more careful." Lin Yanin shot him a reproachful glance. "Stop laughing and help me close it." After a concerted effort, they finally acquired a reasonable understanding of the company. However, just as they were about to make a decision, another trouble arose. Their competitors had learned about the potential collaboration and began to engage in underhanded tactics to undermine their plans. One day, while Ruan Jianin and Lin Yanin were out discussing details with a client, they discovered that their vehicle had been tampered with, resulting in a flat tire. "What do we do now?" "It must be those scoundrels," Lin Yanin exclaimed, fuming and stamping her foot. Ruan Jianin took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Don't panic. Let's call for assistance." As they awaited help, the weather turned foul, with fierce winds and torrential rain pelting down upon them. Shivering from the cold, Lin Yanin was wrapped in Ruan Jianin's coat as he held her tightly. "Do not be afraid. I am here," he whispered softly. Leaning against him, Lin Yanin felt her fear gradually dissipate in the warmth of his embrace. At last, the rescue vehicle arrived, and they were able to return home safely. Once at home, Lin Yanin collapsed exhausted onto the sofa. "What a tumultuous journey this has been." Ruan Jianin sat beside her, gently patting her shoulder. "However, this indicates that our choice is indeed correct. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to thwart us." Lin Yanin nodded. "Yes, we must persevere." Chapter 56. The Support of Brotherhood After Meticulous Preparation. Ruan Jianin and Lin Yanin finally arrived at the pivotal meeting for their collaboration with XX Company. Yet on the eve of the meeting, they realized that their information on the company was insufficient, plunging them into anxiety. "What do we do?" Without adequate intelligence, we are likely to be at a disadvantage in negotiations, Lin Yanin said, her brow furrowed with concern. Ruan Jianan, equally serious, paced the room, pondering strategies. Just then, his phone rang. It was his good friend Li Hao calling. Jianan, I heard you were negotiating with XX Company. Did I have some vital information that might assist you? Li Hao informed him. Ruan Jianan's eyes lit up at this news. That's fantastic, brother. Please tell me more. Li Hao disclosed that he had learned through special channels of some internal management issues within XX Company, as well as the fact that their financial situation was not as rosy as it appeared. This information is crucial, Li Hao. I cannot thank you enough, Ruan Jianan exclaimed with excitement. After hanging up, he promptly shared this good news with Lin Yanin. Now we have the confidence. Let's see if they dare to play tricks during negotiations. A smile finally graced Lin Yanin's face. The next day, Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin entered the conference room, brimming with confidence. As the meeting commenced, the representative from the opposing company adopted a condescending demeanor, attempting to gain an upper hand in the collaboration terms. Our company's strength and influence are well recognized in the industry, thus you must make more concessions for this collaboration, the representative arrogantly asserted. Ruan Jianan smiled slightly and replied, unhurriedly, based on our understanding, your company has some internal management issues, and your financial status is not as favorable as you claim. In light of this, our collaboration should be founded on a more equitable basis. The representative's expression darkened unexpectedly, clearly taken aback that Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin were privy to such insider information. Seizing the moment, Lin Yanin added, we come to this collaboration with sincerity, but if your company lacks the requisite goodwill, we shall have to seek alternative partners at this juncture. The representative's attitude softened. Very well, we can reconsider the collaboration terms. After an intense negotiation, Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin successfully secured terms favorable to them. Exiting the conference room, they embraced each other in exuberance. We did it. Lin Yanin exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Ruan Jianan smiled as he wiped away her tears. This is the result of our collective effort. However, before they could celebrate, another problem arose. Their competitors, having learned of their impending collaboration, began to spread rumors in the market, claiming their products had quality issues. This news quickly circulated, raising doubts and concerns among numerous clients. This is utter nonsense, Ruan Jianan shouted, slamming his hand on the table. Lin Yanin's face turned pale with anger. We must find a way to clarify the facts. We cannot allow their schemes to succeed. Thus, they decided to hold a press conference to inform the public of the truth. The conference. Ruan Jianan remained composed as he faced a multitude of media reporters, detailing the production process and quality assurance standards of their products. Effectively debunking the rumors, Lin Yanin adeptly complimented him, presenting relevant documents and data. Our products can withstand any scrutiny. These rumors are nothing more than malicious slander from ill-intentioned individuals, Ruan Jianan declared with conviction. The reporters in attendance nodded in agreement, beginning to restore their confidence in the products. After the press conference concluded, Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin finally exhaled in relief. This has truly been a perilous ordeal, Lin Yanin remarked. Ruan Jianan took her hand, but as long as we stand united, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Chapter 57. Genuine cooperation among friends. The successful execution of the press conference temporarily quelled the tumult caused by the rumors. Yet Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. To completely eradicate the negative impact, they would need to exert even greater effort. Yanin, we must intensify our marketing efforts to ensure more people are aware of the advantages of our products, Ruan Jianan declared with unwavering resolve. Lin Yanin nodded in agreement. I concur, but this will require considerable financial and human resources. Just as they were fretting over funding issues, Ruan Jianan's friend Li Chong extended a helping hand. A successful entrepreneur, Li Chong had always shown keen interest in Ruan Jianan's entrepreneurial endeavors. Jianan, I heard you've encountered some difficulties. I have some extra funds that I can lend you for the time being, Li Chong generously offered. Ruan Jianan was immensely grateful. Li Chong, you are truly a lifesaver. With Li Chong's financial support, Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin commenced preparing for their marketing campaign with great urgency. They devised a series of online and offline promotional strategies and invited several well-known influencers and bloggers to experience their products. During one offline event, the venue was bustling with a large crowd. Creating a lively atmosphere, Lin Yanin diligently introduced the products to inquiring customers, her face adorned with a warm smile. Ma'am, This product employs the latest technology and effectively addresses your issues, she patiently explained. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan was busy arranging the exhibition booth alongside the staff, perspiring profusely. Why does this stand keep tilting? He muttered, straining to adjust it that moment. A mischievous child rushed past and accidentally bumped into Ruan Jianan, causing him to stumble slightly. Little one, please be careful not to run so fast. You might fall, he kindly reminded with a smile. Lin Yanan witnessed this encounter and couldn't help but laugh. You can't even stand steady yourself. Yet you're concerned about others. Ruan Jianan scratched his head. I just don't want the little ones to get hurt. The event proceeded smoothly, and the product received widespread recognition and praise from many attendees. However, just as they believed that everything was progressing in a favorable direction, an unexpected incident occurred. Due to a sudden surge in orders, the factory's production equipment malfunctioned, rendering timely product delivery impossible. What could be done? The clients were eagerly awaiting their goods. Lin Yanan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Ruan Jianan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Don't panic. Let's first contact the maintenance personnel to see if we can expedite the repairs. After the technicians arrived and conducted an inspection, they informed them that several crucial components needed replacement, which would require sourcing from distant locations and would take at least 3 days. 3 days. Our losses would be substantial. Lin Yanan's expression darkened considerably. Ruan Jianan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before suddenly proclaiming, I have a solution. We can temporarily borrow some equipment from other factories to increase our production line. Lin Yanan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a brilliant idea, but would it be feasible? Ruan Jianan patted his chest confidently. I'll give it a try. I have a few friends who own factories. It should be fine. He immediately began making calls to his friends, and after considerable effort, he successfully secured the equipment. Thanks to the assistance of his friends, the factory resumed production smoothly and delivered the products on time. We owe it all to everyone's help. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss, Lin Yanan remarked with a sense of gratitude. Ruan Jianan smiled and replied, Indeed, with more friends, the path becomes easier, but we must remember to lend a helping hand to others in the future. Chapter 58. The deepening of friendship after that pivotal moment of averting disaster. Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely a temporary victory. The road ahead remained fraught with challenges. On this day, sunlight filtered through the wispy clouds, casting a gentle glow upon Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan as they walked side by side on the park's path. Savoring this rare moment of tranquility, Jianan, given that we owe our success to our friends, we must repay them well in the future, Lin Yanan said, lightly linking her arm with Ruan Jianan's, her face radiating with gratitude. Ruan Jianan turned slightly to her, his gaze infused with warmth. Of course, but we must also be more cautious. Our adversaries will not easily relent. Lin Yanan scoffed. What is there to fear? Together, we can overcome any obstacle. At that moment, a young boy, riding his bicycle unsteadily, came barreling towards Lin Yanan, seemingly on a collision course. Quick as a flash, Ruan Jianan pulled Lin Yanan into his embrace and deftly sidestepped the boy. Hey there, little one. Do be careful while riding, Lin Yanan said, patting her chest, her heart racing from the scare. The boy stuck out his tongue and pedaled away. Ruan Jianan looked at Lin Yanan and teased. You really ought to be more careful. I'll have to keep a closer eye on you. Lin Yanan playfully shot him a glare. If you weren't around, I would have managed just fine. The two continued their stroll, unknowingly arriving at the lakeside. The lake's surface rippled gently in the breeze, mirroring their current emotions, calm yet tinged with anticipation for the future. Yanan, once everything settles down, how about we go on a trip? Ruan Jianan suddenly suggested. Lin Yanan's eyes sparkled. That sounds wonderful. Let's go somewhere where no one knows us and truly unwind. Just then, Ruan Jianan's phone rang. He answered it, and his expression gradually turned grave. What's wrong? Lin Yanan asked, concern lacing her voice. Ruan Jianan frowned. There's a situation at the company. We need to head back immediately. Without hesitation, Lin Yanan followed Ruan Jianan as they hurried back. Upon returning to the office, they found a tense atmosphere in the conference room. It turned out that their rivals had spread some detrimental rumors about their company in the market. What should we do? Employees murmured anxiously. Lin Yanan took a deep breath and said, Everyone, remain calm. Let's first analyze the origins and weaknesses of these rumors. Ruan Jianan nodded, beginning to outline countermeasures. After much hustle, they finally traced the source of the rumors and prepared to take legal action to safeguard the company's reputation. What a tumultuous day this has been, Lin Yanin sighed, leaning back in her chair and stretching languidly. Ruan Jinan approached her, gently ruffling her hair. That you've worked hard. Lin Yanin smiled. With you by my side, it's not hard at all. Just then, Lin Yanin's phone rang as well. Upon answering, she discovered it was her best friend calling. Yanin, I've uncovered some crucial leads. Let us meet tonight. Her friend's voice brimmed with excitement. Lin Yanin hung up and turned to Ruan Jinan. It seems we are one step closer to victory. Ruan Jinan grasped her hand. Yes, no matter what happens, we will face it together. Night fell, adorned with twinkling stars. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan awaited the new turn of events with unwavering confidence. Chapter 59. An unexpected encounter. The sunlight streamed through the thin clouds like strands of golden sand, filtering through the leaves and casting a warm glow upon the bustling streets. Lin Yanin, dressed in a simple white dress, hurried towards the CAF where she had arranged to meet her best friend, her skirt fluttering gently in the breeze. Meanwhile, Ruan Jinan was busy at the office, his brow slightly furrowed as his fingers flew across the keyboard, tackling the mountain of work before him. Upon entering the CAF, Lin Yanin spotted her friend seated in a corner, waving excitedly with a mysterious smile lighting up her face. Yanin, you've finally made it, her friend exclaimed eagerly. Lin Yanin settled across from her and took a sip of coffee before asking, what important lead have you discovered? Her friend leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. That I've noticed that the person who has been opposing you has recently been seen frequently with a mysterious woman. Lin Yanin raised an eyebrow, filled with curiosity. That a mysterious woman? What could that imply? Her friend winked, her expression exaggerated. You wouldn't understand. I secretly followed them and found they always meet in secluded places. Very suspicious. Lin Yanin tilted her head, contemplating her friend's words. Could this mysterious woman be their hidden instigator? Just then, a light drizzle began outside, the raindrops tapping rhythmically against the window. Oh no, the rain just started. Her friend muttered. Lin Yanin gazed out at the rain, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over her. After leaving the CAF, she resolved to discuss the matter with Ruan Jinan. Holding a small floral umbrella, she briskly walked through the rain. That moment, Ruan Jinan was finishing up his work, preparing to rise for a cup of coffee to relax. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. Come in, Ruan Jinan called. The door swung open, and to his surprise, the very adversary who had been opposing them stepped inside. Ruan Jinan's expression turned instantly wary, his hands unconsciously balling into fists. What do you want? He asked coldly. The intruder wore a disingenuous smile. No need to be so tense, Mr. Ruan. I'm here to propose a deal. Ruan Jinan scoffed. I have nothing to discuss with you. Just then, Lin Yanin arrived at the company building. She closed her umbrella and entered the elevator. The dim lighting made her heart race with apprehension. As she reached Ruan Jinan's office door, she overheard an intense argument from within. After a moment's hesitation, she gently pushed the door open. Ruan Jinan's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Lin Yanin, while the adversary's expression soured further. Miss Lin has joined us, the rival remarked sarcastically. Lin Yanin shot him a glare and stepped beside Ruan Jinan. Ignore him. Let us go. The three stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Suddenly, the adversary let out a contemptuous laugh and turned to leave. What does this guy want? Lin Yanin frowned. Ruan Jinan took her hand, reassuring her, don't worry. We'll handle whatever comes our way. Outside, the rain gradually ceased, a vibrant rainbow appearing on the horizon. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan gazed out at the beautiful scene. Their hearts brimmed with hope. And no matter how many challenges lie ahead, as long as we are together, we will surely overcome them, Ruan Jinan said, looking deeply into Lin Yanin's eyes. Lin Yanin nodded, her face blossoming with a joyful smile. Chapter 60. Rising storms. The morning sun cast a gentle glow over the city's streets and alleys, enveloping this bustling metropolis in a warm, golden veil. Lin Yanin awoke from her slumber, stretching languidly like a lazy cat. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she turned to gaze at Ruan Jinan, who was still peacefully asleep beside her, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Ruan Jinan lay quietly, with sunlight streaming through the curtains, dappling his face with light and shadow. Lin Yanin delicately traced his features with her finger, her heart swelling with sweetness. She quietly slipped out of bed and entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The aroma of freshly baked bread wafted through the air as Lin Yanin hummed a cheerful tune, her mood exceptionally buoyant. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the urgent ringing of the phone. Lin Yanin wiped her hands, picked up the phone, and heard her best friend's anxious voice on the other end. Yanin, something terrible has happened at the company. A heavy weight immediately settled in Lin Yanin's heart, and her expression turned grave in an instant. She hurriedly hung up, not even taking the time to remove her apron, and rushed into the bedroom to awaken Ruan Jinan. "Jinan, wake up quickly. There's a crisis at the company," Lin Yanin exclaimed, shaking Ruan Jinan's shoulder anxiously. Ruan Jinan jolted awake from his slumber, his eyes still carrying a hint of confusion, but he quickly regained his composure. The two swiftly freshened up and drove to the company. Along the way, Lin Yanin's mood mirrored the overcast sky outside, thick with dark clouds. Upon arriving at the company, they found the employees wearing tense expressions, whispering amongst themselves. Dais Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin entered the conference room. They discovered several senior executives gathered, their faces so grim it seemed they could drip with water. "What on earth is happening?" Ruan Jinan asked, furrowing his brow. One of the executives sighed and replied, "One of our key projects has been preempted by a competitor, and their product is nearly identical to ours that they've snatched away a significant portion of our market share." Ruan Jinan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. "How could this happen? Someone must have leaked our trade secrets." Lin Yanin stood nearby, her brow furrowed, her gaze resolute. "We must swiftly identify the mole and rectify the situation." At that moment, a sudden gust of wind howled outside, causing the windows to rattle, as if even the heavens were enraged by their plight. Ruan Jinan rose and began pacing, contemplating strategies. Lin Yanin quietly sat beside him, her fingers lightly tapping the table, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. "Everyone, let's calm down. We'll start by conducting an internal investigation while simultaneously strengthening market research and re-evaluating our marketing strategy," Ruan Jinan finally said. The group nodded in agreement and set to work. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan also immersed themselves in the urgent tasks at hand, poring over documents and conversing with employees. Leaving no stone unturned, after a long day, both were utterly exhausted. When they returned home that evening, Lin Yanin collapsed onto the sofa, akin to a deflated balloon. "This day has truly drained me. It feels like fighting a battle without preparation," Lin Yanin lamented. Ruan Jinan approached and gently massaged her shoulders. "Don't lose heart. As long as we don't give up, we will find a solution." Lin Yanin looked up at Ruan Jinan, her eyes filled with trust. "Yes, I believe in you." Outside, the wind gradually subsided, and the moon quietly ascended the treetops. Yet for Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan, this was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 61. The intensifying family pressure. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan had just savored a sweet moment together. Yet the pressure from their families loomed over them like a dark cloud. Guo Guifei, Ruan Jinan's mother, harbored persistent dissatisfaction with Lin Yanin, believing she was unworthy of her exceptional son that on the day of a family gathering. Guo Guifei deliberately criticized Lin Yanin in front of everyone, saying, "Look at her attire. She hardly resembles a refined young lady." Guo Guifei scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Lin Yanin bit her lip, feeling aggrieved but striving to maintain a smile. Noticing this, Ruan Jinan immediately stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Lin Yanin. "Mother, Yanin looks wonderful just the way she is. You're being too harsh." Guo Guifei shot Ruan Jinan a glare. "Are you infatuated with her?" "My child." Ruan Jinan looked steadfastly at his mother. "That I know my heart well. Yanin is the one I've chosen." After the gathering concluded, Lin Yanin felt disheartened. Ruan Jinan took her to a beautiful garden, awash with vibrant flowers that don't take your mother's words to heart. "You are perfect in my eyes," Ruan Jinan said tenderly. Lin Yanin sighed softly. "But I don't want to cause you any trouble." Ruan Jinan gently tapped her nose. "With me around, you won't suffer any grievances." The next day, Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin shopping. Spotting a beautiful handbag, Lin Yanin hesitated due to its high price. Without a moment's thought, Ruan Jinan purchased it and handed it to her. "If you like it, take it. Don't overthink it." Lin Yanin was taken aback that it's too expensive. Ruan Jinan smiled and replied, "As long as it brings you joy, no price is too high." Upon returning home, Lin Yanin discovered the house adorned romantically, filled with flowers and candles. "What is this?" Lin Yanin exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Ruan Jianan. Then he took her hand and led her to the dining table, which was laden with her favorite dishes. "A little surprise for you. Please enjoy." Lin Yanin's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. "You are too good to me." Ruan Jianan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "This is just the beginning. There will be more to come." One day, Lin Yanin accidentally lost the precious bracelet Ruan Jianan had gifted her, causing her great distress. Upon learning of this, Ruan Jianan not only refrained from scolding her, but instead comforted her, saying, "It's all right. We can buy another bracelet. As long as you're safe, that's what matters." Lin Yanin felt warmth in her heart that on the weekend, Lin Yanin expressed a desire to learn painting, and Ruan Jianan immediately arranged for the best teacher and provided her with a complete set of top-quality art supplies. "Study well. I believe you will excel at it," Ruan Jianan encouraged. Lin Yanin smiled and nodded. "Yes, I will do my best." One night, Lin Yanin had a nightmare and woke up in fright. Ruan Jianan held her tightly, softly humming a lullaby until she fell asleep again. The next morning, Lin Yanin awoke to find Ruan Jianan looking weary, and her heart ached for him. "Did you not sleep at all?" Ruan Jianan rubbed his eyes. "As long as you sleep soundly, I'm fine." Lin Yanin, touched, embraced him to bring joy to Lin Yanin. Ruan Jianan also took her on a seaside vacation. They strolled along the beach, watching the sunrise and sunset. "It's so beautiful here," Lin Yanin marveled. Ruan Jianan gazed at her. "Everything becomes more beautiful with you around." Lin Yanin smiled radiantly. Regardless of the circumstances, Ruan Jianan unconditionally pampered Lin Yanin, allowing her to feel boundless warmth and love. Chapter 62. Discrepancies in business decisions in the company meeting room. The atmosphere was tense and grave. Ruan Jianan, Lin Yanin, and the senior executives were engaged in a heated discussion regarding the company's future direction. Ruan Jianan, arms crossed and expression serious, stated, "I believe we should concentrate our resources on expanding our existing business areas to further solidify our position in the market." Lin Yanin furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head gently. "I find this approach too conservative. The market is changing rapidly. We cannot merely cling to our current territory. We should boldly explore new markets and seek new growth points." Ruan Jianan looked at Lin Yanin, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Entering new markets entails greater risks and uncertainties. "We cannot act recklessly." Lin Yanin straightened her posture, her gaze resolute. "Risks always accompany opportunities. If we remain stagnant, we will inevitably be eliminated by the market." Other senior executives chimed in with their opinions. Some supported Ruan Jianan's view, believing that stable development was crucial, while others leaned towards Lin Yanin's perspective, asserting that innovation was essential to break through bottlenecks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin continued, "We can conduct thorough market research, analyze potential demands and competitive dynamics, and devise detailed plans to minimize risks." Ruan Jianan pondered for a moment. "But this will require substantial human, material, and time resources. Can our current resources support this?" Lin Yanin smiled. "As long as we plan rationally and optimize resource allocation, I believe it is feasible." The two held their ground, neither yielding, and the tension in the meeting room escalated to AT that moment. Lin Yanin produced a thick research report and placed it on the table. "This is the work I've done recently. Everyone can take a look." Ruan Jianan picked it up and began to read carefully, his expression gradually turning serious. After a while, he looked up at Lin Yanin. "Your preparation is thorough, but I still think we need to consider this more carefully." Lin Yanin felt a pang of urgency. Time waits for no one. If we don't act now, the opportunity will be snatched away by others. Ruan Jianan stood up and began pacing the room. Finally, he stopped. "All right, Yanin, I can agree to your plan, but we must establish strict risk control measures." Lin Yanin's face broke into a smile. "No problem. I will ensure these measures are implemented." After the meeting, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan returned to their office. Ruan Jianan chuckled helplessly. "You always have so much enthusiasm." Lin Yanin mischievously winked. "Without enthusiasm, how can we succeed in making the company thrive?" Ruan Jianan gently tapped her nose. "You sure have a lot of clever ideas." Lin Yanin huffed playfully. "These are not merely clever ideas. They are wisdomed. In the days that followed, Lin Yanin devoted herself entirely to exploring new markets, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Ruan Jianan watched this with concern in his heart. One evening, Lin Yanin found herself working late in the office once again. Ruan Jinan quietly entered, holding a cup of hot coffee. "Darling, don't overexert yourself." Ruan Jinan, gentle in demeanor, watched as Lin Yanin lifted her head to accept the coffee, savoring a sip before saying, "Thank you. I am not weary. For the sake of our future, it is worth it." Ruan Jinan settled beside her, wrapping her in a tender embrace. "Regardless of circumstances, your health is paramount." Leaning into Ruan Jinan's warmth, Lin Yanin replied, "With you by my side, I fear nothing." Chapter 63. The postponement of the revenge plan. Lin Yanin gazed at her meticulously crafted revenge scheme, now rendered momentarily obsolete by the constraints of reality. Leaving her, typically so resolute, filled with disappointment and reluctance. Ruan Jinan, perceiving her despondency, resolved to uplift her spirits in his own waypoint one day. Upon returning home after work, Lin Yanin was taken aback by the sight of the living room adorned with balloons and ribbons. Ruan Jinan emerged from the kitchen, presenting a beautifully crafted cake topped with a single candle, smiling as he said, "Darling, don't be disheartened. Make a wish." Lin Yanin chuckled at his unexpected romantic gesture. Although traces of her sorrow lingered in her eyes, gently guiding her to the sofa, Ruan Jinan reassured her, "I understand that the postponement of your revenge plan weighs heavily on you. But let us set it aside for now and relish the present." Lin Yanin sighed, "Yet I cannot shake off this sense of unfulfillment." Ruan Jinan affectionately tousled her hair. "I comprehend, but remember, you still have me done on the weekend." Ruan Jinan whisked Lin Yanin away to a picturesque seaside resort. Sunlight glimmered on the golden sands as waves gently lapped at the shore. "My dear, let us unwind," Ruan Jinan urged, taking her hand as they strolled along the beach. Lin Yanin's spirits began to lift. "Indeed, this place is truly beautiful." With a smile, Ruan Jinan replied, "As long as you enjoy it. We shall return often to the resort's restaurant." Ruan Jinan thoughtfully ordered Lin Yanin's favorite dishes, and witnessing her delight filled his face with adoration. "Eat more. You've been looking a bit slender lately," he insisted, serving her generous portions. Lin Yanin rolled her eyes playfully. "That is a bit of an exaggeration." Upon returning home, Lin Yanin discovered her wardrobe brimming with new clothes, all in her preferred styles. "Did you buy all of this?" she asked, astonished. Ruan Jinan nodded. "Of course, my precious deserves to wear the most exquisite." Her heart warmed. Lin Yanin protested. "You are too extravagant." Ruan Jinan embraced her. "It is worth it to do anything for you." One day, when Lin Yanin casually expressed a desire for ice cream, Ruan Jinan dashed out without hesitation, traversing several streets to procure her favorite flavor. As Lin Yanin accepted the ice cream, she said, "You've worked hard." Ruan Jinan smiled. "As long as you are happy, my efforts are trivial." When faced with challenges at work that left her feeling frustrated, Ruan Jinan quietly brewed her a cup of hot tea and gently massaged her shoulders. "Do not rush. Let us resolve this at a measured pace." Leaning into his embrace, Lin Yanin murmured, "I am grateful for your presence." Ruan Jinan took her to concerts and amusement parks, willing to engage in any activity that could elicit her laughter. On Lin Yanin's birthday, Ruan Jinan orchestrated a grand celebration, inviting all her friends. "Happy birthday, may you always find joy," he declared, presenting her with a mysterious gift. Upon opening it, Lin Yanin gasped at the sight of a stunning diamond necklace. "This is far too extravagant," she exclaimed. Ruan Jinan fastened it around her neck, stating, "In my heart, you are more precious than anything." Under Ruan Jinan's unwavering affection, Lin Yanin gradually set aside the burdens of her revenge plan. Rekindling her vitality and hope. One evening, as she lay in bed, she turned to Ruan Jinan and said, "Thank you for always showering me with your love." Ruan Jinan pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Silly girl. I will always treat you this way." Chapter 64. The turmoil of emotions. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's romance was not devoid of turbulence. External distractions and temptations surged like an undercurrent. Stirring inner conflict within Lin Yanin, a new, promising male colleague named Cheng Yu joined the company. He was charming, humorous, and exceptionally skilled, directing particular attention towards Lin Yanin. During a collaborative project, Cheng Yu displayed immense enthusiasm and support towards Lin Yanin, leaving her somewhat flattered by the attention. Ruan Jinan observed all of this with a composed demeanor. Yet internally, he remained vigilant. One evening after work, Cheng Yu invited Lin Yanin to an industry gathering, prompting her to hesitate. Ruan Jinan appeared just in time, wrapping his arm around Lin Yanen's shoulders and smiling at Chengyu. Sorry, but Yanen and I have plans tonight. Chengyu chuckled awkwardly before turning to leave. Lin Yanen shot Ruan Jinan a reproachful glance. You were rather blunt. Ruan Jinan raised an eyebrow. I cannot allow anyone to take advantage. Upon returning home, Lin Yanen sank into contemplation on the sofa. Ruan Jinan brought her a plate of fruit and sat beside her. Darling, do not overthink it. Lin Yanen sighed. I merely find it a bit awkward at work. Ruan Jinan took her hand. I trust you. But others must also recognize that you are mine, that I in the days that followed. Ruan Jinan's attentiveness towards Lin Yanen intensified. When Lin Yanen casually mentioned a desire for steak from a particular restaurant, Ruan Jinan promptly made a reservation to treat her. If Lin Yanen admired a beautiful dress while shopping, Ruan Jinan did not hesitate to purchase it for her. When Lin Yanen felt fatigued from work, Ruan Jinan would offer her a massage to help her unwind. That on one occasion, when she fell ill with a fever, Ruan Jinan stayed awake all night by her side, frequently checking her temperature and ensuring she took her medicine and drank water. In her haze, Lin Yanen felt Ruan Jinan's care enveloping her, warming her heart. Once she recovered, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for taking such good care of me. Ruan Jinan affectionately ruffled her hair. It is my duty. When the company organized a team-building event, Lin Yanen hesitated to participate, fearing another encounter with Chengyu. Ruan Jinan encouraged her. Go on. Do not let others disrupt your life. As expected during the event, Chengyu once again attempted to approach Lin Yanen. Ruan Jinan suddenly appeared, taking her hand. Excuse us, but I need to take my girlfriend elsewhere. Lin Yanen felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. Upon returning home that evening, Lin Yanen expressed her concern. Will this create a negative impression? Ruan Jinan embraced her. I care not. No one shall take you from me. Lin Yanen's friend invited her on a trip. And without hesitation, Ruan Jinan arranged the finest itinerary and accommodations for them. Lin Yanen's friend remarked with envy. Yanen, you are incredibly fortunate. Lin Yanen felt a sweet warmth in her heart. One day, Lin Yanen received a bouquet of anonymous flowers, which incited Ruan Jinan's jealousy. I do not even know who sent these, she explained. Ruan Jinan frowned. Regardless of who it is, I will not permit anyone to have thoughts about you. Afterward, Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanen to the movies and for dinner. Attempting to distract her from the incident that on the weekend, he took her for a picnic in the countryside. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze caressing their faces as they laid out a beautiful picnic blanket adorned with an array of delicacies. Ruan Jinan carefully sliced fruits for Lin Yanen, offering them to her. Darling, try this. Lin Yanen smiled as she tasted. It is truly sweet. Suddenly, a butterfly landed in her hair, and Ruan Jinan gently shooed it away, saying softly, We cannot allow it to steal my spotlight. Lin Yanen laughed heartily. You jealous of a butterfly? One rainy day after work, Lin Yanen found herself without an umbrella and prepared to dash into the downpour. Yet miraculously, Ruan Jinan awaited her at the entrance, holding a large umbrella. I've come to fetch you. Touched, Lin Yanen leaped into his arms. How did you know I forgot my umbrella? Ruan Jinan chuckled. I just know upon returning home. Lin Yanen was astonished to find her study had been beautifully redecorated, creating a cozier atmosphere. Did you do all of this? She asked in disbelief. Ruan Jinan nodded. Do you like it? Lin Yanen embraced him. I love it. On another occasion, when Lin Yanen made a minor mistake at work, feeling disheartened, Ruan Jinan took her to an amusement park, accompanying her on roller coasters and carousels to help her release her stress. Ruan Jinan reassured her. A small mistake is inconsequential. My Yanen is always the best. As Lin Yanen's birthday approached, Ruan Jinan began preparations a month in advance, crafting a scrapbook filled with their cherished memories. On her birthday, he arranged a romantic candlelit dinner at home. When Lin Yanen entered the room, she was left speechless by the enchanting setup. Ruan Jinan presented her with a beautiful necklace, fastening it around her neck. Happy birthday, my darling. Under Ruan Jinan's unwavering affection, Lin Yanen's inner turmoil gradually dissipated, solidifying her love for him. One evening, nestled in Ruan Jinan's embrace, she softly declared, With you here, I fear nothing. Ruan Jinan held her tightly. I will forever be by your side. Chapter 65. The crisis of emotional trust. The relationship between Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan gradually fell into a crisis of trust due to a series of misunderstandings. One day, Lin Yanin overheard her colleagues whispering about having seen Wang Jianan in a restaurant, behaving intimately with a mysterious woman. Instantly, her heart tightened, and the seeds of doubt began to take root in her mind, spurred by their murmurs. Meanwhile, Wang Jianan remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing. He had been preoccupied with an important project, working late into the night, and by the time he returned home, Lin Yanin was already asleep. She had not yet awakened when he left in the morning. Leaving their moments of communication painfully scarce. One day, Wang Jianan finally completed his tasks ahead of schedule and was filled with joy at the prospect of surprising Lin Yanin. He purchased a bouquet of her favorite roses and reserved a table at an upscale restaurant. However, upon arriving home, he noticed Lin Yanin's troubled expression. "What is wrong, my dear?" Wang Jianan inquired, perplexed. Lin Yanin turned her head away, remaining silent. Assuming she was simply in a foul mood, he stepped closer and gently embraced her. "Don't be sad. I'm taking you somewhere wonderful." Lin Yanin broke free from his embrace, stating, "You can go by yourself." Wang Jianan, utterly bewildered, pressed on. "What is the matter? Please talk to me." At last, Lin Yanin could no longer contain herself. "Aren't you aware of what you've done?" Wang Jianan, even more confused, replied, "I truly don't know." Lin Yanin bit her lip. "That I heard you were on a date with another woman at a restaurant." It was only then that Wang Jianan grasped the situation and hurriedly explained, "That was a misunderstanding. She's a business partner, and we were merely discussing work." But Lin Yanin refused to listen. "I don't believe you. Why is it that everyone else saw it, yet I remained in the dark?" Wang Jianan anxiously urged, "Yanin, you must trust me. You are the only one in my heart." Yet Lin Yanin was too consumed by her suspicions to hear him. In the following days, the couple found themselves in a cold war. Wang Jianan tried every possible means to cheer Lin Yanin up, bringing flowers, gifts, and writing love letters. But she remained unmoved. Determined not to give up, Wang Jianan reflected on their shared moments, the sweetness of their past, and resolved to regain Lin Yanin's trust. He learned that she had longed to attend a concert, but tickets were notoriously hard to acquire. After much effort, he finally managed to procure 2 tickets. When he presented the tickets to Lin Yanin, she was taken aback. With heartfelt sincerity, he said, "My dear, let us go together." Lin Yanin hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. At the concert, they sang along with the music, and the atmosphere gradually warmed. Afterward, Wang Jianan took Lin Yanin to a seaside restaurant, where the moonlight shimmered on the water's surface. Holding her hand, he confessed, "Yanin, I truly love only you. Those were all misunderstandings. I promise to communicate more with you and prevent such things from happening again." As Lin Yanin gazed into his earnest eyes, the icy walls around her heart began to thaw. From that day forward, Wang Jianan made it a point to share his work with Lin Yanin daily, ensuring he spent time with her whenever possible. When Lin Yanin craved cake, Wang Jianan scoured the city for the best. If she wished to go shopping, he would carry her bags without a hint of complaint. When she expressed a desire to see the stars, he set up a tent on their balcony, keeping her company throughout the night. Once, when Lin Yanin accidentally broke her phone, Wang Jianan promptly bought her the latest model the next day. When she experienced cramps during her menstrual cycle, he not only prepared sweet ginger tea, but also offered her massages. Whenever she faced challenges at work, he would assist her in analyzing the situation and devising strategies. Chapter 66. An honest conversation. Lin Yanin and Wang Jianan decided to find a tranquil place to have an earnest conversation and resolve their misunderstandings. They arrived at a charming seaside cottage, where the scenery was picturesque and the gentle sea breeze enveloped them. Breaking the silence, Lin Yanin said, "The misunderstandings between us during this time have been quite distressing." Wang Jianan took her hand, replying, "I feel the same, my dear. I've been striving to earn your trust." With a sigh, Lin Yanin admitted, "I realize I may have been overly sensitive, but hearing those rumors made it impossible for me to control my thoughts." Wang Jianan gazed into her eyes, resolutely stating, "Yanin, I understand your feelings, that I will be more mindful of my actions to prevent others from creating such misunderstandings." Lin Yanin nodded slightly. "I should also trust you more and not allow others' words to sway me." Wang Jianan gently brushed her hair, asking, "Shall we reassess our positions in each other's hearts?" Lin Yanin smiled, saying, "Absolutely. To me, you are the most important person in my life, without exception." Wang Jianan embraced her tightly, declaring, "You are also my only one, my everything." They began to reminisce about their journey together, the sweet moments they had shared and the challenges they had overcome side by side. "Do you remember our first meeting?" Lin Yanin asked. "That I thought you seemed a bit aloof." Ruan Jinan chuckled. "I was merely nervous and unsure of how to engage with you." They continued their conversation. Laughter echoed throughout the cottage. "Over time, I discovered that you are not only kind, but also incredibly brave and strong," Ruan Jinan noted. Lin Yanin blinked playfully. "And you, I find you particularly charming when you are focused on your work." Ruan Jinan playfully tapped her nose. "You just know how to make me smile." They talked for what felt like an eternity, their hearts drawing closer together. Lin Yanin said, "From now on, regardless of any issues we face, we must communicate openly like we did today." Ruan Jinan nodded. "Absolutely, I never wish to let misunderstandings tarnish our relationship again." Upon returning from the seaside cottage, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's bond grew even more intimate. To bring joy to Lin Yanin, Ruan Jinan would surprise her daily with small tokens of affection. Sometimes flowers, other times her favorite snacks that in turn, Lin Yanin would prepare a sumptuous dinner for him after a long day's work. One day, upon returning home, Lin Yanin discovered that their abode had been transformed into a romantic wonderland, adorned with balloons and streamers. Ruan Jinan embraced her from behind, asking, "Do you like it, my dear?" She turned, kissed him softly, and replied, "I adore it. You are always so thoughtful." On another occasion, Ruan Jinan secretly learned a song that Lin Yanin loved and serenaded her under a starlit sky. Entranced, Lin Yanin gazed at him. Her eyes filled with affection. They strolled hand in hand through the park, savoring the tranquil moments together. They went to the movies, nestled closely in the darkness. One day, Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin to a mysterious destination, which turned out to be a small zoo. Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled with delight as she marveled at the adorable animals, her face radiating childlike joy. Ruan Jinan stood by, capturing her happiness in photographs. Preserving those beautiful moments. On another occasion, they attended a baking class together, crafting delicious cakes with their own hands. Although the process was a bit chaotic, it was filled with laughter and joy. Under Ruan Jinan's unwavering affection, Lin Yanin found herself living in a sweet cocoon of happiness. Chapter 67. The family gatherings turmoil. Ruan Jinan invited Lin Yanin to a family gathering, where his mother, Guogui Fei, cast an unmistakable look of discontent upon Lin Yanin. Though anxious, Lin Yanin maintained her composure, greeting the elders with a polite smile. Guogui Fei snidely remarked, "Oh, what are you wearing? Do you not know how to dress up? You are embarrassing our family." Lin Yanin's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to normalcy as she softly replied, "Annie, I will be more mindful next time." Ruan Jinan immediately stepped in front of Lin Yanin, defending her. "Mom, Yanin looks perfectly fine. Please don't nitpick." Guogui Fei scoffed. "You only know how to defend her. You should consider whether she is worthy of our family." Feeling wronged, Lin Yanin suppressed her emotions, not allowing them to surface. Ruan Jinan held Lin Yanin's hand tightly, offering her strength as the gathering commenced. Lin Yanin accidentally spilled soup on her clothes, prompting Guogui Fei to mock her. "Look at this clumsy girl." Ruan Jinan hurriedly grabbed a napkin to help Lin Yanin clean up, comforting her. "It's all right, my dear." Turning to his mother, he added, "Mom, could you refrain from being so harsh?" Guogui Fei glared at him, her eyes wide with anger. "You dare to argue with me for a woman?" Lin Yanin tugged at Ruan Jinan's sleeve. "Don't be like this, Jinan. It's my fault." Yet Ruan Jinan firmly declared, "It's not your fault, Yanin." After dinner, everyone sat together to chat. Guogui Fei intentionally brought up the accomplishments of other daughters-in-law, subtly belittling Lin Yanin. Lin Yanin kept her head down, remaining silent. Unable to hold back, Ruan Jinan retorted, "Yanin has her own merits. You cannot judge her so unfairly." Guogui Fei, infuriated, stood up, exclaiming, "You are utterly bewitched by her." After speaking, she turned and walked away. Ruan Jinan helplessly gazed at his mother's retreating figure, then embraced Lin Yanin. "Yanin, pay no heed to my mother. That's just how she is," leaning against Ruan Jinan's embrace. Lin Yanin nodded. Following their return from the gathering, Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin to an amusement park to lift her spirits. As she observed the various rides, a hint of trepidation crossed her face. Ruan Jinan, with a reassuring smile, said, "Do not fear. I am here with you." They rode the roller coaster together, and Lin Yanin screamed in fright while Ruan Jinan held her hand tightly. Once they disembarked, Lin Yanan's legs felt weak, prompting Ruan Jianan to scoop her up. Come, let's indulge in some delicious food. They arrived at a dessert shop where Ruan Jianan ordered an array of Lin Yanan's favorite sweets. As she beheld the delightful treats before her, her mood brightened considerably. Watching her enjoy the food brought a smile to Ruan Jianan's face. One day, while cleaning at home, Lin Yanan accidentally shattered a vase. Hearing the noise, Ruan Jianan rushed over. Dear, are you hurt? Lin Yanan shook her head. I'm fine. It's just a vase that broke. Ruan Jianan gently patted her head. Let the vase be shattered. What matters is that you are unharmed. In the evening, Lin Yanan expressed her desire to stargaze, so Ruan Jianan set up a tent in the yard to accompany her in watching the stars. Leaning against Ruan Jianan, Lin Yanan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Knowing her fondness for reading, Ruan Jianan specially crafted a cozy study filled with a diverse collection of books, overcome with emotion. Lin Yanan's eyes brimmed with tears. Jianan, thank you. Ruan Jianan tenderly kissed her forehead. I would do anything for you. When Lin Yanan faced challenges at work and became distressed, Ruan Jianan took her to the seaside for a refreshing escape. As the sea breeze caressed them, Lin Yanan gradually calmed. Ruan Jianan reassured her, no matter what difficulties arise, I will be by your side. Lin Yanan held his hand tightly. I am so fortunate to have you. Chapter 68. Ruan Jianan's resolute choice despite the internal family turmoil caused by Lin Yanan. Ruan Jianan's love for her remained unwavering. Confronted with familial pressure, particularly from his mother, Guo Fei, who strongly opposed their relationship, Ruan Jianan resolved to stand firm. During a significant family gathering in front of everyone, he clasped Lin Yanan's hand tightly and boldly declared, I do not care how others perceive it. I love Lin Yanan, and I wish to be with her. This is my decision, and no one can alter it. Upon hearing this proclamation, the room erupted in astonishment. Guo Fei's face turned ashen with fury as she pointed at Ruan Jianan and scolded, You ungrateful son. Disregarding the family's interests for a woman. Unfazed, Ruan Jianan fixed his determined gaze upon his mother. Mother, love and familial duty are not mutually exclusive. Yanan is a wonderful person. She will bring fortune to our family. Moved to tears, Lin Yanan nestled closer to Ruan Jianan. The elders in the family began to murmur, some criticizing Ruan Jianan's impulsiveness, while others chose to remain silent. Undeterred by their opinions, Ruan Jianan took Lin Yanan and left the gathering. Upon returning home, Lin Yanan expressed her concern. Jun, will this make things difficult for you within the family? Ruan Jianan gazed at her tenderly. Do not worry, my dear. I will manage everything. From that moment on, Ruan Jianan worked even harder, striving to demonstrate through his actions that his choice was the right one, that he left early and returned late, tirelessly pursuing the company's business. Lin Yanan, feeling for him, prepared nutritious meals for him every day. When Ruan Jianan encountered a significant challenge at work, as a partner unexpectedly imposed stringent conditions, the project fell into a stalemate. Returning home in a state of agitation, Lin Yanan immediately sensed his distress. She gently massaged his shoulders. Do not fret. Let us brainstorm together. Ruan Jianan embraced her. With you by my side, I feel I can overcome any obstacle. After several days of effort, Ruan Jianan finally devised a perfect solution and successfully advanced the project. To celebrate, he took Lin Yanan to a high-end restaurant. Dressed in a beautiful gown, Lin Yanan resembled a princess. Ruan Jianan gazed at her with eyes full of love, continuously serving her dishes. Dear, eat plenty. Lin Yanan chuckled. I am already full. Ruan Jianan insisted. You must eat. You are too thin. On the weekend, Ruan Jianan took Lin Yanan hiking. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Yanan was breathless and exhausted. Ruan Jianan tenderly provided water and a towel, caring for her attentively. Here, wipe your sweat and drink some water. Lin Yanan admired the breathtaking scenery, exclaiming, It is truly beautiful here. Ruan Jianan replied, As long as you enjoy it. We shall come often. On Lin Yanan's birthday, Ruan Jianan meticulously prepared a grand party that he invited Lin Yanan's friends and decorated their home in a warm and romantic manner. When Lin Yanan stepped inside, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Ruan Jianan approached her, holding a bouquet of flowers. My darling, happy birthday. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lin Yanan embraced him. Thank you, Jianan. At the party, everyone had a delightful time, and Ruan Jianan remained by Lin Yanan's side, enveloping her in warmth. Once, when Lin Yanan fell ill, Ruan Jinan set aside his work to care for her wholeheartedly. He prepared kanji, administered her medication, and remained vigilantly by her bedside. Lin Yanin urged, "Jinan, go back to work." "I am fine," Ruan Jinan replied. "What is work compared to you?" Under Ruan Jinan's unwavering affection, Lin Yanin lived each day in bliss. Together, they weathered storms and their bond deepened. Chapter 69. The pressure of external public opinion after Ruan Jinan boldly declared his relationship with Lin Yanin. Disregarding familial opposition, they instantly became the center of attention, attracting the scrutiny of public opinion. Tabloids overflowed with their photos and speculative reports, while online discussions were rife with gossip. Some labeled Lin Yanin as a scheming woman seeking to climb the social ladder, while others accused Ruan Jinan of neglecting his familial duties for love. As Lin Yanin read the disparaging comments, her spirits plummeted. She sat on the couch, tears silently streaming down her face. When Ruan Jinan returned home and saw her in such distress, his heart ached. He approached and gently enveloped her in his arms. "My dear, do not pay attention to those trivial remarks. They do not understand our love." Lin Yanin sobbed, "But what they say is so harsh. I fear it will affect you." Ruan Jinan lifted her chin, looking tenderly into her eyes. "Do not worry. I care not for others' opinions. I only care for you." Determined to lift Lin Yanin's spirits, Ruan Jinan planned an escape for them. They ventured to a picturesque island, basking in the sun on the pristine white sands. Ruan Jinan prepared a comfortable lounge chair, an umbrella for Lin Yanin, and personally crafted delicious fruit juices for her. "My dear, relax and enjoy the beautiful scenery," Ruan Jinan smiled. Lin Yanin reclined in the chair, relishing the sea breeze, her mood gradually improving that in the evening. They dined at a seaside restaurant where Ruan Jinan ordered an array of Lin Yanin's favorite dishes. "Eat more. You have lost weight recently," he insisted, continuously serving her food. Upon returning home, Ruan Jinan noticed Lin Yanin still appeared somewhat downcast. Thus, he devised another plan that he took her to a pet park where their beloved dog joyfully ran about. Seeing the dog, Lin Yanin's face finally broke into a long-lost smile. "Darling, come here for a hug." Lin Yanin crouched down, and the dog excitedly leaped into her arms. Ruan Jinan watched this heartwarming scene, feeling a sense of relief. However, the external scrutiny did not cease despite their moments of sweetness. The media even camped outside their home, seeking interviews. Ruan Jinan shielded Lin Yanin behind him, coldly addressing the reporters. "Please respect our privacy and cease your harassment." After shutting the door, he comforted Lin Yanin. "Do not fear. I am here with you." To divert Lin Yanin's attention, Ruan Jinan enrolled her in various interest classes, including painting, yoga, and cooking. My dear, pursue what you love and do not let the outside world disturb you, he encouraged. Gradually, Lin Yanin grew stronger, learning to disregard the negative voices. One day, while bustling in the kitchen preparing dinner for Ruan Jinan, he entered and embraced her from behind. "My dear, thank you for always being by my side." Lin Yanin turned to face him. "We will face it together. We fear nothing." In the days that followed, Ruan Jinan often took Lin Yanin and their dog for leisurely walks in the park, creating a warm and happy family portrait. During the weekends, they would gather at home to watch movies, indulging in popcorn and relishing the delightful moments. Ruan Jinan would occasionally surprise Lin Yanin with little gestures, such as unexpectedly taking her to see her favorite band perform or secretly placing a sweet note in her bag. Chapter 70. The new system task. Just as Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan exhaled in relief, basking in the success of their product launch, a new system task arrived without warning. One day, as they arrived at the office as usual and settled down, a mysterious letter appeared on their desk. Upon opening it, they discovered it was a notification of a new system task. "This task seems quite formidable," Lin Yanin remarked, furrowing her brow. Ruan Jinan leaned in, meticulously reading the details. Indeed, the difficulty level had escalated significantly compared to previous tasks. This time, they were required to penetrate an entirely new market domain within a short time frame and achieve an astonishing market share. This undoubtedly posed a colossal challenge for them. However, the rewards were equally enticing. Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If we can accomplish this task, our company will soar to new heights." Ruan Jinan nodded. "Indeed, while the obstacles are daunting, it is worth the endeavor." Without hesitation, they promptly convened their team members to strategize. Everyone is aware that this task will not be easy, But I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Ruan Jianan inspired the team during the meeting. The team members were equally eager, preparing to embrace the challenge. Lin Yanan took charge of market research, tirelessly traveling to various cities to gather extensive data. Upon returning to the office, she immersed herself in piles of information, analyzing diverse insights. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan busied himself negotiating with suppliers for more favorable collaboration terms. One day, while conducting research, Lin Yanan found herself caught in a torrential downpour, stranded in a remote area. Upon learning of her predicament, Ruan Jianan, frantic with worry, braved the inclement weather to rescue her. When Lin Yanan saw Ruan Jianan drenched and standing before her, she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. "Why are you so foolish? It's dangerous to come here," Lin Yanan reproached gently. Ruan Jianan smiled. "I couldn't bear to worry about you." After a period of diligent effort, they finally gained a preliminary understanding of the new market. However, new challenges soon emerged. They discovered that competitors had already established a foothold in this domain, possessing a significant advantage. "What should we do?" The team members expressed their anxiety. Lin Yanan, however, smiled reassuringly. "Don't panic. We will surely devise a solution." Ruan Jianan encouraged everyone. Yes, we must not be daunted by difficulties. They worked tirelessly day and night, ultimately devising a unique marketing strategy to ensure the smooth execution of the plan. Lin Yanan personally oversaw every detail, while Ruan Jianan scoured for potential partners. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous setbacks. On one occasion, an issue arose during the advertisement shoot, necessitating a reshoot, which implied additional time and financial expenditure. Lin Yanan gritted her teeth, insisting, "We must reshoot. We must achieve the best results." Ruan Jianan showed no hesitation, stating, "Money is not the issue. The key is to succeed." Amidst their tense preparations, Lin Yanan suddenly fell ill. Ruan Jianan juggled caring for her while managing work responsibilities. "Don't overexert yourself. I'm fine." Lin Yanan weakly smiled. Ruan Jianan gently held her hand. "Focus on your recovery. I will handle everything else." Fortunately, Lin Yanan soon recovered, and they dove back into their demanding work. After countless days and nights of hard work, their product finally began to make waves in the new market, gradually increasing its market share. "It seems our direction is correct," Lin Yanan exclaimed with excitement. Ruan Jianan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 71. Gathering information on the Lin family. Lin Yanan resolved to seek vengeance against the Lin family, and her first step was to gather information about them, searching for a point of entry for her revenge. She, like a cunning little fox, began to stealthily scour every corner for clues pertaining to the Lin family. Every morning, Lin Yanan rose early, seated herself at the computer, her eyes glued to the screen, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she searched for every piece of news, reports, and social media updates related to the Lin family. Seeing her relentless dedication, Ruan Jianan felt a pang of sympathy. He quietly prepared a sumptuous breakfast and placed it before her, softly saying, "Darling, please eat something. Don't wear yourself out." Without lifting her gaze, Lin Yanan replied, Just leave it there. I'll eat in a bit." Yet her eyes remained fixed on the computer screen. To obtain deeper insights, Lin Yanan would often disguise herself, frequenting various locations associated with the Lin family. Sometimes she posed as a cleaner, covertly observing the employees in the Lin family's corporate building. Other times, she portrayed a delivery person, attempting to extract useful information from recipients. On one occasion, Lin Yanan nearly got caught by the Lin family security, but thanks to her quick thinking, she managed to hide in a storage room, narrowly escaping. Upon returning home, she recounted the harrowing experience to Ruan Jianan, who enveloped her in a tight embrace, reassuring her, "Please don't take such risks again. I worry about you." Lin Yanan, however, firmly stated, "No, this is an essential path to vengeance." Understanding he could not sway her determination, Ruan Jianan silently supported her from behind, leveraging his connections to gather internal information for her. Lin Yanan not only scrutinized the Lin family's business dealings, but also investigated the personal lives of its members. She discreetly followed them, noting their daily activities and social interactions. One rainy day, Lin Yanan stood in the downpour for several hours to track an important figure from the Lin family, becoming completely drenched. Upon returning home, she couldn't stop sneezing. Ruan Jianan hurriedly brought her a towel and hot water, wiping her down while chiding, "You foolish girl, why don't you take better care of yourself?" Lin Yanin laughed. What a little hardship. Ruan Jinan shook his head helplessly and turned to the kitchen to prepare a steaming bowl of ginger soup for her. Lin Yanin also gathered the Lin family's financial statements and business contracts through various channels, hoping to uncover vulnerabilities and weaknesses that on one occasion, in pursuit of a crucial contract, she rummaged through a trash bin for quite some time, emerging covered in dirt. Upon seeing her in such a state, Ruan Jinan felt a mix of sympathy and admiration. Throughout her information-gathering endeavors, Lin Yanin faced numerous challenges and obstacles. Yet she never grew despondent, always finding ways to overcome. Tio helped Lin Yanin unwind. Ruan Jinan would occasionally take her out to see movies or go shopping. However, Lin Yanin remained preoccupied with thoughts of revenge, often appearing distracted. Ruan Jinan, undeterred, continued to care for her attentively, surprising her with little delights, such as unexpectedly presenting her with a bouquet of her favorite flowers or taking her to a newly opened restaurant. Lin Yanin recognized Ruan Jinan's thoughtful intentions and felt deeply grateful. She secretly vowed that once her vengeance was fulfilled, she would devote herself to being by his side. After a period of diligent effort, Lin Yanin finally gathered some valuable information, leading her to feel that the point of entry for her revenge was gradually becoming clearer. Chapter 72. Cleverly responding to the Lin family's provocations. As Lin Yanin gathered information on the Lin family, she quickly drew their attention. The Lin family began to subject her to various forms of harassment. During a significant business gathering, Lin Yanin unexpectedly encountered a member of the Lin family. They deliberately brought up some embarrassing incidents from Lin Yanin's past in front of everyone, attempting to humiliate her. Although Lin Yanin felt a surge of anger inside, she maintained an elegant smile and responded with poise. What has happened in the past is behind us. What matters now is the present and the future. Seeing that this tactic failed, the Lin family resorted to sabotaging a project Lin Yanin was involved in, intentionally delaying the approval process to create trouble for her. Lin Yanin remained composed, calmly analyzing the situation and seeking solutions. She tirelessly communicated and coordinated with various relevant departments. Witnessing Lin Yanin's struggles, Ruan Jinan felt a deep sense of empathy. Quietly, he utilized his connections to facilitate some crucial processes for her. When Lin Yanin learned of this, she felt a warmth in her heart, but playfully reproached him. I can resolve this on my own. Ruan Jinan smiled. I know you can, but I simply wish to share the burden on another occasion. The Lin family maliciously spread rumors about Lin Yanin, alleging that her business plan involved fraudulent activities, sowing doubt among her partners. Lin Yanin immediately convened a public briefing, where she robustly countered the rumors with clear logic and solid evidence. During the preparation for the briefing, Lin Yanin found herself overwhelmed with tasks. Ruan Jinan diligently prepared all the necessary materials for her, and even went so far as to prepare nutritious meals for her. Lin Yanin, touched by Ruan Jinan's unwavering support, felt her eyes welling with tears as she observed all that he had done for her. The Lin family, not to be outdone, devised a scheme to disrupt the normal operations of Lin Yanin's company by strategically placing individuals nearby to create chaos. Acting decisively, Lin Yanin contacted the police while simultaneously organizing her employees to maintain order. Ruan Jinan also hurried to the scene to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yanin. Amidst this series of trials, Lin Yanin not only stood her ground, but also exhibited extraordinary wisdom and courage in her responses, while Ruan Jinan remained by her side, offering unconditional support. Tio helped Lin Yanin unwind. Ruan Jinan took her to a picturesque resort. There, Lin Yanin reclined on a comfortable lounge chair, basking in the sunlight, while Ruan Jinan fanned her and offered her fruit. Lin Yanin smiled, teasing, "You'll spoil me like this." Ruan Jinan gazed at her with deep affection, replying, "That is precisely my intention." In the evening, Ruan Jinan arranged a romantic candlelit dinner for Lin Yanin, the table adorned with her favorite delicacies, flowers, and fine wine. Enveloped in this enchanting atmosphere, Lin Yanin temporarily forgot all her troubles. Returning to reality, Lin Yanin bravely faced the Lin family's continued antagonism. They attempted to ensnare her during a crucial business negotiation by imposing harsh conditions. However, Lin Yanin astutely discerned their intentions and skillfully maneuvered through the situation, managing not only to avoid their trap, but also to secure advantageous terms for herself. Upon learning of her success, Ruan Jinan hosted a small celebration in her honor. At the party, Lin Yanin beamed with joy, knowing that no matter how many challenges lay ahead, as long as Ruan Jinan was by her side, she feared nothing. Chapter 73. Communication and Strength in Dreams during this tumultuous period of conflict with the Lin family. Lin Yanin found herself utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. One night, she lay in bed, quickly succumbing to slumber, in her dreams, she encountered the original owner of her identity. The figure was somewhat blurred, yet Lin Yanin could feel the deep-seated pain and resentment within her. The original owner shared the injustices and torment she had suffered at the hands of the Lin family, tears shimmering in her eyes. Lin Yanin grasped the original owner's hand tightly, offering her solace. In turn, the original owner imparted her hidden strength to Lin Yanin, urging her to persevere and fight for their shared destiny. Upon awakening, Lin Yanin felt imbued with newfound strength and courage. Ruan Jianan, noticing the determination in her gaze, inquired curiously about what had transpired. Lin Yanin simply smiled and shook her head, choosing not to elaborate, but Ruan Jianan sensed the change within her in order to better equip Lin Yanin for the challenges ahead. Ruan Jianan orchestrated a delightful surprise that he secretly contacted Lin Yanin's friends, meticulously planning a warm gathering. When Lin Yanin, blindfolded, was led to the venue, the moment the blindfold was lifted, she was greeted by the familiar smiles of her friends and a room adorned with balloons and streamers. Moved to tears, they played games, chatted, and enjoyed a delightful afternoon together, lifting Lin Yanin's spirits significantly. Upon returning home, Ruan Jianan had prepared her favorite dinner as she gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes. Lin Yanin felt a profound sense of happiness. The following day, Lin Yanin approached her work with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan quietly managed all the mundane details behind the scenes, allowing her to focus without worry. One evening, while engrossed in work at the office, Lin Yanin lost track of time and neglected to eat. Upon discovering this, Ruan Jianan personally brought her a meal. Dear, eat first. Don't wear yourself out, he gently advised. Lin Yanin looked at him, warmth flooding her heart, and obediently set aside her work to eat. Ruan Jianan watched her quietly, his eyes brimming with affection. On another occasion, Lin Yanin found herself at a loss over a proposal she was working on. Ruan Jianan brewed her a rich cup of coffee and placed it gently on her desk before joining her in contemplation. With his support, Lin Yanin finally experienced a surge of inspiration, successfully completing her proposal. During the weekend, Ruan Jianan took Lin Yanin for a stroll in the countryside. Sunlight bathed them, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. Lin Yanin reveled in the beauty of nature. Her mood elevated. Ruan Jianan picked a bouquet of wildflowers and presented them to her, saying, "These flowers are as beautiful as you." Lin Yanin playfully rolled her eyes at him, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Under Ruan Jianan's unwavering affection, Lin Yanin grew increasingly resilient and self-assured. One day, she received an anonymous threat letter warning her to cease her opposition against the Lin family. Unfazed, she crumpled the letter and discarded it in the trash. Upon learning of this, Ruan Jianan intensified his protective measures for Lin Yanin, even hiring professional bodyguards. "With me around, no one will harm you," he declared resolutely. Lin Yanin nodded, confident that no matter the challenges they faced, Ruan Jianan would always be by her side. As time progressed, Lin Yanin gradually gained the upper hand in her struggle against the Lin family, a feat made possible by Ruan Jianan's steadfast support and companionship. Chapter 74. The Lin family's conspiracy. As Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan's relationship deepened, the Lin family, who viewed Lin Yanin as a thorn in their side, could no longer remain idle. They resolved to resort to underhanded tactics, aiming to sabotage the bond between Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan by orchestrating a misunderstanding. One day, Lin Yanin received a mysterious letter claiming that Ruan Jianan was clandestinely meeting another woman at a hotel. A sense of unease gripped her heart, yet she endeavored to remain calm, suspecting that there was more to the story. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan remained oblivious to these machinations, preoccupied with a critical project. Determined to uncover the truth, Lin Yanin decided to visit the hotel herself. Arriving at the entrance, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Just as she hesitated, a strange woman approached her, stating, "You must be Lin Yanin." "Jianan loves me, not you." Lin Yanin frowned at this nonsensical woman, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The woman persisted, taunting, "If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. He's waiting for me in the room." Doubt began to creep into Lin Yanin's mind, but she maintained her composure, asserting, "This is your scheme. I will not fall for it." The woman, however, appeared even more triumphant, declaring, "You are simply afraid to face the truth." At that moment, Ruan Jinan's call came through. Lin Yanin answered, and before she could speak, he urgently said, "Yanin, don't listen to what others say. I've been busy with the project at the company and Haven T Bin Tanny Hotel." A weight lifted from Lin Yanin's chest, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it." Ruan Jinan continued, "My dear, once I finish this, I'll take you out for a nice meal." Lin Yanin replied with a smile, "All right, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, she cast a cold glance at the woman, declaring, "Your scheme will not succeed." The woman, realizing her plot had failed, slinked away in defeat. Upon returning home, Lin Yanin recounted the entire incident to Ruan Jinan. He embraced her tenderly, saying, "I'm so sorry you had to endure this, my dear." Lin Yanin shook her head, affirming, "As long as we trust each other, they cannot succeed." Ruan Jinan replied, "Indeed, from now on, we will face everything together." Tio lifted Lin Yanin's spirits. Ruan Jinan took her to an amusement park. Lin Yanin looked at the thrilling rides, feeling a twinge of fear. Ruan Jinan reassured her with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm here with you." They rode the Ferris wheel together, and at the peak, Ruan Jinan gently kissed Lin Yanin's forehead. She blushed, playfully protesting, "How embarrassing." After leaving the amusement park, Ruan Jinan treated Lin Yanin to her favorite hot pot. Watching her enjoy the meal heartily, he chuckled, "Eat more. You've been looking a bit thin lately." Lin Yanin, her mouth full, replied, "It's all the worrying that has made me this way." Ruan Jinan reassured her, "From now on, with me around, you won't have to worry about anything. One day, while shopping, Lin Yanin spotted a beautiful necklace but hesitated to buy it due to its high price. Upon discovering this, Ruan Jinan secretly purchased the necklace and surprised her with it. Lin Yanin was overjoyed, exclaiming, "How did you know I would like this?" Ruan Jinan smiled, "I know your heart better than anyone." Touched, Lin Yanin embraced him, saying, "You're so wonderful." Ruan Jinan replied, "As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything." That on another occasion, caught in a downpour without an umbrella, Lin Yanin found herself stranded at the office. Ruan Jinan drove to her rescue, holding a large umbrella. Seeing him, Lin Yanin felt a warmth spread through her, asking, "What brought you here?" Ruan Jinan replied, "I was worried my precious one would get wet." Upon returning home, Lin Yanin accidentally caught a cold. Ruan Jinan busied himself, preparing ginger soup and coaxing her to take her medicine. Lin Yanin remarked, "I feel like a child." Ruan Jinan assured her, "In my eyes, you will always be my precious one who needs my care." Chapter 75. The advancement of the project. In the course of advancing the project, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan encountered one formidable challenge after another. Initially, a significant funding shortfall arose when several investors who had previously committed to investing suddenly retracted their pledges. This left the project in a state of stagnation, causing Ruan Jinan to feel as anxious as an ant on a hot skillet. However, Lin Yanin remained unflustered. She calmly analyzed the situation and proposed a bold idea. "We could explore crowdfunding as a means to raise the necessary funds." Ruan Jinan hesitated, expressing doubt. "Is that feasible?" "We've never attempted it before." Lin Yanin confidently replied, "How will we know unless we try? With the internet so developed, as long as our project is appealing, we will undoubtedly attract potential investors." Thus, they began meticulously crafting their crowdfunding strategy. Lin Yanin unleashed her creativity, painting the project as highlights and prospects in an exceptionally attractive manner, while Ruan Jinan leveraged his network to promote it extensively. Nevertheless, the journey was not without its obstacles. Throughout the crowdfunding process, they faced various doubts and ridicule. Some labeled them as frauds, while others asserted that the project was doomed to fail. Lin Yanin felt a sense of injustice, but did not waver. She worked tirelessly each night, responding to a myriad of inquiries and patiently elucidating the project's advantages and potential. Ruan Jinan watched her with concern, preparing an array of delicacies and supplements for her. "Darling, don't overexert yourself. Your health is paramount." Lin Yanin smiled and reassured him, "It's all right. As long as we can push the project forward, this bit of hardship is nothing." Just when they were on the brink of despair, a seasoned investor finally took an interest in their project and decided to invest a substantial sum. It was akin to a timely downpour, alleviating their urgent financial crisis. Yet, new challenges swiftly followed as they encountered technical difficulties. A crucial technological component remained elusive. The Team technicians worked day and night, yet they found themselves at a loss. Lin Yanin resolved to take matters in her own hands, seeking advice from experts and poring over extensive materials. Ultimately, she conceived an innovative solution. When she presented her proposal, skepticism lingered among the team. However, Ruan Jinan unhesitatingly supported her. "I believe in Yanin. Let us proceed," as she suggests. After considerable effort, the technical hurdle was finally surmounted, allowing the project to advance smoothly. Throughout this process, Lin Yanin's pivotal role was undeniable. Not only did she strategize around funding and technology, but she also played an instrumental part in team management. Whenever team members felt overwhelmed by pressure and despondency, Lin Yanin organized various engaging activities to help them unwind and rejuvenate. That on one occasion, she secretly arranged a surprise birthday party for a team member. The joy at the party dispelled the fatigue and stress that had previously weighed them down. Ruan Jinan, deeply appreciative of Lin Yanin's efforts, often prepared small gifts for her. Sometimes a bouquet of flowers, other times a book she had long desired. One day, after several days of intense work, Lin Yanin fell asleep in the office. Ruan Jinan quietly entered, draping his jacket over her shoulders and then sitting beside her, watching her with eyes filled with affection and concern. Upon awakening, Lin Yanin discovered his jacket, a cup of hot coffee, and a note that read, "Dear, you've worked hard. Remember to take care of yourself." A warm sensation enveloped her heart, making her feel that all her efforts were worthwhile. That as the project entered a critical testing phase, Lin Yanin found herself busier than ever. Ruan Jinan set aside his own work to join her in the laboratory, confronting various unforeseen circumstances and resolving numerous minor issues together. After a testing failure, Lin Yanin felt disheartened. Chapter 76. System Notifications and Assistance. After a series of strenuous efforts, the project finally reached a crucial juncture. However, just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, a new dilemma arose. A competing product suddenly emerged in the market, boasting a lower price and a more aggressive promotional campaign, thereby seizing a considerable share of the market. This severely undermined their previously optimistic expectations for the project. Lin Yanin sat in the office, her brow furrowed as she stared blankly at a pile of data and reports. Ruan Jinan entered. Noticing her distress, he walked behind her and gently began to massage her shoulders. "Darling, don't look so gloomy. There are always more solutions than difficulties," he comforted her. Lin Yanin sighed, "But this competition is incredibly fierce. What should we do?" Just as they felt at a loss, a notification from the system in Lin Yanin's mind suddenly emerged. The system informed her that their project possessed a unique advantage that had yet to be discovered, which could serve as a breakthrough to recapture consumer interest. Excitedly, Lin Yanin shared this revelation with Ruan Jinan. Without hesitation, he replied, "Let us act on the system's suggestion. I am confident it will work." They promptly convened the team members to strategize and promote this unique advantage. During this process, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan worked tirelessly day and night, to ensure Lin Yanin had ample opportunity to rest. Ruan Jinan always volunteered to take on more tasks. That on one occasion, Lin Yanin unknowingly dozed off in the office. Ruan Jinan gently carried her to the break room's bed and tucked her in with a soft blanket. Upon awakening and finding herself in the break room, Lin Yanin felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. "You silly, why are you so good to me?" she playfully chided him. Ruan Jinan smiled, saying, "Because you are my treasure. Who else would I treat so well?" As they prepared for the promotional event, Lin Yanin fell ill due to exhaustion. Ruan Jinan, frantic with worry, personally cooked congee for her and fed it to her spoon by spoon. "Darling, please recover quickly. I can't manage without you," he said, his eyes filled with concern. Lin Yanin weakly smiled. "I'm fine. Don't worry too much." Under Ruan Jinan's devoted care, Lin Yanin soon regained her health and returned to work. Finally, the promotional event was successfully held, achieving unexpected success. Their product, thanks to its unique advantages, regained market favor, and sales soared. To celebrate, Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin to a luxurious restaurant. "Darling, this is all your accomplishment." He raised his glass. Lin Yanin replied, "It's also your support and companionship that have brought us to this point." After dining, Ruan Jinan mysteriously led Lin Yanin to a beautifully arranged romantic garden adorned with flowers and fairy lights. "This is a surprise I prepared for you. Do you like it?" he asked. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Yanin plunged into Ruan Jinan's embrace, tears of joy brimming in her eyes, that I love it, I truly love it. Under the moonlight, they held each other tightly, savoring this sweet moment. That in the days that followed, Ruan Jinan's affection for Lin Yanin intensified. He would regale her with jokes when she felt fatigued, endeavoring to lift her spirits. Whenever she craved a particular delicacy, he would scour the city to procure it. When her mood soured, he would take her to the movies or shopping, doing everything in his power to help her forget her troubles. One day, Lin Yanin accidentally spilled coffee on herself in the office. Ruan Jinan immediately handed her a clean spare shirt, urging her to change. "Oh dear, I am so clumsy," Lin Yanin said, somewhat embarrassed. "That it's all right. My darling is adorable no matter what," Ruan Jinan reassured her. Chapter 77. A mysterious surprise with the project's success. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan finally exhaled in relief. However, before they could fully relish their victory, an unexpected surprise arrived. One day, Ruan Jinan mysteriously told Lin Yanin, "Darling, I have prepared a special gift for you." Curious, Lin Yanin inquired, "What is it?" Ruan Jinan playfully teased. Guess. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally revealed 2 plane tickets from behind his back. "We are going on a trip." Lin Yanin leapt in excitement. "Really? That is fantastic." They hurriedly packed their bags and embarked on this spontaneous journey. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Yanin discovered it was a picturesque coastal city. The sun bathed the golden sands, while gentle waves lapped at the shore, creating a scene that was nothing short of a dream. Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin's hand and strolled along the beach. Suddenly, Lin Yanin halted, exclaiming, "Oh no, Santa's gotten into my shoes." Without a second thought, Ruan Jinan knelt down, carefully helping her remove her shoes, shaking out the sand, and tenderly brushing the dust from her feet. "Is that more comfortable?" he asked, looking up with a smile. Lin Yanin blushed and nodded, her heart brimming with sweetness. 18 noon, they visited a seafood restaurant. Lin Yanin gazed at the menu, overwhelmed by the plethora of seafood options. Unsure of what to choose, Ruan Jinan, noticing her dilemma, addressed the waiter, "Bring us one of each of your signature dishes." Lin Yanin's eyes widened in astonishment. "So much food. Will we be able to finish it all?" Ruan Jinan chuckled. "As long as it's what you desire to eat, we can devour it all." Before long, the dishes were served in abundance. Lin Yanin relished the meal with great enthusiasm, her mouth delightfully full. Ruan Jinan, laughing, handed her a napkin while continuously serving her more dishes. "Eat slowly, don't choke," he advised with concern. After their meal, the two strolled along the beach to digest. Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled as she spotted a small ice cream stand. Ruan Jinan immediately dashed over to purchase the 2 largest ice creams, presenting one to her. "My dear, I'm certain this flavor will delight you." Lin Yanin took a bite of the ice cream and winced from the cold. Ruan Jinan burst into laughter. "Look at you, like a little child." That evening, upon their return to the hotel, Lin Yanin discovered the room adorned romantically with flowers and candles. "Is this yet another of your masterpieces?" she asked, touched. Ruan Jinan nodded and revealed a beautiful necklace from behind, placing it around her neck. "That my dear, you are truly beautiful," he said earnestly. The following day, they went diving. Initially apprehensive, Lin Yanin felt reassured as Ruan Jinan held her hand tightly, encouraging her. Beneath the water, they marveled at the vibrant corals and an array of small fish, and Lin Yanin was filled with childlike excitement. Once they surfaced, she eagerly shared her exhilaration with Ruan Jinan, who looked at her fondly. "As long as you are happy, everything I do is worthwhile." Then on the last day of their trip, Lin Yanin accidentally stumbled on the beach, scraping her knee. Ruan Jinan's heart ached for her. He immediately carried her back to the hotel, carefully treating her wound. "Does it hurt?" he asked softly. Lin Yanin shook her head. "With you here, it doesn't hurt at all." This journey deepened the bond between Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan, leaving behind many cherished memories. After returning home, Lin Yanin often reminisced about the moments they shared, while Ruan Jinan's affection for her remained unwavering, only growing stronger. Chapter 78. A romantic surprise upon returning from their trip. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan immersed themselves once more in their busy work lives. Yet, Ruan Jinan's affection for Lin Yanin showed no signs of waning. One day, as Lin Yanin came home after work, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The living room was filled with pink balloons, and rose petals adorned the floor, leading to the dining table that a beautifully arranged candlelit dinner awaited her, featuring her favorite steak and pasta. Lin Yanin covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes from the overwhelming emotion. That moment, Ruan Jinan emerged from the kitchen, holding a bottle of champagne. "Welcome home, my dear," he greeted with a smile. Lin Yanin rushed over to embrace Ruan Jinan. "Did you prepare all this?" Ruan Jinan nodded and kissed her forehead. "For you. Anything is worth it." They sat down to enjoy the romantic dinner, with Ruan Jinan serving Lin Yanin and sharing amusing anecdotes to keep her entertained. Lin Yanin laughed heartily, her heart as sweet as honey. After their meal, Ruan Jinan led Lin Yanin to the sofa in the living room. "I have one more surprise for you," he said mysteriously, turning on the television, which displayed a video montage of Lin Yanin's childhood photos and moments they had shared, culminating in Ruan Jinan's heartfelt declaration. "Yanin, I love you. May every day of ours be this beautiful." Overcome with emotion, Lin Yanin leapt into Ruan Jinan's arms. "I love you too, Jinan." The following day was a weekend. Lin Yanin intended to sleep in, but Ruan Jinan woke her early. "Why so early?" she mumbled, still groggy. Ruan Jinan smiled. "I'm taking you somewhere special." Dazed, Lin Yanin followed him into the car, and as she regained her senses, she found herself at a beautiful estate. The estate was awash with a sea of flowers, vibrant blooms competing for attention. Ruan Jinan retrieved a picnic basket from the car and led Lin Yanin into the floral paradise. They spread a blanket beneath a large tree and began to enjoy their picnic. Ruan Jinan had prepared Lin Yanin's favorite snacks and fruits, occasionally picking a lovely flower to tuck in her hair. "My dear, you are as enchanting as the fairies among this floral sea," he remarked. Lin Yanin laughed. "Your sweet words are like honey. Are you trying to charm me?" In the afternoon, Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin horseback riding. Though initially fearful, she felt reassured by Ruan Jinan's patient guidance and protective presence. "Don't be afraid. I'm here, ride boldly," he encouraged, his voice instilling confidence in her. By the end of the day, Lin Yanin was thoroughly delighted. Upon returning home, she collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Ruan Jinan gently massaged her shoulders and legs. "You must be worn out from today." Lin Yanin shook her head. "Not at all. Being with you makes everything joyful." One day, as Lin Yanin was leaving work, a torrential downpour began. Worried about how to get home, she was relieved to see Ruan Jinan pull up in a sea. "My dear, hop in," he called out. Once inside, Lin Yanin noticed her favorite music playing and a warm blanket waiting for her. "I prepared it in case you got cold," Ruan Jinan said. Lin Yanin felt a warmth in her heart, leaning against Ruan Jinan's shoulder. "It's so wonderful to have you." Days later, Lin Yanin was working late at the office when she emerged to find Ruan Jinan waiting for her at the entrance. "What are you doing here so late?" she asked in surprise. Ruan Jinan smiled. "I knew you were working hard, so I came to take you home." He then produced a thermos from behind his back, handing it to her. "This is the chicken soup I made for you. Drink it while it's hot." Lin Yanin opened the thermos, and the rich aroma wafted up, warming her from within. After arriving home, she discovered that Ruan Jinan had transformed their living room into a cozy cinema, complete with popcorn and drinks, as they snuggled together on the sofa to watch a romantic film. On another occasion, when Lin Yanin fell ill, Ruan Jinan took a day off to stay by her side, feeding her medicine, cooking, and telling stories. As Lin Yanin's condition improved, she expressed her gratitude to Ruan Jinan. "It's all thanks to you that I recovered so quickly." Ruan Jinan affectionately patted her head. "Of course, I cannot allow my treasure to remain unwell." On Lin Yanin's birthday, Ruan Jinan surprised her with a grand celebration. He invited her friends and family, hosting an extravagant birthday party. During the party, Ruan Jinan serenaded Lin Yanin with a heartfelt song and presented her with a specially customized gift. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Yanin embraced Ruan Jinan. "This is the best birthday I have ever had." Chapter 79. The initial revenge plan. Lin Yanin sat at her desk in the study. A thick notebook sprawled open before her, filled with her meticulous investigations and analyses regarding the Lin family. Ruan Jinan quietly entered, holding a steaming cup of coffee, which he placed beside Lin Yanin. "My dear, don't overexert yourself," he said gently. Lin Yanin looked up, giving Ruan Jinan a determined gaze. "I'm not overexerting. This is something I must do." They began to discuss the intricacies of their revenge plan in detail. Lin Yanin pointed to a section in the notebook. "I believe we can exploit the financial loopholes in the Lin family. There have been several questionable transactions that I need to clarify." Ruan Jinan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. "This may require the assistance of some professional financial personnel." Lin Yanin nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have already reached out to a few trustworthy friends who are willing to assist us discreetly. Then, Lin Yanin flipped to another page. Additionally, the Lin family is currently vying for an important project. If we can sabotage their plans, it would deliver a significant blow to them. Ruan Jinan grasped Lin Yanin's hand. Then we must devise a meticulous plan, ensuring we leave no traces. Lin Yanin smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I already have a preliminary idea. However, we need to coordinate closely. Every step must be flawless. Ruan Jinan's gaze was resolute. No problem. I have faith in you. Just then, Lin Yanin's phone rang suddenly. After answering, her expression turned serious. Hanging up, she informed Ruan Jinan, "This is not good. The Lin family seems to have sensed something and is starting to be on guard." Ruan Jinan patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. We will adapt as needed. Their vigilance indicates our actions have made them feel threatened, which may not be a bad thing." Lin Yanin took a deep breath. "Yes, we must proceed with utmost caution." They continued to delve into their revenge plan, the room filled with the sounds of pages turning and occasional hushed discussions. Before long, night fell, and the stars twinkled outside. Ruan Jinan, observing Lin Yanin's weary face, felt a pang of compassion. "Let us call it a night. Let us go out for something delicious to unwind." Lin Yanin hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "All right, perhaps a little relaxation will help clarify my thoughts." Ruan Jinan escorted Lin Yanin to a restaurant they frequently visited, ordering a sumptuous feast of Lin Yanin's favorite dishes, encouraging her to indulge and replenish her energy. Ruan Jinan continuously served her, prompting Lin Yanin to chuckle at his attentiveness. "If you keep this up, I might end up getting plump thanks to you." With a fond expression, Ruan Jinan replied, "A little extra weight is delightful. It only makes you more adorable." After their meal, the two strolled home hand in hand, a gentle breeze caressing them, bringing a refreshing coolness. Lin Yanin gazed at Ruan Jinan, her heart brimming with gratitude and affection. "Jinan, thank you for always being by my side." Ruan Jinan tightened his grip on her hand. "Silly girl, what is there to thank for? We are one, and no matter the challenges we face, I will always be by your side." The moonlight enveloped them, casting their unwavering silhouettes. Upon returning home, Lin Yanin leaned against the sofa, her thoughts still entwined in her revenge plan. Ruan Jinan approached, gently massaging her shoulders. "Don't overthink it. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow is a new day." Lin Yanin closed her eyes, savoring Ruan Jinan's tenderness. "With you here, I feel so secure." Ruan Jinan smiled, then quickly drifted off to sleep, "My darling." Chapter 80. A difficult discovery recently. Lin Yanin had been plagued by the unsettling sensation of being watched, as if unseen eyes were fixated upon her point one day. After finally evading her pursuers, she stealthily infiltrated an abandoned factory. The place appeared dilapidated. Yet she sensed it concealed some profound secret. As she cautiously navigated through the factory, she suddenly overheard a low murmur of conversation. Concealing herself behind a decrepit machine, she observed a group of individuals clad in black suits in serious discussion with members of the Lin family. Lin Yanin's heart raced. She had unexpectedly uncovered the Lin family's collusion with other forces. Straining to catch snippets of their dialogue, she could only discern vague phrases. This collaboration must be flawless. We cannot allow anyone to discover it. Frowning, she realized that her path to revenge had just become significantly more challenging. Yet, with a determined grit, she silently vowed not to falter. Emerging from the factory, Lin Yanin felt an overwhelming weight on her shoulders. Upon her return home, Ruan Jinan immediately sensed something was amiss. "Darling, what's wrong?" he inquired with concern. Lin Yanin recounted her discovery, and Ruan Jinan's expression turned grave. "Don't worry. We'll devise a plan together," he assured her, gripping her hand tightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin began to reorganize her thoughts, jotting down notes in an attempt to formulate a strategy that we must exploit their weaknesses. She mused aloud. Ruan Jinan nodded. "Indeed, perhaps we can investigate their financial flows." Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled with newfound resolve. "Exactly. That is a promising direction that I in the ensuing days." Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan busied themselves relentlessly, gathering data and analyzing every potentially useful lead. That on one occasion, Lin Yanin disguised herself as a cleaner to procure a crucial document, nearly being discovered in the process. Fortunately, her quick thinking allowed her to escape by hiding in a trash bin. When she returned home, she was covered in grime and exuded an unpleasant odor. Ruan Jinan, witnessing her disheveled state, felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. "You truly are a relentless warrior," Lin Yanin shrugged. "For the sake of revenge, this is but a trifling hardship." Just as they were making headway, new troubles emerged. The Lin family seemed to have caught wind of their activities, bolstering defenses that severely hindered their investigation. However, Lin Yanin remained undeterred, firmly believing that persistence would ultimately reveal an opportunity. One day, while walking down the street, she was unexpectedly jostled by a stranger who slipped her a note before hastily departing. Upon unfolding the note, Lin Yanin found an address accompanied by the message. "There is something you seek here." Intrigued yet cautious, she resolved to investigate. Upon arriving at a secluded warehouse, as indicated, she discovered it filled with various documents and materials. Excitedly, she began to sift through them, hoping to unearth valuable evidence. However, before she could delve deeply, the warehouse door swung open, and a group of individuals burst inside. "Don't move." Lin Yanin's heart leapt into her throat as she anxiously assessed the situation. Unsure of her next move, in that critical moment, Ruan Jinan appeared like a hero. "Don't be afraid, Yanin. I'm here to rescue you." With swift precision, Ruan Jinan dispatched the intruders and pulled Lin Yanin to safety. Chapter 81. Utilizing the original's memories, although Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan had uncovered some significant leads, they both understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. To completely dismantle the Lin family, a long journey lay ahead. Once home, they wasted no time resting, immediately diving into analysis of their findings. Lin Yanin held a document, her brow furrowed. "From these clues, it appears the forces supporting the Lin family are more intricate than we anticipated." Ruan Jinan nodded, his gaze resolute. "No matter the challenges, we must not relent." In the days that followed, they exercised extreme caution. Lin Yanin leveraged her modern knowledge alongside the original's memories to pinpoint the Lin family's vulnerabilities, while Ruan Jinan utilized familial resources to offer her support. Yet, the road was fraught with peril. During one investigation, Lin Yanin nearly fell into the clutches of the Lin family. Thankfully, her quick reflexes allowed her to hide in a storage room, narrowly avoiding disaster. Emerging from her refuge, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Ruan Jinan, seeing her state, felt a pang of concern. "Yanin, perhaps we should take a breather." Lin Yanin shook her head. "No, this is a critical juncture. We cannot afford to pause." As they pressed forward with their revenge scheme. The Lin family was not idle. Sensing Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's movements, they intensified their defenses and began to retaliate. Throughout their investigation, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan encountered numerous obstacles. Often, just as they unearthed a lead, the Lin family would swiftly cut them off. At other times, they received mysterious threats warning them to cease their pursuit. Nevertheless, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan refused to be disheartened. They adapted their strategy, employing diversionary tactics to mislead the Lin family. Lin Yanin deliberately stirred up commotion in inconsequential areas to draw the family's attention, while Ruan Jinan seized the opportunity to search elsewhere for clues. However, the Lin family was no fool. They quickly saw through Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's ploy, escalating their surveillance. One day, Lin Yanin realized she was being followed. Maintaining her composure, she entered a shopping mall, weaving through the crowd in an attempt to shake off her pursuer. Yet the follower proved to be cunning, relentlessly tailing her. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yanin recalled a clever tactic. She ducked into a women's clothing store, swiftly changing into an outfit completely unlike her usual style, donning a wig and sunglasses. When she emerged, her pursuer lost sight of her, frantically searching the mall. Seizing the moment, Lin Yanin slipped out through another exit, successfully evading capture. Upon returning home and recounting the incident to Ruan Jinan, he couldn't help but commend her. "Yanin, you are truly brilliant." However, Ruan Jinan faced skepticism within his family business, with his authority curtailed. Some family members believed he was jeopardizing their interest to assist Lin Yanin, exerting significant pressure on him. Upon learning this, Lin Yanin strategized to help Ruan Jinan stabilize the situation. She analyzed the family members' interests and proposed several solutions. With Lin Yanin's assistance, Ruan Jinan gradually resolved the internal conflicts, regaining the family's support. As time progressed, their bond deepened through shared adversity. They leaned on each other for strength, becoming each other's most steadfast allies. One tranquil evening, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan sat on the balcony, Gazing at the starry sky, Lin Yanin reflected, Jinan, without you, I don't know if I could have persevered. Ruan Jinan gently clasped her hand. Yanin, we will surely succeed. Just when they believed everything was heading in a positive direction, their revenge plan encountered a significant setback, plunging into a stalemate. Lin Yanin felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and doubt in her abilities. Ruan Jinan embraced her tightly. Yanin, don't lose heart. We will start anew. Encouraged by Ruan Jinan, Lin Yanin regained her resolve, continuing the search for clues that at last. They stumbled upon some threads hinting at the mysterious forces backing the Lin family. Chapter 82. A new breakthrough. The revenge plan had hit a deadlock, akin to a torrential downpour that doused Lin Yanin's once fervent spirit. But who was she? She was Lin Yanin, the indomitable spirit who would never concede defeat. She resembled an indomitable cockroach, relentlessly sifting through the towering piles of documents and intricate clues each day, resolutely determined to unearth a new breakthrough. That as for Ruan Jianan, observing his tireless companion, his heart ached for her. He thought to himself, this spirited young lady is exhausting herself in pursuit of vengeance. Yet he understood her, recognizing this as her inner obsession. Thus, all he could do was to provide her with unwavering support and encouragement. Yanin, come, taste the pastries I just learned to make, Ruan Jianan said, presenting a platter of fragrant delicacies, his face alight with anticipation as he approached Lin Yanin. Lin Yanin, deeply engrossed in her thoughts, was taken aback by his sudden interruption. Oh dear, don't disturb me. I am busy, she exclaimed. Unperturbed, Ruan Jianan insisted on placing the pastries into her hands, proclaiming that one must eat to regain strength for further endeavors. Reluctantly, Lin Yanin took a bite, but kept her eyes glued to the documents. A sight that amused Ruan Jianan immensely. As days turned into weeks, Lin Yanin, amidst her tribulations, grew like a sapling weathering storms, continuously maturing. The once tearful girl who would crumble at the slightest adversity had transformed into a figure of resilience and composure. No longer easily toppled by setbacks, she began to view each failure as a stepping stone on her path to success. That on one particular day, Lin Yanin was out investigating as usual when she suddenly stumbled upon a place she had never noticed before, a somewhat eerie warehouse. A sudden jolt of intuition struck her, suggesting that something significant might be concealed within. Filled with excitement, she dashed home without changing her shoes, bursting into the living room, exclaiming, Jianan, Jianan, I've made a significant discovery. Ruan Jianan, dozing on the sofa, nearly leapt up in shock at her loud proclamation that, oh my goodness, your sudden outburst is too much for my poor heart. Without sparing a moment for banter, Lin Yanin animatedly gestured and described the warehouse to him. Upon hearing her words, Ruan Jianan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. That we must prepare meticulously. This might be the crucial evidence we've been seeking. Thus, the duo commenced their preparations for infiltrating the warehouse, devising a detailed plan, gathering tools, and simulating potential scenarios. Their hearts raced with a mix of tension and anticipation, akin to warriors embarking on an adventure. That night, Lin Yanin lay in bed, unable to find solace, her mind consumed by thoughts of the warehouse. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan slept soundly, even snoring lightly, which only fueled Lin Yanin's irritation. You, of all people, have such a carefree heart, she muttered, delivering a playful kick to him. Ruan Jianan, still half asleep, mumbled, Stop it. We have work to do tomorrow. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan set out. They approached the warehouse with utmost caution, their hearts pounding audibly in their chests. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for a few birds chirping in the branches above. Lin Yanin's palms grew clammy with anxiety, but Ruan Jianan clasped her hand reassuringly, offering her an encouraging glance. They stealthily navigated to the back door of the warehouse, where Ruan Jianan retrieved the tools he had prepared beforehand and began to pry open the lock. Lin Yanin's heart raced, her gaze darting around nervously, fearing an unexpected encounter. With a click, the lock finally yielded. They gently pushed the door open, and a musty scent enveloped them. The warehouse was dark and damp, cluttered with an assortment of odds and ends. Lin Yanin cautiously led the way, with Ruan Jianan closely following. Suddenly, a mouse darted past their feet, prompting Lin Yanin to scream in fright. She'll keep it down. We don't want to attract attention. Ruan Jianan quickly covered her mouth. They meticulously scoured the warehouse, leaving no corner unchecked. However, After a long search, they found nothing of value. Lin Yanin felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Had her intuition betrayed her, Ruan Jianan reassured her, "Don't lose heart. Let us keep searching. Perhaps the treasure is hidden in a more obscure place." Just then, Lin Yanin spotted a locked cabinet. Her eyes brightened. "Jianan, come here and look at this." After considerable effort, Ruan Jianan managed to pry open the cabinet, revealing some documents in an old box. Lin Yanin eagerly opened the documents, but her expression soon turned grave. "What is wrong?" Ruan Jianan inquired. Lin Yanin bit her lip. These documents seemed to be mere mundane accounts with little significance. Both of them pinned their hopes on the box. However, upon opening it, they were met with the disappointment of finding only a tattered piece of cloth. "What is this?" Ruan Jianan asked, bewildered. Lin Yanin examined the cloth closely, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "I understand. There are markings on it. It could be some sort of code." With their newfound discoveries, they left the warehouse. Their hearts heavy yet hopeful. Chapter 83. The support of love upon returning from that mysterious warehouse. Lin Yanin was engulfed in a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. Her spirit deflated like a frostbitten eggplant. She isolated herself in her room, lamenting over her seemingly futile findings. Ruan Jianan, hearing her sighs from outside the door, felt a pang in his heart. He gently knocked, speaking softly. "Yanan, could you open the door for me?" Silence lingered within, but Ruan Jianan remained undeterred, continuing to coax her. "Dear, shutting yourself away like this will only break my heart." After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open, revealing Lin Yanan's forlorn expression, which tugged at Ruan Jianan's heartstrings. He enveloped her in a warm embrace, reassuring her, "Sweetheart, this setback does not signify the end. We cannot give up just yet." Leaning into his embrace, Lin Yanan murmured, "But Jianan, I truly feel exhausted, as if no matter how hard I try, hope remains elusive." Ruan Jianan gently lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes earnestly. "Yanan, in my heart, you are the bravest and most formidable person. A minor setback is nothing to fret about, that I will always stand by you, supporting you through whatever challenges we face together." His heartfelt words warmed Lin Yanan's heart, yet she couldn't help but retort, "You always know how to comfort me." Ruan Jianan smiled broadly, displaying his pearly whites. "I assure you, I am not merely soothing you. Every word I utter comes from the depths of my heart." In the days that followed, Ruan Jianan showered Lin Yanan with affection in various forms. Each morning, while she remained lost in slumber, he would quietly rise, bustling about in the kitchen to prepare a lavish breakfast. When Lin Yanan finally emerged, rubbing her eyes, she would find her favorite Zilong Bao, soy milk, and golden fried eggs laid out before her. "Darling, come and savor my heartfelt breakfast." Ruan Jianan cheerfully urged her to sit. Lin Yanan took a bite of the Zilong Bao, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. "Delicious. If only every day could be like this." Ruan Jianan confidently declared, "That is a given, as long as you enjoy it. I'll make it for you every day." During the day, as Lin Yanan sat at her desk poring over the materials, Ruan Jianan remained by her side, fetching her water and massaging her shoulders intermittently. "Oh, you're such a distraction. I can't focus," Lin Yanan complained, though inwardly she reveled in the sweetness of his attentiveness. Ruan Jianan chuckled, "I'm just worried you'll tire yourself out that I in the evenings." As Lin Yanan relaxed on the sofa watching television, she would occasionally doze off. Ruan Jianan would carefully carry her to her room, gently laying her on the bed, tucking her in, and bestowing a tender kiss on her forehead. One day, Lin Yanan suddenly expressed a craving for ice cream, but a torrential downpour was falling outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Ruan Jianan grabbed an umbrella and dashed out. When he returned, drenched yet triumphant, he held a perfectly intact ice cream cone in his hand. "You're such a fool for going out in this downpour," Lin Yanan said, both touched and concerned, wiping the rainwater from his face. Ruan Jianan replied with a smile, "As long as you desire it, I'd brave any storm, even if it meant facing blades." Under Ruan Jianan's tender care, Lin Yanan gradually regained her confidence and determination. One day, she stood before the mirror, bolstering herself. "Lin Yanan, you cannot succumb to defeat. For Jianan, for yourself, you must persevere." Ruan Jianan, listening outside the door, smiled, his heart swelling with pride. "My Yanan has returned." Thus, Lin Yanan reimbursed herself in her quest for vengeance. With Ruan Jianan steadfastly by her side, brainstorming strategies and offering encouragement that on one occasion, when Lin Yanin became frustrated over a lead that had fizzled out, she threw the documents scattered across the floor in exasperation. Ruan Jinin silently gathered the papers, organized them, and placed them back in front of her. Then he clasped her hand, saying, "Yanin, don't rush. We'll take our time, but I believe in your ability to succeed." As Lin Yanin gazed into his steadfast eyes, her frustration dissipated significantly. Chapter 84. A sweet boost under Ruan Jinin's meticulous affection. Lin Yanin found her footing once more, the flames of vengeance blazing more fervently in her heart. One day, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, where Lin Yanin sat at her desk, deep in thought over a newly discovered document, her brow furrowed in concentration. Ruan Jinin entered quietly, carrying a platter of freshly cut fruit. "Darling, take a break and enjoy some fruit to recharge your energy." Ruan Jinin's voice was so gentle it seemed capable of dripping with water. Lin Yanin lifted her head and offered him a weary smile, saying, "I'm not in the mood to eat right now." Ruan Jinin was not to be dissuaded. He moved behind Lin Yanin and gently massaged her shoulders, saying, "Don't push yourself too hard, my little princess. Health is the foundation of all endeavors." Lin Yanin couldn't help but laugh at his playful words, replying, "You always know how to coax me." Ruan Jinin picked up a piece of fruit and brought it to her lips, encouraging, "Come on, open your mouth. This fruit is exceptionally sweet, with a hint of reluctance." Lin Yanin took a bite, and indeed, the refreshing sweetness burst in her mouth, lifting her spirits slightly. In the days that followed, Ruan Jinin's adoration for his wife escalated once more. When Lin Yanin remarked that the room's decor seemed a tad monotonous, Ruan Jinin promptly took her to the mall to select various exquisite ornaments, transforming the space into a warm and romantic haven. On one occasion, Lin Yanin casually mentioned a desire for pastries from a renowned old establishment, despite its distant location. The very next morning, Ruan Jinin set out early, enduring a 2-hour queue to present her with steaming pastries. "Quick, taste this and see if it matches your memories," he said, his expression filled with anticipation as he watched her. Lin Yanin took a bite, her eyes glistening with emotion as she exclaimed, "Jinin, I'm so grateful to have you." Ruan Jinin affectionately teased her nose, replying, "As long as you are happy, I will do anything for you." One evening, Lin Yanin fell asleep at the desk, exhausted from her research. Ruan Jinin gently lifted her into bed, tucking her in, and sat quietly by her side, watching her serene, sleeping face, overwhelmed with affection. The following morning, Lin Yanin awoke to find a vibrant bouquet of flowers and a note at her bedside, which read, "Dearest, may each day of yours be as beautiful as these blossoms," embracing the flowers. Lin Yanin's face radiated with joy. On another occasion, Lin Yanin faced a dilemma over what to wear for an important gathering. Ruan Jinin personally selected a splendid evening gown for her, along with exquisite jewelry. "When my Yanin dons this attire, she will undoubtedly be the most dazzling queen of the evening," he declared, pride gleaming in his eyes. At the gathering, Lin Yanin indeed became the center of attention. Fully aware that it was Ruan Jinin's thoughtful efforts that brought her such recognition. With Ruan Jinin's unwavering support, Lin Yanin grew increasingly steadfast on her path of vengeance. Whenever she encountered difficulties and felt like retreating, the mere thought of Ruan Jinin's unconditional trust and affection filled her with courage and strength. One day, as Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin strolled through the park, the sunlight enveloped them, casting long shadows on the ground. "Jinin, without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do," Lin Yanin said softly, entwining her arm with his. Ruan Jinin halted and gazed deeply in her eyes, declaring, "Yanin, you are the most important person in my life. I will always be by your side, cherishing and loving you, forever." Tears shimmered in Lin Yanin's eyes as she tiptoed to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Chapter 85. Preparations before the infiltration. After much deliberation, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinin finally resolved to infiltrate the mysterious warehouse to obtain potentially crucial evidence. On that day, they commenced their preparations early. Seated on the living room sofa, Lin Yanin studied a layout of the warehouse. Her brow furrowed as she muttered to herself. Ruan Jinin emerged from the kitchen with a steaming cup of coffee, placing it gently in front of her. "Darling, don't be too tense. Have a sip of coffee to invigorate yourself," he suggested. Lin Yanin glanced up at him, managing a rueful smile. "How can I not be anxious? This is of great importance." Ruan Jinin settled beside her and wrapped her in his embrace, reassuring her. "Fear not, for I am here. I will remain by your side." Leaning against him, Lin Yanin felt a slight easing of her tension. They proceeded to discuss the details of their infiltration, with Lin Yanin pointing at the map, stating, "We should enter here and avoid the guards' patrol routes." Ruan Jianin listened intently, nodding occasionally before adding, "I believe we should also prepare some self-defense tools, just in case." Lin Yanin's eyes brightened at his suggestion. "Yes, you're absolutely right." Thus, Ruan Jianin began rummaging through drawers, emerging shortly with an assortment of peculiar items. Lin Yanin looked at him, unable to suppress her laughter. "What on earth have you found?" Ruan Jianin, with utmost seriousness, replied, "These are all treasures. Do not underestimate them." Lin Yanin picked up a flashlight, fiddling with it. This could indeed come in handy. Ruan Jianin beamed with satisfaction. "See, what I've gathered is quite useful." Once they had gathered their tools, Lin Yanin began inspecting her outfit, donning a sleek black bodysuit that exuded confidence. Ruan Jianin's eyes widened in admiration. "My dear, you look absolutely stunning." Lin Yanin shot him a playful glare. "Is this really the time for flattery?" Ruan Jianin quickly waved his hands. "I speak only the truth." Just then, Lin Yanin's stomach growled audibly. Ruan Jianin chuckled. "Are you hungry? Let me whip you up something to eat." He dashed into the kitchen, tying on an apron and swiftly getting to work. Soon, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Curiously, Lin Yanin stepped into the kitchen to find Ruan Jianin perspiring, frying eggs while a pot of rich congee simmered nearby. "Wow, are you preparing a grand feast?" Lin Yanin teased. Ruan Jianin chuckled. "I must ensure my precious one is well fed before embarking on an adventure." Before long, he presented a plate of fragrant sandwiches, steaming congee, and delightful side dishes. Lin Yanin took a bite of the sandwich, contentedly exclaiming, delicious." Watching her enjoy the meal brought a smile to Ruan Jianin's face. After they finished eating, Lin Yanin's nerves returned. She paced the living room, her mind racing with potential scenarios they might face. Ruan Jianin grasped her hand, saying, "Do not worry. Even if we encounter danger, I will protect you." Looking into his steadfast eyes, Lin Yanin felt warmth and courage swell within her. As night fell, the city lights twinkled to life. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin donned black attire suited for the night and stealthily made their way to the warehouse. Throughout the journey, Lin Yanin's heart raced, while Ruan Jianin continually reassured her, "Relax. Think of this as our little adventure." Upon arriving near the warehouse, they concealed themselves in a corner, observing their surroundings. Lin Yanin inhaled deeply and asked Ruan Jianin, "Are you ready?" He nodded, prepared for action. Just as they were about to proceed, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Lin Yanin, feeling a surge of anxiety, clutched Ruan Jianin's arm that he gently patted her hand. Signaling her to remain quiet as the footsteps drew nearer, Lin Yanin's heart raced to her throat. She pressed against Ruan Jianin, hardly daring to breathe. He remained vigilant, fixated on the direction of the sound, ready to respond to any sudden developments. After a tense moment, the footsteps faded, allowing them to exhale in relief. Lin Yanin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, muttering, "That was close." Ruan Jianin comforted her. "Fear not. This is merely a minor hiccup. We will undoubtedly succeed." They cautiously approached the entrance of the warehouse. The large door stood firmly shut, surrounded by an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional chirping of insects. Ruan Jianin retrieved tools from his backpack and began to pick the lock while Lin Yanin anxiously scanned the area, wary of patrolling guards. With a click, the lock finally yielded, and they gently pushed the door open. A musty odor wafting out to greet them, in her heart, Lin Yanin silently vowed. They must find the evidence this time, for revenge for their future. Ruan Jianin, too, harbored a singular thought. No matter what, he would protect Yanin at all costs. Chapter 86. The hero in crisis. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin cautiously stepped into the warehouse, which was shrouded in darkness and filled with a musty scent of decay. Lin Yanin shivered involuntarily, instinctively inching closer to Ruan Jianin. He gently clasped her hand, providing silent reassurance. Together, they navigated forward, guided by the dim beam of their flashlight. Suddenly, a low, mournful sound echoed through the space, nearly causing Lin Yanin to scream. Ruan Jianin quickly covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. It's probably just the wind." However, as they advanced, they noticed peculiar footprints on the ground. Lin Yanan's heartbeat quickened as she clutched Ruan Jianan's shirt, her voice trembling. Jianan, this place feels rather ominous. Ruan Jianan reassured her, you're safe with me. Nothing will happen to you. Just then, a loud crash resonated within the warehouse, shattering the silence. Lin Yanan's eyes widened in terror, and before she could react, several shadowy figures lunged from the darkness, advancing toward them. Yanan, run! Ruan Jianan shouted, positioning himself protectively behind her as he prepared to confront the shadows. In the chaos, Lin Yanan stumbled and fell, watching helplessly as one of the shadows charged toward her. At the critical moment, Ruan Jianan forcefully kicked the shadow away and swiftly helped Lin Yanan to her feet. Yanan, are you all right? He inquired with concern. Lin Yanan, pale with fright, bravely shook her head. That I'm fine, Jianan. What should we do? Ruan Jianan's gaze was resolute. Don't be afraid. I will get you out. With that, he grasped Lin Yanan's hand and ran desperately towards the exit of the warehouse. However, the shadows relentlessly pursued them, forcing Ruan Jianan to halt and continue the fight. Lin Yanan watched anxiously from the side, her heart brimming with worry. Just then, a shadow seized the opportunity to ambush Ruan Jianan from behind. Quick-witted, Lin Yanan picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck the shadow, exclaiming, do not harm him. Ruan Jianan looked at her urgently. Yanan, stay back. After a fierce struggle, Ruan Jianan finally subdued all the shadows. Breathing heavily, he pulled Lin Yanan onward, continuing their escape. Finally, they emerged from the warehouse, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Ruan Jianan gazed at Lin Yanan, his heart full of compassion. Yanan, I'm so sorry for what you've endured. Lin Yanan smiled gently. As long as you're with me, I fear nothing. That moment, vibrant fireworks suddenly erupted in the sky, illuminating their faces. Ruan Jianan tenderly looked at Lin Yanan and said, Yanan, look how beautiful it is. Just like our future, it will surely be filled with light. Leaning against Ruan Jianan's embrace, Lin Yanan envisioned a bright future. Yes, as long as we are together, we can overcome any challenge. After a while, the two stood up, preparing to head home. Ruan Jian mysteriously pulled a small box from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yanan. My dear, this is a surprise for you. Curiosity piqued, Lin Yanan opened the box to reveal an exquisite necklace, adorned with a sparkling heart-shaped gem. Wow, it's so beautiful! Lin Yanan exclaimed in delight. Ruan Jian gently fastened the necklace around her neck. My heart, you will always be my most precious treasure. Moved to tears, Lin Yanan replied, Jianan, I will wear it forever. They walked home. Lin Yanan tightly linked her arm with Ruan Jianan's, her heart brimming with happiness and a sense of security. Chapter 87. The emergence of corporate espionage. In the heart of a bustling metropolis stood a magnificent commercial building, the headquarters of the company where Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanan worked. However, the company had recently fallen into a dire crisis. One morning, Lin Yanan arrived early at the office, ready to embark on another busy day. Yet, upon opening her computer, a mysterious email rendered her speechless. The company's core secrets had been leaked. Her face turned ashen as she realized the gravity of the situation. In a hurry, she rushed to the president's office to report this startling news to Ruan Jianan. Seated behind a spacious desk, Ruan Jianan's brow furrowed tightly upon hearing the news, his eyes betraying a chilling intensity. Immediately summon all department heads for a meeting, he commanded in a low, authoritative voice. In the conference room, the atmosphere grew heavy, almost suffocating. What on earth is happening? How could the company's secrets be compromised? Ruan Jianan's voice echoed in the room, filled with authority and anger. The attendees exchanged anxious glances, hesitant to speak. Lin Yanan surveyed the tense faces around her, silently contemplating potential leads. From this moment on, we will conduct a thorough investigation for moles within the company. I want to know who betrayed us. Ruan Jianan issued the order that a tense yet orderly investigation began. Lin Yanan collaborated closely with the security team, scrutinizing every employee who might have had access to the confidential information. She personally reviewed employees' work records and communication logs, leaving no stone unturned. However, the investigation was fraught with challenges. The newly hired suspect appeared to have been well prepared, cleverly erasing most of the crucial communication records and operational traces, causing the inquiry to reach a standstill. Xiaoli from the RD department, usually diligent and responsible, found himself surrounded by suspicious gazes. I truly did not leak any secrets. I have always been loyal to the company," he pleaded desperately. Meanwhile, Zhang Jie from the marketing department, known for her assertiveness, had grown cautious, fearful of being misunderstood. Moreover, the company's competitors seemed to have sensed their investigative efforts, deliberately creating chaos in the market by disseminating false information detrimental to the company, attempting to divert their attention and impede the investigation's progress. Throughout the inquiry, Lin Yanin received various anonymous threats urging her to cease her investigations, or else face dire consequences. "Yanin, don't overexert yourself. If you need anything, just let me know." Ruan Jinan would often offer her a cup of coffee or a comforting word during her busy hours. Despite the immense pressure, Lin Yanin did not waver. She worked tirelessly day and night, analyzing the scant clues and refusing to overlook any minor detail. Just as the investigation reached a critical juncture, discordant voices arose within the company. Some questioned Lin Yanin's investigative direction, while others criticized her for employing overly aggressive methods that caused unnecessary distress among employees. Feeling deeply wronged, Lin Yanin lamented that despite her diligence for the company, she received neither understanding nor support. Just when Lin Yanin felt utterly exhausted, she unexpectedly discovered that the new employee had logged into a suspicious account at an internet CAF near the company. She promptly visited the CAF, requesting the owner's assistance in the investigation. However, the CAF owner refused to provide any information, citing customer privacy concerns. Lin Yanin earnestly explained the seriousness of the situation, and ultimately, the owner was moved by her sincerity and persistence, offering some useful leads. With these clues, Lin Yanin followed the trail and uncovered a deeply hidden encrypted file. However, cracking the password to this file posed a significant challenge. Lin Yanin enlisted the company's top technical experts, and together they racked their brains to try various potential password combinations that as time ticked by, exhaustion weighed heavily on everyone, yet no one was willing to give up. Chapter 88. Zheng Liqing's return after several days and nights of relentless effort. The file was finally decrypted, revealing evidence of the new employee's collusion with competitors. The moment the truth came to light, both Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan breathed a sigh of relief. "Yanin, we owe this to you." Following the tumult of corporate espionage, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan thought they could finally relax. However, they were unaware that an even more troublesome threat was quietly approaching. Zheng Liqing, the woman who had once been thwarted by Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan in the business arena, was making a comeback. This time, she had allied herself with powerful external forces, vowing to exact revenge and once again target Lin Yanin. While Lin Yanin was busy handling documents in her office, her assistant burst in, visibly anxious. "President Lin, it's bad news. We've just learned that Zheng Liqing is back, and this time she means business." Lin Yanin furrowed her brow slightly, a wave of unease washing over her, but she quickly regained her composure. "Let us not panic. Let us see what she intends to do." Meanwhile, Ruan Jinan also received word of the situation that he immediately set aside his work and hurried to Lin Yanin's office. "Yanin, don't worry. With me here, she won't pull off any tricks," he reassured her gently. Lin Yanin nodded, saying, "I know, but this time she is allied with external forces, making her much more formidable." Ruan Jinan took Lin Yanin's hand firmly. "Regardless of what happens, we will face it together." Zheng Liqing had allied with a multinational company named Pinnacle International. Headquartered in the United States, Pinnacle International boasted numerous branches across the globe, engaging in finance, technology, real estate, and various other sectors. Wielding substantial power to undermine Lin Yanin, Zheng Liqing employed a series of insidious and ruthless tactics. First, she exploited Pinnacle International's financial advantage to maliciously inflate the prices of raw materials for several major projects underway at Lin Yanin's company, causing project costs to soar and profits to plummet dramatically. The suppliers initially collaborating with Lin Yanin's company, under the coercive persuasion of Zheng Liqing, have collectively breached their contracts, resulting in a rupture within the project supply chain and severely hindering the engineering progress. Furthermore, she has bribed certain internal employees of Lin Yanin's company to steal commercial secrets and core technologies, subsequently launching similar products at a more competitive price, thereby usurping market share and eroding Lin Yanin's competitive edge. Additionally, Zheng Liqing has employed a contingent of online trolls to disseminate rumors regarding the quality of Lin Yanin's products across major social media and online platforms, inciting consumer panic and skepticism. which has led to a significant detriment to the company's brand image and a steep decline in sales. Simultaneously, leveraging the influence of Dingdian International within the industry, she has conspired with other competitors to collectively boycott Lin Yanen's company, obstructing its participation in crucial industry exhibitions and business activities, thereby severing the company's external communication and collaboration channels that in terms of talent acquisition. Zheng Liqing has lured away several key technical personnel and management stalwarts from Lin Yanen's company with lucrative offers, plunging the company's research and development and operations into disarray. One day, Zheng Liqing brazenly appeared at Lin Yanen's company. "Lin Yanen, did you truly not expect my return?" Zheng Liqing proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Lin Yanen coldly regarded her and retorted, "Zheng Liqing, do you truly believe this will bring about my downfall?" Zheng Liqing erupted into laughter. "You are already at your wit's end, yet you still cling to defiance. Let me assure you, this is merely the beginning. I will ensure your utter defeat." At that moment, Ruan Jinan stepped forward to shield Lin Yanen, stating, "Zheng Liqing, do not overstep your bounds." Zheng Liqing cast a scornful glance at Ruan Jinan, replying, "Ruan Jinan, do you think you can protect her? Just wait and see." With that, she strode away. Several critical projects at Lin Yanen's company have succumbed to Zheng Liqing's covert sabotage. Clients have begun to express doubts, and partners are starting to waver. The company's executives convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on countermeasures. Zheng Liqing's methods are utterly despicable, employing such underhanded tactics. One executive fumed, "Now is not the time for anger. We must devise a solution. Dingdian International is no trivial adversary. Their influence in the industry is formidable," another executive cautioned. Lin Yanen calmly assessed the situation. "We cannot allow her to dictate our actions. We must find a way to break through her blockade." Just as everyone was at a loss, Ruan Jinan proposed a bold plan. "We could collaborate with other capable enterprises to collectively oppose Zheng Liqing." The team engaged in extensive discussions regarding this plan, ultimately deciding to proceed as Ruan Jinan suggested. However, Zheng Liqing seemed to have anticipated their moves, preemptively threatening and enticing those companies that might consider collaborating with Lin Yanen, deterring them from any association. Lin Yanen felt immense pressure, yet Ruan Jinan remained by her side, offering steadfast support and encouragement. "Yanen, do not lose heart. We will surely find a way," Ruan Jinan reassured her. In pursuit of new partners, Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan tirelessly traversed various business events, forging connections across different sectors to ATA Business Forum. Lin Yanen encountered a formidable entrepreneur from Europe named Pierre Duval. Pierre's family business boasts a rich history and extensive network in Europe, encompassing core sectors such as energy and manufacturing. After an engaging conversation, Pierre expressed keen interest in Lin Yanen's company, admiring her intellect and courage while recognizing the potential for collaboration. Lin Yanen's heart soared with delight, perceiving this as a rare opportunity. However, upon learning of this development, Zheng Liqing promptly dispatched agents to undermine the potential partnership. In a critical moment, Ruan Jinan stepped forth, utilizing his acumen and decisiveness to successfully defuse the crisis, allowing the collaboration to proceed smoothly. With the inclusion of new partners, Lin Yanen's company began to stabilize. Yet, Zheng Liqing was far from relinquishing her vendetta. She devised even more insidious tactics to target Lin Yanen once again. She disseminated negative rumors about Lin Yanen on social media, aiming to tarnish her reputation. In a flash, public opinion surged against Lin Yanen, plunging her into a substantial predicament. Ruan Jinan swiftly took action, leveraging his connections and resources to clarify the facts and restore Lin Yanen's good name. Chapter 89. A counterattack from the brink. Zheng Liqing's provocative visit incited profound anger in both Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan. Yet they understood that fury would not resolve their issues. A calm and calculated response was imperative. Zheng Liqing's oppressive tactics against Lin Yanen's company grew increasingly ruthless. She exploited Dingdian International's resources to exert pressure on Lin Yanen's key clients, offering more favorable terms and enticing collaboration proposals to lure them away. Some loyal clients, who had partnered with Lin Yanen for years, began to waver in the face of Zheng Liqing's substantial temptations and threats. With some already defecting to her camp in terms of market promotion, Zheng Liqing invested heavily in pervasive advertising campaigns, disparaging Lin Yanen's products and services while exaggerating her own advantages. She even bribed industry commentators to issue unfavorable statements about Lin Yanen's company, creating an atmosphere suggesting imminent collapse. Moreover, Zheng Liqing resorted to unscrupulous tactics, reporting Lin Yanen's company for alleged violations to relevant authorities, resulting in frequent investigations that disrupted normal operations. Concurrently, she again bribed more employees within Lin Yanen's company, inciting chaos and spreading rumors, which led to widespread unrest among the staff and a significant decline in work efficiency. One day, Lin Yanen received an anonymous email filled with personal insults and threats. She recognized it as yet another of Zheng Liqing's malicious schemes. Observing Lin Yanen's exhausted and distressed demeanor, Ruan Jinan felt a pang of sympathy that he enveloped her in a tight embrace, stating, "Yanen, do not fear. I will always be by your side. Regardless of Zheng Liqing's tactics, we will prevail." Leaning against Ruan Jinan, Lin Yanen found solace in his warmth and strength, her unease gradually dissipating to counter Zheng Liqing's provocations. Ruan Jinan utilized all his connections, diligently seeking evidence to expose Zheng Liqing's unethical competitive practices. Meanwhile, Lin Yanen led her team in overtime efforts to develop new products and enhance services, striving to bolster the company's competitiveness. However, Zheng Liqing did not cease her malfeasance. She returned to Lin Yanen's company, this time with even greater audacity. "Lin Yanen, cease your struggles, surrender gracefully. Your company will inevitably belong to me," Zheng Liqing declared triumphantly. Lin Yanen coldly responded, "Zheng Liqing, do not celebrate too soon. I will not allow you to succeed." Zheng Liqing laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe you still have a chance? Look at your company now. It is a complete mess." Ruan Jinan interjected fiercely, "Zheng Liqing, your unscrupulous methods will not lead to a favorable outcome." Zheng Liqing shot Ruan Jinan a disdainful glance. "Humph, Ruan Jinan, do you think you can save her?" Despite Zheng Liqing's arrogance, Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan remained undaunted. They recognized that in times of adversity, one must hold steadfast to their convictions. That Tio helped Lin Yanen unwind. Ruan Jinan orchestrated a romantic getaway. By the beautiful seaside, Lin Yanen momentarily cast aside her troubles, rekindling her fighting spirit. Upon returning to the company, Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan discovered a critical vulnerability in Zheng Liqing's strategy. It turned out that Zheng Liqing had employed illegal tactics and some partnerships to swiftly suppress Lin Yanen's company. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan amassed sufficient evidence to launch a counteroffensive. At an industry summit, Lin Yanen publicly exposed Zheng Liqing's unlawful actions in front of numerous peers and media representatives. This revelation stirred a tremendous uproar, instantly ensnaring Zheng Liqing in a whirlwind of public scrutiny. In a bid to preserve its reputation, Dingdian International swiftly dissociated itself from Zheng Liqing. Without her formidable backing, Zheng Liqing's influence crumbled. Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan successfully repelled Zheng Liqing's onslaught, allowing the company to gradually return to normal operations. "Yanen, you are truly remarkable." Ruan Jinan gazed at Lin Yanen with profound affection. Chapter 90. Steadfast progress. The night enveloped the city in an inky darkness, the lights appearing feeble and powerless against the thickened gloom. Lin Yanen stood alone by the window, gazing out at the nightscape, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Since her conflict with Zheng Liqing had become a stalemate, Lin Yanen's life felt shrouded in a veil of despair. Zheng Liqing's oppressive measures emerged relentlessly, akin to a devastating storm, mercilessly battering Lin Yanen's world. Zheng Liqing first exploited her connections to circulate various negative rumors about Lin Yanen's company within the industry. These rumors spread like venomous thorns, swiftly tainting the company's reputation and sowing doubt among its partners. Subsequently, she covertly colluded with some suppliers, intentionally delaying delivery times or providing substandard raw materials. This was akin to planting time bombs along Lin Yanen's production line, poised to trigger production accidents and quality issues at any moment. In the market arena, Zheng Liqing unleashed even more ruthless strategies. She commanded her subordinates to maliciously undercut prices, engaging in a fierce price war with Lin Yanen's company. It was akin to a brutal tug-of-war, with Lin Yanen's company gradually being dragged towards the precipice of defeat. Furthermore, Zheng Liqing frequently appeared before Lin Yanen to provoke her, clad in extravagant attire and adorned with dazzling jewels. Her face bore a smug and disdainful smile. "Lin Yanen, do you think you can outmatch me? Just look at your current disheveled state, like a homeless stray cat." Zheng Liqing's voice was sharp and piercing, akin to a cold wind slicing through Lin Yanen's heart. However, whenever Lin Yanin felt weary and despondent, Ruan Jinan would invariably appear by her side. He was like a warm lighthouse, guiding Lin Yanin through the dark ocean. Ruan Jinan would gently envelop Lin Yanin in his arms, his tender yet resolute voice assuring her, "Yanin, do not fear. I shall always be by your side. Zheng Liqing is but a grasshopper after autumn." Unable to leap for long, that he would prepare exquisite meals for Lin Yanin, offering her a touch of warmth and solace amidst her fatigue. His gaze brimmed with affection and trust, as if Lin Yanin were the most precious treasure in his world. In the face of Zheng Liqing's oppression and provocation, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan resolved to delve deeper into their investigation, refusing to relinquish their hope for revenge. They resembled two wounded yet still ferocious lions, poised to confront even fiercer battles. Lin Yanin began to scrutinize her company's operations more thoroughly, searching for any flaws in Zheng Liqing's strategy. Her eyes often bore the marks of fatigue, yet within them burned an indomitable flame. Ruan Jinan, utilizing his resources, scoured for information, traversing various social gatherings and mingling with a diverse array of individuals, leaving no potential lead unexamined. During this process, their bond deepened. Each challenge acted as a whetstone, rendering their love more resilient. One day, Lin Yanin toiled late into the night in her office. Ruan Jinan quietly entered, holding a warm shawl. "My dear, do not exhaust yourself too much." He gently draped the shawl over Lin Yanin's shoulders, his fingers softly brushing against her hair. Lin Yanin looked up at Ruan Jinan, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Jinan, with you here, I fear nothing." Ruan Jinan smiled, pressing a tender kiss upon Lin Yanin's forehead. Chapter 91. Perseverance in Adversity. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were akin to wanderers groping in the dark, tightly clutching the faintest thread of a clue, striving to unveil the truth hidden in the depths. Yet, the Lin family loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain, erecting numerous obstacles in their path. The Lin family first employed their extensive connections in the business world to covertly disrupt the investigation against Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan. Formerly willing partners suddenly became evasive and elusive, as if an invisible barrier had isolated them from the truth overnight, that IT was akin to a once clear path in a dense forest being suddenly obscured by thorns. Those once allies, now under the Lin family's coercion, turned against Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan, leaving them in a state of isolation and helplessness. In terms of information, the Lin family utilized their formidable resources to block and distort critical intelligence. Each time Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan uncovered a lead, it felt as if they had grasped a lifeline, only to find that the other end was firmly tethered to the Lin family's control. For instance, a crucial document they were about to acquire was suddenly replaced with a worthless forgery, rendering their efforts futile. Moreover, the Lin family resorted to economic tactics, suppressing Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's enterprises by manipulating market prices and severing supply chains, creating immense turmoil for their business. IT was akin to digging deep, bottomless pits along their path, where a moment's carelessness would lead to a disastrous fall. Lin Yanin's company faced a dramatic decline in orders. Severe cash flow issues arose, and the employees were engulfed in anxiety. On one occasion, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan finally managed to secure a meeting with a crucial witness, only for the witness to suddenly vanish on the eve of their meeting, as if having evaporated into thin air. The flicker of hope in Lin Yanin's heart was extinguished in an instant, leaving her feeling profoundly despondent. Why is this happening? Is it truly impossible for US to break through the Lin family's blockade? Lin Yanin's voice carried a hint of despair. Ruan Jinan gazed at Lin Yanin's haggard visage, his heart aching for her. He gently enveloped her in his arms, as if she were the most fragile treasure in the world. "Yanin, do not lose heart. No matter how difficult it becomes, I will remain by your side." Ruan Jinan's voice was soft yet resolute, like the warm sun in winter, bringing warmth to Lin Yanin's icy heart. To lift Lin Yanin's spirits, Ruan Jinan deliberately took her to a mountaintop on a tranquil night. "Yanin, behold the expanse of stars above. They are like our hopes, though at times they may be obscured by clouds. They always continue to shine." Ruan Jinan pointed to the night sky, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Yanin gazed at the stars, her eyes rekindling with the flame of hope. During their investigation, the Lin family occasionally dispatched individuals to provoke them. These provocateurs would appear before Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan, wearing disdainful smiles and uttering taunts, The deal you think you can contend with the Lin family. You are merely daydreaming. Lin Yanin bit her lip. Fists clenched, her eyes ablaze with fury. Ruan Jinan held her hand tightly, offering her strength. The Dio not be swayed by their words. We shall undoubtedly uncover the truth that I in support of Lin Yanin. Ruan Jinan utilized some of his family's hidden resources to gather intelligence and search for breakthroughs. Their lives became hectic and tense, each day resembling a battle. Nonetheless, their relationship deepened amidst these trying times. That on a stormy night, when Lin Yanin was unable to sleep due to stress, Ruan Jinan silently kept her company, recounting warm tales until she peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 92. Meticulous scheming. Lin Yanin sat in her study, the gentle light casting a soft glow upon her furrowed brow. The memories of the original owner felt like a weighty historical tome, flipping through pages in her mind, while her modern knowledge served as a sword in her hand, forging a path for her revenge. She understood clearly that to achieve her goal, she must devise a detailed and comprehensive plan. Picking up a pen, she began to write on paper, each word akin to a resolute bullet aimed at the Lin family's fortress. Lin Yanin decided to first target the economic front, striking at the core of the Lin family's enterprises. Utilizing her financial acumen acquired in modern times, she analyzed the financial conditions of the Lin family's businesses, seeking out vulnerabilities. Like a hunter in the darkness, she aimed to deliver a lethal blow to the most vulnerable points. She planned to manipulate the stock market, spreading negative news to incite investor panic, thereby causing a significant drop in the Lin family's stock prices. Every step was meticulously orchestrated, as if she were a conductor preparing to unleash a symphony of vengeance. In the realm of social opinion, Lin Yanin prepared to hire online trolls to expose the Lin family's past scandals and misdeeds, akin to casting boulders into a serene lake, stirring up waves that would utterly destroy the Lin family's reputation in the public eye. She also intended to exploit the internal conflicts within the Lin family, sowing discord to create chaos among them. She wove an invisible net in the shadows, waiting for the Lin family to ensnare themselves within. Simultaneously, Lin Yanin did not overlook the Lin family's extensive network. She planned to covertly undermine the Lin family's collaborations with key partners, eroding their trust in the Lin family. This was akin to severing the wings of the Lin family, destabilizing them in the commercial skies. She cunningly devised traps, much like a skilled chess player, advancing cautiously with each move. However, the Lin family was not to be underestimated. They sensed Lin Yanin's actions and commenced a frenzied campaign of suppression and provocation. One day, as Lin Yanin walked down the street, a black sedan sped past, splashing water that soiled her clothes. The window rolled down to reveal a smug face of one of the Lin family's henchmen. Humph. Consider this a mere warning. Lin Yanin clenched her fists in anger. Yet her gaze remained resolute that on another occasion, Lin Yanin received an anonymous letter filled with vile curses and threats. Give up, or you shall regret ever coming into this world. She crumpled the letter into a ball, her inner fury igniting even more fiercely that in the face of these provocations, Lin Yanin showed no signs of retreat. Upon learning of these events, Ruan Jinan's affection for Lin Yanin became even more unconditional. He prepared a cozy lounge for her, providing a safe haven during her moments of exhaustion. Whenever Lin Yanin felt disheartened, Ruan Jinan would gently embrace her, softly saying, "My dear, you are the best. I believe you will surely succeed." His voice was like a warm spring breeze, dispelling the shadows in Lin Yanin's heart that he gathered various intelligence for Lin Yanin, utilizing his connections to pave the way for her. Once, when Lin Yanin felt despondent due to a setback in her plans, Ruan Jinan secretly arranged a romantic candlelit dinner to end the warm ambience. He held Lin Yanin's hand and said, "No matter what difficulties we encounter, I will be by your side, shielding you from the storm." The roses on the table bloomed with a luscious vibrancy, their beauty accentuated by the flickering candlelight. In that moment, Ruan Jinan's gaze was filled with deep affection and unwavering determination that on another occasion, Lin Yanin, exhausted from her research, had fallen asleep with her head resting on the table. Ruan Jin gently covered her with a blanket and quietly sat beside her, offering silent companionship. When Lin Yanin awoke to find Ruan Jinan vigilantly watching over her, her heart swelled with gratitude. On a tranquil night, as Lin Yanin gazed out at the starry sky, she silently vowed, "The Lin family shall soon meet their demise." Chapter 93. The emergence of a key player, Lin Yanin, trudged along the arduous path of vengeance. Each step fraught with uncertainty and challenges. One day, as she sat in a secluded cafe contemplating her next move, the sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the table. Lin Yanin gently stirred her coffee, her eyes betraying both resolve and weariness. Her brow furrowed slightly as countless revenge plans flitted through her mind, only to be dismissed time and again. At that moment, a figure entered the CAF. Clad in a simple yet elegant suit, he walked with assured steps, his gaze sharp and profound. Lin Yanin inadvertently looked up, and their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The stranger approached and took a seat across from her. "Miss Lin, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," he said with a slight smile, his voice deep and resonant. Filled with curiosity, yet wary, Lin Yanin replied, "And you are?" He presented a business card that read Su Feng, Commercial Investigation Specialist. "Miss Lin, I have been following your affairs closely. Your courage and determination command my admiration," Su Feng remarked, his eyes sincere and steadfast. Lin Yanin frowned slightly, her curiosity piqued. "Why have you taken an interest in me?" Su Feng sighed softly. The Lin family's actions in the business realm have long drawn ire. They have trampled upon fairness and justice in their relentless pursuit of profit. I have long hoped for someone to rise against their tyranny. And you, Miss Lin, embody that hope. That it became clear that Su Feng had been monitoring the Lin family's movements and was aware of Lin Yanin's vendetta. Moved by her bravery and resolve, he resolved to assist her. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Yanin as she engaged in deeper conversation with Su Feng. Drawing from his extensive experience and vast connections, he offered her invaluable leads and advice. "Miss Lin, to my knowledge, the Lin family has recently engaged with a mysterious partner, which may serve as your breakthrough. This partner's background is complex, intertwined with illicit dealings, that if you can unearth evidence and expose their collusion, it would deliver a heavy blow to the Lin family." Su Feng's words illuminated Lin Yanin's path. Grateful, Lin Yanin looked at Su Feng. "Thank you so much, Mr. Su." He waved his hand dismissively. "It is my honor to assist someone as brave as you. But be cautious. The Lin family is not easily trifled with. They are ruthless, and should they discover your inquiries, they may resort to extreme measures." After bidding farewell to Su Feng, Lin Yanin felt as though she had found a guiding light on her path of revenge. Meanwhile, the Lin family had begun to censor movements and strengthen their defenses. They hired additional bodyguards, bolstered their company as security, and discreetly monitored Lin Yanin's every action, aware of the Lin family's vigilance. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan decided to alter their strategy, employing a feint to mislead. Lin Yanin deliberately stirred up commotion in inconsequential areas, such as posting ambiguous statements on social media or exhibiting fierce competition in minor business dealings, drawing the Lin family's attention. Meanwhile, Ruan Jianan secretly gathered evidence. Utilizing his connections within the family business, he discreetly investigated the financial dealings and partnerships linked to the Lin family. However, this endeavor was fraught with obstacles. Ruan Jianan faced scrutiny within his family. Those with ulterior motives seized upon his support for Lin Yanin's revenge, attacking him in family meetings. "Ruan Jianan, you disregard the family's interest for a woman and oppose the Lin family. Do you realize the trouble this will bring us?" An elder exclaimed in anger. "That I do not disregard family interests. Rather, the Lin family's actions are unconscionable, that I believe that justice will ultimately prevail over evil." Ruan Jianan responded resolutely. Despite his steadfast reasoning, the opposition persisted, limiting his influence. Upon learning of Ruan Jianan's plight, Lin Yanin devised a plan. "Jianan, we cannot confront them head-on. They are currently at their peak. We must avoid their wrath. You can temporarily yield, appearing to disengage from matters involving the Lin family, while secretly seeking their vulnerabilities." Ruan Jianan nodded. "Yanin, you are right, that I will heed your advice." Chapter 94. A turning point following Su Feng's leads and their feint strategy. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan cautiously advanced their revenge plan. However, progress was not as seamless as they had envisioned. In her attempts to approach the enigmatic partner, Lin Yanin encountered numerous obstacles. Each time she seemed close to the truth. New enigmas emerged, enveloping her in a haze of uncertainty. She constantly shifted identities, navigating various settings to establish contact, yet every attempt was thwarted, either by unexpected bodyguards or sudden changes in the target's schedule. Ruan Jianan, while publicly appearing to concede within the family business, faced escalating suspicion and surveillance that he felt ensnared in an invisible web where one misstep could lead to his undoing. The elders and rivals within the family meticulously scrutinized his every move, ready to pounce at the slightest disturbance. Just as they began to feel overwhelmed, Su Feng reappeared, bringing with him a mysterious package. His expression was grave yet hopeful. "Miss Lin, Mr. Wan, the contents of this package may prove pivotal to your quest for vengeance. However, I must caution you that opening it could yield unforeseen consequences." Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan exchanged glances, curiosity and tension swirling within them. The package lay on the table, akin to Pandora's box, awaiting their exploration. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin extended her hand. Just as she was about to touch the package, a sudden, urgent ring of the phone shattered the silence. Ruan Jinan answered, his expression darkening immediately. The message on the other end quickened his heartbeat. He turned to Lin Yanin, his voice trembling. "Yanin, something has gone awry. One of our key witnesses has vanished." Lin Yanin's hand froze midair, panic flickering in her eyes. Outside, a fierce wind whipped through, causing the windows to rattle. Torrential rain began to pelt down, as if the heavens were expressing their fury at their predicament. Su Feng furrowed his brow. These events are no coincidence. A greater conspiracy must be at play. Lin Yanin bit her lip. "Regardless, we cannot relent that we must open this package." As their focus returned to the package, the doorbell rang abruptly, startling the three of them. Ruan Jinan approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole that he glimpsed a shadow darting past. Who could it be? Lin Yanin's heart raced. The tension in the room escalated to a breaking point, each breath becoming labored. The storm outside intensified, as if threatening to engulf the world. Ruan Jinan slowly opened the door, only to find it empty, save for a white envelope on the ground. He picked it up, opened it, and read the ominous message: "Cease your actions, or face the consequences." Fury ignited within Lin Yanin at the sight of the words. "They think this will intimidate us." Su Feng contemplated for a moment. "This is a warning, indicating that our actions have made them feel threatened." Ruan Jinan clenched the envelope tightly, determination in his eyes. "And no matter what measures they employ, we shall not waver." That moment, the room's lights flickered ominously, illuminating the uncertainty that lay ahead. The mysterious package continued to rest on the table, awaiting its secrets to be unveiled. Chapter 95. Peril lurks. Lin Yanin, Ruan Jinan, and Su Feng sat circled around the enigmatic package, the air thick with tension. Outside, the storm raged on, battering the windows with a cacophony of ominous sounds. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin resolved, whatever lies within this package, we must face it with courage. Ruan Jinan nodded, grasping Lin Yanin's hand in silent solidarity. Just as Lin Yanin prepared to reach for the package again, the phone in the room erupted into a frenzied ring. The piercing sound of the bell resonated harshly in the stillness, causing the nerves of the three individuals to tense instantaneously. Ruan Jinan hastily walked over to answer the phone, and a deep, unfamiliar voice came through. "Do not open that package, or you will come to regret it." With that, the call ended, leaving only the monotonous beeping of a disconnected line. Lin Yanin and Su Feng exchanged anxious glances, their unease intensifying as they observed Ruan Jinan's grim expression. What on earth is happening? Lin Yanin's voice trembled slightly. Before they could recover from this unexpected threat, a cacophony of footsteps and heated arguments erupted outside the door. Ruan Jinan cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole, and saw a group of strangers clad in black suits and sunglasses engaged in a fierce dispute with the security guard downstairs. "This is bad. It seems they are coming for us." Ruan Jinan's face darkened considerably. That moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out, plunging the space into darkness. Lin Yanin's heart raced, and she clutched Ruan Jinan's arm tightly. "Do not be afraid." "Yanin." Ruan Jinan's voice emerged from the shadows. Attempting to soothe her nerves, Su Feng quickly switched on his phone's flashlight, illuminating a small area that we need to think of a way to escape. Just as they were preparing to search for an exit, a strange sound echoed through the room, as if something was slowly approaching. "What is that sound?" Lin Yanin's voice was laced with fear. Ruan Jinan scanned the surroundings warily, but saw nothing. Suddenly, a powerful force shattered the window. And a gust of wind accompanied by rain rushed in. A dark figure leaped through the window, lunging towards them. Ruan Jinan instinctively pulled Lin Yanin behind him, while Su Feng seized a nearby chair and swung it at the shadowy figure. The figure nimbly dodged the attack that in the darkness. The air was filled with the sounds of a fierce struggle and the clatter of objects colliding. Lin Yanin's heart raced to her throat as she groped in the dark, seeking something to defend herself with. Meanwhile, the commotion outside escalated, suggesting that the strangers were about to breach the security guard's defenses, that we cannot sit idly by. Ruan Jinan shouted, "That's Su Feng. Protect Yanin. I will block the doorway." Lin Yanin anxiously cried out, "Jinan, be careful." Ruan Jinan rushed to the door, bracing himself against it, while Su Feng led Lin Yanin to retreat towards the far end of the room. Just then, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, a chilling presence permeating the air. The dark figure launched another attack, this time targeting Lin Yanin, but Su Feng threw himself in front of her, engaging in a desperate struggle with the shadow. Bang! With a loud crash, the door was flung open, and a group of strangers stormed in. "Stop! Don't let them escape!" the leader of the strangers shouted. Chaos erupted in the room as Lin Yanin, Ruan Jinan, and Su Feng scrambled to evade capture. Yet, amidst this perilous moment, the mysterious package suddenly emitted a strange glow. What could this light signify? Would they manage to turn the tide in this crisis? Every moment was shrouded in uncertainty, steeped in suspense, awaiting the revelation of the next chapter. Chapter 96. A clever diversion. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan sat in the dimly lit study, the desk lamp casting a warm glow that elongated their shadows. Outside, the night sky was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem as if it could drip like liquid, adding an air of mystique and tension to their plans for vengeance. The Lin family has bolstered their defenses. "We must revise our previous strategy." Lin Yanin broke the silence, her voice soft yet resolute, her eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. Ruan Jinan nodded slightly, his brow furrowing into a deep furrow. "Indeed, we must devise a new plan to breach their defenses." Lin Yanin rose and began pacing the room, her footsteps light yet hurried, as if measuring the distance between them and success. Her mind raced with various possibilities, like a high-speed machine. Suddenly, she halted, eyes alight with inspiration. "We can create a diversion." Ruan Jinan looked up at her, anticipation glimmering in his gaze. "What do you propose?" Lin Yanin swiftly approached the desk, grabbing a pen and quickly sketching on a sheet of paper. The sound of the pen scraping against the paper resonated clearly in the quiet room. "That we will leak false information, making the Lin family believe we are targeting their primary assets. In reality, we will secretly concentrate our efforts on attacking a vulnerable point." Ruan Jinan focused intently on the plan on the paper, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. "This idea is excellent, but we must execute it convincingly. We cannot allow the Lin family to detect any flaws." Lin Yanin gently bit her lip, her rosy lips turning pale as she considered the implications. "That I have already formulated a plan, that we will station some individuals around their main assets to create distractions, drawing their attention while we quietly prepare for the assault on the weak point." Without hesitation, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan sprang into action, meticulously arranging every detail, from personnel deployment to information dissemination. Each step carefully deliberated and refined. However, the situation proved more complex than they had anticipated. Just as they prepared to release the false information, Lin Yanin's keen senses detected something amiss. She felt eyes watching their every move, as if their every step was under someone else's control. "Jinan, I sense something is off. The Lin family may have discovered our plan." Lin Yanin's voice trembled with unease, betraying her inner turmoil. Ruan Jinan grasped her hand tightly, his grip warm and reassuring, attempting to instill courage. "Do not panic. Perhaps this is merely our imagination. Even if we are discovered, we must press on." Lin Yanin took a deep breath and nodded, striving to regain her composure. They resolved to proceed with their original plan, yet with heightened caution during its implementation. They disseminated the false information, and indeed, the Lin family's focus shifted to the direction they had set, seizing the opportunity. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan stealthily advanced towards the Lin family's vulnerable point. Just as they believed everything was under control, an unexpected occurrence transpired. That a group of mysterious individuals appeared on the previously clear path, blocking their way. Their identities were unclear, but their demeanor and sophisticated equipment suggested they were not allies. That a chill ran down Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's spines as they exchanged a grave glance. Recognizing the seriousness of their predicament. Chapter 97. An ambush. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan locked eyes, both reflecting concern and vigilance in their expressions. Who are you? Why are you obstructing our path? Ruan Jinan demanded, attempting to assert dominance over the situation. From the group of enigmatic figures stepped forth a tall man with a stern visage. His voice was low and gravelly. Your plan has long been uncovered. Today marks your demise. Lin Yanin's face drained of color, but she quickly steadied herself. Even so, you shall not achieve your goals so easily. With that, she and Ruan Jinan retreated in unison, seeking an opportunity to break free. As the mysterious figures closed in, the tension in the air became palpable. Ruan Jinan abruptly pulled Lin Yanin and dashed towards a narrow alley. Behind them, the shouts and footsteps of their pursuers echoed relentlessly. They raced through the constricted passage, their hearts pounding, breaths audible in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, a high wall loomed ahead, and Lin Yanin felt despair settle in. Was there truly no way out today? Yet Ruan Jinan showed no hesitation. He crouched down. Yanin, step on my shoulders and climb over. Tears welled in Lin Yanin's eyes that no, we should go together, the do not dawdle. There is no time, Ruan Jinan urged, with determination. Lin Yanin stepped onto Ruan Jinan's shoulders and made a concerted effort to scale the wall. She lay atop the wall, reaching down to help Ruan Jinan up. Just then, their pursuers closed in. Ruan Jinan fought valiantly, buying Lin Yanin precious moments. Jinan, hurry up! Lin Yanin cried out, her voice hoarse with urgency. Having fended off several adversaries, Ruan Jinan seized the chance to grasp Lin Yanin's hand, and with her assistance, he too climbed over the wall. They dared not linger, racing across the rooftops until they finally shook off their pursuers. Finding refuge in an abandoned warehouse, they gasped for breath. Yanin, do not fear. We will surely overcome this ordeal. Ruan Jinan reassured, enveloping Lin Yanin in a tight embrace. Leaning against him, Lin Yanin nodded. As long as we are together, nothing can bring us down. Ruan Jinan gently stroked her hair, his eyes reflecting resolve. Let us rest for a while. We will devise our next move at dawn. Lin Yanin closed her eyes, striving to calm her racing heart. Yet, the harrowing scenes from earlier replayed in her mind, preventing her from truly relaxing. After a moment, Lin Yanin opened her eyes. Jinan, we cannot remain idle. The Lin family has uncovered our plan, indicating they have spies among us. Ruan Jinan furrowed his brow, acknowledging the validity of the statement, yet pondering who could possibly be behind it. Our actions have remained shrouded in secrecy, he mused. Lin Yanin, lost in thought for a moment, posed the question, could it be that an issue has arisen from within our ranks? Perhaps someone has been bribed by the Lin family. Ruan Jinan shook his head, asserting, that seems unlikely. Everyone involved in this plan is someone we trust. The two fell into contemplation, the warehouse enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their faint breaths. Regardless, we must uncover the truth, Lin Yanin declared, clenching her fists. Ruan Jinan nodded. Indeed, let us return and reassess, identifying any potential oversights at that moment. A faint noise emanated from outside. Instantly alert, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan exchanged glances. Hush, don't make a sound, Ruan Jinan signaled, urging Lin Yanin to hide in the corner. He stealthily approached the door, peering through the crack to observe several shadowy figures lurking outside the warehouse. This is bad. They've caught up to us, Ruan Jinan whispered. Lin Yanin's heart raced anew. What should we do? Scanning their surroundings, Ruan Jinan noticed a window at the back of the warehouse, that we can escape through there. Cautiously, the pair made their way to the window, with Ruan Jinan leaping out first, then catching Lin Yanin as she followed. And no sooner had they landed than a cacophony erupted from within the warehouse. Run! Ruan Jinan grasped Lin Yanin's hand, urging her to sprint ahead. They wove through the darkness, the duration of their flight unknown, until they arrived at the riverbank. Yanin, let us hide in the bushes by the river. Ruan Jinan gasped. They concealed themselves among the foliage, holding their breaths. After a while, with no sounds of pursuit, they dared to relax slightly. Jinan, what should we do next? Lin Yanin's voice bore a hint of exhaustion. Ruan Jinan gazed at her, his eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. The do not fret. I will devise a plan that we will undoubtedly find a way forward. As dawn began to break, casting a pale light over the horizon. The path of their vengeance remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. dragging their weary bodies along the riverbank. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianin were drenched in sweat, their hair disheveled, yet the fire of defiance still burned brightly in their eyes. Jianin, I believe we cannot simply return now. Lin Yanin suddenly halted. Ruan Jianin regarded her with confusion. What do you mean? Lin Yanin bit her lip. We should find a place to hide and investigate the Lin family's movements discreetly, while also addressing our internal issues. After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Jianin nodded. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. They sought refuge in an abandoned house in a nearby village, where they could temporarily lay low. During the day, they refrained from venturing outside, confining themselves to strategizing within the walls that at night, Ruan Jianin would stealthily gather intelligence. This routine continued for several days until Ruan Jianin finally returned with valuable news. Yanin, I have learned that the Lin family is collaborating with a mysterious organization, seemingly plotting a more extensive conspiracy, Ruan Jianin stated gravely. Lin Yanin furrowed her brow. A mysterious organization. This complicates matters. Ruan Jianin took her hand reassuringly. Do not worry. We will take it one step at a time, and we shall uncover their vulnerabilities. However, just as they prepared to delve deeper into their investigation, misfortune struck again. One night, while Lin Yanin was alone in the house, she was suddenly alerted by a commotion outside. Cautiously, she approached the window, only to see a group of people advancing toward the dwelling. This is bad. Jianin hasn't returned yet, she thought, her heart tightening. In a frantic search for something to defend herself with, the door was suddenly flung open. That don't move. A commanding voice rang out as intruders stormed in. Lin Yanin feigned calmness. Who are you? It matters not who we are. Come along quietly. The leader, a burly figure with a menacing glare, seemed poised to strike at the slightest hint of resistance. With a swift motion, he gestured for his companions to close in on Lin Yanin. Her lips pressed tightly together. She declared, I will not go with you unless you reveal where you intend to take me. Her eyes were filled with wariness and tension, her grip on the makeshift weapon trembling slightly. Just then, Ruan Jianin arrived just in time. Upon witnessing the scene, his eyes widened in fury. Let her go, he roared, charging at the assailants like a fierce tiger. With agility, Ruan Jianin dodged and weaved, delivering powerful strikes. Each movement was imbued with strength and rage, as if he sought to unleash all the grievances and pressures he had endured through his fists. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yanin joined the fray, brandishing her makeshift weapon in a determined manner, each swing driven by resolve. The atmosphere in the room was charged with tension, the air thick with sweat and anxiety, as the attackers intensified their onslaught. Ruan Jianin and Lin Yanin gradually began to gain the upper hand. Sensing defeat, the intruders began to retreat. But don't let them escape. Lin Yanin shouted, her face flushed and breathless, her eyes reflecting her unwillingness to yield. Yet, Ruan Jianin restrained her. Do not pursue them recklessly. Let us first ascertain the situation. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his attire lay in disarray from the struggle. The two collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, Jianin, what on earth is happening? How did they find us here? Lin Yanin's expression was fraught with confusion and fear. Ruan Jianin's brow was furrowed in concern. That I am unsure, but it is evident that our movements have been compromised. We can no longer remain here. As he spoke, he surveyed their surroundings, contemplating their next course of action. Where shall we go now? Lin Yanin inquired, her voice tinged with fatigue and uncertainty. After a moment's reflection, Ruan Jianin replied, We should seek refuge with a friend of mine. He has a discreet residence outside the city. Though the journey is long, it offers relative safety. Thus, the pair gathered their belongings and departed in haste. They proceeded with caution, wary of being followed at every corner. With every rustle of the wind, they paused to survey their surroundings. Lin Yanin's senses were heightened, her eyes scanning for any suspicious signs. Ruan Jianin held her hand tightly, providing her with strength and solace. At last, they arrived at Ruan Jianin's friend's abode, a quaint wooden cabin nestled in the mountains, surrounded by serene greenery and a clear stream flowing past. We should be safe here for the time being. Ruan Jianin exhaled, the tension in his body beginning to ease. Yet, Lin Yanin wore a troubled expression. But we cannot hide indefinitely. We must find a way to confront the Lin family. Her brow furrowed, the flames of vengeance and resentment still flickering within her. Ruan Jianin nodded. I understand, But we need time to regroup and strategize. During this period, we must conserve our strength and seek their weaknesses. In the days that followed, they evaded the Lin family's pursuit while covertly investigating the mysterious organization. However, each inquiry proved fraught with obstacles, as if an unseen force thwarted their efforts. Every lead they acquired seemed to vanish swiftly. And as they drew closer to the truth, new troubles emerged. They constantly shifted their investigative direction and methods, yet always found themselves at an impasse. Nonetheless, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan remained resolute, convinced that persistence would ultimately unveil the truth and fulfill their quest for vengeance. They encouraged and supported one another, and amidst the trials, their love grew ever stronger, their resolve ever more unyielding. One night, Lin Yanin, unable to sleep, rose and approached the window, gazing out at the starry sky. Her mind awash with thoughts, Ruan Jianan followed, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "Yanin, do not worry too much. We will overcome this adversity," he assured her, his voice soft yet firm, leaning against his embrace. Lin Yanin confessed, "Jianan, I am simply afraid that all our efforts might be in vain." "That will not be the case. We have endured so much. We will surely succeed," Ruan Jianan comforted her. The moonlight bathed them in a gentle glow, illuminating their intertwined figures. Ruan Jianan's agility was remarkable as he dodged and struck, each blow resonating with power and fury, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up frustrations through his fists. His movements were akin to that of a lion valiantly fighting back against adversity. Lin Yanin seized the moment to join the fray, wielding her makeshift weapon with determination, her gaze fierce, each strike imbued with resolve. The atmosphere within the room reached a breaking point, thick with sweat and tension. The assailants intensified their assault, and Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Suddenly, Lin Yanin, caught off guard, was nearly captured by one of the assailants. Quick as a flash, Ruan Jianan delivered a powerful kick, sending the attacker sprawling and shielding Lin Yanin behind him. "Yanin, be careful." Ruan Jianan's voice was filled with concern and urgency. Lin Yanin gasped for breath. "I am fine, Jianan. Let us push through together." Two individuals stood back to back, continuing to grapple with their adversaries. At that moment, a cacophony of sirens erupted from outside, causing the expressions of the assailants to shift to one of panic. The leader exclaimed, "This is bad. The police are coming. We must flee." They rapidly retreated towards the exit, vanishing into the enveloping night in the blink of an eye. Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their garments drenched in perspiration. "Jin, what on earth is happening? Why are people trying to capture me?" Lin Yanin's voice trembled, filled with fear and confusion. Ruan Jianan grasped her hand firmly, reassuringly stating, "Do not fear, Yanin. No matter what, I will protect you." At that juncture, the police burst in, commencing their inquiries. Ruan Jianan succinctly relayed the sequence of events, and the officers indicated they would conduct a further investigation. Upon returning home, Lin Yanin found herself unable to quell her tumultuous emotions. She sat on the sofa, her body still trembling slightly. Ruan Jianan poured a cup of hot water and handed it to her, saying, "Drink this, it will warm you." Lin Yanin accepted the cup, her hands gripping it tightly. "Jianan, I can't shake the feeling that this matter is more complicated than it seems. Could it possibly be related to the Lin family?" Ruan Jianan furrowed his brow, acknowledging the possibility, but noting the lack of evidence. "Regardless of who it is, I will not allow them to harm you." Lin Yanin leaned against Ruan Jianan's shoulder, whispering, "Jianan, I am truly terrified." Ruan Jianan gently patted her shoulder, assuring her, "Do not fear. I am here today." As the night deepened, Lin Yanin finally succumbed to sleep under Ruan Jianan's comforting presence, while he remained at the edge of the bed. Lost in thought, he understood that this incident was merely the beginning, with greater dangers looming ahead. The following day, when Lin Yanin awoke, she found Ruan Jianan was no longer by her side. She ventured out of the room and discovered him in the living room, engaged in a phone call. Upon noticing Lin Yanin, Ruan Jianan ended the call and embraced her, saying, "Yanin, I've just sent someone to investigate. We have some leads." "What is it?" Lin Yanin inquired eagerly. "It appears those individuals are employed by a mysterious organization. Though the specifics remain unclear," Ruan Jianan responded. Lin Yanin bit her lip, asserting, "It must be the Lin family orchestrating this." Ruan Jianan nodded, acknowledging the likelihood, but cautioned, "We have no evidence yet, and must not act rashly. Just then, Ruan Jinan's phone rang again, and after answering, his expression turned grave. "What is it?" Lin Yanin asked. "There is trouble at the company. I must go deal with it immediately," he replied. Lin Yanin's heart tightened. "I will go with you." They hurried to the company, only to find chaos within. An important project had gone awry, resulting in significant losses. Ruan Jinan swiftly convened a meeting with relevant personnel to discuss solutions, while Lin Yanin silently supported him. After a grueling day, they finally managed to stabilize the situation. That evening, they returned home, utterly exhausted. "Do you think someone is deliberately causing all of this?" Lin Yanin asked. Ruan Jinan contemplated for a moment, responding, "I have my suspicions, but cannot confirm anything." That moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Ruan Jinan approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole that he saw an unfamiliar man standing outside. "Who are you?" Ruan Jinan inquired. "Mr. Ruan, I have important information to share with you," the man replied. Ruan Jinan hesitated before opening the door. The man entered, glancing at Lin Yanin before lowering his voice, saying, "Mr. Ruan, Miss Lin, you are in grave danger." This. The man paused suddenly, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Chapter 100. The mysterious man's warning. Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin stared anxiously at the unexpected stranger, the air around them seemingly frozen. "Speak quickly. What trouble are we in?" Ruan Jinan implored, his voice laced with suppressed urgency. The stranger took a deep breath and, in a hushed tone, revealed, "There are forces conspiring in the shadows to completely ruin you. This is not merely an attack on your relationship. It extends to your careers and lives. Their methods are exceedingly insidious, and their plans meticulously laid out that a moment's carelessness on your part could lead to irreparable consequences." Lin Yanin's complexion paled instantly. "Why? Who is so cruel?" Her voice trembled, hands instinctively clutching the hem of her garment. The stranger surveyed the surroundings, seemingly wary of eavesdroppers. "That I cannot specify who, but this power is formidable, and they have been plotting for a long time. They possess vast resources and connections. Your every move is under their scrutiny." Ruan Jinan furrowed his brow, questioning, "How do you know all this?" His gaze was filled with suspicion and wariness. The man hesitated for a moment before replying, "I was once part of their ranks, but I could not bear to witness innocent lives being harmed. So I chose to warn you that I have betrayed them. And now I am in danger myself." Just then, a fierce wind howled outside, rattling the windows. Lin Yanin shivered involuntarily. "You must be cautious. They are everywhere. They might use those close to you, or even stage accidents to achieve their goals." The man's eyes were brimming with trepidation. "Can you provide us with more clues?" Ruan Jinan pressed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The man shook his head. "This is all I know. That I cannot linger any longer, or I too will be in peril. Take care of yourselves." With that, he swiftly turned and vanished into the darkness. Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin exchanged grave glances, their hearts weighed down by a heavy burden. "Jinan, what should we do?" Lin Yanin's voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Ruan Jinan took her hand, assuring her, "Do not fear, Yanin. We will face this together. That I will not allow them to succeed." His gaze was resolute, striving to provide Lin Yanin with comfort and courage. In the ensuing days, Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin became exceptionally vigilant. They dared not trust anyone easily, each action executed with caution. The company. Ruan Jinan diligently sought the source of the project's failure, only to find every lead expertly severed. Colleagues appeared to engage in normal conversations, yet there seemed to be hidden secrets lurking beneath the surface. Each time he entered the office, he felt an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. Lin Yanin sensed something amiss in her daily life as well, perpetually feeling as though someone was following her. While grocery shopping, she sensed a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. During solitary walks, she could almost hear the faint echo of footsteps behind her. Her spirit was in a state of heightened tension, often waking from nightmares in the night. One day, while alone at home, Lin Yanin received a sudden phone call. "Hello." Her voice was laced with unease. On the other end, a chilling laughter echoed. "Lin Yanin, your doom is approaching." The voice seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, cold and terrifying. Lin Yanin hung up in fear, her heart racing and body trembling uncontrollably. When Ruan Jinan returned home, she recounted the incident to him. "This must be their threat. Ruan Jinan stated, his expression darkening with rage. That night, the couple lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Jinan, I am truly afraid of losing you, Lin Yanin confessed, snuggling tightly into Ruan Jinan's embrace. Her voice thick with emotion. Ruan Jinan held her firmly, reassuring her, that will not happen, Yanin, that I will not allow anyone to harm you. And no matter the challenges we face ahead, I will protect you and safeguard our love and life. However, just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, resonating clearly in the stillness of the night, as if fate were counting down. Chapter 101. Deep in a stalemate, the faint footsteps outside resonated like a hammer, striking against the taut hearts of Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin. Ruan Jinan gently patted Lin Yanin, signaling her to remain silent, while he stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole. Yet, the outside was shrouded in darkness. Nothing was visible. The blackness enveloped everything like thick ink, instilling an inexplicable fear. Lin Yanin's heart raced, her grip on the blanket tightening, her palms clammy with sweat, a physical manifestation of her internal dread. Ruan Jinan took a deep breath and slowly grasped the doorknob. Suddenly yanking the door, opened and a gust of icy wind rushed in, chilling him to the bone. Yet there was no sign of anyone, only the empty corridor. Eerily silent. Could we have been mistaken? Lin Yanin's voice quivered, fragile in the oppressive quiet. Ruan Jinan shook his head. No, we couldn't have misheard. His expression was vigilant, brows furrowed, scanning the surroundings with piercing intensity. Every corner, every shadow, might conceal an unknown peril. The atmosphere in the room had become unbearably tense, as if the very air had thickened, making it arduous to breathe. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting golden rays that should have brought warmth and hope, yet they could not dispel the gloom that lingered in the hearts of the two. Ruan Jinan resolved to first head to the office, seeking a solution to the current predicament. Lin Yanin remained at home, yet she was consumed by restlessness. She felt as though a pair of eyes was watching her from the shadows, a gaze that pricked at her back, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. Every minute sound, even the rustling of curtains in the wind, sent jolts of fear through her. She paced back and forth in her room, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. In the office, Ruan Jinan confronted a mountain of documents and frantic subordinates, his spirits increasingly heavy. The issues from the previously troubled project remained unresolved, and new troubles continued to emerge. Ruan, the partners are pressing us again. If we fail to provide a solution soon, this collaboration may fall through, his assistant urged, her voice tinged with clear anxiety and helplessness. Ruan Jinan massaged his temples. I understand, just give me a little more time. His voice was hoarse and fatigued, the weight of his internal struggles nearly suffocating him. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Yanin received a mysterious phone call. Lin Yanin, do not think Ruan Jinan can protect you. You cannot escape our grasp. A cold voice echoed from the other end, as if it emerged from the depths of a dark abyss, devoid of any emotion. Lin Yanin feigned composure. Who are you? If you have the ability, come out openly. Despite the firmness in her voice, her hand trembled slightly as she held the phone. The caller sneered before abruptly hanging up. The brief, busy tone reverberated in Lin Yanin's ears, plunging her into a profound despair. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, Lin Yanin found herself at a loss for whom to turn to. The world around her suddenly felt alien and terrifying, every source of support rendered fragile. At that moment, Ruan Jinan returned home, and upon seeing Lin Yanin's distraught expression, his heart ached. Yanin, do not worry. I will surely find a way, he said, embracing her tightly, hoping to provide her with warmth and comfort. Yet his own heart was filled with confusion and unease. That night, Lin Yanin suddenly developed a high fever, her consciousness wavering. Her face flushed, her forehead burning, and her breathing grew rapid. Ruan Jinan was frantic, wanting to take her to the hospital, only to discover that their vehicle had been tampered with and would not start. He pounded the steering wheel in frustration, his heart brimming with helplessness and rage, just as they felt utterly powerless. The doorbell rang again, its clear chime sounding particularly jarring and eerie in the stillness of the night. Chapter 102. Hope in the darkness. The doorbell rang insistently, as if urging those inside to respond swiftly. Ruan Jinan tightly held Lin Yanin's feverish hand, his face etched with worry. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Yanin murmured weakly, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Her lips were cracked. and her complexion was flushed due to the fever. Drawing a deep breath, Ruan Jianan endeavored to steady himself to do not be afraid, Yanin. I will go check that. He gently released her hand and moved towards the door. Each step feeling as though he was walking on clouds, his footing unsteady. With every step, Ruan Jianan's heart raced and he slowly reached for the doorknob, hesitating for a moment before finally opening the door. To his astonishment, standing outside was his friend, Li Ming de Jianan. I heard you were in trouble. Li Ming's face was etched with concern, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, indicating he had rushed over. Ruan Jianan felt as if he had found a lifeline. Pulling Li Ming into the house, that Li Ming, Yanin has suddenly developed a high fever, and our car has been tampered with that we do not know what to do. His voice trembled, his eyes reddening as anxiety consumed him. Li Ming quickly approached Lin Yanin, checking her forehead. This fever is serious. We need to get her to the hospital immediately. His brow furrowed, his expression grave, but the car, Ruan Jianan gestured helplessly toward the door. His hands hanging limply at his sides, that do not worry, I drove here, Li Ming declared, and together, he and Ruan Jianan lifted Lin Yanin to carry her outside. Her body felt limp, nearly all her weight resting upon them. In a daze, Lin Yanin leaned against Ruan Jianan, mumbling incoherently to Jianan. I feel so unwell. Her voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Ruan Jianan looked at her with deep concern, softly reassuring her, Yanin, hold on. We will be at the hospital soon. His gaze was filled with compassion and resolve. Once in the car, Li Ming sped down the road. Ruan Jianan held Lin Yanin tightly, unable to tear his eyes from her face. Her breath was rapid and irregular, each inhale tugging at Ruan Jianan's heart. Upon reaching the hospital, doctors and nurses swiftly wheeled Lin Yanin into the emergency room. Ruan Jianan and Li Ming anxiously awaited outside, each passing second feeling interminable. Ruan Jianan paced back and forth, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His gaze flitted between the emergency room door and the ceiling, silently praying for Lin Yanan's safety. Li Ming sat nearby, his brow furrowed, fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. He glanced at Ruan Jianan, wishing to offer words of comfort, yet feeling at a loss for what to say. Time passed, and finally, the doctor emerged from the emergency room. Doctor, how is she? Ruan Jianan rushed forward, his voice filled with urgency. His eyes were a mix of hope and fear. The doctor removed his mask. She is out of immediate danger, but will require observation. Upon hearing this, Ruan Jianan and Li Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Ruan Jianan's body slumped against the wall, tears brimming in his eyes. However, just when they thought they could relax, Ruan Jianan's phone rang unexpectedly. Ruan Jianan, do not think this will allow you to escape. Your troubles have only just begun. A sinister voice seeped through the receiver, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Ruan Jianan's face turned pale, gripping the phone tightly, his body trembling involuntarily. Who are you? Why are you doing this to us? He shouted in anger. A chilling laugh echoed from the other end before the call abruptly ended. Ruan Jianan stood there, dazed, his heart brimming with rage and helplessness. Chapter 103. Yanin's illness. Ruan Jianan stared blankly at the phone that had just been disconnected, his expression dark, as if it could drip with despair. Li Ming approached, gently patting his shoulder to Jianan. Do not worry too much. Your priority is to take care of Yanin, Li Ming said, his voice imbued with concern. His brow was furrowed, eyes reflecting the anxiety of the situation. Ruan Jianan inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. That I know, but who is this mysterious person? Why won't they relent? His gaze revealed confusion and anger, his hands clenching into fists unconsciously to that moment. Lin Yanin, lying on the hospital bed, slowly opened her eyes. Jianan. Her voice was weak and hoarse, her gaze still somewhat dazed. Yet upon seeing Ruan Jianan, she mustered a faint smile. Ruan Jianan hurried to her side. Grasping her hand, Yanin, you are awake. How do you feel? His face was filled with concern, brows knitted together, his eyes fixed intently on her as if searching for her true feelings. Lin Yanin managed a slight smile. I feel much better. Do not worry too much. What happened earlier? Though her voice was weak, it still held a hint of defiance. After a moment's hesitation, Ruan Jianan decided to reveal the truth, that I just received another threatening call from that mysterious person. His tone was low, filled with helplessness and rage. Lin Yanin's eyes instantly filled with determination. And no matter what, we cannot let him defeat us. She attempted to sit up, but her weakness forced her back down. a pained expression crossing her features. Ruan Jinin quickly supported her. Do not move. Rest well. His tone was gentle yet firm, his hands carefully cradling Lin Yanin. At that moment, a nurse entered the room, taking Lin Yanin's temperature and changing her dressings. Ruan Jinin and Li Ming stood by, their expressions tense, eyes glued to the nurse's every action. Once the nurse left, the room fell into a brief silence. That Jinin, we cannot continue to be passive. We need to find a way to identify this person. Lin Yanin broke the silence, her gaze resolute, her tone filled with conviction. Ruan Jinin nodded that I have been thinking of ways, but currently, I have no leads. His brow furrowed, his expression one of distress, hands rubbing together incessantly. Li Ming chimed in. I will help you both find a solution. His expression was serious, his gaze resolute. Suddenly, Ruan Jinin's phone rang again, his hand trembling as he pressed the answer button. Ruan Jinin, the game has only just begun. Just wait and see. The voice said before the call was abruptly terminated. In a fit of rage, Ruan Jinin threw his phone to the ground. This is outrageous. His face flushed red, chest heaving violently. Lin Yanin grasped his hand. Calm down, Jinin. We must not lose our composure. Though her voice was weak, it carried a calming strength. At that moment, the door to the hospital room gently swung open, and a stranger stepped inside. He donned a cap with a stiff brim, obscuring his features, and was clad in a long black trench coat, exuding an air of mystery. Greetings, said the man, his voice deep and resonant. Ruan Jinin regarded him with caution. Who are you? The man offered a slight smile, responding, My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you. Assist us. Why? Lin Yanin inquired, perplexed. The man gradually removed his hat, revealing a handsome yet weathered visage. Because I, too, have suffered at the hands of that enigmatic figure. Ruan Jinin and Lin Yanin exchanged glances, their minds swirling with uncertainty. Chapter 104. A desperate escape. At that moment, Cheng Feng's phone abruptly rang. After listening for a moment, his expression turned grave. This is bad. They seem to have realized I'm here, that we must leave immediately, he urged anxiously. Ruan Jinin glanced at Lin Yanin, hesitating, as she was still unwell. Lin Yanin gritted her teeth. Don't worry about me. You all go first. Ruan Jinin resolutely shook his head. No, we leave together. Cheng Feng surveyed their surroundings, realizing there was no time for debate. Follow me, he commanded. The group hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to exit the hospital room. However, as they reached the doorway, a cadre of men in black suddenly emerged, blocking their path. The atmosphere within the room grew palpably tense as the black-clad figures advanced menacingly. Ruan Jinin shielded Lin Yanin behind him, his eyes ablaze with anger and vigilance. What do you want? He shouted, his voice quaking with anxiety. His body was taut, akin to a predator poised to pounce on its prey. The leader of the black-clad men let out a derisive laugh. Don't resist. Come along quietly, and perhaps we might spare your lives. His gaze was frigid, exuding an aura of undeniable authority, with arms crossed. He wore a smirk that radiated arrogance. Lin Yanin clutched Ruan Jinin's sleeve tightly, her face etched with fear, yet she feigned calmness. That we will not go with you. Her voice was resolute, but her trembling form betrayed her inner terror. Her eyes were filled with determination, her fingers whitening from the strain. Sweat beaded on Cheng Feng's forehead as he scanned the situation, strategizing. His eyes darted around, his mind racing. Just then, Li Ming surged forward, attempting to shove the black-clad men aside. You ruffians, don't do anything reckless. Yet he was swiftly subdued and thrown to the ground, grimacing in pain at Li Ming. Ruan Jinin exclaimed, trying to assist him, only to be thwarted by the black-clad men. He struggled fiercely, desperate to break free from their grip. Lin Yanin felt a surge of panic, tears welling in her eyes. Please, let us go. Her voice quavered, her body trembling uncontrollably. Unmoved, the black-clad men continued their advance. Suddenly, Cheng Feng produced a smoke grenade from his pocket and hurled it to the ground. With a resounding bang, smoke enveloped the room, plunging it into chaos. The white mist quickly spread, stinging their eyes and throats. Quick, now's our chance, move. Cheng Feng urged, his voice somewhat muffled by the smoke. Ruan Jinin grasped Lin Yanin's hand tightly, bolting towards the exit under the cover of the fog, unwilling to loosen his grip even for a moment. However, The black-clad men quickly regained their composure and pursued them relentlessly. Their footsteps echoed ominously in the corridor, like a death knell. Wang Jianan and the others raced through the hospital hallways, their footfalls, shouts, and labored breaths intermingling. Wang Jianan's breath quickened, his heart pounding like a drum. This way. Cheng Feng led them into a stairwell. The dimly lit stairwell was filled with a foreboding atmosphere. They descended the stairs, each step laden with trepidation and hope, the sound of their footsteps reverberating ominously. At last, they reached the hospital's back entrance. "Get in the car," Cheng Feng announced, revealing a vehicle he had procured. Wang Jianan and the others quickly climbed in, and the car sped away. The wind rushed through the open windows, tousling their hair. Yet the black-clad men were in pursuit, also in vehicles. "Hold on tight." Cheng Feng slammed the accelerator, the car hurtling down the road with a screech of tires. Lin Yanan's heart raced, her grip tightening on the handle, her face pale. Her eyes widened in fear as Wang Jianan glanced back at the pursuing vehicles, anxiety gnawing at him, his brow furrowed in worry. Just then, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Without hesitation, Cheng Feng veered onto a narrow path. The road was uneven, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. As they bounced along, the black-clad men began to fall behind. Just as they dared to breathe a sigh of relief, the car suddenly ran out of fuel. With no choice, they came to a halt, the surroundings eerily silent, save for their heavy breathing. Chapter 105. Relentless Pursuit. Cheng Feng slammed his hand against the steering wheel. Cursing, "Damn it! What now?" Wang Jianan inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Everyone, get out of the car and find a place to hide." Lin Yannan, utterly terrified, managed to muster the strength to exit the vehicle alongside the others. They ventured into a nearby thicket, the damp air enveloping them, the fallen leaves crunching beneath their feet. Wang Jianan cautiously surveyed their surroundings, whispering, "Be quiet and avoid making noise." Sweat drenched Lin Yannan's palms. Her legs felt weak, each step a monumental effort. Suddenly, a bird took flight from the branches, nearly causing her to cry out. Wang Jianan swiftly covered her mouth, signaling her to remain silent. After a brief period of hiding, they heard the unmistakable sounds of footsteps and shouts from the assassins nearby. "They must be close. Search thoroughly." Lin Yannan trembled uncontrollably, and Wang Jianan tightened his embrace around her, whispering, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Cheng Feng gritted his teeth, declaring, "This isn't going to work. I'll draw them away while you find a chance to escape." Wang Jianan shook his head vehemently. "No, it's too dangerous. There's no time for debate. I have a plan." Without waiting for a response, Cheng Feng dashed in the opposite direction, deliberately making noise to divert the black-clad men's attention. "They're after him!" the assassins shouted, chasing after Cheng Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jianan urged Lin Yannan onward, their steps quick and light, as if fearing to disturb the tranquil woods. After what felt like an eternity, they finally emerged from the thicket and spotted a road. "I hope a vehicle passes by," Lin Yannan murmured, as if answering her prayer. A truck appeared in the distance. Wang Jianan waved frantically to flag it down. The driver, a burly man, obliged without hesitation. "Please, sir, we need your help," he implored urgently. The driver, seeing their disheveled state, allowed them aboard without a second thought. As the truck rolled down the road, Lin Yannan and Wang Jianan finally exhaled in relief. "We owe this to Cheng Feng," Lin Yannan remarked. Wang Jianan grasped her hand reassuringly. "Rest assured, he will be fine. We need to find a safe place, and then figure out how to contact him." The setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, illuminating their weary yet resolute faces. Lin Yannan leaned against Wang Jianan's shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut as her mind raced with thoughts. She recalled the series of events that had transpired, a sense of dread filling her heart. Wang Jianan gently patted her shoulder, attempting to soothe her. "Yannan, don't dwell on it too much. Once we are safe, everything will be all right." Lin Yannan lifted her gaze to Wang Jianan, her eyes brimming with reliance. "Jianan, I truly fear losing you." Wang Jianan looked deeply into her eyes, promising, "I will not allow any harm to come to you." "That is my vow." The truck's bumpy ride lulled Lin Yannan into a light slumber, while Wang Jianan remained vigilant, observing the world outside. After a while, the driver announced, "There's a small town ahead. I can only take you there." Wang Jianan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, sir," upon arriving in the town. They disembarked and found a modest inn to temporarily settle. Inside their room, Lin Yanin sat on the edge of the bed, still somewhat dazed. Ruan Jinan poured her a glass of water. "Drink this and rest a bit." Lin Yanin accepted the cup, taking a small sip. "What should we do next?" Ruan Jinan pondered momentarily before replying, "We should reach out to some trustworthy friends to see if they can assist us. Then strategize on locating Chung Feng." Lin Yanin nodded, hoping for a smooth resolution. That night, the town was eerily quiet as Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan lay in bed, unable to find sleep. They were unaware of the myriad dangers that awaited them. Yet they firmly believed that as long as they had each other, they could weather any storm. Chapter 106. New leads. The morning light gently filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon the room where Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan were staying. Lin Yanin awoke early, her gaze still reflecting the lingering worries of the previous night. Ruan Jinan turned over, noticing that Lin Yanin was already awake, that he sat up and embraced her tenderly. "Why not sleep a little longer?" he asked softly. Lin Yanin shook her head slightly, unable to find rest as her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what to do next. After they got up and freshened themselves, they decided to venture out to gather information. The streets of the small town bustled with life, a vibrant tapestry of people coming and going. They entered a quaint tea house, hoping to glean some useful clues. Ruan Jinan observed the surrounding patrons with keen attention. While Lin Yanin appeared somewhat distracted to ate tea that moment, a mysterious stranger entered the tea house and seated himself at the table beside them. His gaze frequently flickered toward them, catching Ruan Jinan's attention. He exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yanin, and they continued to sip their tea, maintaining a facade of calm. Finally, the stranger could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Are you two hiding from something?" Ruan Jinan regarded him warily. "How do you know?" The stranger chuckled lightly. "I have seen many things in this town. Your expressions reveal much." That a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Yanin's heart. "Could you assist us?" she implored. The stranger hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I can point you in a direction, but whether it proves useful depends on your luck." That he then informed them of a possible lead at an abandoned factory outside of town. After expressing their gratitude, Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin hurried to the dilapidated factory. Inside, a scent of decay permeated the air, with crumbling machinery and debris strewn about. They searched cautiously for clues, when suddenly, Lin Yanin stumbled upon a tattered notebook. "Jinan, look at this!" she exclaimed excitedly. Ruan Jinan took the notebook, perusing its contents as a look of surprise spread across his face. This could be the key to unraveling the entire mystery. He declared a tea that moment. The sound of footsteps echoed outside, steady and heavy. Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding washing over them, that it could be the assassins coming after us. Ruan Jinan whispered. Lin Yanin tightened her grip on his arm, her voice trembling. "What do we do?" Ruan Jinan's expression turned resolute. "Do not fear. We must find a place to hide." They quickly concealed themselves behind a pile of debris. Holding their breath, the footsteps drew nearer as the assassins searched the factory. "Though we must find them," a cold voice commanded. Lin Yanin's heart raced, her body trembling uncontrollably. Ruan Jinan held her hand tightly, offering comfort and strength. Suddenly, a rat scurried past Lin Yanin's feet, prompting her to gasp. "There!" The assassins heard the noise and rushed toward their direction. "Run!" Ruan Jinan urged, pulling Lin Yanin along as they fled through the factory. The assassins hot on their trail. The remnants of machinery and clutter impeded their escape, yet they pressed forward with reckless abandon. Lin Yanin tripped and fell, and Ruan Jinan quickly helped her up. "Are you all right?" he asked anxiously. "That I'm fine. Just keep running," she urged. They reached a dead end, with no path ahead. "This is it," Lin Yanin said despairingly. Ruan Jinan scanned the area and spotted a ventilation duct nearby. "Quick, climb up," he urged. Lin Yanin hesitated. "I'm afraid I won't be able to make it." "Trust me, you can do it," Ruan Jinan encouraged her. With his assistance, Lin Yanin managed to climb into the duct. Followed closely by Ruan Jinan, the assassins arrived at the dead end, realizing their quarry had vanished. "Damn it, they've escaped," they shouted in frustration. Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin crawled cautiously through the ventilation system until they were certain the assassins had left before finally breathing a sigh of relief. "We need to get out of here quickly," Ruan Jinan urged. They emerged from the duct, clutching the notebook, and left the abandoned factory behind. Back in the town, they found a relatively safe spot. What secrets does this notebook hold? Lin Yanin inquired. Ruan Jinan opened it and began to study its contents. That it contains notes regarding the reasons we are being hunted. It seems there is a larger conspiracy at play, he revealed. Lin Yanin furrowed her brow. What should we do then? Ruan Jinan pondered for a moment. That we need to find a safe place to hide and slowly examine this notebook. We will surely discover a way out of this predicament. Chapter 107. Tenderness amidst crisis. Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin took refuge in a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of town, the sky outside darkening ominously as if a storm were imminent. The warehouse was filled with a musty odor, and the occasional gust of wind caused the windows to creak, sending chills down their spines. Lin Yanin sat in a corner, hugging her knees, her eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Jinan, will we be able to escape? I am truly frightened, she said, her voice quivering like leaves caught in the wind. Ruan Jinan knelt beside her, gently taking her hand. Yanin, do not be afraid, no matter what happens. I will protect you. His gaze was steadfast and tender, as if it could pierce through the darkness and bring forth light. Ruan Jinan began to scrutinize the notebook they had discovered in the factory. His brow furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together at times, and shaking his head in disbelief at others. Lin Yanin watched him with a sense of reassurance as he focused intently on the pages. Yanin, this mentions some secret dealings involving the Lin family. It seems they will stop at nothing to silence us to cover their crimes, Ruan Jinan stated in a low, serious tone. Lin Yanin bit her lip. What should we do then? Are we to hide indefinitely? Ruan Jinan rose to pace the warehouse, that we must find a way to present this evidence to a trustworthy individual, ensuring the Lin family faces the consequences of their actions. Just then, a rumble of thunder echoed outside, followed by heavy raindrops pelting the roof, creating a cacophony of sound. Lin Yanin shivered involuntarily as Ruan Jinan removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Don't catch a chill, he said softly, his voice laced with concern. Jinan, if we make it through this ordeal, we must live well in the future, Lin Yanin murmured, leaning against him. That we will, I promise, Ruan Jinan replied. Holding her tightly, that moment, Ruan Jinan's phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID with apprehension. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello? Ruan Jinan's voice was filled with caution. A deep voice on the other end replied, Ruan Jinan, do not struggle. You cannot escape. Ruan Jinan's anger flared. You criminals will inevitably face justice. With that, he hung up furiously. Lin Yanin's complexion paled further. Jinan, are they close to finding us? Ruan Jinan reassured her, do not fear. Even if they come, I will not allow them to harm you. The rain intensified, shrouding the world outside in a veil of gloom, yet within the confines of the small warehouse. Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin's hearts remained intertwined as they faced the looming danger together. After a while, the rain began to subside, and the sound of a car echoed outside. Ruan Jinan and Lin Yanin exchanged glances, anxiety palpable between them. Yanin, you stay back while I investigate, Ruan Jinan advised cautiously as he approached the door. When he opened it, he was met by their friend, Li Ming. Li Ming, what brings you here? Ruan Jinan exclaimed in surprise. Li Ming gasped for breath. I heard you were in danger, so I rushed over. Lin Yanin emerged from her hiding place, tears glistening in her eyes upon seeing Li Ming. Thank goodness you're here. She cried. Li Ming brought food, water, and some new leads. I learned that there is a police officer investigating the Lin family's case. Perhaps we can entrust this evidence to him. Li Ming suggested. Ruan Jinan nodded. That's a good plan, but how do we locate this officer and safely deliver the evidence? They fell into contemplation, the warehouse once again enveloped in silence, save for their heavy breaths. Chapter 108. Danger approaches as night fell. Darkness enveloped the world outside the warehouse, with only a hazy moon casting a faint glow. Inside, Ruan Jinan, Lin Yanin, and Li Ming sat together, deliberating their next course of action. Lin Yanin's brow furrowed with concern. That we don't even know who this officer is. How can we find him? Her hands twisted nervously at the hem of her clothing, betraying her inner turmoil. Ruan Jinan gently rested a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her, do not fret. We will discover a way. To Li Ming, did you come across any distinguishing features or clues about this officer? Li Ming shook his head, a look of helplessness crossing his face. No, All I know is that there is someone covertly investigating the Lin family, but their specific identity is well guarded to AT that moment. A cool breeze swept through, causing the warehouse windows to rattle with a clang. Lin Yanin couldn't help but shiver. Ruan Jinan stood up and approached the window, peering outside before turning back to say, "This night feels excessively quiet," leaving me with an unsettling premonition. Lin Yanin bit her lip and replied, "I feel the same. My heart has been in a state of suspension." Suddenly, the distant roar of a car engine grew closer. The expressions of the three shifted to one of tension, and Li Ming lowered his voice, saying, "Could it be the Lin family has come looking for us?" Ruan Jinan gestured for silence and cautiously moved towards the doorway, straining to listen to the commotion outside. The sound of the car halted just outside the warehouse, followed by a series of footsteps. Ruan Jinan clenched his fists, bracing himself for any sudden developments. Lin Yanin's eyes were filled with fear as she instinctively shrank back behind Ruan Jinan. At that moment, a deep voice called from outside, "People inside, come out now." Ruan Jinan responded loudly, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who we are. Surrender quietly, and perhaps we might spare your lives." Ruan Jinan scoffed. "You think too highly of yourselves." The outsider seemed to lose patience and began to batter the door. The warehouse door trembled under the impact, as if it were on the verge of giving way. "What should we do?" Lin Yanin's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Ruan Jinan looked at them with determination and said, "Don't be afraid. We will escape through the back window." The three hurried to the rear window of the warehouse, with Ruan Jinan lifting Lin Yanin out first, followed by Li Ming. Just as Ruan Jinan was about to leap out, the door burst open, and a group of men in black surged in. Ruan Jinan rolled out of the window, pulling Lin Yanin and Li Ming along as they fled. They ran desperately through the darkness, the damp ground splashing mud with every step. Lin Yanin gasped, I can't run anymore." Ruan Jinan hoisted her onto his back and continued forward. The men in black pursued relentlessly, occasionally firing shots. Bullets whizzed past them, heightening the peril. "This won't work. We need to split up," Li Ming shouted. Ruan Jinan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, Li Ming, be careful." Thus the three separated. Ruan Jinan, carrying Lin Yanin, headed towards a copse of trees. Once inside the woods, Ruan Jinan found a concealed spot and set Lin Yanin down. "Yanin, hide here and don't make a sound," he whispered. Lin Yanin clutched his clothing tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. "What about you?" Ruan Jinan offered her a reassuring smile. "I'll draw them away, that I'll return as soon as it's safe." With that, he quietly slipped away. Lin Yanin crouched in the grass, her heart racing, silently praying for Ruan Jinan's safety. Time passed, and the noise outside gradually diminished. Yet, Lin Yanin's heart remained unsettled as she worried for Ruan Jinan. Just then, a hand gently rested on her shoulder, and she nearly screamed. Turning around, she found it was Ruan Jinan. "It's me, don't be afraid." His face was weary, yet his eyes sparkled with relief. "Thank goodness. You're safe," Lin Yanin exclaimed, throwing herself into his embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. As they emerged from the woods, they realized Li Ming was nowhere to be found. "I wonder how Li Ming is." "I hope he is safe," Lin Yanin said. Ruan Jinan sighed. "Let us find a place to hide first. Then we'll figure out how to contact him." Beneath the moonlight, their figures appeared solitary, yet resolute, as they pressed onward through the perilous night. Chapter 109. The dawn approaches. The first light of dawn pierced the horizon, casting soft golden rays upon the earth, bringing warmth and hope to a world that had endured a night of terror. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan huddled together in a corner of an abandoned factory, their faces etched with fatigue and worry. Lin Yanin's hair was somewhat disheveled as she lifted her gaze to the brightening sky, letting out a quiet sigh. "Jinan, what should we do next?" Li Ming is still missing. Her voice carried a hoarse note, revealing her deep concern. Ruan Jinan grasped Lin Yanin's hand, attempting to offer her comfort. "Yanin, don't worry too much. Li Ming is clever and will surely be all right. First, we need to find a safe place before we continue our search for clues about that mysterious policeman." His gaze was resolute, though his brow furrowed slightly. At that moment, a gentle breeze passed, carrying with it a hint of chill. Lin Yanin shivered involuntarily, prompting Ruan Jinan to hold her tighter. "Are you cold? Just hang in there. Once we escape this predicament, everything will turn out fine." Ruan Jinan spoke softly. Lin Yanin nodded slightly, leaning against him, absorbing his warmth. They rose to their feet and continued onward. As they walked, Lin Yanin's steps appeared heavy, causing Ruan Jinan to glance back at her with concern. "Shall I carry you?" he asked, worry evident in his eyes. Lin Yanin stubbornly shook her head. "No, I can walk." As they made their way, they reached the outskirts of a small town. The townsfolk began their day's labor. The aroma of breakfast wafting through the streets. Lin Yanin couldn't help but inhale deeply. "It smells so good. I wish I could have a warm meal." Ruan Jinan looked at her and smiled. "Once we are safe, you can have as much as you want." Suddenly, Lin Yanin spotted a bulletin board with a missing person notice. Curiosity piqued. She approached and her eyes brightened. "Jinan, look. The photo on this notice looks like Li Ming," she exclaimed excitedly. Ruan Jinan hurried over to take a closer look and confirmed it was indeed Li Ming. The notice stated that he was receiving treatment at a clinic. The two quickly followed the address on the notice to the clinic. Upon entering, they found Li Ming lying on a bed, pale but otherwise in good spirits. "You finally made it." A smile broke across Li Ming's face upon seeing them. Lin Yanin rushed over and took his hand. "I am so glad you're okay." Ruan Jinan, standing nearby, let out a sigh of relief. "What happened?" Li Ming recounted his experience of getting injured while escaping and being brought to the clinic by kind-hearted strangers. "However, I overheard some information about that policeman while I was here," Li Ming said mysteriously. Lin Yanin leaned in eagerly. "Quickly, tell us." Li Ming lowered his voice. "I heard that the policeman is supposed to appear at the town center CF today." The three exchanged glances, a spark of hope igniting in their eyes. They quickly gathered their things and headed toward the CAF. Throughout the journey, Lin Yanin felt an unusual tension, her hands fidgeting nervously. Ruan Jinan reassured her, "Don't be anxious. We'll soon find our savior." Finally, they arrived at the CAF, bustling with patrons. Their eyes scanned the crowd anxiously. Just then, a serious-looking man in plain clothes caught their attention. His piercing gaze seemed to see through everything. "Could it be him?" Lin Yanin whispered. Ruan Jinan took a deep breath, summoning his courage to approach. "Excuse me, are you the policeman investigating the Lin family?" The man looked up, scrutinizing them before giving a slight nod. "Follow me." They trailed the man to a quiet corner, their hearts brimming with anticipation and apprehension. Chapter 110. The truth unfolds. The four of them settled into a quiet corner of the CAF. The aroma of coffee wafting through the air, yet it did little to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Lin Yanin gripped her cup tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, her eyes filled with eagerness and expectation. Ruan Jinan spoke first. "Officer, we have crucial evidence regarding the crimes committed by the Lin family." That he carefully retrieved a worn notebook from his backpack. The officer took the notebook, flipping through its pages. His brow furrowing deeper, and his expression growing increasingly grave. He occasionally glanced up, his eyes scanning the faces of the trio, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. "This evidence is valuable, but it is insufficient to fully take down the Lin family," the officer said in a somber tone. Unable to restrain herself, Lin Yanin interjected, "What should we do? We have been hunted by the Lin family, living in constant fear." Her voice trembled, her body quivering slightly. The officer pondered for a moment before saying, "Don't rush. We need to plan carefully." Just then, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside, the raindrops tapping against the window, creating a crisp sound that seemed to accompany their predicament. Li Ming glanced outside and remarked, "This rain couldn't have come at a worse time. It only adds to our heavy hearts." Ruan Jinan shot Li Ming a glare, signaling him to be quiet. The officer lightly tapped the table and said, "From what I know, the Lin family is backed by even more powerful forces, so our actions must be executed with utmost caution." Lin Yanin bit her lip and stated resolutely, "No matter how difficult it is, we must ensure they receive the punishment they deserve." Her gaze revealed an indomitable spirit. Ruan Jinan clasped Lin Yanin's hand, offering her support and solace. The police officer then stated, "We require additional witnesses and more evidence to establish a comprehensive chain of proof." That Li Ming scratched his head. "This won't be easy. Who would dare to come forward and testify against the Lin family?" Just as everyone fell into contemplation, Lin Yanin suddenly recalled someone. "I have a distant relative who once worked for the Lin family. He might be privy to some insider information." Ruan Jinin's eyes lit up. "Then let us hasten to find him." The rain gradually ceased, and the sky began to clear. The four of them departed from the CAF, embarking on their quest to locate witnesses along the way. Lin Yanen's emotions fluctuated like the capricious weather, sometimes brimming with hope, at other times engulfed in worry. Eventually, they arrived at her relative's residence, and Ruan Jianan approached to knock on the door. When it opened, a weary-looking middle-aged man appeared before them. "What brings you here?" His eyes were filled with suspicion. Lin Yanan quickly explained, "Uncle, we need your assistance. The crimes of the Lin family cannot remain concealed any longer." After a moment's hesitation, her relative allowed them entry. The room was suffused with a musty odor as he sat on the sofa, rubbing his hands incessantly. "I am aware of many things concerning the Lin family, but I am afraid." His voice trembled. Lin Yanan knelt beside him, grasping his hand. "Uncle, do not be afraid. The police are here, and we shall prevail." After much persuasion, her relative finally nodded, agreeing to testify, with the mounting evidence and witnesses. The Lin family's transgressions gradually came to light. However, just as they believed victory was within reach, a new crisis arose. Chapter 111. Justice will eventually prevail one day. While Lin Yanan was out gathering evidence alone, she was suddenly followed by a black sedan. Her heart leapt to her throat as she quickened her pace in an attempt to shake them off. Yet the car relentlessly pursued her, ultimately cornering her in a secluded alley. The car door swung open and several burly men emerged, advancing menacingly towards Lin Yanan. "What do you want?" she stammered, her back pressed against the wall in terror. "Little girl, mind your own business, or you'll face the consequences," one of the thugs growled. Lin Yanan feigned calmness. "Do not be so arrogant. Justice will inevitably come to that moment." Ruan Jianan and the police arrived just in time. The officers flashed their badges, and the thugs' expressions shifted to panic. "Run!" one of them shouted, and they hastily retreated to their vehicle. Lin Yanan collapsed into Ruan Jianan's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "That it's all right. It's all right. I'm here," Ruan Jianan comforted her, gently patting her back. The police stated gravely, "It seems the Lin family is becoming desperate. We must hasten our efforts." That in the days that followed, they worked tirelessly, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of leads. On one occasion, they staked out an abandoned warehouse for 2 full days and nights to secure crucial evidence. The warehouse was dark and damp, infested with mosquitoes, and everyone was utterly exhausted. That Li Ming could not help but grumble. "When will this end?" Ruan Jianan encouraged the team. "Just a little longer. We are close to success at long last." After arduous efforts, they gathered sufficient evidence, preparing to deliver a final blow to the Lin family. In court, Lin Yanan, Ruan Jianan, and the witnesses took the stand one by one. That the members of the Lin family sat in the defendant's seat, their faces clouded with gloom, with the judge's gavel striking down. Justice was served, and the Lin family's crimes were laid bare. They would face the full force of the LAW as they exited the courtroom. The sunlight shone particularly brightly. Lin Yanan and Ruan Jianan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy and relief. "It's finally over," Lin Yanan remarked. Ruan Jianan embraced her tightly. "Indeed, a new chapter begins." That on a sunlit afternoon, Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanan sat in a cozy little room, a table before them laden with the evidence and videos they had collected regarding the Lin family's crimes. That a gentle breeze wafted through the white curtains, bringing with it a refreshing aura. Lin Yanan gazed resolutely at the documents, her fists clenched tightly. "Jianan, although the court has convicted the Lin family, I feel it is not enough. We must ensure that more people are aware of their atrocities." Her eyes sparkled with the light of justice. Ruan Jianan nodded gravely. "I concur. Let us publish this online, allowing the public to judge for themselves and prevent them from seizing any further chances." Without hesitation, Ruan Jianan powered up the computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Lin Yanan anxiously watched the screen, occasionally biting her lip. "Oh dear, why is the internet so slow? It's infuriating," Ruan Jianan exclaimed in frustration. Lin Yanan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Be patient. Take your time to last." Everything was ready. Ruan Jianan took a deep breath and clicked the publish button. "Now we await the public's response." He leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. Chapter 112. The Echo of Justice. Now we await the public's response. Ruan Jianan leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. However, the waiting period was agonizing. Lin Yanan paced the room restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Why is there still no response? Just then, Ruan Jianan's phone erupted with notifications, the sounds of various social media alerts ringing incessantly. "That it's happening!" Ruan Jianan exclaimed excitedly. They hurried to check the online reactions, and the comment section exploded with fervor. The Lin family is truly despicable, utterly lawless. Such heinous behavior must face the harshest punishment, declared an outraged office worker. Thank you to the brave whistleblowers for unveiling the truth. Your courage and sense of justice are commendable. The conscience of society praised a righteous university student. These scoundrels deserve severe punishment. Let them be forever marked with shame, serving as a warning to all, asserted a retired elder, filled with righteous indignation. Support the exposure. Let darkness have nowhere to hide. May the power of justice continue to grow, revealing more evils. Urge an enthusiastic volunteer. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. I believe the law will render a fair verdict, ensuring that the wrongdoers receive their due punishment, affirmed a teacher filled with positivity. Kudos to the brave. Let us collectively resist evil. United, we shall safeguard fairness and justice in society, declared a young entrepreneur. I sense that things aren't as simple as they seem. There may be hidden truths. Perhaps there are deeper vested interests at play. We cannot jump to conclusions too hastily, cautioned a prudent lawyer. We must not heed one side alone. We must also consider subsequent evidence that is crucial to maintain rationality and objectivity until conclusive proof is presented, advised a rational scholar. Regardless, let us allow the situation to unfold. Do not be swayed by emotions. Await further information and the emergence of the truth, suggested a composed media professional. Could this be a deliberate attempt for fame? Nowadays, some individuals crave attention, concocting sensational stories to attract notice. Speculated a malicious netizen. Perhaps they seek to profit from this opportunity, that in this day and age, for money, some will do anything. Who knows their true intentions? Remarked a suspicious individual. Are the pieces of evidence fabricated? They seem rather dubious. Might these so-called proofs have been meticulously manipulated? Questioned a blindly skeptical netizen. Without solid proof, do not lead the narrative astray. In the absence of substantial evidence, it is vital to avoid misleading the public. Insisted a meticulous engineer that I wonder if the Lin family has engaged in unfair competition in business, suppressing rivals, even resorting to illegal means. Speculated a curious netizen. Perhaps they are involved in corruption, colluding with certain officials for personal gain. Proposed a boldly inquisitive netizen. Could they be perpetrating fraud in the financial realm, deceiving numerous investors? Worried a concerned netizen. Lin Yanin, upon seeing these negative comments, could not help but respond. We harbor no ulterior motives. Everything we do is for the sake of justice. All evidence is authentic and can withstand scrutiny. We are willing to take responsibility for our actions. Ruan Jianan chimed in. We urge everyone to remain rational. We will let the facts speak for themselves, revealing the truth. Our only aim is to ensure justice is served with no other intentions. Chapter 113. Doubts arise regarding the authenticity of the evidence. Some supporters of their cause joined in to defend them. Do not hastily doubt those who bravely stand up. They need our support. In the pursuit of truth, we should offer them trust and encouragement. Yet at that moment, dissenting voices began to emerge. Surely this isn't mere hype. There is far too much sensationalism online. It's hard to believe this is genuine, voiced a skeptic. Are the pieces of evidence fabricated? I see numerous flaws. It's highly likely they're deliberately pieced together, remarked a conspiracy theorist. Lin Yanin patiently replied once more. We guarantee on our integrity. There is absolutely no hype or forgery, that we are solely intent on ensuring that wrongdoers receive their just punishment. Every piece of evidence has been painstakingly collected and is authentic and reliable. Ruan Jianan added, everyone can continue to observe. The truth will increasingly reveal itself that we shall employ an abundance of facts to substantiate our innocence and righteousness that in the ensuing days. Ruan Jianan and Lin Yanin relentlessly addressed the inquiries of netizens, elucidating the authenticity of the evidence. Their endeavors bore fruit, as an increasing number of individuals began to believe in and support them. That I believe in you. Keep pushing forward. Your perseverance illuminates the power of justice. You must see it through, declared a benevolent housewife. The truth shall ultimately emerge into the light of day. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. That I trust you can overcome these challenges. Proclaimed a steadfast veteran, do not let the forces of evil defeat you. We stand with you. You are not alone. We shall always support you from behind, asserted an impassioned athlete. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Lin family were not inclined to relent. One day, As Lin Yanin ventured out alone, she suddenly felt the sensation of being followed. Her heart raced, and she quickened her pace into a shopping mall. What should I do? What should I do? She thought, glancing around anxiously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She hurriedly dialed Wang Jinan. Jinan, I think someone from the Lin family is tailing me. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinan was filled with urgency. Yanin, do not panic. Find a safe place to hide. I will be there momentarily. Hiding in a corner, Lin Yanin's heart pounded violently. Soon after, Wang Jinan arrived, grasping her hand as they exited the mall. You scared me to death, Lin Yanin exclaimed, collapsing into Wang Jinan's embrace. Her body still trembling, that do not fear. I am here, Wang Jinan gently reassured her, patting her back. Following this incident, they became increasingly cautious, yet they did not waver. Resolutely voicing their commitment to justice that on a starlit night, Wang Jinan and Lin Yanin strolled hand in hand along a park path. Lin Yanin reflected, though this period has been arduous, it is indeed worthwhile. Wang Jinan smiled at her and replied, Indeed, for we have safeguarded justice together. The moonlight bathed them, illuminating their faces filled with happiness and determination. Just then, Lin Yanin's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered that a deep, ominous voice came through. Do not celebrate too soon. This matter is far from over. Lin Yanin's complexion turned pale, and Wang Jinan, sensing her distress, seized the phone and shouted into it. Whatever means you have, unleash them. We are not afraid. After hanging up, their spirits grew heavy. Yet as they exchanged glances, courage reignited within them. One day, Lin Yanin received an anonymous letter filled with threats, accompanied by photographs of herself and Wang Jinan, marked with large red crosses. That a chill crept up Lin Yanin's spine. But Wang Jinan crumpled the letter and tossed it aside. They are simply out of tricks, attempting to intimidate us in this manner. It will not work. Despite facing a myriad of threats and challenges, Wang Jinan and Lin Yanin never faltered, firmly believing that justice would eventually triumph over evil, and their resolve would herald the final victory. Chapter 114. The ferment of public opinion. The situation surrounding the Lin family ignited a tempest within the online sphere, comments flooding in like a raging storm, overwhelming all. Lin Yanin and Wang Jinan found themselves seated in a tranquil CAF, seeking a semblance of calm amidst the tumultuous whirlwind of public discourse. Lin Yanin grasped her phone tightly, her eyes darting over the myriad of comments, her face alternating between pallor and flush. What is this madness? She exclaimed, hurling her phone onto the table, arms crossed in indignation. These people know nothing and simply spout nonsense. Wang Jinan gently took her hand, attempting to soothe her emotions. Yanin, do not let it trouble you too much. They are merely riding the wave. Outside, the sun was obscured by clouds, casting a shadow over the city. The wind swept down the streets, stirring the fallen leaves in a melancholic dance. Lin Yanin bit her lip, her brows knitted in concern. But their words are so harsh. How can I not care? Her voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Wang Jinan looked at her with empathy, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Yanin, trust me, the truth will eventually be revealed. That moment, Lin Yanin's phone rang again. It was a call from her friend. Yanin, you must hold on, her friend urged anxiously from the other end. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin forced her voice to remain steady. That I am fine. Do not worry. After ending the call, she leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. That I am truly exhausted. When will all of this come to an end? Wang Jinan softly patted her shoulder, reassuring her, no matter what, I will always be by your side. That I in the Lin household. The atmosphere was stifling to an unbearable degree that Lin's father paced back and forth in the living room, his countenance dark and foreboding. That Lin's mother sat on the sofa, her tears flowing incessantly. What are we to do? She sobbed. That Lin's father halted in his tracks and shot her a fierce glare. What good is crying? He snapped. His phone buzzed incessantly, a barrage of calls from business partners, which he irritably cast aside. This group of opportunistic scoundrels. He cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, the online discourse continued to escalate. Many unearthed the Lin family's past, and a deluge of speculation and rumors filled the air. Lin Yanin and Wang Jinan exited the CAF, the wind outside stronger than ever, making their clothes flap wildly. The wind mirrored the chaotic situation, inducing a sense of unease. Lin Yanin tightened her coat around her and murmured to herself. Ruan Jinan wrapped his arm around her shoulders, reassuring her, "Do not fear, we shall face this together." Upon returning home, Lin Yanin opened her computer, watching the incessantly refreshing comments, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions that I must vindicate the Lin family's honor. She vowed silently. Ruan Jinan poured her a cup of hot water, saying, "Yanin, drink some water first. Do not exhaust yourself." Lin Yanin accepted the cup, casting him a grateful glance. The night deepened. The city's clamor gradually subsided, yet Lin Yanin's heart remained in turmoil. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. When will this interminable night give way to dawn? She pondered, gazing at the ceiling. Did I in another room? Ruan Jinan contemplated how to assist Lin Yanin through this trying ordeal. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and Lin Yanin opened her eyes, feeling a newfound determination that a new day always brings new hope. She affirmed to her reflection in the mirror. At that moment, she received a call from her father, summoning her to return home. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan arrived at the Lin residence, and upon entering, they were met with the troubled expressions of Lin's parents. Unable to contain herself, Lin Yanin scoffed. "Oh, isn't this the illustrious Lin family? How is it that you find yourselves in such disarray now?" Lin's father's face darkened as he retorted, "Yanin, what kind of words are those?" Lin Yanin replied with a cold laugh, "Am I not merely stating the truth? Did you ever consider today while you were wielding power and influence?" Lin's mother wept. "Yanin, you cannot say such things. We are also powerless." Lin Yanin shot her a glare. "Powerless? You brought this upon yourselves." Ruan Jinan gently tugged at Lin Yanin, signaling her to remain calm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yanin declared, "I did not return to pity you. I am here to uncover the truth, to restore the Lin family's honor, and to seek justice for myself." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving her parents in stunned silence. However, the online discourse showed no signs of abating. The Lin family's troubles persisted. Chapter 116. The whirlwind of public opinion. The comment section online resembled a chaotic battlefield, a cacophony of voices intermingling. Some denounced Lin Yanin as an ungrateful wretch, claiming the Lin family had raised her for years without receiving gratitude in return. Others condemned the Lin family for their misdeeds, asserting they deserved their fate. Lin Yanin sat before her computer, overwhelmed by the barrage of diverse comments, her head buzzing with confusion. Her fingers clutched the mouse tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. How could these people be so indiscriminate in their judgments? She gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with fury and indignation. Outside, the sky was overcast, threatening to unleash torrents of rain at any moment. The wind battered against the window with a rhythmic pounding, mirroring the turmoil within Lin Yanin's heart. Ruan Jinan entered the room and, seeing Lin Yanin's distress, approached her tenderly, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Yanin, do not let this trouble you too much. They do not understand the situation." Lin Yanin turned her head, tears welling in her eyes. "But their words are so harsh. How can I not be affected?" Her voice trembled with emotion. Ruan Jinan handed her a tissue, offering comfort. "This is only temporary. Once the truth is revealed, they will fall silent." Lin Yanin sniffed, striving to regain her composure. "I must find the evidence to prove my innocence and restore the Lin family's honor." That moment, Lin Yanin's phone rang. It was her close friend calling. "Yanin, please do not let those comments get to you. I believe in you," her friend exclaimed on the line. Lin Yanin managed a faint smile. "Thank you, but this situation is incredibly difficult to navigate." After hanging up, Lin Yanin stood and walked to the window. The wind felt like the malicious comments, stirring her emotions. Ruan Jinan stepped beside her, taking her hand. "Do not fear. I will always be by your side." Meanwhile, at the Lin household, Lin's father and mother were equally consumed by the online commentary. That Lin's father sat on the sofa, sighing heavily. "What are we to do? The Lin family's reputation is in tatters." That Lin's mother complained. "It is all Lin Yanin's fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be in this predicament." That Lin's father shot her a glare. "What use is it to say such things now?" Just then, the doorbell rang, revealing some relatives who had come to visit. "What on earth has happened to your family?" one relative exclaimed upon entering. Lin's father shook his head in despair. "Do not mention it. We are simply unfortunate." Another relative quipped sarcastically, raising an ungrateful wretch. "How could you not be unfortunate?" Lin's father's expression darkened. "Do not speak carelessly. The matter is not yet resolved. The relatives exchange barbs, further intensifying the oppressive atmosphere in the Lin household. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan resolved to venture out in search of clues. The weather outside worsened, with heavy raindrops beginning to pelt down. Lin Yanin had not brought an umbrella, and soon her hair and clothes were drenched. "This rain mirrors my mood. Utterly dismal," she lamented. Ruan Jinan removed his coat and held it over her, saying, "Be careful, do not catch a cold." They arrived at a company that had previously collaborated with the Lin family, only to be met with a cold reception. Now that the Lin family is in trouble. They turned their backs. Lin Yanin fumed. Ruan Jinan grasped her hand. "Do not be upset. We will find another way to be by the time they returned home." Both were thoroughly soaked. Lin Yanin sneezed. "What a wretched day this has been." Ruan Jinan promptly prepared a bowl of ginger soup for her. "Drink this to ward off the chill." That night, Lin Yanin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The online discourse felt like a crushing weight, suffocating her. Ruan Jinan gently patted her back. "Sleep now. Tomorrow will bring improvement." Chapter 117. Hope on the horizon. Lin Yanin understood that to prove her innocence, she could not rely solely on anger and complaints. She must take decisive action. Rising early, despite having hardly slept the previous night due to the distressing comments, she was filled with resolve. She began her investigation with those closest to her, meeting friends familiar with the Lin family's circumstances. In a quiet tea house, Lin Yanin anxiously awaited her friend's arrival. As soon as her friend entered, Lin Yanin eagerly stood, grasping her hands tightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Dearest, you must help me," Lin Yanin implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Her friend nodded reassuringly. "Yanin, do not fret. We will unravel this together." Lin Yanin sat down, her brow furrowed as she recounted her thoughts. "I can't shake the feeling that someone is manipulating this situation from behind the scenes. But I cannot find any leads." Her friend listened intently, nodding occasionally. After leaving the tea house, Lin Yanin wasted no time visiting companies that had previously conducted business with the Lin family, seeking useful information. In one office, faced with the other party's indifference, she suppressed her feelings of injustice and forced a smile. "Manager Wang, given our past relationship, could you possibly share any information?" Lin Yanin's voice trembled slightly. Manager Wang appeared troubled. "Miss Lin, it is not that I do not wish to help, but this matter is too sensitive." Lin Yanin bit her lip, taking a deep breath. "Manager Wang, I understand your predicament, but this concerns my reputation. I implore you to assist." After a moment's hesitation, Manager Wang ultimately provided her with a vague lead. Lin Yanin expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her steps lightening as she exited. Upon returning home, she was immediately met with her family's scornful remarks that Lin's mother sneered. "What are you still trying to accomplish? This is your fate." Lin Yanin's heart twisted painfully, tears brimming in her eyes as she thought. "I am your daughter. In this moment of crisis, you not only fail to support me, but also seek to undermine me." Yet she swallowed her tears and replied calmly, "Mother, I will prove my innocence." Lin's father scoffed. "Do not waste your efforts. Just admit your guilt." Lin Yanin felt as though her heart had been crushed under a heavy weight, engulfed by despair and coldness. "Why do even my closest family members not believe in me, nor wish to stand by my side?" Yet she defiantly lifted her head and resolutely declared, "I will not give up. I must make you all understand that I am wrongfully accused," clenching her fists until her nails nearly pierced her flesh. She silently vowed, "No matter how arduous the path, I shall persevere. I will use the truth to make you regret your disbelief in me." Without a moment's rest, she plunged into her study, determined to organize the clues she had gathered. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, beads of sweat dotted her forehead, yet her gaze remained unwavering in focus. Ruan Jinan entered the study, and upon witnessing Lin Yanin's desperate endeavor, spoke with concern. "Yanin, please take a break. Do not overexert yourself." Without lifting her head, Lin Yanin replied, "I cannot. I must seize this time and prevent those rumors from spreading any further that I end the days that followed." Lin Yanin tirelessly scoured every possible lead. At times, she would stand under the scorching sun for hours, waiting for someone who might provide crucial information. At other times, she would analyze every piece of gathered data late into the night, fixated on her computer screen. Finally, through a serendipitous occurrence, Lin Yanin uncovered a document that had been deliberately concealed, a document that could potentially vindicate her. Her heart raced, her hands trembled as she opened the file. And a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. "That I have finally found it," Lin Yanin exclaimed. Chapter 118. Clearing the misunderstanding. Holding that pivotal document, Lin Yanin felt she was one step closer to the truth. She meticulously examined every detail within the file, leaving no stone unturned. Through some subtle hints contained in the document, Lin Yanin identified several suspicious individuals and resolved to conduct covert investigations on them. She began by tailing one of the suspects, discovering that he frequently frequented a secluded safe. Lin Yanin took up position in a corner across from the CAF, observing his every move. Each time the suspect engaged in conversation, Lin Yanin's heart raced with anticipation, hoping to glean useful information. However, after several days of following him, progress was slow. Yet Lin Yanin did not succumb to despair. She altered her strategy, starting to investigate the phone records and social media accounts of these individuals. Throughout this process, she encountered numerous obstacles, as some sought to hinder her pursuit of vital information. Faced with these barriers, Lin Yanin was engulfed by anxiety and anger. Who was orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? And why go to such lengths to frame her? She continuously questioned herself. Nonetheless, Lin Yanin remained resolute. Utilizing her intelligence and connections, she gradually overcame the challenges. She sought help from friends, even humbling herself to ask those with whom she had previously had conflicts. Each rejection weighed heavily on her heart, yet she persevered through gritted teeth. Finally, in a fortuitous moment, Lin Yanin discovered an email exchange between one of the suspects and a mysterious individual, detailing their plot to frame her. Her hands trembled as anger filled her eyes. "Oh, it was you," she thought bitterly. After further investigation, Lin Yanin finally unveiled the entire conspiracy. The person behind the plot turned out to be her once trusted partner, who, driven by conflicting interests, had devised this scheme to utterly ruin her. With irrefutable evidence in hand, Lin Yanin felt a tumult of emotions. She was relieved to have cleared her name, yet heartbroken by the betrayal of a once trusted ally. Memories of their shared struggles, filled with passion and dreams, now felt like a haunting nightmare. Why? Why treat me this way? Lin Yanin murmured to herself, tears welling in her eyes. However, she quickly wiped them away. Her gaze ignited with renewed determination. "I will not allow you to succeed. You will pay for your actions." Having composed herself, Lin Yanin, armed with evidence, boldly embarked on the path to reclaim her justice. She first made the evidence public, exposing the malevolence of the perpetrator to all. Those who had once mocked her now wore expressions of surprise and guilt. Lin Yanin chose not to chastise them, but instead embraced a spirit of forgiveness and understanding. Her former partner faced the consequences of their actions, while Lin Yanin's career found its way back onto a righteous path. She cherished this hard-won achievement even more and grew increasingly cautious in her dealings with those around her. Having weathered this storm, Lin Yanin emerged stronger and more mature. She understood that life's journey would inevitably be fraught with hurdles and setbacks, yet as long as she remained steadfast, she could prevail. Chapter 119. The Lin family after the storm. Ever since Lin Yanin exposed the Lin family's transgressions, the entire city seemed to be struck by a seismic shock, transforming the Lin family into the target of public ire. With rumors swirling like a tempest that on a dreary morning, the sky appeared shrouded by a massive gray curtain, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath. Lin Yanin stood by the window, gazing at the somber sky. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She knew this was merely the onset of the storm. As she walked the streets, whispers filled the air, rife with speculation. Did you hear about the Lin family's shady dealings? It's utterly shocking. Indeed, they appeared so prosperous. Who would have imagined such filth lay beneath? Hearing these remarks caused Lin Yanin to pause, feeling a mix of satisfaction and an indescribable heaviness at the grand entrance of the Lin estate. A throng of media reporters had gathered, armed with cameras and microphones, clamoring for first-hand accounts that Lin's parents cowered inside, too fearful to show their faces. Much like startled birds, upon returning home, Lin Yanin was immediately met with her mother's hysterical outburst. "It's all your fault. You jinx, look at what you've done to our family." Lin Yanin coldly regarded her, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of her lips. "You brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame others." That Lin's father sat despondently on the sofa, his hands cradling his head, a picture of despair, and he looked up at Lin Yanin, his eyes filled with hopelessness and regret. "Yanin, We were wrong, but can we still salvage this situation? Lin Yanin remained silent for a moment before responding softly. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently at that moment. Rain began to pour outside, the droplets hammering against the window as if expressing their fury at the Lin family's misdeeds. Lin Yanin approached the window, observing the flowers battered by the rain, and felt a deep sense of melancholy. Once vibrant, they now lay in ruins, much like her family's former glory. The Lin family's company was engulfed in chaos. Employees filled with trepidation, discussing their uncertain futures. Will the company survive this? Who knows? It's likely to go under. Entering the office, Lin Yanin surveyed the disarray with no hint of pity. During a family gathering, relatives avoided the Lin family like the plague. That we dare not associate with you, Lin family. One remarked that we cannot afford to be dragged down with you. Lin Yanin found the formerly sycophantic relatives laughable in their sudden disdain. Yet amidst the turmoil, Lin Yanin felt a pang of nostalgia. After all, this was once her home, filled with memories. Alone at night, she sat in her room, perusing childhood photographs, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why had it come to this? She pondered, but she knew that every action she took was justified. She could not allow the Lin family's crimes to be concealed, nor could she permit others to be harmed. Ultimately, Lin Yanin made the resolute decision to leave the Lin family behind. Dragging a modest suitcase, she moved into the home of Ruan Jianan. That it was a cozy little haven, albeit small, brimming with warmth and affection. Ruan Jianan had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing Lin Yanin, he rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace. Yanin, you have suffered, he murmured, his eyes filled with compassion. Leaning into his warmth, Lin Yanin felt her exhaustion and pain slowly dissipate. As they entered the house, the table was laden with her favorite dishes. Lin Yanin's eyes misted once more. She understood that this was her true sanctuary. From now on, let us live well together, Ruan Jianan affirmed, holding her hand firmly. Lin Yanin nodded, a long-lost smile gracing her face. In this small abode, she had finally found her happiness and tranquility. Chapter 120. The downfall of the Lin family. Once the Lin family scandals came to light, they created ripples akin to a stone cast into a deep lake, stirring up waves of outrage. The company's products faced immediate backlash, and sales plummeted drastically. Then on a scorching afternoon, a group of furious consumers gathered at the entrance of the Lin family's warehouse, brandishing Lin family products. They shouted, "We will no longer support this unscrupulous enterprise." Their enraged faces burned like flames, instilling fear in the warehouse staff. Inside the company office, Lin's father and mother were in a state of utter disarray. Lin's father wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes brimming with anxiety and helplessness. What can we do? If we cannot sell the products, our cash flow will be cut, he lamented, pacing back and forth in the room. Lin's mother sat on the sofa, her hands tightly clenching the hem of her blouse, her face pale as a sheet. That is entirely Lin Yanin's fault. Had it not been for her, how could we have fallen to such depths? She declared through gritted teeth, her eyes brimming with animosity. Outside, the sunlight was particularly blinding, illuminating the office, yet it failed to dispel the gloom that enveloped their hearts. The company's stock prices plummeted like a kite severed from its string. In the securities exchange, the screen displayed a sea of dismal green numbers, causing the shareholders of the Lin family to be engulfed in anxiety. The Lin family is finished. Our money is going down the drain. One irate shareholder banged on the table, his facial muscles twitching with rage. Meanwhile, in various shopping malls, the Lin family's products were hastily removed from shelves. Sales clerks helplessly piled these items in corners, as if they were nothing more than a heap of unwanted refuse. The family also faced the specter of bankruptcy, with relatives incessantly demanding repayment. When we lent you money, you spoke so eloquently. Now that you are on the brink of bankruptcy, you must repay us. One relative pointed an accusatory finger at Father Lin, his voice loud and spittle flying. Father Lin could only offer a forced smile, pleading for a few more days, assuring them that they would find a way. However, his words did little to pacify the relatives, and chaos ensued. Upon learning of these developments, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jianan were beset by complex emotions. Ruan Jianan gently clasped Lin Yanin's hand, saying, "Yanin, regardless of the circumstances, this is merely the outcome they deserve." Lin Yanin nodded slightly, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. Indeed, Witnessing their downfall stirred discomfort within her heart. One day, Lin Yanin unexpectedly encountered her mother on the street. Lin Mother appeared haggard, her hair disheveled, starkly contrasting her former splendor. Upon seeing Lin Yanin, a fleeting glimpse of shame and regret flashed across her gaze. Yanin, Lin Mother hesitated, words caught in her throat. Lin Yanin halted, quietly observing her. I was wrong. Lin Mother lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yanin inhaled deeply. It was far too late for such admissions. The bitter fruits of their actions must be borne by them alone. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Lin Mother standing there. Dazed as time passed, the Lin family's plight worsened. The bank began to press for debts, seizing their properties and assets. It was a frigid winter day when the Lin estate was sealed. Father Lin and Mother Lin stood at the entrance, gazing at the once magnificent home, tears welling in their eyes. "This is our retribution," Father Lin sighed deeply, his voice sounding particularly desolate amidst the cold winds. Mother Lin, shivering and with lips turning purple, questioned, "What shall we do now?" Meanwhile, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan strolled hand in hand under the warm sunlight. Their lives, though humble, were filled with happiness and hope. "Yanin, let the past remain in the past. We must look forward." Ruan Jinan smiled at Lin Yanin. Lin Yanin nodded, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. "With you by my side, I fear nothing." The sunlight enveloped them, casting their joyful figures in stark contrast to the Lin family's decline. Chapter 121. A chaotic scene the Lin family stormed in, furious and causing a ruckus. Reminiscent of a swarm of enraged hornets buzzing ominously, chilling the onlookers. Lin Yu glared with fury, raising his fists as he charged towards Lin Yanin, cursing vehemently. "You traitorous wretch, today I shall teach you a lesson." His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a wild beast in a frenzy. Lin Yanin instinctively stepped back, her eyes wide with terror, pupils constricting, brows furrowed, and her lips quivering uncontrollably. Yet she soon straightened her posture, meeting Lin Yu's gaze fearlessly, and declared loudly, "Try to lay a finger on me." At that moment, the crowd swelled, drawn as if by magnetic force. Neighbors whispered amongst themselves, pointing fingers and speculating on the unfolding drama. The Lin family truly is a mess, causing such a ruckus among their own that a middle-aged woman shook her head, her face filled with regret. They brought this upon themselves, after committing so many wrongdoings. They now wish to bully others, a young man exclaimed indignantly. "Alas, Lin Yanin is quite brave to expose them," remarked an elderly man stroking his beard, nodding slightly. Among the crowd, curious glances mingled with sympathetic ones, while some remained indifferent spectators. The weather seemed to mirror the tense atmosphere. The once clear sky gradually darkened, heavy clouds looming, suffocating in their weight. A cool breeze swept through, lifting Lin Yanin's hair, her body trembling slightly. Yet her gaze remained resolute. At that moment, Ruan Jinan hurriedly arrived, placing himself protectively behind Lin Yanin, shouting at Lin Yu, "Don't go too far." Lin Yu's ire flared further upon seeing Ruan Jinan, and he lunged forward intent on violence. Ruan Jinan, undeterred, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly dodging Lin Yu's fierce punch. Lin Yu stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Ruan Jinan swiftly grasped Lin Yu's arm, twisting it forcefully. Lin Yu yelped in pain, his expression contorting. Yet he retaliated, lifting his leg to kick at Ruan Jinan. Ruan Jinan nimbly evaded, Lin Yu's kick missing its target. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither willing to yield. Lin Yanin stood by, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles whitening with tension. She bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with worry and apprehension, intently following Ruan Jinan's movements. As Lin Yu swung another punch, Ruan Jinan blocked it with his arm, countering with an elbow strike to Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward. Lin Yanin could no longer contain herself, shouting, "Jinan, be careful." Her voice trembled slightly to at that moment. Lin Yu suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Ruan Jinan. Quick as lightning, Ruan Jinan seized Lin Yu's wrist, twisting it forcefully until the stone clattered to the ground. This physical confrontation sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Some cried out in alarm, urging, "Stop fighting." Others hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the fray. The middle-aged woman gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide. The young man shouted anxiously, urging them to cease, while the elderly man stomped his foot in anger, exclaiming, "What a disgrace!" Amidst the escalating conflict, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. The arrival of the officers immediately quelled the previously chaotic scene. "Everyone freeze. Let us discuss this calmly," the police commanded sternly. Instantly, the Lin family members deflated like punctured balloons, their brashness evaporating without a trace. Lin Yanin exhaled in relief, her body sagging against Ruan Jianan, tears welling in her eyes. "Jianan, I'm so glad you came." Ruan Jianan gently patted her shoulder. "Don't be afraid. I am here." The police began to ascertain the situation, while the surrounding neighbors recounted the Lin family's various misdeeds. "Officer, this Lin family has always been tyrannical. Now they wish to resort to violence. You must take action. Indeed, they have committed numerous wrongs and show no signs of repentance." Amidst the chorus of accusations, Lin Yu and his companions hung their heads, silenced by the collective reproach. The police sternly reprimanded Lin Yu and the others. "No matter the conflict, violence is never the solution. Your actions are unlawful." Ultimately, Lin Yu and his group departed in disgrace. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the oppressive clouds began to clear, allowing sunlight to stream down once more. Hand in hand, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan walked home, their hearts still tumultuous. "Yanin, no matter what difficulties we face in the future, we will confront them together," Ruan Jinan said tenderly. Lin Yanin nodded, a smile of happiness blooming on her face. "As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing." Their silhouettes, illuminated by the sun, radiated warmth and comfort. Chapter 122. The fated lovers become internet sensations. The scene of the Lin family causing a ruckus and resorting to violence was captured by an onlooker's phone and uploaded online. The video instantly sparked a tremendous uproar across social media, igniting fervent discussions among countless netizens. In the footage, Lin Yu's grotesque visage and aggressive demeanor were starkly evident, while Lin Yanin's blend of fear and determination, alongside Ruan Jinan's courageous defense, became the focal point of public attention. The comment section erupted with outrage. "The Lin family has truly gone too far. How dare they bully someone in broad daylight? That girl is so pitiful, yet she is incredibly brave. That guy is so handsome. He stepped up at the crucial moment. I'm in love." Clearly, the Lin family is not good people. They've likely been up to no good for a long time. Lin Yanin sat on the sofa, her hands tightly gripping her phone, anxiously scrolling through the avalanche of comments, her emotions in turmoil. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of worry in her eyes. "Yanin, don't let the online opinions get to you. This too shall pass," Ruan Jinan gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. Lin Yanin sighed. "I know, but this situation has escalated so dramatically. I can't help but wonder what impact it will have on our lives." At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall outside, the droplets tapping against the window, producing a crisp sound. The gloomy weather seemed to mirror Lin Yanin's current state of mind. While on the other side, the Lin household was in chaos. Lin Yu's father, Lin Dashan, furiously threw his teacup to the ground after watching a video online, exclaiming, "This reckless fool is only causing me trouble." Lin Yu, huddled in a corner with his head hung low, resembled a wilted eggplant. His face was suffused with regret and fear as he muttered, "Dad, I never anticipated it would turn out this way." "You never anticipated? You never think before acting," Lin Dashan berated, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's mother wept inconsolably, lamenting, "What shall we do? Our family's reputation is utterly ruined." Just then, the phone rang incessantly in the Lin household, with relatives and friends calling to inquire about the situation, further exacerbating their distress. Simultaneously, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's lives were also significantly affected. As they walked down the street, they could feel the weight of countless eyes upon them, accompanied by hushed whispers. "Look, it's them, aren't they that ill-fated couple from the internet?" Lin Yanin's ears perked up, her irritation growing. She quickened her pace, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Ruan Jinan sensed her unease and tightly grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. Let them say what they will." That day, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan went to the supermarket to shop. Upon entering, they felt a multitude of eyes fixated on them. "Isn't that the internet celebrity?" a woman remarked sarcastically. Lin Yanin shot her a glare, thinking, "What business is it of yours?" Ruan Jinan pulled Lin Yanin along. Hastily selecting items to check out at the register, the cashier couldn't help but steal a few glances at them. Whispering, "So, this is the couple from online." Unable to contain herself, Lin Yanin snapped, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen anyone before?" Ruan Jinan quickly tugged her away, advising, "Don't stoop to their level. Back home." Lin Yanin plopped down on the sofa, exclaiming, "I can't stand this life anymore. We're being watched wherever we go." Ruan Jinan chuckled. "This just means we've become famous, albeit for the wrong reasons." Lin Yanin couldn't help but smile at his humor. Even in such dire circumstances, just when they thought the situation would gradually subside, the media appeared at their doorstep, seeking interviews. "Miss Lin, could you share what happened at that moment?" "Mr. Ruan, what were you thinking when you rushed in without hesitation?" The barrage of questions left Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan feeling overwhelmed. All they desired was a peaceful life, free from such intrusions. "That I'm sorry, but please leave. We do not wish to be interviewed," Ruan Jinan said firmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yanin. The media reluctantly departed, yet they understood that this matter was far from over. That night, Lin Yanin lay in bed, tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, Ruan Jinan gently pulled her into his embrace, whispering, "Don't dwell on it too much. Sleep now, everything will be all right." Gradually, Lin Yanin felt a sense of comfort in his arms and drifted off to sleep. However, the storm of public opinion continued to rage, with an unknown number of challenges awaiting them. Chapter 123. The dissipation of past shadows. Lin Yanin stood by the window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape illuminated by night. Her heart filled with myriad emotions. The torment she once endured at the Lin household echoed in her mind like a haunting nightmare. Yet now, she was no longer that helpless girl who could be bullied at will. Ruan Jinan approached from behind, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, resting his chin atop her head. "Yanin, it's all in the past now." Lin Yanin tilted her head slightly, leaning against him. "Yes, but those memories still sting from time to time." Ruan Jinan tightened his hold, assuring her, "Don't be afraid. I will always be by your side." Lin Yanin closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. "I know it's because of you that I have the courage to face all of this." During this time, they had weathered countless storms together, navigating the treachery of business rivalries, the anxiety of dealing with romantic adversaries, the difficulties posed by family objections, and the mutual support in the face of illness. Reflecting back on the battleground of business, their opponents loomed like predators, with schemes and plots unfolding relentlessly. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan fought side by side, each decision taken with immense caution. Lin Yanin furrowed her brow, meticulously analyzing the data on the documents. "Jinan, our partner this time seems rather unreliable." Ruan Jinan, arms crossed and gaze resolute, replied, "I share your sentiment. We must proceed with caution." They engaged in heated discussions in the conference room, often working late into the night. When faced with the interference of romantic rivals, Lin Yanin also felt a pang of anxiety. That alluring woman often appeared before them, attempting to sow discord in their relationship. Lin Yanin bit her lip, a flicker of worry crossing her face. "Jinan, you won't be swayed by her, will you?" Ruan Jinan grasped her hand firmly, declaring, "Yanin, my heart belongs only to you." Family obstacles added to their burdens. The elders of the Ruan family voiced their discontent regarding Lin Yanin's background, while the Lin family expressed their dissatisfaction with their union. At a family gathering, both sets of parents argued heatedly, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Yanin clenched her fists, striving to remain composed. "Our relationship is not for you to decide." Ruan Jinan stood resolute, stating, "We will prove it to you." And then there was the specter of illness. When Lin Yanin was diagnosed with health issues, she felt as though her world was crumbling. She secluded herself in a corner, shedding silent tears. "Jinan, will I become a burden to you?" Ruan Jinan enveloped her tightly in his arms. "Don't say that. I will stand by you in overcoming this illness." Lin Yanin turned to face Ruan Jinan, her eyes shimmering with determination. "Jinan, I truly believe we have conquered the shadows of our past." Ruan Jinan smiled, tenderly brushing a stray hair from her forehead. "Indeed, the future will only get brighter." Hand in hand, they settled onto the sofa, Lin Yanin's face radiant with joy. "Thinking back, I can hardly believe we've come this far." Ruan Jinan held her hand firmly. "This is the result of our shared efforts." At that moment, the light from outside filtered through the window, enveloping them in a warm glow. Lin Yanin rested her head on Ruan Jinan's shoulder. From now on, We shall no longer be bound by our past. Ruan Jinan nodded. Yes, the future belongs to us. The room was filled with a cozy atmosphere as Lin Yanin sighed softly. Do you remember the time we went to the seaside together? Facing the vast ocean, it felt like all our troubles became insignificant. Ruan Jinan chuckled. Of course I remember. That was a rare moment of relaxation for us. And the time we attempted to bake a cake together. Only for it to turn out a complete disaster. Yet we laughed so heartily. Lin Yanin's eyes sparkled with memories. Indeed, those little moments are our most treasured wealth, Ruan Jinan mused. Lin Yanin straightened, gazing earnestly at Ruan Jinan. Jinan, I am truly grateful that fate brought you into my life. Ruan Jinan gazed back at her with deep affection. I feel the same. You are the most beautiful surprise of my life. Chapter 124. Emotional interaction. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan decided to venture into the countryside for a spring outing, seeking a moment of tranquility and beauty. The sun bathed the earth in light, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, as if sweeping away all their worries. Hand in hand, they strolled along a country path, where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, emitting delightful fragrances. Lin Yanin couldn't resist bending down to inhale the floral scent. Her face alight with innocence. Jinan, smell this. Isn't the fragrance intoxicating? Ruan Jinan looked at her with adoration. In my eyes, you are even more beautiful than these flowers. Lin Yanin playfully rolled her eyes at him. Flattery will get you nowhere. As they continued their walk, they reached the edge of a crystal-clear stream. The water flowed gently, sparkling under the golden sun. Excited, Lin Yanin kicked off her shoes and rolled up her pants. Preparing to step into the water, be careful. Don't fall. Ruan Jinan cautioned anxiously from the sidelines. Lin Yanin mischievously winked. Don't worry, I'll be careful. She stepped into the cool water, joyfully splashing like a child. Ruan Jinan followed her into the stream, standing beside her. Yanin, look, there are little fish in the water. Lin Yanin turned to where he pointed, spotting a few tiny fish swimming merrily. She reached out to catch one, but ended up splashing water everywhere. Soaking herself, oh no, I missed, she pouted. Ruan Jinan chuckled, wiping the droplets from her face. It's all right. Take your time. After tiring of their play, they sat on a large rock by the stream to rest. Lin Yanin leaned against Ruan Jinan's shoulder, gazing at the drifting white clouds above. Jinan, I hope we can always be this happy. Ruan Jinan clasped her hand. We will. I will always ensure your happiness. By noon, they spread a picnic blanket on a grassy patch and laid out the delicious food they had brought, fresh fruits, delectable pastries, and fragrant sandwiches. Lin Yanin picked up a piece of fruit and offered it to Ruan Jinan. Here, try this. Ruan Jinan opened his mouth to receive it. It's so sweet, just like you. Lin Yanin burst into giggles. You always know how to make me smile. They enjoyed their meal. A butterfly suddenly fluttered by and landed on Lin Yanin's hair. Ruan Jinan gently extended his hand, attempting to catch the butterfly, but accidentally brushed against Lin Yanin's face. Ouch, that hurt. Lin Yanin feigned anger. Ruan Jinan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, my dear, it was unintentional. Lin Yanin could not help but chuckle. All right, I was just teasing you. The afternoon sun was somewhat scorching, prompting Ruan Jinan to hold an umbrella over Lin Yanin. They lay on the grass, hands entwined, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Yanin, do you know, every time I see your smile, I feel as though the entire world has brightened. Ruan Jinan spoke softly. Lin Yanin turned her gaze towards him, looking into his eyes. Jinan, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually dipped in the west, painting the sky with splendid hues of twilight. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan stood up hand in hand as they made their way back. Today was truly delightful, Lin Yanin remarked. As long as I am with you, every day is joyful, Ruan Jinan replied. Upon returning home, Lin Yanin felt somewhat weary. Ruan Jinan urged her to take a seat on the sofa and gently massage her shoulders. Is it comfortable? He inquired. Lin Yanin closed her eyes, savoring his thoughtful service. It feels wonderful. In the evening, they sat together on the balcony gazing at the stars. Leaning against Ruan Jinan's embrace, Lin Yanin pointed to a particularly bright star. Jinan, look at that star. Isn't it exceptionally luminous? Ruan Jinan nodded. Just like our love, it shines brightly. Lin Yanin lifted her head and planted a kiss on his cheek. I love you. Ruan Jinan held her tightly. I love you too, now and forever. On this tranquil night, their love sparkled like the stars, warming their hearts. Chapter 125. A surprise of love after returning from their outing in the countryside. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan resumed their busy lives. However, Ruan Jinan was secretly planning a surprise that on this day, the sky was a brilliant blue, the gentle breeze caressed the air, and the sunlight softly illuminated every corner of the city. Lin Yanin was engrossed in her work at the company. Handling various documents and tasks as the end of the workday approached, she received a call from Ruan Jinan. "Darling, make sure to come home early today." His voice carried a hint of mystery. Lin Yanin felt a twinge of curiosity, but agreed nonetheless. After work, she hurried home, and upon opening the door, found the room shrouded in darkness. "Jinan," she called softly. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the space, and colorful streamers and balloons cascaded down. Ruan Jinan stood before her, holding a large bouquet of vibrant roses. Smiling Yanin in surprise, Lin Yanin gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with surprise and emotion. She stepped forward to accept the roses, playfully scolding him. "You rascal! You nearly gave me a heart attack," Ruan Jinan laughed. Taking her hand, "This is to create an unforgettable moment for you." Lin Yanin looked around at the decorations. Her heart warmed, that moment. Ruan Jinan produced a beautifully wrapped gift box from behind him, urging her to open it. With eager anticipation, Lin Yanin opened the box to reveal a dazzling diamond necklace. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "It's stunning, Jinan." Ruan Jinan gently adorned her with the necklace, saying, "In my heart, you are the most precious treasure." Lin Yanin felt tears welling up, and she threw herself into Ruan Jinan's embrace. "Thank you, Jinan." They held each other closely, cherishing this heartwarming moment. Suddenly, Lin Yanin's stomach let out a loud growl, and she laughed shyly. "Oh dear, with all this excitement, I completely forgot to eat." Ruan Jinan playfully pinched her nose. "I've been ready for ages, just waiting for you." They approached the dining table, which was laden with a feast of delectable dishes. Lin Yanin's favorites, steak, pasta, and exquisite desserts. Lin Yanin lifted a glass of red wine, savoring a sip. This wine is delightful." Ruan Jinan smiled. "I specifically selected it for you as they dined." Lin Yanin suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Jinan, how did you come up with this surprise?" Ruan Jinan gazed at her earnestly. "Because I want you to know that my love for you will never waver." Lin Yanin's cheeks flushed. "You always know how to make me happy." After dinner, Ruan Jinan led Lin Yanin into the living room, switched on the sound system, and played romantic music. He extended his hand, inviting Lin Yanin to dance. Lin Yanin hesitated. "I'm not very good at dancing." Ruan Jinan encouraged her. "No worries, just follow my rhythm." Tentatively, Lin Yanin placed her hand on Ruan Jinan's shoulder, and they began to sway gently to the music. As their gazes locked, it felt as though the entire world faded away, leaving just the two of them. While dancing, Lin Yanin accidentally stepped on Ruan Jinan's foot, and she laughed awkwardly. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry." Ruan Jinan brushed it off. "It's all right, keep going." As the song concluded, Lin Yanin leaned against Ruan Jinan, slightly breathless. "I'm so tired." Ruan Jinan gently stroked her hair. "Then let us take a break." Just then, a light rain began to fall outside, the raindrops tapping against the window, creating a crisp sound. Lin Yanin approached the window, gazing at the beautiful rain. Ruan Jinan wrapped his arms around her from behind. "Just like our love, it nourishes our hearts." Lin Yanin turned to face him. "Jinan, having you by my side makes me truly happy." Ruan Jinan kissed her forehead. "I will always ensure your happiness on this love-filled night." Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan's hearts were tightly intertwined, their love growing stronger and more vibrant amidst the rain. Chapter 126. A sudden storm after the rain. The sky cleared, and sunlight poured through the thin clouds, gently cascading down upon the earth, as if draping the world in a golden veil. Hand in hand, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan strolled down the street, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Their faces radiated happiness and sweetness, starkly contrasting with the hurried passers-by around them. "Yanin, look at those flowers over there. They bloom so beautifully, like a group of elegantly dressed maidens competing in the gentle breeze." Ruan Jinan pointed to the flower bed by the roadside. Lin Yanin followed his gaze, observing the colorful blossoms swaying delicately in the wind, resembling a troupe of dancing fairies. "Indeed, it's beautiful, just like our love," she replied with a smile. However, this serenity and beauty did not last long. Lin Yanen's company suddenly faced a severe crisis. Competitors maliciously spread rumors, causing the company's stock price to plummet and clients to flee like a torrent breaching a dam. The once thriving business atmosphere, filled with motivated employees, starkly contrasted with the current chaos and desolation. Lin Yanen felt a sense of urgency, working tirelessly at the company to salvage the situation. Ruan Jinan watched Lin Yanen's increasingly weary face with a heavy heart. Yanen, don't push yourself too hard. Your health is paramount. He gently caressed her cheek, his tender gesture reminiscent of a spring breeze brushing through willow branches. Lin Yanen furrowed her brows. No, the company is my life's work. I cannot watch it collapse, that it's like my child. I must protect it. That day, Lin Yanen engaged in intense discussions with her team members in the conference room, hands pressed against the table. Her gaze resolute that we must swiftly gather evidence to prove that these rumors are baseless, like searching for a glimmer of light in the darkness. The team members nodded in solemn agreement. Ruan Jinan stood silently by, supporting Lin Yanen by passing her water and documents, doing everything within his power to assist her. Oh, this is truly a headache. These competitors are so despicable, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Yanen couldn't help but vent her frustration. Ruan Jinan grasped her hand, lending her strength. Don't worry, we will surely overcome this challenge, just as we scale mountains to reach smooth paths. During the investigation, Lin Yanen faced numerous obstacles. Some deliberately concealed crucial information, while others covertly set traps, making her feel as though she was trudging through a thicket of thorns. The once harmonious collaboration with colleagues, filled with mutual support, was now marred by suspicion and obstruction, creating a stark contrast. Lin Yanen felt a surge of anger and despair. What on earth is happening? Why is it so difficult? She slammed her fist on the table, her force seemingly enough to break a hole through it. Ruan Jinan quickly enveloped her in his arms. Don't be angry. Being upset won't solve anything. Let us take it slow. After much hard work, a glimmer of a lead finally emerged, like a firefly in the dark. Though faint, it offered them hope. Lin Yanen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jinan, I think we are close to uncovering the truth. Ruan Jinan felt a wave of relief at her vibrant demeanor. However, just as they were about to delve deeper into the investigation, new troubles arose once more. An important partner of the company unexpectedly proposed to terminate their collaboration, which undoubtedly exacerbated the situation. Akin to being doused with cold water in the depths of winter, Lin Yanen hurriedly arrived at the partner's office, striving to persuade them to reconsider. Inside the office, she anxiously explained, "We have enjoyed a fruitful partnership, and this crisis is merely temporary. That we possess the capability to resolve it, just as storms inevitably pass and skies clear." However, her counterpart remained unmoved, coldly stating, "I'm sorry, Miss Lin, we cannot take that risk." Returning to the company, Lin Yanen felt utterly dejected, as if she had plunged into an abyss without end. "What are we to do?" she murmured to herself. Ruan Jinan comforted her, saying, "Do not lose heart. We shall find another way. There are always more solutions than difficulties, just as stars will always shimmer in the night sky." Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Ruan Jinan leveraged his connections to find a crucial witness. The witness was willing to testify and expose the rivals' conspiracy, illuminating their path like a beacon in the dark. Upon receiving this news, Lin Yanen leapt with excitement. Wonderful! Finally, a breakthrough! Yet, just when they believed victory was within reach, the narrative took a sudden twist. The key witness abruptly retracted their previous testimony, instead accusing Lin Yanen and her team of coercion and bribery. This shocking turn of events struck Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan like a thunderbolt, plunging them deeper into turmoil. The stark contrast between their prior hope and the current despair was brutally apparent. "How could this happen?" Lin Yanen exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ruan Jinan, equally shocked and furious, declared, "There must be a larger conspiracy at play." Again engulfed by confusion and helplessness, they refused to surrender, continuing their search for new clues and evidence to unravel the truth behind the scenes. Chapter 127. Wu Ming is doomed. Lin Yanen and Ruan Jinan stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of their office, gazing at the bustling city outside, their hearts heavy with gloom. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, resembling a colossal black curtain that pressed down upon them, making it hard to breathe. "What is happening?" We had seen a glimmer of hope, only to be cast into the abyss once more. Lin Yanin said, biting her lip, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her brow furrowed deeply. Ruan Jinan gently patted her shoulder, his gaze resolute. Yanin, do not despair. We will certainly find a solution. His eyes revealed a flicker of anxiety, yet were filled with unwavering determination. Lin Yanin turned to face him, tears glistening in her eyes. Jinan, I am so exhausted. I feel as though I cannot endure any longer. Her body trembled slightly, reminiscent of a leaf caught in the wind. Ruan Jinan enveloped her in a warm embrace, whispering, Do not fear. I am here. Even if the entire world stands against us, I will remain by your side. Leaning against him, Lin Yanin felt comforted by his warmth and strength. Her spirits gradually calming. She lifted her head to meet his gaze, saying, Jun, let us reassess our clues. There must be something we have overlooked. The two returned to the office, diligently reorganizing their materials. Lin Yanin sat at her desk, her fingers swiftly flipping through documents, her eyes sharp with focus. Ruan Jinan paced beside her, pausing occasionally to contemplate that, oh dear, this is an absolute mess. Lin Yanin exclaimed, tugging at her hair in frustration, her face reflecting her helplessness. Ruan Jinan approached her, gently holding her hand, do not rush. Let us take our time to sort this out. IT is like untangling a knotted ball of yarn. With patience, we will surely find the loose end. Just then, a torrential rain began to pour outside, the raindrops hammering against the window with a cacophonous sound. Lin Yanin moved to the window, gazing at the curtain of rain, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy. This rain mirrors our current predicament. Engulfed in confusion, Ruan Jinan stood beside her, stating, But the rain will eventually cease, will it not? Lin Yanin nodded slightly, returning to her seat. After several hours of effort, they finally uncovered a detail that had previously been overlooked. Lin Yanin excitedly slapped the table, exclaiming, Jinan, look at this. Ruan Jinan leaned closer to examine it, his eyes lighting up with surprise. This could be our breakthrough. However, that night, Lin Yanin was haunted by a terrifying dream. She found herself alone in a dark forest, surrounded by thick fog, unable to escape. Suddenly, a ferocious beast lunged at her from behind. She ran desperately, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. Just as the creature was about to catch her, she jolted awake, her forehead slick with cold sweat. The following day, Lin Yanin recounted the dream to Ruan Jinan, who reassured her it was merely a dream. Do not be afraid. Perhaps it is simply the result of our recent stress. The two immediately sprang into action, following this lead to conduct a deeper investigation. They traversed various locations, interviewing relevant personnel and gathering evidence. During one visit, they encountered a notably indifferent individual who even mocked them. Lin Yanin suppressed her rising anger, maintaining a smile. Sir, we sincerely hope you can assist us. This is truly important to us. Ruan Jinan stood beside her, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he restrained his emotions. At last, their efforts bore fruit, that an employee who had previously been threatened by the competitor was willing to step forward to provide crucial evidence. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan embraced each other joyfully, tears of happiness welling in their eyes. Wonderful. This time, we will surely succeed. Lin Yanin exclaimed, her face radiant with a long-missed smile. Ruan Jinan echoed her sentiment. Indeed, we are finally on the cusp of dawn. Yet, just as they prepared to submit the evidence to the relevant authorities, they encountered a new obstacle. The competitors seemed to have sensed their actions and began to interfere and threaten them in various ways. Lin Yanin received an anonymous letter warning her of dire consequences if she did not withdraw. Holding the letter, her hands trembled slightly, her heart filled with dread. Ruan Jinan snatched the letter from her, tearing it to shreds. Do not be afraid. They are merely cornered beasts. Lin Yanin took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, we cannot let them intimidate us. That on a sunny day, Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan finally submitted their evidence to the relevant authorities. After thorough investigations, the competitors' conspiracy was completely unveiled, allowing Lin Yanin's company to return to normal operations. The office was filled with jubilation as employees cheered with excitement. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan stood amidst the crowd, exchanging smiles, their eyes brimming with joy and relief. After all the trials we have faced, we have finally made it through, Lin Yanin reflected. Ruan Jinan grasped her hand, declaring, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. We shall face them together. Sunlight bathed them, illuminating their steadfast silhouettes, as if narrating the tale of their indomitable love and relentless struggle. Chapter 128. A new beginning, having successfully navigated the company's crisis. Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan did not rest on their laurels. Instead, they began to chart a new blueprint for development. Jinan, do you think we can soar to new heights this time? Lin Yanin asked. Seated in the conference room with her chin resting on her hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Ruan Jinan smiled. As long as we work hand in hand, nothing is unattainable. However, your brilliant leadership is indispensable. Lin Yanin shot him a playful glare. Enough with the flattery. Let us focus on expanding our business. As they engaged in a spirited discussion, Lin Yanin's stomach suddenly growled audibly. She chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear. I completely forgot to eat with all this busyness. Ruan Jinan shook his head in exasperation. You must not neglect your well-being. Even in the throes of work, come, let us grab a bite to eat. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lin Yanin stared at the menu, torn between choices. This looks delicious, and that does too. What should I choose? Ruan Jinan could not help but tease. At this rate, the restaurant will close before you decide. Lin Yanin shot him a mock glare. Humph, it's you who is impatient. After their meal, they returned to the office, where Lin Yanin immersed herself in work once more. She alternated between frowning at the computer screen and jotting notes on paper. Ruan Jinan observed her serious demeanor, feeling both admiration and concern. Yanin, do take care not to overexert yourself. You should rest occasionally. Lin Yanin, without lifting her head, replied, No way. Time waits for no one. We must push forward. Just then, she received a phone call from a demanding client, who presented a slew of stringent requirements. Lin Yanin patiently explained, but her words fell on deaf ears. How can this person be so unreasonable? She exclaimed after hanging up, frustration seeping through her words. Ruan Jinan reassured her, Do not be upset. There are all types of clients. We will find a way to meet their needs, after several days of effort. Their proposal finally gained the client's approval. Lin Yanin beamed with the delight of a child. Hooray! We did it! However, new challenges soon followed. The company faced a financial crunch, compelling Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan to seek investments. During an investment negotiation meeting, Lin Yanin felt her palms grow sweaty with nerves. She silently encouraged herself, We must succeed. We must succeed. However, the counterpart proposed some terms that were rather difficult to accept, causing Lin Yanin to nearly lose her temper. Ruan Jinan gently tapped her leg under the table, signaling her to remain calm. Upon exiting the negotiation room, Lin Yanin could not help but exclaim, This is not investment. It's outright robbery. Ruan Jinan chuckled and replied, Don't be disheartened. There are other opportunities. After a series of setbacks, a venture capital firm finally expressed a willingness to collaborate. Both Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan sighed in relief, feeling that they could finally showcase their talents. With renewed confidence, Lin Yanin remarked that the company's operations were gradually stabilizing, leading to an increasingly busy schedule for both of them. One day, after finishing her work, Lin Yanin collapsed onto her bed and fell asleep. She dreamed a splendid dream in which the company had become an industry leader, and she and Ruan Jinan stood on the podium, receiving congratulations from the crowd. The following day, upon awakening, Lin Yanin energetically immersed herself in her new tasks. Jinan, let us stride towards our dreams together. All right, let us give it our all. Chapter 129. Good stuck. The company's development was flourishing, and Lin Yanin and Ruan Jinan eagerly anticipated an even brighter future. However, life is always full of surprises, and a new challenge quietly approached. Yanin, something terrible has happened. A crucial batch of our goods has encountered issues during transport. Ruan Jinan rushed into Lin Yanin's office, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Lin Yanin abruptly stood from her chair, eyes wide with shock. What? How could this happen? Ruan Jinan helplessly shook his head. It seems they ran into severe weather and road blockages. The goods are stranded midway. Lin Yanin furrowed her brow, pacing back and forth in the office. What are we going to do? This shipment is vital for one of our key projects, and if we cannot deliver on time, the consequences would be dire. Ruan Jinan gritted his teeth. I've already contacted the transportation company. They are working on a solution, but the outlook is not promising. Lin Yanin sighed. This is truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. How could this happen now? The two decided to personally assess the situation on Dash site. As they traveled, Lin Yanan's mood was fraught with anxiety. Jinan, do you think we can resolve this smoothly? My heart is in turmoil, she said, gazing anxiously out the window. Ruan Jinan reassured her, don't worry too much. There are always more solutions than difficulties, that we will find a way. Upon arrival, they beheld a mountain of goods piled high, with transport vehicles immobilized in the muddy road. Lin Yanan couldn't help but exclaim, this is nothing short of a disaster. Ruan Jinan inquired about the situation, returning with a grim expression. It seems the road won't be passable in the short term. We need to think of an alternative. Lin Yanan pondered deeply. What if we seek assistance from another transportation company? Ruan Jinan shook his head. The nearby companies are overwhelmed and cannot spare any manpower. Just when both were at a loss, Lin Yanan suddenly had a brilliant idea. We could rent some local small vehicles and transport the goods in batches.